After the disaster, the Earth was left in ruins, with food shortages, scarce resources, and chaos everywhere. The entire world seemed to have reverted to a primitive state of survival of the fittest. A young man, having escaped from the unplanned zone, turned his back to the swirling yellow sand and arrived alone in Zone 9 to seek a living. The unplanned zone was a vacuum of law and order, where survival relied entirely on force and luck, while Zone 9 was relatively stable but highly competitive. The young man initially thought this was just a simple migration, but unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he met a few friends. Each of these friends had their own unique skills. Some excelled in combat, while others were adept in strategy. Their meeting was not a coincidence, but rather the result of a crucial choice. It was this small decision that allowed the young man to rise rapidly in a chaotic world and embark on a legendary journey. Together, they faced gang conflicts, resource disputes, and tests of human nature, evolving from nameless pawns to key figures influencing the situation. Prologue: the 7 deadly sins, the disaster. After the sudden disaster, the Earth was left scarred, with species mutated, food scarce, living conditions harsh, and civilization utterly destroyed. In the ungoverned area 300 kilometers to the left of Zone 9, on a nameless street, a 23-year-old youth walked briskly with his head down, clutching his clothes tightly. The street was dilapidated and ugly, with the underground sewage system having collapsed many years ago. Makeshift outdoor toilets emitted a foul odor connected to rows of rundown storefronts. The entire area was dimly lit, and occasionally groups of people could be seen standing by the roadside, mostly women, with few men. The young man, walking quickly and avoiding eye contact, was named Chinyu. He stood at 1.82 meters tall with a strong physique. Today, he was unemployed and planned to buy a formal residential identity in Zone 9, marking the first step of his plan. Chinyu originally had a handsome face with clear brows and proper features, considered a sunny type of handsome man, but now he appeared somewhat disheveled, with an unshaven beard and slightly long hair sticking together, and his clothes looked stained with grease and dirt, making him inconspicuous in the crowd. As he hurried along, Chinyu glanced up at an intersection, preparing to return home from the left side. "Hey, young man, young man!" A crisp voice called out, and a woman in a faded dress with a coat lightly tugged at Chinyu by the roadside. Chinyu paused and turned to look. "What do you want?" $30. The woman raised 3 slender fingers and glanced back at the dilapidated storefront behind her, whispering, "Let's go there." "Heh, I can't afford it." Chinyu chuckled and stepped forward. "Wait." The woman reached out and pulled Chinyu again. 25, is 25 okay? Chinyu looked her over, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "I have no money." "Is it because I'm not your type?" "There are others inside." "I really don't have money." Chinyu shook off her hand. "Let me go, I'm in a hurry to get home." The woman bit her red lip, gripping Chinyu tightly, and after a long silence, she added softly, 2 bowls of rice would be fine, but it has to be measured with my bowl." Chinyu frowned. "I told you I don't have any. Let go of me." The woman still didn't release her grip, looking back at a group of 7 or 8-year-old children beside the storefront, and said, "I have 3 kids. If I don't make any business tonight, I won't be able to feed them. Young man, please help me just this once. Even a bowl of rice would do. I'll kneel for you." Chinyu looked at the woman and said coldly, "How long has the world been like this? In such an environment, if you can't feed yourself, what are you having kids for?" The woman was stunned. Chinyu forcefully shook off her arm and continued walking forward. After standing there for a while, the woman quickly ran back to the storefront and gasped, "That guy has it. He has it. When I pulled him, I saw the stuff in his clothes." About half an hour later, Chinyu returned to a dilapidated 6-story building, climbed the old, dusty stairs, and entered his home on the 5th floor. Only Chinyu and his friend Xiao Zhuang lived in this building. Many outer walls had collapsed, which would have been considered a dangerous building ready for demolition in the past. But in this era, the meaning of home was limited to where you were, unrelated to where you lived. Chinyu chose this place because it had no lights and no water supply, so he didn't have to bear any expensive living costs. The room was very simple, with a bed, 2 broken cabinets, and no entertainment facilities, the only item being a worn-out military magazine from 2019. Once inside, Chinyu took off his dirty coat and pulled out a shiny canvas bag from his bosom. He carefully walked to the bedside, picked up a broken bowl, and began to scoop out enticing white rice, calling out, "Xiao Zhuang, is dinner ready?" Not yet, I just got back. A voice responded from the inner room, and a young man of similar age to Qin Yu stepped out, with dark skin and a resolute face. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Qin Yu was about to converse with Xiao Zhuang, a deafening sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from downstairs. He paused, quickly hid the bag and bowl in the cabinet, and stepped to the door, which was made of a single old wooden plank. In less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 children under 10 years old, leading dozens of men and women, appeared in the stairwell. The stairs were outdoors, cracked, and with aging iron railings. With so many people rushing up together and in a hurry, the old building seemed to shake under the pressure. Qin Yu immediately raised his hand and shouted, Don't come up so aggressively. Damn it, the stairs might collapse. Uncle, I'm hungry. Uncle, I want to eat. Each child held a small bowl, standing on the stairs, looking dirty as they stared at Qin Yu. Uncle is also hungry. Did you eat dinner at home? If not, let's eat together? Qin Yu replied playfully. The children's eyes were innocent, and their thoughts were simple, but the adults behind them had torn away the most basic pretense of humanity. A burly man with a shaved head was the first to shout, Get the food, or you won't get down. I have no food. Qin Yu waved his hand and replied, Really, I don't have any. We're all starving ghosts in this unplanned zone. It's tough for everyone. If I really had some, I wouldn't say I'd guarantee you all. At least I'd give. Quit the nonsense. We saw you hiding food. The burly man continued to shout. Hurry up. We'll leave right after taking it. We won't take much, just half. I don't have any. Qin Yu shook his head. Go into his room. The burly man shouted in a deep voice. Uncle, I want food. Give me food. The crowd surged forward, and the stairs hanging outside the building began to shake again, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Looking at the crowd, Qin Yu's eyes turned red in an instant. He raised his right leg, pulled out a dagger from his dirty pants, pointed at the crowd, and shouted, Damn it, are you bullying me because I'm a lone wolf? Who the hell is afraid to die here? I have food, and if you break my knife, I'll give it to you. The crowd was briefly stunned, and the burly man coldly shouted, The kids are in front. You might as well stab them first. Qin Yu was momentarily speechless. Go inside, get the food. The burly man waved his hand and shouted again. As soon as he finished speaking, the people on the steps surged forward, and the children instantly surrounded Qin Yu, tugging at him and shouting, Uncle, give me food. Uncle, I haven't eaten for several days. All of you get lost. Qin Yu, holding the dagger, helplessly shouted at the children. Otherwise, I'll really stab you. I'll stab you. Inside, seeing the conflict at the door, Xiao Zhuang rushed forward. To block Qin Yu, shouting to the crowd, Everyone, don't act impulsively. Let's talk this out. The starving children were fearless and clung to Qin Yu, while the adults behind them had already squeezed through the gaps. Qin Yu was robust, blocking the doorway with a step. Glaring and shouting, I only live for myself. Don't push me. The crowd surged frantically towards the exit, ignoring Qin Yu's words. Qin Yu was being pulled aside by shorter children, but he could not really push through, so he struggled, preparing to deal with the approaching adults. Uncle, just give me a bowl of rice. Get lost. A child around 10 years old tugged at Qin Yu with all his might. Qin Yu suddenly shook his arm to break free, but unexpectedly, the child bumped into the crowd rushing forward, lost his footing, and fell through a gap in the iron railing. A terrified scream from the child echoed, lingering for a long time. Bang! The sound of the body hitting the ground followed. Qin Yu and Xiao Zhuang were stunned, gasping as they looked at the iron railing, momentarily at a loss. The crowd quieted down, and the staircase returned to stability. That kid fell down. Xiao Zhuang shouted urgently. Dozens of people turned their heads to glance down, their expressions blank, and after less than 2 seconds of silence, they collectively turned back. Meanwhile, the child's mother, after being dazed for a moment, screamed and rushed downstairs. Qin Yu was stunned. Food. The kid fell, and if we don't give food, they definitely won't let him go. They robbed him. The shouting was deafening, intimidating, and none of the others turned to look at the child who had fallen downstairs. Instead, they continued to push in together. Xiao Zhuang stood at the door, glaring at the crowd, pushing forward, fully aware that if he didn't shed some blood today, he would have to fight for his life. So he licked his lips and shouted, All right, you guys are tough. I surrender. I admit it, I'll get you some. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately grabbed Xiao Zhuang's arm and quietly ordered, Don't give them anything. Not even a bit. Xiao Zhuang looked at the crowd outside, glaring back as he responded, The food has already leaked out. If we don't give them a little sweetener, they definitely won't leave. If you give them sweetener, it will be even more troublesome. Qin Yu replied seriously. Better to fight than to give in. That's nonsense. Xiao Zhuang disagreed with Qin Yu's view and insisted, you're the only one with a weapon, but there are so many people outside. Are you confident you can control them? If you can't, we will definitely be robbed. Can't you see how desperate they are? Just listen to me. I'll go back and get the weapon. Xiao Yu, didn't you see? The child fell and they didn't leave. These people have lost their reason. Xiao Zhuang pulled his arm away and quietly replied, we've eaten enough. We've exchanged everything we need. Giving them a bowl of rice is not a big loss for us, so I don't want to gamble with my life. I have a share of the food, and I have the right to decide how to use it. Qin Yu was speechless upon hearing this. Xiao Zhuang straightened his position, glaring at the leading burly man, shouting, the planning area has its own way of survival. If you take the rice, stop causing trouble, and get lost. You won't starve so you can leave right away, the leading burly man nodded. After hearing this, Xiao Zhuang stepped back, took a large bowl of rice from the room, and slammed it on the ground, saying, get lost. Dozens of people looked at the rice on the ground, all with greedy expressions, but none stepped forward to take it. The leading burly man was silent for a few seconds, then pulled out a cloth bag tied around his waist and poured the rice into it in one go. Get lost, Xiao Zhuang urged impatiently. The crowd at the door didn't move. The leading burly man assessed the two, sweating as he tied the rice bag around his waist, and didn't leave immediately. I told you to leave. Don't you understand? Xiao Zhuang frowned and urged again. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted, damn it, if he can give us a bowl of rice, he must have a big bag of rice. Give us more. There are too many people. This isn't enough to fill us. Give us rice. Otherwise, let's just rush in and rob it. What's there to talk about? Shouts and curses spread throughout the six-story building. And this time, some of the crowd secretly pulled out knives and weapons, looking at Xiao Zhuang with cold expressions. Completely ungrateful. The leading burly man spread his hands and said in a low voice, you see, these people are starving mad. I can't control them. Otherwise, you take the rice bag out, and we can split it. You bastards. Xiao Zhuang was anxious and pulled out a knife from his pocket. What are you doing trying to fight? Are you afraid? We're starving to death anyway. Why would we be afraid of knives and guns? The crowd was not afraid of Xiao Zhuang and stepped forward, following the burly man towards the room. Xiao Zhuang was stunned and stood there, unsure of what to do. He wanted to take action, but felt he didn't have the confidence to calm these frantic grain robbers. Yet if he didn't act, it was clear he wouldn't be able to protect his belongings. Crack. At that moment, Qin Yu pulled out a large caliber revolver from the cabinet, about 20 centimeters long, and immediately turned the cylinder, loading a bullet. The crowd instinctively stopped in their tracks upon seeing the gun. Qin Yu expressionlessly pulled out a large bag of grain from the cabinet and casually tossed it on the floor, shouting, the food is all here. Those who want to eat can come and take it. The crowd fell silent. Who are you trying to scare? The leading burly man shouted with red eyes. Without food, we're dead anyway. Are we afraid of your broken gun? Qin Yu tilted his head, pointing at the grain bag with his left hand, shouting, the food is right here. You can take it if you reach for it. Come on up. The leading burly man hesitated for half a second, then turned and shouted, there are so many of us, and he has only one gun. I don't believe he can kill us all. After saying that, the leading burly man stepped forward, reaching for the grain bag. Bang! The gun fired, the mechanism turning. The leading burly man flew back half a meter, blood splattering on the floor, a large hole blown in his chest. Qin Yu, holding the gun in his right hand, shouted without any change in expression, without food, you might starve to death in a few days, but now, whoever reaches for the food first, I'll shoot him dead. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, silent. I still have 2 bullets left. Are you going to take it or not? Qin Yu suddenly shouted. The crowd took 2 steps back upon hearing this. Qin Yu stepped forward, bent down, and untied the grain bag from the burly man's waist, quietly saying, Xiao Zhuang, grab the stuff. We're leaving. Xiao Zhuang immediately rushed back into the room upon hearing this. Qin Yu, holding the gun in his right hand, shouted, form 2 lines and clear the way for me. The crowd didn't move. Qin Yu raised his hand and aimed the gun at the person closest to him, shouting, are you going to let me through? That person hesitated for half a second and immediately stepped aside, and then the rest followed suit, clearing a path down the stairs. 5 minutes later, Chinyu reached the bottom of the stairs and saw the mother holding her injured child, crying loudly. Chinyu was silent for a few seconds, then tossed the rice he had given to the burly man over, saying, "They'll be coming down soon. You should hide the food." The mother was taken aback, quickly accepting the grain bag and responding, "Thank you. Thank you. I'll bow to you. With food, we won't have to die." Chinyu led Xiao Zhuang and swiftly disappeared into the night. Around 3 in the morning, in the vast Gobi Desert, Chinyu divided the food and threw it to Xiao Zhuang, saying, "I've taken your stuff. Let's part ways." Xiao Zhuang was stunned, asking in confusion, "Is it really necessary? Wasn't it just a disagreement between us? I feel like I haven't." Chinyu waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "Xiao Zhuang, if people aren't on the same wavelength, it's better not to force them together. It could harm you and me. I'm heading to the 9th district. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Chinyu turned around without any hesitation and left, heading towards the first stop of his new life, the 9th Special District. In the military camp on the left side of the planning area, a black man grinned widely and asked in fluent Chinese, "Did you hear the gunshots inside? Want to go take a look?" "Look at what? There's fighting for food every day here. People die all the time. They even dare to ambush the military vehicles. Who do we think we are?" An old man smoking low-quality dry tobacco lazily replied, while lying on a shabby wooden bed. Chapter 1. New Arrival 9th Special District, Songjiang City, Northern Asia. Chinyu stood inside the office building of the Blackstreet Police Department, which belongs to the City Police Department, smiling as he asked a middle-aged man, "Is it ready?" "Yes, come in." The middle-aged man waved his hand and turned to walk into the office on the left. Chinyu straightened his clothes at the sound and stepped in after the middle-aged man. The office was not small, about 60 square meters, but there was only one person sitting behind the desk. He looked to be around 40, had a handlebar mustache, and his face was noticeably chubby, giving him a fierce appearance. The middle-aged man walked up to the desk and placed 2 stacks of documents in front of the mustached man, softly saying, "Director, this is the last one." "Medical examination?" the mustached man asked as he picked up the documents. "Yes. You can go out now." "Okay." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man left, and Chinyu took 2 steps forward, standing in front of the desk without saying anything, just watching the mustached man check his documents. The mustached man frowned at the documents and murmured, "Chinyu, 22 years old, 75 kilograms, 1.82 meters. Born before the era, from H Province, J City. That's not far from Songjiang now. Before coming here, you live in the planning area, parents missing, suspected dead, no relatives. Why is your resume blank?" "I don't have a resume," Chinyu replied with a smile. "It was tough just living in the planning area. I did whatever I could for food. How could I have a resume?" The mustached man chuckled. "You could have written something before you came. It's not good to have no resume in the system." "All right, I'll fill something out later." Chinyu didn't argue and immediately agreed. The mustached man focused on the documents and asked, "No resume means you haven't served. Do you have any experience using firearms?" Chinyu shook his head without hesitation. "No." "Any criminal record?" "No." The mustached man pondered for a moment, slowly putting down the documents, and looked up at Chinyu, smiling. "In that lawless, unrestrained place of the planning area, you managed to scrape together enough money to buy a work and residence permit for the 9th district. You, young man, have some experience." "Not really." Chinyu grinned. "Just a bit of luck, met some benefactors." The mustached man picked up a cup of water and looked at Chinyu, nodding symbolically. "You look quite spirited." Chinyu smiled without responding. The mustached man put down the cup, clasped his hands, and simply warned, "The situation in the 9th district is quite special. Although it belongs to the administrative structure of the United Government, it has a high degree of autonomy, which is fundamentally different from the 8 districts. There are many ethnic groups here. Besides us yellow-skinned people, there are also many black and white people. The social environment is very complex, and in some areas, there are indeed chaotic phenomena that we wish to change, but cannot change temporarily. As a police officer, you need to adapt to the environment here from all angles." "Understood." Chinyu nodded seriously. "Also, I don't care what experiences you have, but when you're with me, if you're a dragon, you must curl up. If you're a tiger, you must lie down. If you cause trouble or look for problems, I'll deal with you immediately," the mustached man reminded in a flat tone. "Director Lee, I'm here to help you reduce trouble." Chinyu chuckled. The mustached man laughed, tapped a few times on the touchscreen phone on the desk, and leaned down to speak into the microphone. Seconds later, a male voice came through. "Hello, Director. This is the first criminal investigation team." "Where's Yuan Ko?" Director Lee asked. "Team Yuan is not here. He just went out. Send a new guy over. Hurry up and come pick him up." Okay. That's it." Director Lee patted his mustache, reached out to press the hang-up button. "Go wait at the door. Someone will come pick you up shortly. You'll learn the specific rules when you get to the team." "Okay, Director Lee." Cheney nodded and took 2 steps forward, reaching into his pocket to take out a very small black bag and place it on the table. Xiao Qi specifically instructed me to say that the Special District Police system is currently the hardest job to get into. Without your help, I wouldn't know how long I'd have to wait for a position, so please don't forget the courtesy. Director Lee casually picked up the bag, opened it, and when he saw a diamond about the size of soybean inside, he was slightly taken aback. "You have capable people in the planning area? You can get this?" "Wow, I haven't seen this in years." Cheney smiled but didn't respond. Director Lee casually tossed the small bag into the drawer and locked it, looking up at Cheney and saying, "You're young, but you really do have some substance." "I only have this little bit of savings." Cheney pretended to be simple-minded and scratched his head. Seeing that Director Lee wasn't leaving immediately for lunch, he chatted with him a bit more. A few minutes later, a chubby young man the same age as Cheney walked into the room, stood up straight, saluted, and said, "Report to Director Lee, Level 3 Officer Chi Lin reporting. For duty to take the new colleague back to the team." Director Lee patted Cheney's arm and said, "Work hard, and I hope to see you nominated for evaluation by the end of the year." "Yes," Cheney nodded. "All right, go to the team." Director Lee pointed at Chi Lin, saying, "Tell Yuan Ko to take care of this young man." With 1 diamond, Cheney chatted with Director Lee for less than 10 minutes and got a simple take care of him, but it seemed that was all there was to it. In the corridor, chubby Chi Lin walked on Cheney's left side, chatting away. "Where are you from, brother?" "Planning area." "From that hellhole?" Chi Lin was taken aback. "That's not easy." "Just a bit of luck," Cheney smiled. Chi Lin nodded and didn't dig deeper. Because in these times, with scarce resources and difficult living conditions, everyone probably has some secrets. As they walked quickly, Chi Lin introduced the basic situation of the police department. This functional department mainly handles criminal work in an area, including public safety and case investigations, but does not include household registration, issuance of residence permits, or handling immigration procedures that, in short, it is somewhat like the district bureau from before the era, but its functions are not too finely divided. For example, the department Cheney is in not only has to deal with major criminal cases, but also manage basic public safety. After about an hour, Chi Lin led Cheney through the 5 floors of the police department, introducing him to the arms depot, interrogation room, public investigation area, training room, and cafeteria, among other functional places. During their interactions, Cheney found Chi Lin to be a very smooth person, able to strike up conversations with people almost anywhere. Moreover, he was very patient. As long as Cheney asked about something, he had detailed answers. At least on the surface, he seemed to be warm-hearted. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chi Lin took Cheney to the communications department to buy an internal purchase phone. But when the latter glanced at the counter, he found that there was only one model of phone available, and it looked outdated, with a price that was not very friendly. "What brand is this? I've never heard of it," Cheney said as he glanced at his phone and turned to Chi Lin. "Forget it. I'll wait until I'm settled down to buy one separately. It's too expensive here." Chi Lin chuckled at his words, then leaned closer to Cheney and whispered, "You should just buy it here." "Why?" Cheney asked, puzzled. "Well, the communications department is under the police chief, but the phone selling counter is privately contracted. The owner is a friend of Captain Yuan, so all the new recruits buy their phones here," Chi Lin explained, blinking his eyes. "Since you're new, it's best not to make exceptions. This phone may not be very durable, but you won't have to interface with the communications department system. Once your information is entered into the main system, you just need to input your name and badge number to use it." Having lived for several years in a lawless area, Cheney knew the basics of human relations that when Chi Lin hinted at him, he stopped insisting and reluctantly said to the clerk, "Then help me get one." "Thank you." Why was it reluctant? Because Cheney was extremely money-minded and stingy. He wouldn't buy even a pair of socks without wanting a warning manual. And precisely because of this character, he could pull out money at critical moments to support himself and manage to get a job in the 9th Special Zone. After getting the phone, Chi Lin led him out of the police department and across the street to a daily necessities store. It was early August, and although the sky was clear, it was still as cold as winter, with sporadic patches of white snow on the streets. Does it snow all the time in the special zone? Chinyu asked. It's been snowing for 3 years, Chi Lin replied. Damn, it's unbearable. Chinyu shook his head and sighed. As they chatted, they stepped into a large daily necessities store. Once inside, Chinyu glanced around, patted the small mud spots on his legs, and joked, this store is pretty big, but there aren't many people. Just browse around and buy whatever you need, Chi Lin said, taking a puff from his e-cigarette. Chinyu wandered around the shelves, but the more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. After wandering back and forth for over 10 minutes, he hadn't picked up a single item. Why aren't you buying anything? Chi Lin asked as he walked over from the counter. Chinyu frowned at Chi Lin and asked, dude, are you a plant? What do you mean? The prices here are at least 30% higher than outside, and a lot of it is fake. That I squeezed the comforter, and it felt like it was stuffed with steel wool. It hurt my hands, man. The goods aren't great, but all the newcomers in the police department buy here. Why? Chinyu was confused. Because this store is run by Captain Yuan's cousin. Chi Lin whispered. It's considered a designated procurement unit for the police department. Hearing this, Chinyu looked frustrated and after a moment said, then I want to ask, does Director Lee buy things here too? You're just being contrary. Even if Director Lee dared to buy, Captain Yuan wouldn't dare to sell. Chi Lin rolled his eyes as he explained. New recruits come here to buy. If you buy for a couple of months, you won't need to shop here anymore. I won't buy anything here. Isn't that just taking us for fools? Chinyu said without hesitation. Let's go. Take me to another place. Chi Lin was taken aback. You've already spent a lot of money. Are you really worried about this little bit? Trust me, everyone buys here. Don't make exceptions. I already gave Captain Yuan face by buying a phone. Chinyu stepped outside. Hey, Xiaoyu, just listen to me. Do you get a commission or something? Trust me, it's fine. Just buy a little. Buy what? The toilet paper feels like blades. If I wipe once, I'll need a Band-Aid. Chinyu ignored the discussion and walked straight out. At 4:30 in the afternoon, in the dormitory building of the police department, outside the door of the first criminal investigation team, room 2, Chi Lin smiled and called out to a few people inside. Third, brother, the newcomer is back. Inside, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards. The leader looked up at Chinyu when he heard Chi Lin's voice. Come in. The two entered the room, and Chinyu scanned the surroundings. The room was less than 30 square meters, but it contained 6 bunk beds, 12 beds in total, 2 shared metal lockers, and many personal items. It looked quite crowded, but overall it was relatively tidy, at least without any particularly bad odors. Chinyu, let me introduce you. This is third brother, our action group leader, Chi Lin said politely, pointing out the other's identity. Third brother has been here for 3 years, with outstanding skills, and is Captain Yuan's right-hand man. Third brother, this is Chinyu, our new brother. Hello, third brother. Chinyu smiled and extended his hand. The third brother, with a buzz cut, glanced at Chinyu while holding a card, gave a symbolic nod, and asked, where are you from? From the planned area. Chinyu replied truthfully. The third brother was taken aback. Planned area? What did you do there? I helped the boss deliver some goods, mainly daily necessities. On the run? That's not too hard. No. I was just responsible for driving to a driver. The surprise in third brother's eyes faded, replaced by a lazy tone as he asked, what connections did you use to get into the police department? A friend made a call. I paid my way into the police department. Huh, so you bought your way in? Third brother said, lowering his gaze to focus on his cards. All right, just wait for Captain Yuan to return to arrange things. Chi Lin, let him take the bed by the window. Okay. Chi Lin turned to Chinyu and said, you could take the bed inside. Sure, Chinyu replied as he picked up his luggage, which he had left at the security office, along with the newly purchased daily necessities, and started to walk inside. Hey, wait a minute. Third brother turned to see the items Chinyu was carrying and called out. What is it, third brother? Chinyu turned back. Third brother glanced at the bag of daily necessities in Chinyu's hand. Where did you buy these? I forgot the name, just a store next to the unit. Chinyu casually responded. Third brother, still playing cards, asked expressionlessly, Chi Lin, why didn't you tell the newcomer where to buy things? Chi Lin felt a bit awkward at this. He didn't want to say in front of Chinyu that this guy didn't listen to advice, which would make him seem untrustworthy. But if he didn't say anything, it would look like he was inexplicably taking the blame. After a brief silence, Chinyu immediately interjected, Chi Lin told me to buy daily necessities across the street, but things were a bit expensive there. I didn't have much money left, so I went to buy them next door. Right, Third brother continued playing cards, leaving Chinyu hanging for a few seconds before replying, "Ah, it's fine, just make your bed." "Okay." Chinyu nodded and walked inside, opening his package to start arranging his bed. Lin stood by, helping to tidy up while quietly advising new recruits usually sleep in the upper bunk by the window because it's drafty over here. It gets pretty cold at night. Later, you can use your coat as a blanket for a while until more new recruits come in. What's the big deal? I've lived outdoors for months. Chinyu completely brushed it off, opening his luggage and discreetly pulling out 2 boxes of Chunghwa cigarettes and handing them to Lin. "What's this?" Lin was taken aback upon receiving the cigarettes. "I saw you smoking an e-cigarette earlier." Chinyu smiled and replied, "I don't have anything good on me, so I'm giving you these 2 boxes. Thanks for helping me out today." In this era where even food is a problem, traditional cigarettes are quite a luxury. Moreover, these are old brands from before the era. Most smokers haven't even seen them, let alone smoke them. Lin held 2 boxes of cigarettes, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he said, "You can get this stuff in the planning area?" "Zhonghua, I haven't seen this in years." "Poverty has its advantages." Chinyu smiled and said, "I'll handle it myself. You go ahead and get busy. I'll treat you to something later." "Thanks, bro." Lin didn't stand on ceremony and quickly stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket. Just as the two were talking, Lao San suddenly turned around, tilted his head, and smiled at Chinyu, saying, "Hey, you still have a good stuff, huh?" Chinyu didn't expect this guy had been watching him all along, so he was momentarily taken aback and replied, "A friend gave it to me." "Good stuff, we haven't seen it before," Lao San said with a sneer. Lin was momentarily stunned, but quickly took out 2 boxes of Zhonghua, bending slightly as he walked over, and said, "We're all brothers, let's share. Here, 1 for each of us." Chinyu gave Lin the cigarettes because the latter had accompanied him around for a small part of the day, and he felt a bit embarrassed, so he wanted to express his gratitude. But he didn't think he owed anyone in the room anything. However, now that Lao San had seen it and pointed it out, he considered that he would still have to live in this place in the future and didn't want to make things too awkward. So he thought for a moment and then took out another box of Zhonghua from his the card table. Lao San pushed Lin's arm away, saying, "This cigarette is too good. I've never smoked it before. I can't get used to it." Lin froze at the sound. Chinyu found this remark a bit prickly, frowned, and shoved the cigarettes back in his bag, continuing to tidy up his things. Lao San tossed down his cards, a smile on his face, and turned to Chinyu, saying, "We have a rule here. When a newcomer arrives, they work 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, you'll be on duty. Is that okay?" Chinyu looked up at Lin at the mention of this, and the latter's eyes seemed to dodge. He quickly realized something. "Sangu, how are the shifts arranged?" "Just back to back, daytime in the team, nighttime on the streets," Lao San said, taking a sip from his cup. "Is there overtime pay, haha?" Chinyu asked again. "That's just the rule of our team. There's no overtime pay," Lao San replied without even looking up. "Shall you, if we have to do 3 shifts, let's just do it. I'll find someone to cover for you for 2 days. Lin hesitated for a long time, glanced at the Zhonghua cigarettes in his hand, and finally mustered the courage to say, "Something that you're quite righteous, Xiao Qi," said a young man sitting to the left of Lao San with a laugh. "We're all brothers. We help each other out." Lin smiled. Lao San put down his cup, pointed at Lin, and said, "Once he gets his uniform, you tell him how the shifts are arranged." "Okay," Lin nodded. "Sangu, I can't take this shift," Chinyu suddenly said. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Lao San licked his lips and tilted his head, looking at Chinyu, asking, "Newcomers can take shifts. Why can't you?" "I have a heart condition. I can't handle staying up late." "That's fine. I'll prepare some quick-acting heart pills for you. You'll just take the 3 shifts." "I said I can't take it," Chinyu replied with a smile. "Damn it." Lao San's expression darkened immediately after being retorted by the newcomer twice in a row. "Who do you think you are? Everyone else can take shifts. Why can't you?" Sangu, we're all brothers. What's this about? Let's talk nicely." "Haha." Lin stepped forward to mediate. Bang! Lao San punched Lin on the shoulder. "You're a piece of work. Do you have a say in this? Who's your brother?" Lin clenched the cigarette in his hand, feeling disheartened as he stood there, unable to decide whether to speak or to leave. Lao San led 4 people forward, tilting his head to look at Chinyu. "Next week, the whole week is your shift. Whenever you have a heart attack, that's when it ends, understood?" Chapter 2. Just arrived and already in trouble in the dormitory. Qin Yu squinted at Lao San and the others in front of him, responding succinctly. I understand what you're saying, but it's not my job. I can't do it. What's the matter? Do you have relatives in high places at your company? Lao San grinned and grabbed Qin Yu by the collar, saying, You just got here and you're already trying to stir things up. Are you capable of that? Don't touch me. Huh? Are you a cactus or something? I'm touching you. What's wrong with that? Lao San, who was also quite robust, raised his right arm and threw a punch at the side of Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu sidestepped and pulled back, quickly locking Lao San's wrist with both hands, while his right leg swung out to the side. Bang! Crash! A deafening sound erupted as Lao San was thrown onto the bed, his head hitting the iron railing. Beat him up! Lao San yelled, covering his head. Qin Yu bent down, leaned into one layer of bedding, grabbed Lao San by the collar with his left hand, and instantly raised his right leg, kneeing toward Lao San's temple. Bang! Lao San's head jerked back and hit the wall with a loud thud. Beat him to death. If anything happens, it's on me. As his words fell, everyone rushed in. Qin Yu, however, swiftly darted out from the bedding, retreating 2 steps. His back pressed against the corner between the windowsill and the bed, his body slightly hunched. Lao San got up and casually pulled a retractable baton off the wall as he stepped toward Qin Yu, muttering curses under his breath. You little brat think you can just come in and cause trouble. Just then, the slightly ajar door was pushed open, and a woman in a light green police uniform shouted loudly, What's going on? Hearing her voice, everyone turned their heads in unison. Lao San was taken aback, wiped the blood from his forehead, and immediately smiled, saying, Sister Wen, I heard you making noise from the hallway. What are you doing, trying to kill someone? The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, slightly shorter in stature, but with a pretty face, an oval face, and big eyes that looked very lively. It's nothing. A new kid just arrived. We were just chatting. Lao San grinned back. The woman scanned the room. Her eyes filled with annoyance as she glared at Lao San and spat. Why are you so domineering? Did he offend you just because he just got here? No. I asked him to take shifts, but he refused and even cursed at me. Lao San casually put down the baton and explained while grinning. You guys have been playing cards during your shifts. I caught you a few times. Sister Wen shot Lao San a glare, reminding him impatiently. If you make any more noise, don't say I didn't T-note it down. Got it, Sister Wen. Lao San note that, VP then. Sister Wen didn't bother entering the dorm. She just stood at the door and shouted at Qin Yu. You're the new guy, right? Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Why didn't you go get your uniform? I went earlier, but no one was there. Qin Yu replied innocently. Sister Wen glared, Bullshit. I've been in the office the whole time. Qin Yu was taken aback. Oh, I must have missed it. Come with me to get your uniform. Sister Wen tossed out a command and turned to leave. Okay. Qin Yu nodded immediately, bending down to grab his luggage and heading out while calling to Qi Lin. Come with me. Qi Lin, unsure of how to deal with Lao San, immediately followed him out upon hearing this. In the dormitory, Lao San sat up, rubbing the large bump on the back of his head, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, saying this bastard knows how to fight, hits pretty hard. Are you okay, third brother? Lao San said nothing, lowered his head, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, are you in the office? It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you, does that Qin Yu who just joined our team have any connections? None? Are you sure? Okay, I got it. In the corridor, Sister Wen asked Qin Yu while standing with her hands behind her back, do you have someone backing you? Qin Yu was taken aback. No. If you don't, just be honest. The environment here is very complicated. Sister Wen reminded him with a stern yet caring tone. Try not to clash with them too much. Do more work and you won't get in trouble. Thank you, Sister Wen. Qin Yu nodded. Sister Wen stopped talking and took Qin Yu to the first-floor warehouse, where she picked out a set of police uniforms, a set of training gear, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton before leaving gracefully. In the first-floor lobby, Qi Lin looked at his watch and said, I have to go deliver some materials in a bit, so I won't be able to accompany you. Just go back and say some soft words. Don't cause any more trouble. That Lao San has connections with Captain Yuan. If you offend him, you want to have a good time later. Okay, I understand. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. If you're free tonight, let us go out for dinner together. Yeah. If I have time, I'll come find you. Qi Lin readily agreed. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu picked up his things and returned to the dormitory. But by then, Lao San and the others had already left, leaving only 2 people inside. They glanced coldly at Qin Yu before continuing to chat on the bed. Yu scanned the two of them, casually returned to his bed, and swiftly organized his belongings, completely ignoring them. As time passed, it was around 7 o'clock in the evening. Yu finished packing up, and, noticing that Lin still hadn't come to find him, decided to go out for a walk to familiarize himself with the surroundings and grab some dinner. Yu got out of bed, pulled out a waist bag from under his pillow, strapped it on, and stepped outside. "Oh, excuse me." Just as Yu stepped out, he bumped into Lin, who was hurrying by. The two of them froze for a moment, and Lin immediately explained, "I had a meeting. Sorry for being late." "What are you up to?" "I thought you weren't coming. I was just about to go out for a stroll and grab something to eat." Yu greeted with a smile. "Let's go eat together. I have a friend who happens to want to discuss something today. Is that okay with you? We can go together." Lin asked. "Sure." Yu hesitated for a moment and replied, "Whatever. Let us go together." "Good." After a few brief exchanges, the two of them headed downstairs together and met another young man at the lobby door. Lin's friend was named Li Fuguwei, nicknamed Old Cat. According to the old-timers in the police department, he had some connections with Officer Li, but the two rarely interacted, so no one really knew the nature of their relationship. Moreover, this guy was known for being quite unruly. One of the most outrageous things he did was getting drunk and openly soliciting on duty, insisting on a beauty pageant, which led to him being caught by the inspection team. However, the one who orchestrated the incident was only penalized with a reprimand and a half-month administrative suspension, while the two colleagues who had always had a strained relationship with him ended up in serious trouble and were forced to resign, stripped of their uniforms. Although his nickname seemed a bit uncool, Old Cat was actually quite handsome. If Yu had a resolute demeanor with a spirited look, Old Cat had a charming rogue vibe, somewhat resembling the popular Zhang Yishan from before. When the three met, Lin briefly introduced, "This is Old Cat, a friend who usually looks out for me. This is Yu, our new intern officer. I heard he got into it with Lao San as soon as you arrived." Old Cat asked with a smirk, hands in his pockets. "Does your brother have a bit of a temper?" "Not really, just had a bit of a spat." Yu felt Old Cat was a bit blunt and responded vaguely, "I'm also annoyed with them. They should just do their jobs." Old Cat scoffed. "The whole first team is full of punks, just doing pointless stuff." Yu felt a bit speechless upon hearing this, glancing at Lin, who scratched his head and explained, "Old Cat is just like that, he speaks his mind." "Where are we eating?" Old Cat asked. "I just got here, so I don't know where the good food is." Yu said softly, "You guys pick the place." "Who's treating?" The Old Cat blinked his clever little eyes and asked quietly again, "I'll treat, haha." Yu smiled. "Oh, you're treating." The Old Cat waved his big hand. "Let's go to Urgi's place." "Don't go, it's quite expensive," Lin advised. "Are you spending your money?" The Old Cat retorted with a sideways glance. It's fine, I still have some change in my pocket, enough for a meal." Yu actually felt a bit pained inside, because in this day and age, resources are very scarce, especially for vegetables and grains that require a lot of land to cultivate, which are indeed luxurious items. For those compatriots in the planned area who are neglected, they have to work hard just to get a meal. So go to a restaurant might not happen even once a year for most poor people. But while Yu felt pity, he also understood that since he was new here, he needed to make some friends, and necessary social expenses couldn't be avoided, especially since he currently had a stable job. After the three discussed where to go, they walked along the road for about 2 kilometers and found a restaurant called Little Tavern. Yu stood by the roadside, glanced at the restaurant's facade, and unconsciously touched his wallet, feeling another wave of heartache. "Let's go," the Old Cat called out and stepped up the stairs. At that moment, a loud engine noise suddenly erupted from the roadside, followed by an old-looking off-road vehicle stopping at the entrance. The three turned their heads at the sound, and the Old Cat, with a look of astonishment, commented, "What family is this driving a gasoline car?" In this year, gasoline cars had become very rare, as most of the land had turned into no man's land, either cold or with deadly radiation, and oil could not be extracted, making it a very scarce resource. Which is why the Old Cat was so surprised. After the off-road vehicle stopped by the roadside, 4 men and 1 girl got out and walked toward the restaurant. "Let's go in." Yu, who had seen some sights in the planned area, glanced at the gasoline car twice and turned to head toward the restaurant's main entrance. However, the Old Cat remained rooted in place, his eyes fixated on the girl among the 4 men, grinning as he said, "Pretty, good-looking, beautiful." Upon hearing this, Yu turned around, glanced at the Old Cat's flirtatious gaze, and immediately urged, "Let us go." She came with the guys. Among the four men, the girl blinked her beautiful big eyes, looked around, and then lowered her head, saying, "I need to go to the bathroom." "Don't cause trouble. Hurry up." A very short, middle-aged man scolded, his accent harsh with a hint of Japanese. Buzz. At the same time, Chi Lin's phone in his pocket rang twice. He took out his phone, glanced at the text message, and then looked at Chinyu, his expression complex. Chapter 3. Unreliable Li Fugue inside the restaurant. After Chinyu and the others sat down, Old Cat ordered 3 dishes of Chinese food, 2 meat and 1 vegetarian, along with a bottle of the cheapest half-pound white liquor. "You don't have to save money for me. Let's order a couple more dishes," Chinyu said, being somewhat hypocritical. "Forget it. You just got here and don't have a salary yet. This is enough," Old Cat replied. Although he spoke a bit bluntly, it was clear he meant well. He rubbed his somewhat dry and cold palms and looked up at Chinyu, asking, "I heard you came from the planning area?" "Yes," Chinyu nodded. "It's not easy over there, right?" "Not really. People are just afraid of change," Chinyu smiled. "Once you adapt, it's the same anywhere." That's true. The 3 of them were all young, and there were no generational gaps in their conversation. Moreover, both Old Cat and Chinyu were cheerful people who loved a joke, so they quickly became familiar with each other. During their chat, Chinyu noticed another detail. Chi Lin, whether through body language or tone, was somewhat subservient to Old Cat, always in a low posture. After the food and drinks arrived, Chinyu raised his glass and said, "Once we sit down, we're friends. Since I'm new here, let's take care of each other. There's nothing to take care of. In this day and age, if you have skills, you can eat well anywhere. If you don't, it doesn't matter who takes care of you," Old Cat replied honestly and then raised his glass, grinning, adding, "But we should definitely hang out more. Just because you dare to face off against Old San and the others, we can be friends." Hee hee. Chinyu laughed. "Cheers." 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 The 3 raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. "Come on, let's pour a bit more." Chi Lin wiped his mouth and picked up the bottle to refill Old Cat's glass. "Old brother, about that thing I mentioned last time, can you help with it?" Old Cat rolled his eyes at the sound, teasingly picking up a small piece of beef with his chopsticks. "You're too cunning. Little you is treating, and you're asking him for help. Did all your cleverness go into that?" Chi Lin didn't feel embarrassed in response, scratching his head and saying, I'm a bit tight on money." "Damn, when have you not been tight?" Old Cat frowned and continued eating. "Sigh, about that matter, I asked. But there are no vacancies in the civil service right now. If you want to get in, you'll have to pray. But you don't have the money for that. So just wait." Chinyu was taken aback and curiously asked, "Why do you have to go for the civil service?" "Because he's timid," Old Cat replied with a sneer. "Last year, during the report to the higher-ups, we lost 35 people in 6 months. The world is too chaotic now. He feels insecure in the first team and wants a lighter job." "Oh, I see." Chinyu didn't show any surprise because the security environment here was much more stable compared to the planning area. Old Cat turned to Chi Lin, looking at him with a bit of disdain. "Chi Lin, you need to understand one thing. The environment has changed. If you don't fight and work hard, when will you ever turn things around? I got you into the civil service, but if you don't have connections, you'll be pushed out eventually. There's a saying, times create heroes. We don't have to look far. Just look at Yuan-Ke's big brother. Before the 9th Special Zone was established, what was he? But when the world got chaotic, he rose up, and now no one dares to mess with him in this area. He married 6 wives. Who did he rely on? No one, right? I can't compare to him." Chi Lin grinned. "I just want to live without illness or disaster, enough to support my mom and sister." "That's all you aspire to?" Old Cat replied somewhat exasperatedly. "I thought getting you into the first team would give you some opportunities to make it on your own. But instead, you're just washing socks and pouring tea for others. With your attitude, it's no wonder people take a swing at you when they're bored. You don't even have an equal status, and you're talking about networking? Is that how friendships are made?" Chi Lin lowered his head and remained silent. "Sigh, with his cowardly personality, your dad named you Chi Lin. I'm so outstanding, yet my mom calls me Li Fugue. Where's the logic in that?" Old Cat shook his head and sighed. "All right, let's stop talking about this and chat about something else." Chinyu tried to ease the atmosphere. With that, Chi Lin didn't bring up the job transfer matter again. The 3 continued to drink and chat, and time flew by. As it neared 9 in the evening, Chi Lin glanced at the new message on his phone and quickly said, "I have something at home. I need to leave first. See you tomorrow." "Aren't we drinking a bit more?" Chinyu asked. No, I have to go back. Let me walk you out. No need, I can go by myself. Take care. All right. After a few casual exchanges, Chi Lin hurriedly left with his phone, while Chinyu stayed with Old Cat to continue drinking. Old Cat, the fact that we can sit together and drink means we're friends, Chinyu said, his face slightly flushed. So let's give Chi Lin a bit of face in the future. Am I scolding him? I'm trying to motivate him. Old Cat excitedly tapped the table, speaking bluntly. This guy, if he stays kneeling, he'll never stand up. Do you understand? Chinyu nodded thoughtfully. In the police force, he's my only friend. And I see him getting anxious, Old Cat said, and then shook his head. Forget him for now. I need to handle some serious business. What business? Chinyu was taken aback. I observed that girl from earlier. She probably doesn't have any romantic ties with those 4 guys. Old Cat blinked and whispered, I think it's time to make a move. Chinyu was a bit confused. Which girl? Damn, how are you so clueless? The one who just got out of the car at the entrance. Old Cat grinned. She looks amazing. Hey, doesn't Tishi remind you of that old actress, John Ji-hyun? Tall with long legs? Chinyu broke out in a cold sweat. Buddy, take it easy. Things aren't like they used to be. It's pretty chaotic now. It's fine, I'll go give it a try. Old Cat rubbed his hands together, stood up with a mischievous grin, and walked over to the table near the window. Outside, Chi Lin stood by the roadside, took a couple of puffs from his electronic cigarette, and hesitated for a long time before pulling out his phone to call Chinyu. But as his thumb pressed on the screen, he remembered that Chinyu's new phone hadn't been synced with the contact system yet, so he could only pull up Old Cat's number. Inside the restaurant, Old Cat smoothed his little hairstyle and walked up to the table by the window, smiling at the girl. Hey there, beautiful. Are you out for dinner with family? The girl had been looking out the window continuously, and when she heard Old Cat call her, she turned back with a puzzled look. Do you need something? Well, I'm the director of a TV station star anchor program, and we're holding auditions. Would you be interested in learning more? Old Cat asked, spinning a tall tale. As soon as he finished speaking, the short, middle-aged man sitting opposite looked at his companion with a strange gaze and asked in Japanese, Is it for delivery? The companion glanced at Old Cat and frowned slightly. He's not speaking in code. While the two were talking, the girl had come back to her senses and eagerly responded to Old Cat. Is it really a TV station? What a coincidence. I'm actually studying hosting. Old Cat didn't expect the girl to be so receptive, and his eyes lit up as he excitedly said, That's great. Do you have your contact information? Leave me a number, and we could discuss it privately later. As he spoke, Old Cat had already pulled out the phone he had prepared earlier to hand to the girl. But this phone is for personal use, not the one purchased by the police department. The girl took the phone and was about to input the number. Bang! The short, middle-aged man stood up, grabbed the girl's arm, and frowned slightly. Give the phone back to him, it's time to eat. Uncle, I'm quite interested, the girl said with a smile as she looked up. I told you to give the phone back. The short, middle-aged man repeated. Old Cat tilted his head and glanced at the other person, smiling brightly. I'm really from the TV station. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. The girl hesitated for a moment and immediately returned the phone to Old Cat, saying with a smile, Then forget it, sorry about that. Seeing the girl so agreeable, Old Cat was initially delighted, but the sudden appearance of the humorless goblin interrupted him, making him feel quite angry, and he opened his mouth to argue again. Forget it. Thank you, the girl insisted. Old Cat was taken aback, stared at the girl for 2 seconds, and then grinned, replying, If it's no good, then forget it. Sorry for the disturbance. A minute later, Old Cat bent down and sat across from Chinyu, his eyes strange. Did someone get kicked out? Chinyu asked, picking at his food. Old Cat blinked, kicked Chinyu under the table, and said quietly, Look down. Chinyu was stunned, looked down at the table, and saw that Old Cat was holding his phone in his right hand, speaking softly. Look at the screen. Chinyu turned to see the dialing screen, with 959,595 being entered. What does that mean? Chinyu was a bit confused. Old Cat rubbed his face with his left hand and replied, Damn it. We've stumbled into something. What do you mean? The 4 men and the girl are definitely not together. She just kicked me under the table. Old Cat put away the phone and took a sip of his drink, but I can't tell what their angle is. But something is definitely off. That girl wants us to save her. At the dining table by the window, the short man glanced at his watch, his expression stern as he whispered to his companions. Was that person who just came by a coincidence or a test? Hard to say. His companion shook his head. Looks a bit dazed. The short man cast a somewhat anxious glance at Old Cat. Time's up, we're leaving. All right, his companion nodded, coldly addressing the girl. Don't cause trouble. Come with us. The girl's fair forehead was beaded with fine sweat. She stole a glance at Old Cat before nodding in response. Not far away, Old Cat was rubbing his cheeks in frustration, quietly asking Chinyu, "What to do? Are we getting involved or not?" Creak. At the same time, a pure electric car stopped at the restaurant entrance. Chapter 4. The reluctant third brother. Chinyu had no interest in the 4 men and 1 woman at first. But after Old Cat mentioned them, he glanced toward the window. The 4 men were all dressed in shaggy fur coats, work pants, and worn-out leather boots. Their sharp eyes and exposed skins slightly reddened. "They don't look like they're from the special zone," Chinyu said, lowering his head to remind Old Cat. "How can you tell?" Old Cat asked curiously. "They're dressed too thickly, and they have frostbite," Chinyu replied succinctly. "They seem like raiders from the planned area." "What are raiders?" "People who make a living on the edge." Chinyu scratched his nose. Upon hearing this, Old Cat felt a bit uneasy. "So, are we just going to recklessly intervene? We probably can't handle them." "Did you bring a sidearm?" Chinyu asked. "Of course not. I came here to eat." Old Cat shook his head. "Then I suggest we don't act just yet." Chinyu frowned in thought. "Let us call the team." While the two were quickly exchanging words, the 4 men had already stood up with the girl and started to settle the bill, preparing to leave. "Damn it, they're leaving." Old Cat's hand trembled as he raised his wine glass, nervously stuttering. "Should we follow them?" "Where are you, Neza? Do you have a windfire wheel?" Chinyu responded, speechless. "They drove here, and you're going to chase them on foot? Are you kidding me?" "I forgot." Chinyu glanced at the 4 men, his brow slightly furrowing as he added, "If those 4 raiders are really up to something, they definitely have weapons on them. Even if we jump out, we won't be able to stop them." Old Cat was actually quite nervous because, although he was in a frontline task force, those men were on another level. Dangerous work was not something he was used to. So, usually, the guns below were much more effective than the ones in hand. And he hadn't participated in any large-scale real-life arrests. Yet, even so, he said to Chinyu, "If we were ordinary people, it would be fine. But wearing these uniforms, we can't just ignore them. Think of something quickly. We're unarmed, outnumbered, and it's too late to notify the team now." "I'll think of something." Chinyu was sweating profusely. "Unless a miracle happens, otherwise." Just then, the restaurant door opened, and 6 burly young men walked in. After scanning the surroundings, the lead man called out, "Chinyu." As soon as he spoke, Chinyu and Old Cat turned around in shock, their eyes wide as they looked at the group led by the third brother, almost simultaneously murmuring, "Wow, a miracle happened." The third brother was wearing a light green police uniform, leading his 5 brothers over, tilting his neck and puffing on an electronic cigarette as he scolded Chinyu. "You just got here, and you're already dining out. You must have something in your pocket, huh? Come out, I want to talk to you." "Third brother, did you come to check the case?" Before Chinyu could speak, Old Cat stepped forward and grabbed the other's arm. The third brother looked confused. "What case?" "Aren't you following us?" Old Cat asked, puzzled. "Yeah, I heard he was here," the third brother replied. "Then how many people did you bring? Are there still brothers outside?" The third brother was getting more and more confused. "What are you talking about? Are you stupid? I ran into him too. Why are you hiding it from me?" Old Cat slapped him on the arm, urgently asking, "Are we catching them here or outside?" "No, it seems like we're not talking about the same thing." The third brother pointed at Chinyu. "I came to find him." Old Cat was taken aback, subtly gesturing towards the 4 men at the bar. "Aren't we catching those guys?" "Catch them? What is wrong with them? That's too coincidental." Old Cat's forehead was beaded with sweat as he whispered, "Those 4 people have taken a girl hostage, and we just ran into it. I was just discussing what to do with Chinyu when you showed up. Forget everything else. Let us pin them down here. We have enough people." The third brother looked bewildered, stammering, "Damn it, I came to find Chinyu. Isn't this the jurisdiction of your team? Why are you still talking about finding Chinyu at a time like this?" Old Cat said quietly, "You figure out how to catch them." What can I see? I'm not prepared." The third brother was disheartened, looking up again at the 4 men. "I don't even know what they're doing." As soon as the third brother and his team entered the room, the 4 men had already spotted them. Seeing that these people were dressed in police uniforms and had met with Old Cat and Chinyu, they felt a bit nervous. The 4 exchanged glances and immediately squeezed the girl between them, lowering their heads and trying to leave. "Don't dawdle. Figure out how to catch them and give a plan." Old Cat's heart raced as he urged the third brother and the others. The third brother, feeling defeated, took a step back. This is your problem. I can't come up with a plan. You're the main force. We don't have anything on us. Main force my ass. The third brother was sweating heavily, turning to his police brothers. We can't just ignore it since we ran into them. Old Cat is a fool. If we leave, he'll easily report us. What do we do? Xiaohu, notify the team, and the others spread out a bit. The third brother instructed, lowering his head. Gwr, go up and check their IDs. If they don't have a long-term residence permit, they need a special zone entry permit. If they show any intent to act, open fire. Me? Go check. The young man named Gwr was nearly in tears. Let Old Cat go. They're not in uniform. You go. Damn it, this is really bad. Guya cursed, stealing himself and moving sideways to block the path of the four men. Blackstreet Police, show me your residence permit. The four stopped, expressionless, looking at the third brother and the others. The girl stood among the four, sweat streaming down her temples, her fists tightly clenched. I'm talking to you. Show me your residence permit, Guerra repeated. We're just here to stock up from the planned area, the short middle-aged man said in a low voice. We don't have a long-term residence permit. Show me your entry permit. Guerra extended his hand. Okay. The short man bent down to feel for something in his pocket. The third brother was also an experienced veteran. He glanced at the other's attire and unconsciously took a step back, his right hand feigning that he was going to pull back, but his intention was to reach for his gun. As the short man was just putting his hand into his pocket, the girl suddenly screamed, "Help me, they're kidnapping me." Don't move. Just as the words fell, the companion next to the short man flicked his sleeve, gripping a T-34 military hand grenade and shouted, "Pull the pin, and if you move, you'll all die." In an instant, the restaurant was thrown into chaos, with diners ducking for cover and scattering. The short man yanked the girl back, his expression unfazed as he said, "Cover me, I'll go out the back door." The third brother was sweating profusely, his right hand on his holster, pointing at the middle-aged man with the grenade. Don't get agitated, brother. If it hasn't gone off, that's one thing. If it does, that's another. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Old Cat suddenly sprang up, grabbing a bottle from the table and smashing it against the man's wrist with a loud bang. Swish! The middle-aged man stepped back, his expression extremely fierce, and without a moment's hesitation, he threw the grenade into the crowd. Chinyu suddenly sprang up, yanking Old Cat by the collar and pulling him back several steps. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, a crater forming on the ground. Countless fragments of bricks flying into the air, 2 tables blown apart, and 3 police officers were injured and fell to the ground from shrapnel and debris. Old 3 lay on the ground and shouted loudly, "Duck, shoot that guy with the thunder." Bang! Bang! With 2 gunshots echoing. Just as Old 3 was about to get up, a burst of blood mist suddenly erupted from his butt, and he fell back down with a thud. Damn it! Damn it! Old 3 frantically touched his butt and, seeing blood gushing out, glared and cursed, "I'll fuck your mom. Old Cat, you really are motherless." Chapter 5. The 3 Cannons, the King of Hell Jumps. After the explosion, Chinyu fell to the ground, shook his head, and asked the Old Cat, who was reeking of alcohol, "Are you okay?" Fortunately, Lao San and the others showed up. Otherwise, we would have been done for if we had fought each other. I have to say, Lao San and the others are indeed iron-blooded warriors. The Old Cat wiped the sweat off his forehead, still shaken. Seeing that he was fine, Chinyu immediately pushed him aside, turned his head to scan the surroundings, and then whispered to a colleague not far away, "Give me the gun." The other person ducked behind a wooden table, glancing at Chinyu with a terrified expression, clearly bewildered. "Give me the gun," Chinyu shouted again. The person snapped out of it and, without thinking, tossed the gun over Chinyu, then continued to crouch under the table. The gun was an 82911 model, but it had an M1911 mold, slightly modified with an increased magazine capacity of 9 rounds. A weapon used by frontline police squads. Chinyu had never handled such a gun before, having only seen it in magazines. However, the mechanics and feel of firearms are generally the same. He took a quick look at it, habitually removed the magazine to check, and then racked the slide, executing the motions smoothly and efficiently. With the gun in hand, Chinyu crouched and stood up, taking 2 sideways steps to create an angle, using his left arm as a brace while gripping the gun with one hand, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out. and the middle-aged man who had just thrown the grenade fell to the ground, his head exploding on impact. Yes, Chin Yu chose to kill rather than wound. The other party was fully armed and extremely ruthless. Leaving room for mercy could mean other casualties. After firing 3 shots, Chin Yu didn't look elsewhere but bent down. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, a barrage of bullets came flying in, shattering the wall around him. Chin Yu listened and discerned the positions, leaning forward and dashing outside to fire 2 shots, but his magazine was empty. Moreover, the 2 men on the other side reacted quickly, demonstrating high quality. One provided cover while the other kicked open a window and jumped out. They didn't leave through the door because they were unsure if the police were outside, but escaping through the window offered a degree of surprise. Noticing the 2 men fleeing, Chin Yu didn't pursue them, but instead ran up the stairs to the 2nd floor. In the lobby, Lao Sin was seated on the ground, his left hand clutching his buttocks, staring incredulously at Chin Yu, who had chosen to kill without batting an eye, looking a bit dazed. Damn, Lil Chin is so fierce. The old cat exclaimed as he got up and shouted to Lao San and the others. Chase them, help little Chin. He's by himself. Lao San shot him a sidelong glance, nearly exploding with anger. He felt that his bad luck was directly related to this Li Fugue. Whenever he ran into this guy, nothing good ever happened. On the 2nd floor, Chin Yu ran towards the back door, leaning down to peek out the window. Through the glass, he saw that the short, middle-aged man had dragged the girl across the street and into an alley of an old building. After deliberating for a moment, Chin Yu gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. No backup? It's just 1 person left. I can take a chance. Bang. Chin Yu opened the window, the cold wind rushing in, and jumped down. Upon landing, Chin Yu unleashed the speed his body was capable of, crossing the road in less than 3 seconds and positioning himself at the mouth of the alley, raising the gun and pulling the trigger. Bang! 2 shots rang out. Not far away, the short middle-aged man heard the gunfire and immediately pulled the girl to hide against the wall of the alley. Standing in the shadows with a furrowed brow, brothers from the planning area, Chin Yu shouted. The short middle-aged man looked down to check his firearm and replied in broken Chinese. Yes. The roads outside are starving people. We came into the city to make a living. Where did you spot us? I didn't spot you. It was a coincidence. Chin Yu replied truthfully. Can you lower your weapon? I have cash in my bag. Just say the word, and you can take it. The short middle-aged man licked his lips. Chin Yu blinked. I understand the roads outside are cold, but I'm wearing this outfit, and a coincidence happened. I can't just ignore it. I don't want the cash. Just leave the person. The short middle-aged man hesitated. I still have a goldfish in my pocket. I'll take the person away, and you can keep the cash in it. I can't do that. Chin Yu decisively refused. All right, I'll leave the person. After hesitating for a moment, the short middle-aged man pushed the girl. You walk ahead, slow at first, then speed up in 3 seconds. If you don't listen, I'll shoot you dead. Chin Yu licked his lips and peeked into the alley. Come over. The girl hesitated for a moment, but immediately stepped forward, and the footsteps inside the alley became chaotic. 3 seconds later, the girl quickened her pace. Chin Yu hesitated briefly, stepped into the alley, and waved. Hurry over. The girl looked up at Chin Yu, her eyes anxious as she shouted. He hasn't left. Just as she spoke, the short middle-aged man stepped out from the shadows, raising his hand to aim at the alley entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire erupted in the night, and the girl screamed, covering her head with her hands and crouching down. A second later, a dull thud echoed in the alley as the short middle-aged man fell to the ground. Chin Yu stood in front of the girl, cautiously not stepping inside, but raised his arm and without hesitation fired 2 more shots into the bandit's head. The girl was still shouting while covering her ears. Chin Yu ignored her, walked up to the short middle-aged man, kicked his head, then turned to look at the graze on his shoulder from a stray bullet, sighed in relief, and cursed. Cunning bastard. That was close. Damn, did I kill him? At the mouth of the alley, a familiar voice rang out. Chin Yu turned to see Lao San covering his butt, standing under the dim light. Where are the others? They're also chasing. The gunfire scattered them, and they ran to the left. Lao San gasped, turning back. Did you kill the bandit? Chin Yu blinked, stepped in front of Lao San, glanced around, suddenly reached out with his left hand, and yanked him into the alley. What the hell are you doing? Lao San was a bit dazed. Are you going to fight me? Qin Yu suddenly asked expressionlessly. Lao Sin was stunned, finally remembering that he had come to the restaurant to deal with Qin Yu. What did you want to talk to me about? Say it here. Qin Yu squinted and asked again. What do you mean? Qin Yu raised the gun and pointed it at Lao San's head. Damn it. Have you been to the planning area? When the army's grain truck passes through San Kanzu, Yin Wang Tiao, everyone has to get out and pay respects. I single-handedly came out from there, and now you want to teach me the rules? Huh. Lao Sin was stunned. Bang! A shot rang out, and he was terrified. A few seconds later, Lao Sin gasped and fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. Qin Yu tossed the gun onto Lao San. From now on, we have to do dangerous work together. Don't mess with me, or next time, I want to know who the gun is pointed at when I get scared. After speaking, Qin Yu walked over to the girl and asked, What trouble did you get into, sister? An hour and a half later, at the police hospital, Lao San lay on the operating table and answered the phone. Team Yuan. Where are you? Yuan Ko asked coldly. I'm at the hospital. Did you encounter a case at the restaurant? Yuan Ko asked again. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Lao San immediately began to boast. We were on a normal patrol and ran into some outlaws from outside the district at the Second Sister's restaurant. I could tell something was off at a glance, and I immediately went up to conduct a check, but who knew they pulled out guns? I took a look and realized this is a big case, so I took people to deal with them. Haha, the main culprit and an accomplice were shot dead on the spot, but 2 managed to escape. However, it's fine. The district has already ordered their capture. Hee hee. Team Yuan, I just heard from the department that the main culprit seems to be named Matsushita or something. He has been registered in the system as a major criminal for 4 years and has quite a few murders on him. Don't you think we brothers are quite lucky? Not only did we run into him, but we also shot him dead, solving a bunch of cold cases at once. Team Yuan, you must help me speak a good word for me with the director. This kind of major criminal who has no fixed abode. How can an ordinary person catch him? I've already been a second-level police officer for 2 years. It's time to move up. And besides, the case was taken by our team, so that brings glory to the whole department. Glory my ass. Team Yuan, why are you cursing? Cursing your mother. Is her mother dead? I really want to shoot you. Lao San was dumbfounded. Damn it. Matsushita was brought in by my brother, and just as the job was about to be done, you had to intervene. Yuan Ko gritted his teeth and cursed. You are truly useless. No, Team Yuan, listen to me. After Lao San was momentarily stunned, he explained with spittle flying, I was just bragging, let me rephrase. The real situation is that I was going to beat up Qin Yu, but unexpectedly ran into that idiot Lao Mao, who said there was a case. Beep beep. Yuan Ko had already hung up the phone. Chapter 6. Climbing up while stepping on Brother San in the police office building, in a team inquiry room. Qin Yu was twirling a pen in his right hand, softly asking the girl in front of him, Are you feeling better? The girl brushed her hair tips, her eyes looking somewhat dazed, with a look of lingering fear on her face. After hesitating for a while, she nodded. Qin Yu glanced at her condition, stood up, walked to the water dispenser, and poured her a cup of hot water, placing it on the table. Drink some water. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you could go to the hospital for a checkup. Thank you, but I don't need to go to the hospital. I have no external injuries. The girl picked up the cup of water, politely thanked him, and took a deep breath. You can ask now? Okay, then I'll ask. Qin Yu sat down again, took out the inquiry notebook, and began to take notes. Name? Lin Yinlei. Age? 20 years old. Gender? Lin Yinlei looked a bit confused. Can't you tell? There's a body camera recording. I have to ask. Qin Yu explained with a smile. Female. Place of residence? Lin Yinlei hesitated upon hearing this. Fongbei City. For the capital of the special zone. Huh? Yes. What are you doing here? Work or residency transfer? Although Qin Yu had never done inquiry work, the notebook had simple and understandable forms, which he quickly grasped. He was also worried about making mistakes during his first inquiry, so he asked very detailed questions. Work. After verifying her basic information, Qin Yu began to prepare to ask about the case. You were kidnapped. Where did it happen? Do you know who the perpetrators are? I'm not sure. I just came from. Lin Yinlei was about to answer questions regarding the case when the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Director Li, along with Old Cat and others, walked in. Qin Yu turned around to glance, immediately stood up to greet. Director Li, what brings you here? Just checking in. Director Li replied with his hands behind his back. Verifying the basic situation. Hello, Miss Lin. After nodding at Chinyu, Director Lee extended his palm politely to Lin Yinlei. I'm the police chief. My surname is Lee. Hello. Lin Yinlei nodded and shook hands with him. Someone from the online broadcast is here to pick you up. You can leave now. Director Lee contemplated for a while, then said with a smile, the case will be handled by us. The remaining 2 suspects won't escape. Chinyu felt a bit curious upon hearing this. As Director Lee hadn't been in the room earlier, yet he knew the girl's name and seemed not to intend to continue the inquiry, ready to let her go. For this reason, Chinyu looked at the girl a few more times. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure. Although her face was somewhat dirty and her hair was messy, it couldn't hide her exquisite features. Old Cat said that Lin Yinlei looked a bit like the previously popular Jun Ji-hyun, but Chinyu thought she was more attractive than her. Her eyes were bigger and more spirited, and her body proportions were better. Most importantly, the girl had very fair skin, crystal clear, like a porcelain doll. In this era, which child from a wealthy family could maintain themselves like this? Clearly, Director Lee's sudden visit, without even asking the basic inquiries, and preparing to let her go, definitely had its reasons. After a brief exchange with Director Lee, everyone went downstairs together. 5 minutes later, downstairs, a few middle-aged men got out of a pure electric car, chatted warmly with Director Lee, and hurriedly took Lin Yinlei away. Chinyu glanced at the pass on the windshield of the car and saw it was from the publicity department of Songjiang City. After everyone watched Lin Yinlei leave, Director Lee stepped aside and made a few phone calls, then turned back and called out, "You come to my office." "What's going on?" Chinyu turned to ask Old Cat. Old Cat scratched his nose and replied quietly, "You really stepped in dog poop, coming here and getting noticed by the higher-ups already." "Well, it's normal. Capable people will do well anywhere." Hearing this, Chinyu felt reassured. A few minutes later, in the office, Director Lee patted Chinyu on the shoulder and sighed. "I said you had some quality, but I didn't expect you to shine so quickly. It was a coincidence." Chinyu grinned. Long face, really long face. Director Lee could not hide his joy, pacing around the room, jokingly scolding. This Matsushita is involved in quite a few major cases, and he is someone the headquarters specifically wants to catch. But he went to the planning area 2 years ago, and the higher-ups couldn't catch him. But he got caught by you right after he returned. Tomorrow at the meeting, I can boast at the bureau. You just arrived and already boosted my spirits. Worth praising. Chinyu listened quietly, not responding. Alas, Director Lee bent down to sit on the chair, lowered his head to light a cigarette that Chinyu had given him, his expression somewhat regretful as he continued. If this were someone else, they could jump directly from a third-level officer to a first-level one, and with the corresponding level down. Becoming a team leader wouldn't be a problem at all. But it's a bit difficult for you. You've just arrived, and the data entry system hasn't even been 24 hours. If I push you hard, there might be gossip. Old Cat immediately defended Chinyu. Merit isn't something that can be forced onto someone. It's earned through hard work. Who caught Matsushita? Who took him down? Who rescued the hostage? These are all obvious things, so what are you afraid of gossip for? If you listen to others' nonsense, then you might as well not be a chief. Use some brains when you talk to me. The usually calm Director Lee awkwardly glanced at Chinyu and immediately scolded Old Cat. Old Cat blinked and stopped speaking. Xiao Qin, the credit is yours. No one can take it away. But the situation in the department is a bit complicated. You've just arrived, and if I push you up, it would indeed affect things negatively. Director Lee looked at Chinyu expressionlessly and said, "But we have a long way to go. We'll take it slow. Director, you've helped me a lot. I'm content." Chinyu smiled. "It doesn't matter. Within a month, I'll promote you from an intern officer to third level. Tomorrow I'll have someone write the case report and send it to the police department. I estimate that getting a third-class merit award shouldn't be a problem. Once the certificate comes down, it will be natural for you to be promoted to second level by the end of the year." Director Lee pondered for a while and continued. "For now, you can't be a team leader because you've been here too short. There's not even a familiar person in the team. Suddenly becoming a team leader would make no one respect you. How about this? I'll talk to Yuan Ku and have you be the deputy team leader. This appointment is decided by the department and doesn't go into the system. So it has no title, but once you get familiar, I'll find a vacancy and promote you officially. Additionally, for this case, I'll give you a bonus of 3,000, and at the end of the month, I'll also give you an advanced personal award." "Thank you, Director." Qin Yu was already very pleased with this result and immediately saluted in thanks. All right then, let us go with that. Director Li waved his hand. You two can go. Take care. Let us go. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu and Old Cat left together. Director Li took a sip of water and was just about to get up to go home when the phone rang. Hello, Li. I'd like to ask about the case report. How should we write about the situation with Old San? Should we consider Captain Yuan's factors? Director Li pondered for a moment. I've heard some about his situation. This kid didn't he go to the restaurant to catch people? How about this, you emphasize? The next day at noon, in the hospital. What did the higher-ups say? Old San lay on the hospital bed, asking colleague. The medical expenses for the injuries will be fully covered by the department. And we will also apply to the police department to strive for a collective third-class merit for our team. Economic rewards. Aside from Qin Yu, each seriously injured participant receives 5,000, while those who are not injured receive 3,000. A colleague mumbled in a low voice. Lao San was stunned for a long time after hearing this. What about Qin Yu and Lao Mao? I don't know about Lao Mao. The colleague shook his head and replied, but I heard that Director Li has already promised Qin Yu that he will definitely be promoted to a second-level officer by the end of the year and will also apply for a third-class merit for him. And the office has already notified the team to let him be the deputy team leader. Upon hearing this, Lao San's head buzzed as he asked, is there still any law? Is there still fairness? Is this Qin Yu really Director Li's illegitimate child? I contributed the most, got hit the hardest, and when a bullet came flying, I thought we would all meet at the martyr cemetery in the future, but in the end, the one who benefited was a rookie who just joined? Why? Why does the director apply for a third-class merit for him, but only a collective third-class merit for me? Look at the bullet wound on my butt. If I hadn't dodged quickly, that bullet would have gone straight into my rectum. In the end, the director only gave a 5,000 bonus. What does this mean? I'm just asking you, what does this mean? What good does it do to ask me? The colleague rolled his eyes. Someone on the team spoke up for you, but Director Li shot it down with one sentence. The death toll is a hard indicator. Whoever it happens under is credited for it. Moreover, Qin Yu didn't even shoot on the spot. He chased someone down and killed them. And what were we doing at the restaurant? The higher-ups are also clear about that. Don't say anymore. Lao San was too tired to listen. Lying on the bed with a weary face, muttering, my mom has always said since I was little, I have bad luck. Lao San was very indignant. He felt that Qin Yu had robbed him of the credit he deserved. But in fact, Qin Yu was also a bit wronged, because the biggest beneficiary of this incident was not him, but Lao Mao, who Director Li didn't even mention before. The first-level officer directly became a third-level sergeant. At the same time, there was an internal position adjustment, and he quietly became the deputy captain of Team 3. With the application for a third-class merit approved within a day. Not many people in the office knew about this, but those who did heard it privately speculating about the relationship between Lao Mao and Director Li, including Qin Yu. They also lamented that working hard can't compare to being lucky, and being lucky can't compare to controlling one's destiny. The day after the small storm ended, Lao San's backing, Yuan Ku, boarded the train returning to Songjiang City. Chapter 7 Meeting Captain Yuan. Although Qin Yu had tasted some sweetness from the Songxia case and received praise from Director Li, his position in the team did not improve. Instead, among the 45 members of Team 1, most of his colleagues treated him like air. Apart from Qi Lin, Lao Mao, and a few marginalized colleagues who were closer to him, the core members of Team 1 mostly faced him with cold expressions. If it were just outsiders treating Qin Yu this way, he could endure it, but even his roommates, whom he had to live with day and night, were playing silent treatment with him. While these people did not confront him, they also did not speak to him. Whenever Qin Yu entered the room, everyone either fell silent instantly or collectively left, and as soon as he left, they all returned to play cards or chat. The way everyone treated Qin Yu was simply because he had offended Lao San, acting like a thorn in their side, and he had just come in and snatched the credit, which inevitably made some people jealous. If it were someone else, they might regret offending Lao San. But Qin Yu felt none of that, as he had a naturally cold personality, and not everyone could get close to him. Moreover, he did not believe that by flattering others and bending over backward, he could integrate into any circle. He felt that living in such an environment, if one was overly weak, it would only foster an insatiable mentality in others. If Lao San could suppress him once, he could do it 100 times. Today, he silently accepted being scheduled for 3 consecutive days, and next time, Lao San might even schedule him for 4 days straight. If this continued, he might end up washing others' clothes and taking care of the dormitory hygiene, which was absolutely unacceptable to Chinyu. Facing the cold treatment from his colleagues, Chinyu felt indifferent, but continuing to stay in the dormitory was indeed a bit awkward. After all, everyone lived under one roof. And if no one respected each other and they faced each other with cold expressions every day, it would definitely affect one's mood. The Songxia case had earned Chinyu a bonus of 3,000 yuan, which was unexpected, so as soon as the money came through, he decided to rent a place to live alone. Since everyone did not get along, it was better to be out of sight and out of mind. However, Chinyu was unfamiliar with the local situation and could only ask Lao Mao to help him find a place. The conditions were that it should not be too expensive, have electricity, and be livable. Lao Mao thought Chinyu was tough and straightforward, and he got along well with him, so he readily agreed to help. The next day, as Chinyu entered the office, preparing to find someone to hand over, someone outside suddenly shouted, "Chinyu, Captain Yuan wants you in the cafeteria." Chinyu turned around at the sound, and just as he wanted to ask the person who called out, he found that they had already left, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. He chuckled to himself, picked up his coat, and walked out of the office. In the cafeteria, after inquiring with the staff, Chinyu looked up and saw Captain Yuan sitting by the window. Yuan Ke was about 1.78 or 1.79 meters tall, slim, with fair skin and handsome looks. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes, with the inner corners slightly drooping like a crescent moon and the outer corners slightly raised, giving people the impression that his eyes were smiling. It created a good first impression. "Hello, you must be Captain Yuan? I am Chin Igreku." "Haha, hello." Yuan Ku smiled and stood up to shake hand with Chinyu. "Originally, I should have come to pick you up the day before yesterday, when you just arrived in the team, but unfortunately, I wasn't in Songjiang a few days ago and just got back today. I heard about it and know you want to phone Bay for a meeting. Have you settled in?" Yuan Ke gestured for Chinyu to sit down. "Yes, all the necessary procedures have been completed." Chinyu sat down opposite Yuan Ke. "That's good." Yuan Ke personally poured a glass of water for Chinyu and said with a smile, "Haha, I heard about the kidnapping case. You've given Team 1 some face." "It was just luck, a bit of coincidence," Chinyu said with a smile. "This morning, I spoke with Director Li, and he told me about your situation." Yuan Ke casually shifted the topic. Usually, when criminals like those from Songxia are captured, the main investigators are definitely recognized, and those below the rank of captain can at least get promoted one step. So, Director Li's idea was to have you directly take on the role of team leader and be promoted to a second-level officer. But since you just arrived, and it seems a bit coincidental that you ran into this case, if we push too hard, it might lead to speculation. So, Li, and I thought it would be better for you to wait a bit. Don't rush. We have plenty of time. Yes, Director Li mentioned this situation to me. Haha, I'm not in a hurry. Chinyu responded, following the other party's lead. Just arrived, so I need to adapt to the environment first. No worries. What is meant to be yours, I will definitely fight for it for you. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, the cafeteria staff brought out 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, which included beef and some expensive vegetables. This made Chinyu feel that Yuan Ke was quite generous and at least seemed like an open-minded person. During work hours, we can't drink, so let's just have a simple meal. Yuan Ke poured more water for Chinyu. This is good enough. Don't just stare, eat while it's hot. Okay. As they spoke, the two of them began to eat, and Yuan Ke also glanced at Chinyu with his peripheral vision. He found that this young man who had come out of the planning area was not intimidated. He didn't eat ravenously, but also showed no signs of restraint. Xiaoqin, you're going to the 3rd group in the team, Yuan Ke said after a moment of silence. The original group leader of this group was dealt with internally for dereliction of duty and embezzlement, and now no one is managing it. So you can act as the temporary group leader. Chinyu was taken aback. That one do. Director Li said I was to be the deputy group leader. The acting group leader is actually at the deputy level, and Director Li's original intention was to promote you to a second-level officer. Once your title is approved, we can remove the acting from it. Yuan Ke replied with a smile. It's easy to handle matters within our team. Then thank you, Captain Yuan, for your support. Xiaoqin, this police department isn't something I run myself, But this captain was brought up by everyone. Without the 40 to 50 brothers in Team 1 working hard on cases behind me, how would I Yuan Ku have the face to speak with directly? Yuan Ku spoke succinctly, full of generosity and righteousness. Now that you're here, you're one of my people. You support me, and I'll take care of you. That is how it should be. We don't need to be polite. If you have any issues in the future, just bring them up with me. Whatever you deserve, I will do my best to fight for you. We eat from the same pot, just different roles. But the essence is the same, to live a little better in this chaotic environment. Qin Yu initially thought that since he had offended Lao San, he would be seen as a thorn in Yuan Ku's eyes. Even if he wouldn't openly deal with him, he would at least throw some small shoes for him to wear to assert dominance. But unexpectedly, what Yuan Ku said today was very straightforward, with no airs of authority or pretentiousness, which warmed his heart. Captain Yuan, since you said that, I'll raise my glass to you as a toast with water instead of wine. Qin Yu is not someone who didn't know how to appreciate kindness. He raised his glass and said earnestly, in the future, in Team 1, I will do my utmost to do a good job. As soon as he finished speaking, the two downed their drinks. After putting down the glasses, Yuan Ku wiped his mouth, looked at Qin Yu, and said, All right, we've finished the pleasantries. Let's talk about work. Sure, go ahead. This morning, the police department issued a wanted notice, and a few big criminals have appeared in the planning area. They might show up on the black market. This task has been assigned to Team 1, and I came back to organize personnel to prepare to monitor them. Yuan Ku frowned and said to Qin Yu, But I also have an important case that needs manpower to handle. Since you just arrived, you don't have experience with major criminal cases yet, so I want you to lead the team in handling this case first. What kind of case is it? Qin Yu asked. It's a drug trafficking case, Yuan Ku replied after taking a sip of water. Recently, we've seen a large influx of smuggled drugs in the black market. Some are fake, and some come from irregular channels. Originally, no one cared about this because where there's demand, there's a market. Now, with major cases coming in, there aren't enough people to control this situation. But the two big pharmaceutical companies in the capital have jointly pressured the government, saying this issue is affecting their market. You know, the more chaotic the world gets, the more voice the medical profession has. The upper management has no choice but to push downwards, making our leadership at the Songjiang Medical Bureau call the police department every day. The police are then putting pressure on Li Si because the areas where private drugs are rampant are in the black market. So Li Si is almost driven mad, stating in meetings that we must clean out all the drug dealers in the black market within 3 months. Is it really about cleaning them out, or just talk during meetings? Qin Yu blinked and asked subtly. Yuan Ku paused for a moment, looking slightly surprised as he responded. It's real arrests. Not just talk. We have to clean them out. Is there enough manpower in the 3 teams? You all go ahead first, and when you have the main leads, our team will concentrate our firepower to take them down, Yuan Ku replied quietly. But until there are main leads, we still need to catch those big bandits. Okay, I understand. Qin Yu was very clear in his mind that once he put on this uniform, he had to obey the orders here. It was an ironclad rule, and he currently had no choice in the matter. You also know that the joint government's crackdown on fake drugs is unprecedented. Also, to protect the interests of pharmaceutical companies still conducting research and the interests of numerous patients. So selling smuggled drugs, regardless of whether they are real or fake, as long as it exceeds 5 kilograms, that means the death penalty. Yuan Ku frowned and reminded him. So you must be careful in your work. The case must be solved, but the safety of the team members and yourself must also be guaranteed. I got it. The materials will be sent to the 3 teams in the afternoon. You need to digest them quickly and familiarize yourself with the team members as soon as possible. If necessary, you can treat everyone to a meal to build rapport. They're all young people, easy to get along with. Yuan Ku stood up and was about to go settle the bill when he suddenly turned back to Qin Yu and said, Oh, I forgot to mention, Lao San has that kind of temper. Sometimes he acts without thinking when doing things or speaking. Don't be like him. I'll find you two to sit down together later. Let's put the past behind us. Qin Yu was taken aback. Then that will be troublesome. I'm going to settle the bill. It's almost time to get to work. Yuan Ku smiled at Qin Yu and walked towards the cashier. Qin Yu watched Yuan Ku's back and murmured softly, quite magnanimous. In the afternoon, just as Qin Yu was about to return to the 3rd team, Lao Mao notified him to rush to 88 Tongbai Road in the Black Market area, because a new house had been found. Chinyu looked at his phone, feeling there was still some time before work started, so he immediately went out. After walking for about 15 minutes, Chinyu hurriedly arrived at the entrance of 88 Tongbai Road, but didn't see Lao Mao. Instead, he heard someone shout from behind. "Can't tell the genders apart? Is it you?" Chinyu turned around at the sound and saw Lin Yinlei standing at the bottom of the steps, dressed in a fitted wool coat, smiling brightly. The look of terror from the previous day was gone, and with her back to the brilliant sun, she looked like a woman who had walked out of a painting. Chapter 8, Group 3, at the entrance of number 88 courtyard. Chinyu smiled and asked, "Lin Yinlei, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to look at apartments." Lin Yinlei replied, brushing her hair. She casually asked, "What about you?" "What a coincidence." Chinyu was taken aback. "I'm here to look at apartments too." "Huh?" Lin Yinlei blinked her big, bright eyes. "Don't you guys have dorms?" "Hee hee, there are too many people in the dorm, I can't get used to it. So I thought I'd rent a place," Chinyu said. "Oh." Lin Yinlei nodded playfully and confidently extended her hand, saying, "Since it's such a coincidence, let's introduce ourselves. I don't even know your name. I'm Chin Igiriku." "Thank you, Chinyu." The reason Lin Yinlei initiated the conversation was actually to say this. Chinyu knew that Lin Yinlei was thanking him for saving her life in the alley. So he pretended to be modest and responded, "It's my duty. You don't need to be polite." Lin Yinlei heard this and respectfully said, "Hee hee, salute to the sir. Let's go in together and take a look." Chinyu didn't really have any resistance to pretty girls, but due to previous limitations, he couldn't really make a move. Now that he was temporarily settled, he felt a bit restless and at least wanted to chat a bit more with the beautiful girl. "I've finished looking, and I've already reserved it. My colleague went to buy some things, and will leave when she comes back," Lin Yinlei replied enthusiastically. "If you're renting here, we might run into each other in the future. While I get my salary, I'll treat you to a meal." "Hee hee. Then I have to see if the apartment is suitable first. I work at the network station, so I will definitely have interactions with the police in the future. See you later." "Okay." After a brief exchange, Chinyu stepped into number 88 courtyard. He had the chance to ask Lin Yinlei for her contact information before she left with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, Old Cat sat on a stone block and waved, shouting, "Chinyu, over here, coming." Chinyu hurried over upon hearing his voice. "I heard you talking at the entrance. Who were you with?" Old Cat casually asked. "Did Qilin come?" "No, I just ran into that girl who was kidnapped the other day and chatted for a bit." Old Cat was stunned for a while. "You ran into that girl? Where is she? Can you not act like you're about to eat someone?" "She's already gone." "What was she doing here?" Old Cat asked with great interest. "Who was she with? What did she say to you?" "She works at the network station, which isn't far from our police station. So she came here to look at apartments and happened to bump into me." Chinyu replied impatiently. "Why are you asking so many details? Did she rent a place in this courtyard?" "It seems she did." Old Cat furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Chinyu and asked, "Hey, are you looking for a roommate or something? I can cook." "You're really something else," Chinyu replied speechlessly. "She really attracts me, bro." Old Cat murmured, "How about we co-rent? Living together, let me tell you. Let's talk about it later. Let's check the apartment first." Chinyu urged, "Hurry up. I have to go back to the team soon." All right, let's go look." With that, the two stepped into the main hall of the house. The apartment Old Cat showed Chinyu was about 30 square meters, with some simple furniture, freshly painted walls, and an overall clean environment, but the price was a bit high. The female landlord asked for $300 a month and required a 6-month payment up front. This price was indeed not low, but it was considered reasonable, since number 88 courtyard is located in the area with the highest concentration of government institutions in Songjiang City, close to the television station, network station, police station, and transportation department. This is also why Chinyu and Lin Yinlei ran into each other. Their workplaces were not far apart, and even if they didn't meet here, there would be opportunities to see each other in the future. The common currency in the 9th Special Zone is the recently issued yuan, while the world common currency is the alliance currency issued by the joint savings under the United Government. Of course, the EU region has its own currency, the euro, but that's not the focus for now. The exchange rate is approximately 1 alliance currency to 6 yuan. Since the yuan has just been issued, its purchasing power is very high. If roughly calculated, it may be about 10 times the purchasing power of the previous RMB. So, 300 yuan is equivalent to about 3,000 yuan before. Currently, Qin Yu's salary is only 500 a month if he rents this apartment. After covering food and drink, he would hardly have any money left. This also reflects the living conditions of the lower class in the 9th Special Zone, where the cost of living is rising day by day due to dwindling resources, and with relatively more people and fewer positions, incomes are very low. That's why Qi Lin is racking his brains to get promoted to a second-level police officer. Higher titles mean higher salaries. Seeing that Qin Yu liked this apartment, but was a bit hesitant about the 300 yuan rent, Old Cat said quietly, in the police station, apart from timid guys like Qi Lin, who are solely focused on being sycophants, most people don't rely completely on their salaries to live. I can see you're not a good person either. You must be involved in some gray income. Do you have gray income? Qin Yu asked sideways. Of course. How could I not? What kind of gray income do you have? I specifically bully those who don't pay up. If they don't pay, I deal with them. Old Cat shamelessly replied. Qin Yu was speechless. Stop thinking about it, just rent it. I can come stay sometimes too, Old Cat urged again. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu thought that he might not find a better and cheaper place for a while. And since this courtyard was indeed close to the police station, he hesitated and replied, All right, I'll rent it for now. Let's start with 6 months. After work in the afternoon, in the office area of Group 3, which is less than 50 square meters, 9 young people in uniforms stood in formation. Yuan Ke looked at everyone with a smile and said, Let me say a few simple words. Although Qin Yu had just arrived, he had genuinely killed the big criminal Matsushita and successfully solved the kidnapping case. Therefore, after careful consideration by the department and the team, it was decided to temporarily appoint Qin Yu as the team leader of Group 1, Section 3. The crowd exchanged glances for a while before breaking into warm applause. Qin Yu's personal third-class merit had already been reported to the department, and his rank would be promoted in due time. So don't have any other thoughts. I've said it before, as long as you have the ability, you can work in Group 1, and I will definitely promote you. This applies to everyone. Yuan Ke said, then reached out to pull Qin Yu. Introduce yourself to everyone. Hearing this, Qin Yu stepped forward, dressed in a neat light green police uniform. With 2 crutches on his shoulder, saluted, and said, My name is Qin Yu. I hope to get along well with everyone in the future. Among the crowd, Qi Lin stood there in a daze, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Just a few dozen hours ago, he had personally brought this newcomer into the team. But in less than 2 days, the person had become his leader. This feeling was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Let me reiterate. Everyone wearing this uniform must abide by the rules here. Qin Yu said, although he was new, if anyone bullies the new ones, talks nonsense, or affects work, don't blame me for turning against you. Yuan Ke smiled and reminded the crowd before turning to Qin Yu and saying, All right, you guys chat. Okay. Qin Yu nodded. Thank you, team leader Yuan. No need to be polite, Yuan Ke said lightly and left. In the office area, Qin Yu looked at everyone and casually took out a box of Chinese cigarettes that he usually wouldn't indulge in, smiling at everyone. I happened to run into a good opportunity and accidentally became the team leader, but my personal experience is definitely not as rich as yours. So in the future, I will still have to rely on everyone for case-related matters. Come on, everyone, relax and have a smoke. Qin Yu said this as a polite opening remark, intending to get closer to everyone, but unexpectedly, a relatively older young man on the far left of the crowd casually took the cigarette from Qin Yu's hand, skillfully tore open the packaging, and said, Bro, you've got some good stuff. Can even get some roasted tobacco? Qin Yu was taken aback and smiled as he replied, A good friend gave it to me. The person who spoke to Qin Yu was named Zhu Wei, an old-timer from Group 3 who had been with the company for 4 to 5 years. However, due to his blunt style of handling matters, he had never been promoted. But if Qin Yu hadn't come, he might have been considered for the group leader position, given his seniority and the decent relationship he had with Yuan Ke. Zhu Wei pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a hard drag, and then passed the cigarette box to others. Sit down, everyone, Qin Yu called out. Just then, Zhu Wei suddenly reached out and slapped Qin Yu on the arm, laughing loudly. This thing feels great to smoke, brother. You're straightforward. No holding back, ha! There was nothing wrong with what he said, but the slap landed right on the bruise on Qin Yu's arm. He had been grazed by a stray bullet while confronting Matsushita the other day, and it hadn't fully healed yet. Hiss! Qin Yu winced in pain. furrowing his brows and taking a step back, turning to look at Zhu Wei. Wei Gu, the group leader, is injured. Qi Lin had already changed how he addressed Qin Yu, unconsciously calling him group leader. What's wrong? Zhu Wei asked casually, looking at Qin Yu. Were you hurt? Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei and replied with a smile, I got grazed by a bullet while dealing with Matsushita. Grazed? That's nothing. Just go to the hospital and get some medicine later. Zhu Wei grinned and said, Don't bother with injections. This won't kill you. A shot would cost half a month's salary. Hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei, said nothing further, and just gestured for the others to take their seats. Once all 10 members of Group 3 were seated, they began to discuss quietly. During their initial conversation, Qin Yu got a rough understanding of the situation in Group 3. This group, including him, had 10 members, among whom were 3 Taiji people, 1 non-Z person, and 6 nationals. However, the 9th Special Zone, located in the former northeast of the country, used Mandarin as the official language. And they had been living here for quite some time, making their Mandarin quite fluent, albeit with some northeastern accents. After some simple communication, everyone began to focus on studying the drug trafficking group's information. As night fell, Qin Yu had just finished checking 2 old police vehicles for Group 3 downstairs, turned around and returned to the office, only to find that the room was empty, with only Qi Lin and the Nanzi brother fiddling with the clue book. Where is everyone? Qin Yu asked. Zhu Ge took them out to do something, Qi Lin replied. Qin Yu frowned. I said we were going to study the case. We still have a meeting tonight. Why did he suddenly take people out? There's no case. It seems he took them to handle some personal matters. It's not even time to get off work yet, and he just takes people away without a word? Qin Yu muttered expressionlessly. Qi Lin remained silent for a while, and didn't he respond. Qin Yu frowned, sitting in the chair, looking down at the desk phone, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. What does Zhu Wei mean? Is he trying to put on a show? On the very first day of officially leading Group 3, Qin Yu's trial had begun. Chapter 9. Wind rising at Dirt Heap Street at 5:30 in the evening. Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and the Nanzi brother Lao He had already finished their meal in the cafeteria when Zhu Wei returned with the others. You went out? Qin Yu asked while sitting in a chair. Zhu Wei gulped down water and casually replied, A kid was causing trouble for my family, so I took my brothers to check it out. It's all good now, resolved. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu smiled and nodded. All right, then let us talk about the case. Is everyone working overtime tonight? Zhu Wei put down his cup and casually walked over to Qin Yu, asking, Got any cigarettes? Give me one. None left, just that one pack all smoked up. Damn, you smoke pretty fast. You guys should save some of this good stuff. Zhu Wei opened his drawer, took out an e-cigarette, took a puff, and asked, So, are we working overtime tonight? Yeah. Team Yuan instructed that we need to investigate this case quickly, Qin Yu replied, nodding. Tonight, everyone work hard. Let us scout out and get a feel for the drug dealer's methods. Before anyone could respond, Zhu Wei plopped down on the desk and said again, No need to scout. The drug dealers are all working at Dirt Heap Street. We'll catch them for sure. Qin Yu was taken aback. We can find them just by going there? Hey, if it weren't for the higher-ups giving a heads up, who would care about these drug dealers? Zhu Wei said, counting on his fingers. They're openly selling drugs at Dirt Heap Street. I've run into them many times. Team Yuan told me that drug control is very strict in the Special Zone. How can they dare to sell like this? Our 9th Special Zone is different from other zones, Qi Lin explained, because this place was built later, and it's the only Special Zone made up of so many ethnic groups and nationalities. The situation is quite complex. Last year, during the chief executive election, there were military conflicts in Songjiang and Fongbei. It was chaotic. Oh, Qin Yu nodded and asked, Is it feasible to just go out on the street and sweep the area? Just as Qi Lin was about to respond, Zhu Wei interrupted. What's the problem with that? While the crackdown on drug dealers hasn't leaked out yet, let us grab a few leads, and the case will be easier to solve. Qin Yu felt that Zhu Wei was a bit unreliable. He seemed a bit clueless. So he turned to Qi Lin and asked, Do you think it's appropriate to check directly? I'm not familiar with the situation over there. Qi Lin scratched his head. Zhu Wei laughed, sneeringly said, Qi Lin is just a little coward. Whenever there's something going on, he hides. He avoids danger. So how would he know the situation over there? That was a bit harsh, but Qi Lin just smiled and remained silent. Little Qin, since you're new, listening to me is definitely not wrong. We'll go out tonight to sweep the area, grab some leads, and it'll be easier later. Zhu Wei shouted without a clear understanding of his position. Brothers, let us move around a bit. I'll go sign for guns at the armory. The others were already used to following Zhu Wei's orders, so they all stood up. Qin Yu sat in his chair, staring at Zhu Wei, not stopping him, just softly saying, "All right, let us go check the situation." Zhu Wei jumped off the desk, slapped Qin Yu's arm cheerfully. "Brother, with the 3 teams here, you've hit the jackpot. Our brothers aren't the type to just mess around. You handle things openly, and Brother Zhu will definitely support you." After being slapped, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and glanced down at his arm. "Damn, I forgot, you're injured." Zhu Wei was taken aback and immediately stepped forward. "Are you okay?" Qin Yu glanced at him. "I'm fine, you go get the gun first." "All right, I'll go first." Zhu Wei turned and left. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei's back, his brow slightly furrowed, deep in thought. Team leader, Zhu Wei is different from Lao San. He doesn't have any bad intentions. He is usually carefree, loves to joke around, and doesn't consider others' feelings. Qilin walked over and said softly, "Don't take it to heart. I don't know if you've ever encountered someone like Zhu Wei in life. They don't care what your personality is, yet they often make excessive jokes. They act casually and don't treat themselves as outsiders, completely disregarding others' feelings. And when you get angry with them, they just laugh it off and say, 'We're just joking around. Why are you so petty?' Then they continue like this, absolutely unchanging. If you encounter such a person in ordinary circles, you might choose to keep your distance and not engage with them again. But Qin Yu couldn't do that. Zhu Wei was his colleague, and they needed to work together every day. There was no way to avoid him. But with his reckless behavior and tendency to issue orders, taking the spotlight from the team leader in front of regular officers, how would Qin Yu be able to do his job? The most troublesome part was that everyone in Team 3 was Zhu Wei's friend. If he clashed with him right after arriving, it could easily lead to internal conflict. What to do? As Qin Yu was weighing this in his heart, Qilin was also watching coldly. He wanted to see when this newcomer would fall out with Zhu Wei. After that, would he still be able to hold down the position of Team 3 leader? At 8:30 in the evening, 2 police cars stopped at the entrance of Dirt Heap Street. Qin Yu and the others got out of the car in plain clothes and strolled into the street. Dirt Heap Street was the most chaotic place in the entire Blackstreet area, home to tens of thousands of people who had residency rights, but no stable jobs. On both sides of the road, at every storefront with pink lights, at least 7 or 8 women stood outside. They posed and waved their hands to attract customers. In the dark alleys, one could often see drug addicts, high on drugs, sniffing and staring vacantly at the street. These people had no fixed home. Today, they might steal. Tomorrow, they might rob, just to eat or buy something to get high. Just when they feel a bit of happiness, a heavy snow could fall, and they might find themselves buried in the cold alley. Qin Yu had seen too many such people in the planned area. He was numb to this environment and just kept his head down as he walked forward. After walking nearly a kilometer, they finally stopped in front of a storefront without a sign. Zhu Wei scratched his nose and whispered, "This place sells drugs. Looks like there aren't too many people." Qin Yu turned to scan the surroundings and quietly said, "I'm not very familiar with the situation here. If we go in directly, can we take people away?" Qilin thought for a moment and replied, "Catch them red-handed. Wait for people to come by drugs, and then we go in." Qin Yu stood by the roadside, frowning for a long time before saying apprehensively, "They dare to openly sell here. Do they have no preventive measures at all? I'm worried we might not be able to catch them and instead alert them." Zhu Wei, hearing this, immediately showed impatience and said, "I've already told you. No one has cared about this before. If you want to clean it up, you have to be sudden. By the time you secretly investigate and understand everything, they will definitely have caught wind of it, and then it will be much harder to crack the case." Qin Yu indeed had no experience living in the 9th Special Zone, and he was exactly an old hand at case solving, so after pondering for a while, he turned to Lao He and asked, "Zabby, do you think we can catch them? This kind of thing really hadn't been managed before." Lao He replied honestly, "But if we do long-term undercover work, the news will definitely leak. There are no secrets in the department." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu immediately instructed, "Police cars are too conspicuous. We can't bring them in. Lao He, Xiao Lu, you two take the cars to the back of the street. Once we finish our grab, we'll get in the cars and leave." "Understood." The others dispersed to check their firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests. Qin Yu instructed again. As soon as someone enters the store across from us, we charge in. Hee, you even came in a bulletproof vest? You're really cautious. Zhu Wei smirked and teased. These drug dealers don't have much of a status in the underworld. A few years ago, when I was on patrol, I used to beat them up all the time. These guys are really scared. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei and cautiously instructed, let us get to work. Half an hour later, two young men led an old man swaggering into the storefront. Qin Yu hid in the alley, using a walkie-talkie to ask, take a look through the glass and see if they have drugs. After a short wait, Qi Lin replied, yes, they do. Move out. Qin Yu immediately shouted. They've entered the room. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 people rushed from 3 directions to the storefront, pulling open the wooden door and charging inside. In the dark hall, 2 young men and an old man were standing beside the counter, currently packing drugs, while a sturdy young man inside the bar, holding an e-cigarette, looked in shock at the entrance. Zhu Wei stepped forward, gun in hand, and shouted at the sturdy young man, police. Put your hands on your head and stand by. The young man snapped back to reality, hurriedly stepping back and inadvertently revealing the handgun at his waist without immediately putting his hands on his head. In such a chaotic environment, criminals might act out violently when confronted by police, so seeing the young man with a gun, Zhu Wei yanked him by the collar with his left hand and, without hesitation, swung the gun but towards his head. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Wei struck the young man 6 or 7 times with a gun, but he was still struggling. In a panic, Zhu Wei grabbed the young man's hair and slammed his head against the corner of the counter. Blood flowed from the young man's head, his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, loud footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a bald man in a military coat hurried down. He glanced in shock at the situation inside, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and shouted, damn it, the second store has been raided, everyone come out. Silence, a brief silence followed. Suddenly, deafening footsteps erupted on the street, and dozens of people rushed out from the nearby houses and buildings, armed with knives, steel pipes, chains, and guns, blocking the storefront like a tide. Qin Yu looked at the crowd outside, his scalp tingling as he recalled the scene of looting in the planned area, and instinctively disengaged the safety on his gun. Zhu Wei saw the scene outside through the glass, sweating on his forehead, swallowing hard. When did the gang grow to this size? This is getting a bit out of hand. Chapter 10, Dirt Street. I alone blocked the sky inside the storefront. A bald man draped in a military coat stood on a wooden staircase, casting a cold glance at the burly young man on the floor who had been knocked down by Zhu Wei. He asked in a low voice, whose dog is not leashed, daring to cause trouble in my shop? Qin Yu felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead and turned to look at the entrance, where about 20 people had already barged in and blocked the exit. We're police officers. Zhu Wei regained his composure, pulled out his badge from his pants pocket with his left hand, and held it to his chest, saying, unrelated people, don't move. We are here to investigate a drug case. Ha! The bald man sneered. Who here is selling fake drugs? Zhu Wei, holding a gun, pointed at the counter and shouted. We saw these people trading when we arrived. You saw? You represent the law, huh? The bald man remained motionless on the steps, raising his hand to point at the people at the door and shouted, ask them, who saw the people in this room selling drugs? Upon hearing this, the 20 or so people at the door remained silent, only advancing with their weapons and surrounding the 3 groups in the middle of the living room. Hearing this, Zhu Wei felt extremely embarrassed, standing there not knowing what to say. And he was also a bit intimidated because the people rushing in from outside did not look friendly at all. Qin Yu hesitated briefly and stepped forward to speak. Damn it! At that moment, the burly young man who had just been knocked down by Zhu Wei suddenly sat up, clutching his bleeding head and cursing, you bastard! Dare to hit me here? Don't move. A young man beside Qi Lin shouted at him. Don't move? Screw you. The burly young man sprang up from the ground, raised his fist without a second thought, and with a bang, struck Zhu Wei on the head with a broken gun. You think you can scare me? Zhu Wei stumbled back 3 or 4 steps. Don't hit. Don't move. This is assaulting a law enforcement officer. The 3 groups acted in concert, immediately surrounding the burly young man when they saw Zhu Wei being hit. I just assaulted you. What are you going to do about it? The burly young man, who had almost been knocked out by Zhu Wei, was now filled with rage. He turned around and grabbed a box cutter from the counter, leaping 2 steps forward and shouted, "Screw you, even if you bring 500 more people. If I'm not happy, you want to get out of here." With a roar, the burly young man lunged at the crowd with a knife. Chi Lin had been dodging, but unexpectedly, the first direction the burly young man stabbed towards was his side. Seeing the knife, Zhu Wei immediately stepped back to avoid it. "Damn!" Chi Lin cursed, realizing he had no time to dodge and could only stick his butt back to protect himself. Just as the knife was about to stab into Chi Lin's body, Qin Yu pushed through the crowd and grabbed the burly young man's knife with one hand. Gripping the blade, blood gushed out instantly and flowed in a streamlined manner onto the floor. Chi Lin, still shaken, took 2 steps back, looking at Qin Yu in astonishment. Silence. After a brief moment of silence, the burly young man glared at Qin Yu and shouted, "You can hold a knife with your hand. Are you invulnerable?" After saying this, the burly young man pulled out the knife to stab again. Qin Yu swiftly grabbed the young man's wrist with his left hand, looking up at the middle-aged man on the stairs and shouted, "Brother, we're not here to cause trouble. We received reports saying that fake drugs were being sold here. We had no choice but to come and take a look. But as soon as we entered, your brother pulled a gun, and my colleague had no choice but to fight back to control the scene." The bald man in the military coat bent down and sat directly on the stairs, pulling out an e-cigarette without responding. Qin Yu still held onto the burly young man's wrist and continued smiling. "I just arrived in Songjiang and don't know how deep the waters are on Dirt Street. Since it's a misunderstanding and there are no drugs being sold here, we'll just leave. What do you think, brother? Since there are no drugs being sold here, why did you hit someone?" The bald man asked with a smile while taking a puff from the e-cigarette. Qin Yu remained silent for several seconds, then replied, "Brother, precisely because of people like you. We have food to eat. Everyone depends on each other. It's not easy to live. So it's best if no one makes things difficult for anyone else, don't you think? Make things difficult for you, what can you do?" The burly young man asked fiercely. The bald man took a puff from the e-cigarette, turned his head, and spat out some phlegm, still not speaking. Qin Yu paused for a moment, still smiling, and turned to the bald man, saying, "Brother, we may not be able to solve cases in Dirt Street, but once we leave, don't you still have to do business?" Hearing this, the bald man's arm paused slightly before he spoke. "Let them go. Just like that? So I got hit for nothing?" The burly young man retorted, his expression dark as he shouted at Qin Yu and the others, "If you want to go out, strip off your tops and frog jump out of Dirt Street. Don't push it too far." Guan Qi, who had always been introverted, shouted while gripping his gun. Smack! Qin Yu turned around, grabbing Guan Qi's arm, and said seriously, "Jumping is jumping. What's the big deal?" Guan Qi responded with frustration, "Team leader Qin, if I don't go out, can I have it easy? Damn it, there's so many of them. I'm telling you to listen to me." Qin Yu glared and shouted. Guan Qi gritted his teeth and fell silent. "Take off your clothes, frog jump out." Qin Yu shouted back to his team. On the staircase, the bald man suddenly asked in a low voice, "Why are there so many people in this line of work? Why are we being checked in Dirt Street?" Qin Yu was taken aback and replied, "We received some reports and were instructed to come check it out. I'm not sure what is going on." The bald man slowly stood up, stepped toward the upper floor, and said to Qin Yu over his shoulder, "Dirt Street is a bit chaotic. It's also bullying the weak. In the future, don't come here unless necessary. With so many people outside, if each stabs once, where will you find the culprit?" After finishing this sentence, the bald man disappeared up the stairs. 5 minutes later, 8 officers, including Qin Yu, were shirtless, squatting in a row, frog jumping towards the outskirts of Dirt Street. Dozens of young men holding weapons watched them coldly from the roadside, silent, on both sides of the street. Almost every house had its windows open, with some smoking and others with arms crossed, indifferently watching Qin Yu and the others frog jump towards the outskirts. Not knowing how long it had been quiet, someone suddenly shouted from the right side of the building, "Damn it, I'll kill you if you come again." The roar echoed in the night for a long time. Following that, a large number of glass bottles, medicine jars, and discarded items came crashing down from above. "Run!" Qin Yu shouted first, and everyone awkwardly disappeared into the night. Inside the second floor of the storefront, the bald man sat on a rickety wooden chair, frowning as he asked the burly young man who was wrapping a bandage around his head, "Have the brothers dispersed?" "Yeah, they're all gone." The burly young man nodded. "Call a few brothers over to move the goods." The bald man instructed softly, Don't put out goods for now. Take it easy for a while. The burly young man was taken aback. Are you scared? Third. Uncle? No, those guys just now were clearly inexperienced young officers. Do we still need to guard against them? Do you know how much the drugs are going for outside? How many poor patients on Dirt Street are counting on us to survive? If I shout, thousands of people can come out to help us. Do we still need to look at their faces? Just do as I say. Don't make things complicated for me. The bald man hugged his shoulders and said succinctly, hurry up and call 2 brothers. Aye. Sigh, I'm getting more timid as I go. Ma Lauer muttered with dissatisfaction, but ultimately couldn't refuse Senshu, so he went out to call his brothers to carry the goods. On the outskirts of Tuza Street, Chinyu first put on his clothes, then pulled a medical kit from the car and wrapped his injured palm with gauze haphazardly. By the vehicle, Guanqi glared and cursed. Damn it, the law enforcement can't handle the thieves, and in the end, we got our clothes stripped off. This is too embarrassing. If it gets to the team, they'll laugh at us to death. We shouldn't have backed down. We shouldn't have taken off our clothes. What can they do to us? Zhu Wei, in a heroic state, complained to Chinyu, you're just too timid. I'm telling you, this isn't how we do things in Songjia. You're the team leader. You can't just back down at critical moments. Chinyu bit down on the gauze, looked up at everyone, and said, come over. I have something to say. What for? Guanqi asked. Come here. Chinyu frowned and shouted. The group exchanged glances, feeling quite down, and even a bit impatiently walked over to Chinyu's side. They checked their ammunition, and those not wearing bulletproof vests took them from the car. Lao He and Xiao Lu continued to take care of the vehicle. Chinyu expressionlessly instructed everyone. Everyone listened to Chinyu, looking bewildered. A few minutes later, inside the storefront, Ma Lauer was directing 3 brothers of his age at the back door. The car will take a while to arrive. Once you finish loading this room's goods, go check the 3rd store. There's still some there. Where should we move the goods to? Someone asked. First, take them back to the warehouse. Ma Lauer complained lazily. Senshu is just too timid. It's a poor hassle. If it were up to me, I'd just leave the goods here, let them sell. Just then, footsteps suddenly appeared to the left of the back door. Ma Lauer turned around with a cigarette in hand, and Chinyu, wearing a light green bulletproof vest and holding a more than half-meter-long anti-explosion shotgun, suddenly charged in. Damn! Bang! Chinyu's gaze was stern as he raised his right leg and kicked Ma Lauer in the chest. Whoosh! Thud! Ma Lauer flew half a meter away, his back crashing into 3 boxes of goods, leaving him a bit dazed from the fall. Don't move! If you do, I'll kill you. Guanqi pointed his gun at Ma Lauer's head. Crash! Without a moment's pause, Chinyu burst through the door into the storefront, heading straight for the 2nd floor. Inside the 2nd floor room, the intercom crackled with static, and a drug dealer running downstairs shouted, Senshu, those people are back again. Senshu was stunned for a moment before getting up and reaching for his gun. Crash! Chinyu racked the gun as he entered the room, looking at Senshu and shouting, the terrain of Tuza Street is too complicated. We've jumped for a long time and still can't get out. Big brother, you need to come with us and show us the way. Senshu looked at Chinyu in shock. A backfire. Chapter 11. Just as I was about to cover the sky, my hand broke. In the indoor area on the 2nd floor, Chinyu didn't have time to dawdle with his 3rd uncle. He went up and smashed the gun against the opponent's head with 2 shots, and Zhu Wei quickly cuffed him. Let's go, hurry up. Chinyu pulled his 3rd uncle, rushing down the stairs and shouting, no need to chase the small fry. Take away whoever you catch immediately. Don't waste time. While shouting, Chinyu and Zhu Wei were already dragging their 3rd uncle out of the storefront. Outside, Ma Lauer, who was being restrained, was like a beast, biting Chi Lin's palm and shouting madly, damn it, grab your weapons, those cops are here again. A commotion broke out in the street, and the surrounding drug dealers immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out. But Chinyu had made arrangements before coming. He saw Ma Lauer shouting, swung his arms, and smashed the gun, but against Ma Lauer's mouth with a bang. Ouch! Ma Lauer rolled on the ground in pain, and turned his head to spit out 2 front teeth, his lips also split open with a bloody hole. Moved to the side, Chinyu stepped across the back door of the store, waving his hand urging, don't dawdle, just grab 5 kilograms of drugs. That's enough to convict them all. What are you doing with the boxes? Are you stupid? The naive old black heard this, and threw away the box, grabbing 2 bags of antiviral drugs, running swiftly into the alley across the road. In the street, people surged forward, dozens of them charging over. Bang, bang, bang. Chinyu fired 3 shots into the crowd, but surprisingly, they still didn't disperse, charging forward like madmen and firing back as well. Damn it, these drug dealers are reckless. Chinyu was stuck at the alley entrance, and seeing that shooting wouldn't suppress the situation, he turned and ran. After a few seconds, as everyone just crossed the narrow alley, they heard 2 sharp screeches of brakes. Get in the car, Old Black and Xiao Lu shouted as they opened the doors of 2 vehicles. Chinyu and the others didn't dare to linger, stuffing Ma Lao air. The third uncle and 2 accomplices into the police vehicle, then jumping into the back of the truck. The police vehicles in the Black District come in 2 types, a 7-seater SUV and a 5-seater pickup with a cargo bed. Only high-ranking officials like Director Li are qualified to ride in cars, and patrols rarely see them. Because at this time, everyone values practicality and utility, and there aren't many resources to show off. But the structure of police vehicles is quite practical. At least there's a cargo bed to sit in. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be able to squeeze into the interior space. Virum. After everyone got in, Old Black slammed the accelerator to the floor, speeding toward the outskirts of Tujia Street. During the fast driving of the 2 vehicles, gunfire continued to ring out almost nonstop. The car was riddled with bullets, and the 2 Thai brothers from Group 3, sitting on the outside, were all injured to varying degrees. Damn it, don't hold back, whoever is in front. Just run them over. Chinyu shouted from the truck bed. Old Black didn't dare to raise his head normally to look ahead, just kept his head low over the steering wheel, continuously adjusting the car to knock over several people before the crowd, rushing from the opposite side, slowly dispersed. After driving full speed for about a minute in the Tujia Street area, they finally broke out. Chinyu looked back at the hundreds of people still chasing in the street, wiped the sweat off his face, and sighed. If this place ISN team managed well. It's hard to say what the situation in Songjiang will be. Smack! Just as he finished speaking, Chinyu heard a crisp sound above his head, followed by a sharp pain. Nice job, brother. Zhu Wei slapped Chinyu on the back and shouted, "You've got guts, that counterattack was beautiful." Chinyu frowned and glanced at him, but said nothing. Around 10 o'clock at night, in the police office building, Chinyu finished stitching up his injured hand in the infirmary and stepped into the interrogation room. Ma Lao Air was lounging on the floor, looking at Chinyu with a sideways glance. "You're in trouble. Not even 3 hours." Bang! Chinyu raised his foot and brutally kicked Ma Lao Air on the head. Damn! Ma Lao Air's head hit the wall, and he immediately saw stars. 500 people don't work, huh? Bang! In Tujia Street, are you the toughest? Bang! Damn it, you think you're the boss? Bang, bang, bang. While cursing, Chinyu kicked Ma Lao Air's head 7 or 8 times until he collapsed on the ground, unconscious, blood pouring from his nostrils, his body convulsing. Come on, get some cold water, quickly pour this boiling blood of our brother Ma down. Chinyu turned and shouted at Old Black. Old Black didn't hold back either, going to the bathroom and grabbing a bucket of dirty water with ice chunks in it, splashing it all over Ma Lao Air's head. In less than half a minute, Ma Lao Air finally regained some clarity in his eyes. Chinyu stepped on Ma Lao Air's calf, leaned down, and asked him angrily, "You want to see frog jumps?" Ma Lao Air looked at Chinyu with a hint of fear in his eyes, no longer daring to talk tough. "Kneel!" Chinyu suddenly shouted. Ma Lao Air jumped back in fright. "I said kneel." Chinyu pointed to the ground, glaring as he shouted. Ma Lao Air was stunned, stuttering, Don't make it too ugly, okay?" Hearing this, Chinyu immediately lifted his right leg. Thud! Before his foot could land on Ma Lao Air's head, he immediately got up and knelt on the floor. "Kneel and frog jump. If I'm not satisfied, you can't stop. If you stop for a moment, I'll kick you." Chinyu grabbed Ma Lao Air's hair, speaking slowly. "Do you understand?" 2 minutes later, gritting his teeth, Ma Lao Air began frog jumping on his knees in the room. Okay, a real man doesn't take advantage of the moment. Damn it, I admit it. Outside the door. "Working late tonight for interrogation?" Chi Lin asked. "No need. Sleep as usual." Chinyu shook his head and replied, "Let us leave it for tonight. Tomorrow morning we'll interrogate those 2 kids for evidence. Otherwise Ma Lao Air and that third uncle definitely won't spill anything. These 2 clearly have been in this line of work for more than a day or 2. "I understand." Chi Lin nodded and then asked, "Are you going back to the new rented house? I'll give you a ride." "No need. I'll stay here tonight." Qin Yu shook his head. Just rough it for one night. Work tomorrow morning. Okay. After exchanging a few words, Qin Yu turned and went to the washroom. In a certain entertainment venue in the Black District, Yuan Ku answered the phone, his eyes a bit shocked as he asked, "Is it true?" Qin Yu led a team to Jia Street to catch someone. And succeeded? Huh. This kid really surprised me. Chapter 12. Heart of a Fierce Tiger Observes the World the Next day. At 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Ku sat in his independent office and smiled at Qin Yu, saying, "No need for false pleasantries. All personnel involved in the case last night will receive a subsidy of 300 yuan each, funded by the Team S budget." Qin Yu was taken aback and immediately gave thumbs up. "Sounds good. Let us hurry up with the interrogation. I'm waiting for results." "All right," Qin Yu nodded. "If there's nothing else, I'll head out." "Hey, wait a minute." Yuan Ku opened his small cabinet and took out a new pair of leather boots, asking, "What size do you wear?" "Size 43. "Perfect, we have the same size." Yuan Ku placed the shoe box on the table. "A friend gave them to me. I haven't worn them, so you take them. But these are quite expensive. What is a pair of shoes?" "Just take them." Yuan Ku waved his hand. Qin Yu looked down at the shoe box and suddenly felt that Yuan Ku's generosity was genuine, not just words. Because as long as you performed well, he would fight for the benefits you deserved. "Thank you, Captain Yuan." "No need for thanks, just go," Yuan Ku smiled. "Hey." Qin Yu left with a shoebox. In the following 2 days, the brothers from Team 3 devoted all their energy to the interrogation work. However, Qin Yu didn't expect that San Shu and Ma Lao Air would be so tight-lipped. Although the two henchmen had spilled the beans, these two were either playing dumb or refusing to say a word. Interrogation wasn't Qin Yu's strong suit, as this wasn't the planned area, and many of his experiences and methods were unusable. Moreover, when it came to pure interrogation experience with criminals, the other members of Team 3 were evidently more seasoned. So he simply handed the matter over to Lao He, Guan Qi, and the others, waiting only for leads and results. On Thursday afternoon, around 3 o'clock, while Qin Yu was chatting and joking with Qi Lin, Lao He, and Xiao Lu in the office, Zhu Wei, who had a bit to drink, swaggered back in from outside. "No interrogations? Everyone's just resting?" Zhu Wei slurred, grinning. "Yeah, just taking a break." Qin Yu nodded. Smack. Zhu Wei habitually patted Qin Yu's head. "Go sit over there." Qin Yu laughed and shifted his position. "Stop messing with me. Why do you always pat my head? What is wrong with a little pat? You're about to get promoted, acting all high and mighty." "Huh?" Zhu Wei teased. "How can you go out drinking during work hours?" Qin Yu casually asked. "I mean, your body can handle it, but your wallet can't, right? How expensive is a drink?" "I have a lot of friends and socializing. No choice," Zhu Wei replied, crossing his legs. "My family is pushing me to get married and introduce me to a Japanese girl. I went to meet her and had a drink." "Ah." Qin Yu nodded, deliberately pulling out a Zhonghua cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a lighter. "Damn, you said you ran out of cigarettes. Why are you hiding one from your brother?" Zhu Wei exclaimed, stretching his neck. "Come on, give me one. I'm out, just this one left." Qin Yu replied after taking a puff. "Stop bullying the team leader. That cigarette is quite expensive. Why do you always mooch off him?" Guan Qi joked with Zhu Wei, then smiled and reached out. "But I'm different from him. I had a breakthrough today, so technically you should give me one as a reward." If no one was willing to joke around or mess about, probably no one in the team would dare to joke with Qin Yu. But with Zhu Wei, who was always cracking jokes at Qin Yu's expense, the atmosphere was relaxed no matter the occasion. "I really don't have any left." Qin Yu pushed Zhu Wei away. "Damn, you're so stingy. Hurry up and give me one." Zhu Wei grabbed Qin Yu's wrist. "Leader, don't be stingy. Just share it. Half a stick each is fine," Lao He chimed in. "I really don't have any left." Qin Yu leaned back in his chair. "Take it," Zhu Wei shouted, reeking of alcohol, pressing down on Qin Yu's arms, yelling, "Come on, hold him down. Let us check his pockets for cigarettes. We'll split them all." Damn it, this guy doesn't know the rules, acting stingy right after joining. "Old Zhu, don't mess with me. I really don't have any," Qin Yu emphasized with a laugh. "Hurry up, hold him down." Xiao Lu hold his legs. Zhu Wei continued to rally. The atmosphere escalated, and all members of Team 3, except for Qi Lin and the two injured Tai brothers, rushed to the chairs, reaching out to pin down Qin Yu and grab his cigarettes. "Damn, stop messing around. I really don't have any." Qin Yu laughed as he playfully pushed against everyone, while several strong guys followed Zhu Wei in teasing him. What's going on today? It's like he never smoked before. Chi Lin laughed and stood up to pour water. Damn it, I can't let you off the hook. Hurry up and bring it out. Zhu Wei pressed down on Qin Yu's arm, reaching for his pants pocket. Just then, Qin Yu suddenly grabbed the police dagger from the desk, pinching the blade between his thumb and index finger, and thrust it down violently. Thud! As the blade plunged down, Zhu Wei instantly froze in place. Don't mess with me. I'll stab you if you keep it up. Qin Yu called out with a laugh, holding the knife tip and aimed to stab Zhu Wei's thigh again. Thud! The second stab landed on Zhu Wei's leg, causing him to step back 2 paces. The other team members froze at the sight of blood, while Chi Lin stood there, wide-eyed, observing Qin Yu with shock. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Did you really stab him? I was just pretending. Qin Yu feigned surprise, quickly standing up and looking down at the wound on Zhu Wei's leg, asking, "You all right?" Zhu Wei was in pain and became a bit frantic, pushing Qin Yu away. What the hell? Are you playing around with a knife? At this moment, Qin Yu looked up, still smiling, and said, I told you not to mess with me. I didn't hold back, and you kept joking around. Look what happened now. Everyone in the room fell silent upon hearing this, their expressions no longer reflecting the earlier playful mood. Don't mess with me again, got it? Hee hee. Qin Yu smiled as he put down the knife and helped Zhu Wei up. Let us go. Hurry to the infirmary. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, looking at Qin Yu, but didn't get angry again, just followed him to the infirmary. After this little incident, no one in Team 3 dared to joke with Qin Yu excessively, including the foolish Zhu Wei, and no one treated him as just a newcomer anymore. Chi Lin, observing from the sidelines, clearly saw how Qin Yu dealt with Zhu Wei and suddenly felt that while Qin Yu seemed friendly and chatty on the surface, he might not be thinking about the current situation at all. You might think you're close friends with him, but he can remind you, in a way you never expected, that you've crossed the line while still saving you face. At the same time, Chi Lin recalled that the usually domineering Lao San hadn't dared to trouble Qin Yu since the kidnapping case, indicating that Qin Yu had privately resolved that issue too. From this moment on, Chi Lin realized that perhaps only someone like Qin Yu could navigate such a complex environment. Bold, meticulous, understanding of human feelings, and knowledgeable about the ways of the world. After more than 10 years of honing in the planned area, perhaps what he was waiting for was to soar here. After parting ways with Zhu Wei in the infirmary, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he had rented a house, but he had been too busy these days to even visit it. So he called up Lao Mao and headed to Yard 88. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Tuza Street, an old man around 60 years old, leaning on a cane, said, Qin Yu, I haven't heard of him before. I had someone check, and he's a newcomer. He caught Xiao Er and Min right after arriving. He must have someone backing him, right? The old man pondered for a while, then turned and instructed, take some people to look for this Qin Yu. Chapter 13. A friendship that could be openly seen in courtyard number 88. The old cat lay by the window of the house on the left side, staring with wide eyes into Lin Yinlei's room. Why hasn't she come back yet? Inside the house on the right, Qin Yu shouted, can you come over and lend a hand? Did I invite you here just to enjoy the view? Stop shouting. Stop shouting. I'm coming. The old cat replied disinterestedly, turned around, crossed the courtyard, and walked into Qin Yu's room. It's just a rented place. You usually just come back to sleep, and you still plan to turn it into a palace? Just tidy it up a bit. If you live here, shouldn't you keep it a bit cleaner? Qin Yu waved his hand in front of his nose. You help me mop the floor. It's all dusty. Damn, you want me, a deputy captain, to mop the floor for you? Bro, you're getting a bit too big for your britches. I'll treat you to dinner later. That is more like it. The old cat was inherently lazy. Helping Qin Yu with chores today was a rare occurrence. The two worked seamlessly together, with the old cat mainly directing and Qin Yu doing the work. They were busy until around 8 or 9 o'clock, but Lin Yinlei still hadn't returned. Where is she? Why hasn't she come back? The old cat actually came over today, mainly to see Lin Yinlei. Stop looking. She's not your type. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Let us eat. Then let us go to Sister 2's place. To hell with going to Sister 2's. I'll just go out and buy some late-night snacks. What late-night snacks? Instant noodles, it's convenient. Damn, I help you move, and you treat me to this? Instant noodles are cheap. You want to eat or not? If not, you can go home. It's been a long night of work, and you must be tired. Qin Yu replied with a sidelong glance. Damn it, you're so inconsiderate. Haha, I'll throw in some sausage for you, it's settled. Chinyu laughed as he said this and stepped out of the house. There were 5 households in the small courtyard. The landlady lived behind the iron gate in the inner courtyard and rarely came out. The remaining 4 households were on either side of the main entrance, with Lin Yinlei and Chinyu living on the left and right sides, respectively. The last 2 families lived in adjacent rooms that had no water or electricity and were rarely seen. After Chinyu bought some food and returned, he boiled some hot water, had a simple dinner with the old cat, and prepared to sleep early to continue interrogating Malar and up them in the next day. All right, we've finished eating, you can go back now. Chinyu took off his jacket and casually told the old cat. The old cat burped. Forget it, I'm not going back. I'll stay here tonight. Bro, it's just a 1.5-meter bed. How are we going to sleep? I'll hold you. The old cat didn't even bother to clean up the leftover trash. He plopped down on the bed and kicked off his 2 stinky shoes. Are you sick? Chinyu asked weakly. Are you here for Lin Yinlei or for me? Hey, have you ever played with a guy? The old cat asked curiously while lying on the bed. Chinyu was stunned and speechless for a moment. I'm asking you a question. Have you played with a guy? You have? Chinyu countered. I've seen others do it. They say it's good for the prostate. The old cat started to ramble on about a story. Shut up, Chinyu said, feeling a bit nauseous. Are you going back or not? I'm not going back. It's too late. I'll stay here. The old cat yawned and lazily took off his clothes. Chinyu had no choice but to wash up briefly and then got into bed. However, there was only 1 blanket in the room, so when Chinyu lay down, he felt a bit awkward, especially since the old cat's earlier words lingered in his mind. Did they catch the drug dealers? The old cat turned to face Chinyu, already closing his eyes and getting sleepy. Yeah, Chinyu nodded. They caught the 2 leaders. Yuanka must be thrilled. The old cat sneered. That bastard talks so much about morality, but he is actually doing all sorts of shady things. This was the first time Chinyu had heard the old cat say such things. You seem to have a bit of a bias against Team 1. It's hard to explain everything in a few words, but I have to remind you, you should focus on work while at work, but personally, you'd better not. Move your leg away. You touched me. Chinyu interrupted. I didn't move my leg. How could you not? You touched my leg. That's not a leg. The old cat kept his eyes closed. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Chinyu shouted. It's me, Lin Yinlei. Have you come back? I'm back. Is there hot water? I just got back from overtime. The water is off, and I can't wash up. Lin Yinlei didn't know Chinyu was in the room, so she was leaning on the window, looking inside while knocking on the door, and vaguely saw Chinyu getting up from the bed. Yes, just wait a moment. Chinyu had no pajamas to put on, so he just threw on his jacket and opened the door. Sorry to bother you. You must be asleep, right? Lin Yinlei was wearing a plush coat. Her little face was flushed from the cold. No problem. I have hot water, and I haven't used it all. Chinyu smiled. I'll get it for you. Thank you. Lin Yinlei was quite polite and didn't rush into the room. As Chinyu turned to get the water, he said, Your job seems tiring. Why are you getting off work so late? Just started getting used to things. Lin Yinlei stretched her delicate neck. Oh, sitting all day, my neck is almost stiff. Yinlei, we don't have much hot water left. At that moment, the old cat suddenly sat up from the bed, grabbed his underwear, and shouted, Wait, I'll go to the water, to get you some cold water. You can heat it up, just wait a moment. At the door, Lin Yinlei looked in shock at the old cat putting on his underwear from under the blanket. Her neck stiffly turned to glance at Chinyu, her expression confused, and she stammered, Oh, your partner is here too? Chinyu stood there holding the kettle, completely dumbfounded. At the entrance of courtyard number 88, an electric motorcycle came to a stop. The person on the back seat glanced at the main entrance and said, Xiaohu said he has a colleague living here. 2 people? The rider asked. Yes. Okay, let's wait a bit. We'll move when Chinyu comes out. As soon as the words fell, the motorcycle quietly disappeared into the night along the street. Chapter 14. Old Man Ma the next morning. Old Cat was woken up at 6 by a phone call because the team had a task and had to rush back to the police station. Meanwhile, Chinyu was pondering what cheap breakfast to eat when unexpectedly, Lin Yinlei brought him a plate of warm youtiao, fried dough sticks. Just bought these, eat up. Lin Yinlei called out while hanging the youtiao on the door. Oh, this is too embarrassing. Chinyu, who was washing up, was taken aback. No worries. We're just helping each other out as neighbors. Lin Yinlei smiled. Wanted to thank him for the hot water last night. I'm off to work now. So early? Yeah, I have an external task and need to go get the equipment ready. Lin Yinlei waved at Qinyu with a bright smile. See you tonight. All right. Bye, girl. Lin Yinlei turned and left with her shoulder bag. Qinyu stood there for a moment, puzzled. Girl? Where did that come from? Is she treating me like a little brother? 5 minutes later, Lin Yinlei waited for her female colleague at the door. And as they walked towards the workplace, she said excitedly, Let me tell you, that guy in our courtyard who seems very manly might be gay. Really? Pretty much I saw it with my own eyes. My goodness, that is such a pity. After eating the breakfast Lin Yinlei brought, Qinyu quickly tidied up and headed to the team. Due to a lack of resources and the short time since Songjiang was established, basic transportation was very inconvenient. There was no subway, no buses, and taxis were rare. Ordinary people had to rely on their legs or buy an electric bike for transportation. However, the charging costs for electric bikes were quite expensive, so only those with stable jobs and incomes, like small leaders in government agencies or stable businessmen, could afford them. Qinyu was quite frugal and also needed to save money for other goals, so he didn't buy an electric bike. Besides, apart from work, the team's vehicles, although available, required him to bear the usage costs, so he had to walk to the office. After about 5 minutes of walking, just as Qinyu was about to check a store for e-cigarettes, 2 strong men approached him from either side, blocking his way. Instinctively, he took a step back and placed his right hand on his waist, pretending to reach for his gun, although he didn't actually have his service weapon with him. No ill intentions, just want to chat, the leading man said, looking down. Qinyu was silent for a few seconds. Who are you? You don't need to know me, just need to know this. The leading man lifted his shirt, revealing a gun at his waist. Qinyu kept a cold face and stood still. The leading man clicked off the gun safety. Can we talk? Qinyu thought back to who he might have offended since arriving in Songjiang, and then nodded. All right, let us go. A few minutes later, in an alley, 4 middle-aged men stood on either side of Qinyu, while an old man sat inside an electric off-road vehicle without getting out. Qinyu carefully observed these men and noticed that they were all dressed very plainly, wearing thick leather coats and knitted hats, with their faces looking dirty, as if covered in grease. In this environment, Qinyu wasn't afraid of those who dressed slickly and spoke softly, often appearing profound. But he felt a bit wary of these rough-looking, unsophisticated individuals. Qinyu felt slightly nervous because these people reminded him of the notorious bandit Matsushita, who had been killed a few days earlier. Did you catch my air and him in? The old man in the electric vehicle asked, crossing his arms and wrapping himself in a coat. The reason Qinyu hadn't chosen to confront them earlier, but obediently followed them, was that he had guessed these people were here for a case. He had only offended a few people in Songjiang, and Old 3 was one of them, but the conflict hadn't escalated to the point of violence. If they were here regarding a case, it was likely for business or to bail someone out, so he thought they wouldn't need to confront him directly. After hesitating for a moment, Qinyu nodded. Yes, I caught them. My surname is Ma. I'm Ma heir's uncle, the old man said, pulling out a roll of tobacco and lighting it. Qinyu blinked, and immediately his expression became ambiguous and submissive. Hello, boss Ma. The old man turned to look outside the car, his voice hoarse. Little brother, just arrived in Songjiang? Yes, I just arrived, bought this job with money. Qinyu replied candidly. Hee, anyone in the department can lead me. You have some connections, becoming a team leader so soon? Boss Ma took a puff of his cigarette. No connections, Qinyu said with a bitter face. I was just lucky to stumble upon a case and solved it. The chief was happy and specially promoted me. Boss Ma exhaled smoke and after a long silence said, Little brother, you handled the case. Think of a way to give me some face and let the people go first. This, Qinyu said with a timid smile this. I can't really do that. I want to let you do it for free. As he spoke, Boss Ma gestured to the strong man standing to Qinyu's left, who pulled out 20,000 yuan in cash and handed it over. Take it. This isn't good, Qinyu said with a smile, trying to decline. Not just money, we also have some goods, the strong man asked succinctly. Which do you want? Qinyu felt fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his heart racing. He had a gut feeling that if these people were unhappy, they could really kill him in an instant. Little brother, you led the team on this case. You could just wave your hand and pull some evidence out, and my 2 family members will be released, right? Boss Ma said with a smile. In this era, some talk about food and drink, some about survival, but I haven't heard anyone talk about principles. This job as a police officer doesn't last long, but once you have the money, you can spend it whenever you want. Qin Yu, hearing this, touched the 20,000 yuan in the strong man's hand and replied with a greasy smile. Old man, let me be honest, I really dream of getting this money. With 20,000 yuan, I could buy a police chief and marry several wives, but I really have my difficulties. The old man didn't respond. The department has promoted me and specifically asked me to solve the drug trafficking case, Qin Yu said softly. If I had caught the people back then and they hadn't been brought back to the station, even if you, boss ma, didn't give me 20,000 yuan, just hearing your name, I would let them go. But now that they've been brought back, the evidence chain is all complete. If I suddenly let them go, wouldn't that be defying my superiors, making them lose face? Old man, I've been struggling in the planning area for so many years, finally finding a stable job. I really can't afford to offend my superiors, so I really can't help with this. Damn it, giving face, but not appreciating it. The strong man on the right suddenly pulled out a Nepalese knife, swinging his arm towards the back of Qin Yu's head. The sound of slicing air rang out as the knife struck swiftly. Chapter 15. A spring-like approach to handling affairs. Qin Yu raised his arm, leaning his body to the left. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Qin Yu pushed the burly man back 2 steps, standing still in place. Immediately raising his hand to shout, Brother, don't make it difficult for me. The 9th Special District is nearly 7 million square kilometers, and there are big shots everywhere. What do you think I am? Why do you have to argue with me? After being pushed back, the burly man, holding a knife, looked astonished. You can actually hold your own? What can I do? I'm just a little cop, Qin Yu said with sweating profusely as he shouted to the old man in the car. Uncle Ma, I really can't make a decision on this case. Can you raise your hand and let me off the hook, okay? Old man Ma frowned and glanced at Qin Yu. After a moment's consideration, he shouted at the burly man, Don't move him yet. The burly man, still holding the knife, stepped back slightly. Since you say this has nothing to do with you, then tell me, who made you break the case? Old man Ma clearly wanted to ask Qin Yu directly. Hearing this, Qin Yu not only didn't lie, but responded in great detail. It's an order from the police station, requiring the office to clean up the drug gangs in the black market area within a deadline. Director Lee is mainly overseeing it, and the case was thrown to Team 1. Captain Yuan could told me that the work must be completed within the deadline. Everyone was stunned by Qin Yu's answer. No one expected this kid to not make excuses for the captain and Director Lee, but instead to cleanly lay out the facts. Seeing that everyone was a bit confused, Qin Yu immediately added, Uncle Ma, if you can get this money to the top and let them say this matter could be postponed, then I can immediately redo the evidence and let your family go. There won't be any problem. You still know how to talk to people and ghosts. Old man Ma looked at Qin Yu with a somewhat playful smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu clasped his hands together and nodded repeatedly. I'm just a little cop. It's hard enough for me to survive. Who do you think I would dare to offend? The old man was silent for a few seconds, then waved his hand. Let him go. Brother Ma, the burly man shouted, blocking Qin Yu's way. Let him go. The old man waved his hand again. The 4 men coldly glanced at Qin Yu before finally letting him pass. Rest assured, Uncle Ma, although I can't let your family go, they are still detained here with me, and I will definitely take good care of them, Qin Yu very tactfully added. Old man Ma was taken aback, then suddenly smiled and said, Okay, then I'll trouble you. No trouble, no trouble. Qin Yu nodded and turned to leave. In the alley, the burly man stepped forward and said to old man Ma, This kid is too soft. I think he is telling the truth. He can't handle this. Old man Ma lit another cigarette, shaking his head slightly in response. He is not soft. He is slippery. The burly man was stunned by this remark. If he were soft, he would have already been scared out of his wits in this situation. Old man Ma said while smoking, Haven't you figured out yet? He is trying to transmit a message to us. What? The burly man was confused. This matter has nothing to do with him. The problem lies with Yuan Ku and Director Lee. Old man Ma murmured softly. He is just the one doing the work and doesn't want to offend us on behalf of his superiors. So he didn't even think before throwing Yuan Ku and Fatty Lee out there. Oh, does that mean his relationship with Yuan Ku isn't as close as we thought? The burly man asked, following this line of thought. Yuan-ko promoting him could very well be. Exactly. The old man interrupted. I suspect the official crackdown on private drugs is likely related to another batch of drugs that recently entered the market. We used to be the only ones doing this, but now there are newcomers. The problem may lie in the competition. What about below? Finding this Chin-yu is useless. The old man waved his hand. Get in the car. We need to figure out why the officials are cracking down. Then we'll know how to handle Xiao Air and Min-S matter. Chin-yu exited the alley and rushed to the police station as quickly as possible. In fact, old man Ma's analysis was spot on. Chin-yu simply didn't want to take the blame for anyone. If Yuan-ko commanded him to solve the case, there would be no problem. But once the case was solved and a series of troubles came knocking, it would be the captain who had to bear the brunt. Something Chin-yu absolutely could not handle. Because right now, he was in no condition to bear anything. Maintaining his basic status quo was already quite difficult. Upon arriving at the police station, Chin-yu immediately met with Yuan-ko and told him about old Ma-'s situation, wanting to see the other S reaction. Yuan-ko looked surprised upon hearing this and seriously advised, these people are not easy to deal with. You must pay attention to safety recently. Don't worry. I'll take the pressure here. In the next few days, I'll let people spread the word that I ordered you to clean up the drug gangs. So any trouble will only come to me. Hearing this, Chin-yu temporarily dispelled his doubts about Yuan-ko, because everything the other said was spot on, and he was very righteous, like a leader one could rely on. After the small wave passed, Chin-yu immediately went to the interrogation room to continue to pressurize Ma-la and Min, hoping to quickly obtain a confession and follow the clues to catch bigger fish. After 6 hours of interrogation, Ma-la and Min still held their ground and refused to cooperate. Old Hay, getting anxious, directly dragged the two to a basement without surveillance or recording to use other methods to force them to confess. But even after a thorough beating, the two still refused to talk. In the end, with no other choice, Chin-yu could only opt to obtain leads through the underlings, although they didn't have any coarse secrets. Inside the interrogation room, Chin-yu was vaping, looking sideways at Ma-la-'s brother and asking, say something useful. You're just providing petty clues. How can I help you? The underling lowered his head and replied, Big brother, I'm really not refusing talk. But we've been caught, and the goods and personnel must have been hidden. Some information I knew before is now useless. You probably don't know how ruthless old Hay is. Chin-yu impatiently stood up. All right, I'm done with the interrogation. Let old Hay teach you a lesson. Big brother, don't. I can't take it. Let me think for a moment. Then you better think fast. I haven't even eaten yet. Chin-yu bent down and sat back down. The underling thought for a long time, suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, Hey, I actually have a clue. What? Chin-yu asked. Before we got caught, I overheard Ma-la on the phone mentioning that there's a big shot responsible for supplying goods who will be coming to Songjiang in the next few days. The underling said with bright eyes. Upon hearing this, Chin-yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Is that true? In a slum in Songjiang, a scruffy man quietly asked on the phone, Has the wind passed? The goods are all pressed down. I must make a move. Old man Ma pondered for a long time before helplessly saying, Let us meet and talk first. Chapter 16. The daily life of a lickspittle. While Chin-yu was busy with the case, Chi-Lin was not focused on that at all. At this moment, this extremely pragmatic individual was pondering how he could be promoted to a second-level police officer. Outside the office of the public security team, Chi-Lin nervously knocked on the door while holding 2 bags of gifts. Kumin, someone shouted from inside. Chi-Lin pushed the door open, grinning widely and bowing as he entered the room, saying, Captain Ryan, are you busy? Inside the office, a middle-aged man with a European face looked up at Chi-Lin and asked, Oh, Chi, come in. It's nothing much. I just came to take a look. Ryan, who was quite heavy-set and had a lot of body hair, wiped the sweat off his forehead as he adjusted his black-framed glasses. Chi, I have a meeting soon. If you have something to say, just get to the point. Chi-Lin discreetly wiped the sweat from his thick thighs and placed the 2 bags of gifts next to Ryan's desk. Captain Ryan, my friend brought me some beef jerky and steak from Fombay. They're all very fresh. You can take them home and try some. Ryan frowned and glanced at Chi-Lin. Don't do this. Just say what you need. Well, I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan. I was hoping you could help me out and see if you can get me promoted to a second-level officer. You know, My qualifications and work performance are sufficient for the promotion. I lack nothing now except someone to speak on my behalf. Chi Lin stood by the desk, speaking very cautiously. Please help me out. Ryan lowered his head to write a report and didn't look directly at Chi Lin. There are only 10 spots available. You originally had one, but the guy from Team 4, Sang Yong, put in a request for his brother-in-law, Yuan Ku, and I have no way to intervene. Just wait a bit longer. I will definitely recommend you for the next promotion. Chi Lin was stunned for a long time. Captain Ryan, Sang Yong's brother-in-law has been here for less than 5 months? Yes, but his brother-in-law is Sang Yong, Ryan said with a helpless smile, straightforwardly. Just wait a bit longer. Opportunities come and go. You can consider it making friends. Chi Lin clenched his fists and steeled himself to continue. Captain Ryan, I really need this second-level officer title. My mom is sick, and every month. Who doesn't want to rise up? There's no reason for it. Ryan replied expressionlessly. But this second-level position should be mine. I've been waiting for almost a year. Chi Lin insisted. Ryan picked up the food bag and murmured softly, beef jerky, steak. Good stuff. Chi, how about this? I'll give you 2 boxes of red wine and 10,000 cash if you help me talk to Director Lee and get me promoted to the office. Chi Lin was taken aback. Chi, opportunities have become very realistic now. If you don't have money, you wait for those who do. And if you have money, you wait for those with power. So tell me, what can beef jerky wait for? I shout, and it can fill my fridge. Ryan casually pushed the steak back toward him. Take it back and wait a bit longer. Chi Lin pursed his lips and, after a long silence, finally said, Then I'll wait a bit longer. He took the stuff back. You keep it. The steak is quite good. Chi Lin turned to leave. Ryan didn't say another word and continued working. As Chi Lin reached the door, he saw several clothes hanging on a coat rack, all smelling of body odor, and immediately turned back to say, Your clothes are dirty. Let me wash them for you. Ryan didn't look up. Your shoes are dirty too. Let me clean them for you. Then I'll leave now. Chi Lin, holding a pile of things, pulled the door and left. A few minutes later, Ryan casually tossed the gifts Chi Lin had brought to a female colleague in the office. Steak, you could take it back. Don't you want it? It's been frozen for who knows how long. Even my dog won't eat it, she replied. Ryan was tidying his attire and stepped out. In the laundry room, Chi Lin rolled up his sleeves, brushed his shoes, and kept talking on the phone. I still need the medicine for this month. I'll find a way to transfer the money back to you. In the office area of Team 3, Chin Yu clapped his hands and shouted, Old hey, go pick up the guns and gear. No one leaves the office before 8 tonight. There might be an operation. Zhu Wei, still nursing an injury from Chin Yu, asked sullenly, Captain, do I still need to go? We're short on manpower. You drive. Chin Yu commanded without room for discussion. Okay. Zhu Wei nodded, not daring to say more. At 4 in the afternoon, after everyone had dinner in the cafeteria, they took their gear and police firearms back to their dorms. As soon as Chi Lin entered the room, he noticed the rare automatic rifle and asked, What is going on? Who are we catching? What's with all this commotion? You even got the M464 out. Little Ma's supplier might have a big shot arriving in Songjiang. Chin Yu replied, glancing at his watch. I've got someone following a core member of the Ma family. It might yield results. Oh, Chi Lin nodded, contemplating for a moment before pulling Chin Yu aside and asking, Can I go home for a bit? Chin Yu was taken aback and asked helplessly, Are you trying to dodge the capture operation again? Big brother, we don't have enough manpower. Otherwise, I'd let you off easy. If you're worried about something happening, you can drive, okay? It's not that I want to dodge. I really need to go home today, Chi Lin replied, frowning. My mom is seriously ill, and my sister is blind and still young. If I don't go back, they won't even have food to eat. Moreover, I have to take her to the hospital for a checkup today. Chin Yu figured Chi Lin wouldn't lie about his mother. So after some contemplation, he said, Can you make it back before the operation? I'll call you as soon as we're about to take action. I will definitely return, Chi Lin assured him. All right, then you go, Chin Yu said. Captain, I'm sorry for the trouble. Chi Lin politely nodded at Chin Yu. No problem. It's not easy for anyone. We help each other out. Chin Yu patted Chi Lin on the shoulder. Before the operation, I'll give you a call. Okay. Chi Lin nodded. At around 7 in the evening, in a certain slum in the Dark Street area, an old man from the Ma family got out of the car, glanced around, and then, wearing a military coat and with his head down, walked into a foul-smelling alley. Who are you looking for? A man in the dark asked. I'm looking for Along. The old man stopped when he heard the voice. Brother Ma? The other party smiled and walked over. He's inside, right? The young man lowered his head and said politely, Brother Ma, please raise your arm. I need to follow procedure. Old man Ma raised his arm, allowing the young man to search him thoroughly. Inside the room, Along, looking scruffy and disheveled, was sitting on the bed, playing with a handgun. On the other side, Yuan Ku was in the office on the phone, walking to the window. Big brother, why are you in such a hurry to have me come back? I'm in the middle of something. All right, let us leave it at that. I'll be back shortly. Chapter 17. The Lives in Zone 9 in the Dormitory. Qin Yu lowered his head to clean his police gun and tilted his neck to ask Lao He, Brother, how did you end up in Zone 9? Like most people. Lao He replied softly, looking down. When the disaster struck, various countries formed a joint government and established 8 zones for refuge. But with so many people in the world, how could everyone fit into those 8 zones? There are too many people and too few resources, so to enter these 8 zones, one must wait for the joint government to randomly select permanent residency rights for the global population. Although it's called a random draw, most of the tickets were taken by the social elite, and the remaining few were sold at exorbitant prices. Towards the end, a ticket could cost tens of millions of dollars. My hometown is in war-torn Africa, where it's hard to survive, let alone afford a ticket. At this point, the brother from Taiji also chimed in softly. We've all gone through the same thing. My dad held onto a glimmer of hope, hearing that there were still spots available in zones 7 and 8, so he did everything he could to get to Asia, but what awaited us was a full population that could not accept anymore. Lao He smiled and asked Qin Yu, do you know the origin of Zone 9? Somewhat. Qin Yu nodded. Since zones 7 and 8 are within your country's borders and were the last 2 areas that had not filled their quotas, many people from around the world rushed here, hoping for that slim chance. But after zones 7 and 8 reached full capacity, there were still millions of homeless people left here. They couldn't survive. So under some leadership, riots broke out, attempting to storm other residential areas. The joint government had no choice but to allocate some resources and allow the establishment of the 9th Special Zone. However, they lacked the capacity and sufficient resources to support this area, which ultimately led us to self-governance. This is the history of Zone 9. It is a lifeline seized by us, the lower class of society. Although it's chaotic, it feels like home. Even if you sent me to the other 8 zones now, I might not adapt. Lao He was optimistic, always showing a bright smile that gave a warm feeling. After a long silence, Qin Yu asked, do you have any family left? No one. Lao He's gaze dimmed slightly. My mother and younger brother died in the first military conflict in Zone 9. My dad was one of the first police officers in Zone 9 and also sacrificed his life during a duty. Qin Yu was taken aback. I'm sorry. It's nothing. I moved on. Lao He smiled again. What about you? Do you have family? How did you end up in the planned area? I might be worse off than you. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Yu was about to share his feelings with his colleague. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rang. Hello. Qin Yu answered the police phone. The core of the Ma family has taken old Ma to the 3rd ring road. I've observed for a while and am 80% sure they are meeting the contact person. Xiao Lu briefly explained the situation over the phone. What about the specific number of people? Is the contact person there? Qin Yu asked, relying on his experience to judge. Xiao Lu frowned and replied, I didn't TC him, but at least 2 to 4 people are on lookout at the entrance of the alley. What about old Ma's side? He went in alone. The people he brought are waiting outside, a total of 3. Any idea about their firepower? Qin Yu asked again. Can't tell for sure, but from my experience, I think these guys are heavily armed. Xiao Lu responded without hesitation. All right, I understand. Stay put. We'll be there soon. Okay. After finishing the conversation, Qin Yu clapped his hands and shouted to the other colleagues, Gear up, we're getting to work. Lao He was the first to stand up upon hearing this. Let's get to work first, and we can chat over drinks later. Qin Yu patted Lao He's shoulder and said with a smile, Sure. Lao He was different from most of his fellow compatriots. He was diligent and uncomplaining, not lazy or afraid of trouble. He could take on the roles of observer or demolitions expert and was good with a gun, making him one of the few strong fighters in the team. You all gathered downstairs, Qin Yu said, turning and leaving the dormitory, quickly dialing Yuan Ku's number. Hello, Xiao Qin. Team Yuan, I request personnel assistance. Qin Yu stated his request directly. Have you caught a big fish? Yuan Ku's eyes brightened. Not sure yet. We need to catch it to know. Qin Yu licked his lips. The other side might be heavily armed, and the preliminary estimate is about 10 people. How many do you need? At least one team. I'm finding it hard to gather 2 teams for you right now. Our people are all tied up with the case. Yuan Ku felt the situation was tricky. If you don't give me people, I can't make the arrest. Qin Yu frowned and said, You know the situation with Team 3. Yuan Ku pondered for a while. I'll call the captain of Team 3 and have them send people to help. You wait downstairs. Old Cat's team? Qin Yu was taken aback. What's wrong? Is that not okay? Sure. It's fine for him to come. Qin Yu responded with satisfaction. I know him well. Communication will be easy. That's settled. About 5 minutes later, Old Cat arrived with 20 people, dressed in light green SWAT uniforms. Wearing boots, carrying collapsible riot shields, and holding 5M464 rifles, striding out confidently. Pretty fast. Qin Yu smiled and walked over. Damn, I only came to help because I heard you were leading the team. If it were someone else's job, I would have ducked. Old Cat grinned. Doing Qin Yu a favor. These are all the people in the dorm. Everyone else is busy with cases. Thanks. No need for unnecessary talk. We're here to help. Just follow my lead. Old Cat waved his hand. Let us talk in the car. Qin Yu pulled Old Cat and turned back to his team members, shouting, Check the communication equipment and formulate the arrest plan on the way. Yes. Team 3 responded in unison and got into the vehicles. Minutes later, 4 police patrol cars and 1 multifunctional operation van sped towards the 3rd ring road. In a dark and damp room in the alley, Along was eating braised beef and looking at old Ma with a tilted neck, asking, Can you settle this matter or not? If I can't settle it, I'll pass the job to someone else. If you can, then wait a bit longer. I can wait for you at most a week. Along pondered for a moment and replied, We can't delay any further. If the warehouse gets raided, I won't have any pants left to spare. I understand. Old Ma stood up. I'll resolve the issue within a week. Good. Along took a sip of white liquor and called out, See you off, Brother Ma. Old Ma paused slightly as he turned to the door and suddenly asked, Along, there isn't too much competition in our line of work on the Black Street. Just a few of us. But their drug prices are double ours. I just don't understand why you want to let us raise the prices. How much less do we earn? Along scratched his eye and replied, nonchalantly, damn. As long as there is profit, it's fine. How much we earn is secondary. Old Ma pondered for a moment. That's true. I'm leaving now. Solve the problem quickly. Got it. Old Ma pushed the door open and stepped out. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lu called Qin Yu. Captain, the situation has changed. Old Ma suddenly left. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, Are the people in the room still there? They are. Chapter 18, The Iron Rice Bowl. Held with life in the middle section of the 3rd Ring Road, for police patrol cars dispersed and stopped at the corner by the roadside, while the multifunctional combat vehicle quickly left after dropping off a dozen officers at the intersection. Qin Yu sat in the lead vehicle, picked up the walkie-talkie, and instructed softly, The person is still inside. We will proceed with the arrest according to the grouping we just discussed. There are people in the alley, but try not to fire your weapons and avoid making noise, as we are not familiar with the indoor environment. Received. Understood. Several groups responded immediately after receiving the complete instructions. Qin Yu opened the door and got out of the car, checking his firearm secured at his waist. And just as he was about to move, Qi Lin ran over from behind. Hey, I finally caught up? Qin Yu turned back at the sound. Are you done? Yeah, just finished, Qi Lin panted. Qin Yu didn't have time to chat and quickly ordered. According to the original plan, you drive Vehicle 2 and wait at the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road and Feng Lin Road. If the arrest is successful, I'll get in your car immediately. If there is any backup from Lazy, report it right away. Understood, Qi Lin said gratefully. Thanks, Captain, for always looking out for me. Don't mention it. Qin Yu didn't have time for pleasantries. While walking, he called in the walkie-talkie. Old Cat, prepare to approach the alley. We'll charge from the front. Received. 3 minutes later, Old Cat, wearing a Kevlar helmet and light green special operations attire, with a steel plate bulletproof vest on his chest, led a team of 10, crouching low as they approached the alley, splitting into groups on both sides, waiting for instructions. On the roadside, Qin Yu walked quickly while holding the walkie-talkie and asked, Is there a high point? No, just an external staircase. It should give a clear view of the second floor. Okay, your group goes to the second floor to set up. Your main task is to provide cover. Chinyu instructed. Understood. After finishing the communication with his colleagues, Chinyu arrived at the entrance of the alley and turned to glance at the empty street, patting Old Cat on the shoulder. Old Hay and I will go in. You all stay put for now. Okay. Old Cat nodded. Let us go, Old Hay. Chinyu called out. Old Hay, dressed in plain clothes, followed Chinyu into the alley. As the two walked side by side, Chinyu casually asked, Nervous? He used to it. Old Hay smiled. Relax, it's fine. Chinyu casually draped an arm around Old Hay's neck and suddenly staggered, shouting, Take me somewhere to have some fun. You've had too much to drink. Old Hay played along. In the central area of the alley, a middle-aged man sat up from a dilapidated wooden chair, squinting his eyes towards them. As Chinyu swayed, holding onto Old Hay, they walked about 30 meters before he turned and spat. Damn, this life is hard. The spit landed right on the shoulder of a burly man. You bastard. The burly man's companion stood up, frowning and ready to curse. Oh shit, there are people here? Chinyu pretended to be drunk, slowly turning back to ask, Sorry, brother, can you tell me how to get to Duo Club? At first, the burly man thought Chinyu was just a drunkard, but as Chinyu got closer, he furrowed his brow and instinctively moved his hand behind his back. I don't know. Ugh. Chinyu made a retching sound and unconsciously leaned towards the burly man. Damn it, you don't smell like alcohol. The burly man stood up, ready to draw his gun, while his companion immediately reached for his earpiece button. Bang! Chinyu lifted his leg, and his right foot shot out like lightning. Thud! The burly man staggered back 2 steps, his body crashing against the wall. Smack! Chinyu grabbed the man's arm and violently swung him to the left, causing the burly man to stumble and fall. Following that, his knee crashed down on the man's head, his left hand pressing on the gun at the man's waist, and he growled in a low voice, Don't shout, or I'll kill you. Yes. The burly man was not afraid of Chinyu, and he tried to shout. With no choice, Chinyu released the man's arm with his right hand and quickly covered his mouth. Be quiet. Puffed. The burly man, fierce to the extreme, struggled and bit down on Chinyu's hand, blood immediately gushing out. Meanwhile, as Chinyu was dealing with this, Old Hay rushed in and used a police takedown to bring down another drug dealer. But this person was also extremely vicious. As soon as his mouth was covered, he immediately shook his head violently to struggle. Seeing that both of these men were desperate and difficult to control, Chinyu quickly turned around and waved his hand. Top, top, top. Old Cat received the signal and led the team into the alley. As everyone reached Chinyu's side, they raised their guns, and with a single blow each, smashed the heads of the 2 criminals, causing them to temporarily lose consciousness. We missed. Chinyu shouted as he got up, breached the door. Crash, crash. The sound of Remington series breaching shotguns being racked was crisp and clear. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, shattering the iron door. Old Cat waved and shouted, Tactical formation, advance. Hearing this, Chinyu led the 10 officers charging in from the front. But as soon as they entered the room, they were dumbfounded. The first floor corridor was narrow and dimly lit, and at the far end, they could vaguely see an iron staircase. Damn it, move quickly. They're definitely not on the first floor. Chinyu quickly scanned the layout and made the command as fast as possible. The officers on both sides, upon hearing his command, immediately moved forward without hesitation. 3 seconds later, at the top of the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 men raised their automatic rifles and, without a word, started firing down wildly. Don't go up, suppress them. Chinyu sheltered at the corner of the staircase, dodging bullets and tightening his right fist. Group 2, do you have a shooting condition? Can shoot. 2 automatics at the staircase corner. Bang, bang. There were few snipers in the police department, so this operation didn't have a pure sniper as support. However, the experienced field officers were still reliable when using automatics at close range. The group ambushed at the external staircase. Upon receiving the order, fired 2 shots through the glass, killing the criminals stuck at the entrance of the second floor. The bodies rolled down the staircase, and only then did Chinyu wave his hand and shout, Go in. Whoosh. Chinyu led the assault team up the staircase quickly to the second floor. The living room was extremely dark. with only the moonlight outside faintly illuminating the room's outline. Chinyu, sweating on his forehead, took a few steps forward and quietly asked, "Where is everyone? Did Group 2 see anyone jump out?" "No. Our angle doesn't allow us to see the situation in the living room." The response came immediately. Chinyu frowned in confusion. Clang! At that moment, a faint noise came from the left side. An old cat, who had just rushed up, nervously shouted, "Chinyu! Chinyu! I hit a jackpot. I step on a booby trap." When Chinyu turned back at the sound, one of the officers in Old Cat's team was already crouched on the ground, ready to use his hand to probe the booby trap wire. "Don't move. Don't move," Old Cat shouted with his right leg trembling. "It's not about the wire. I stepped on a mine." Everyone paused briefly at the sound, then immediately retreated, guarding the entrance to the living room, fearing that there might still be someone hiding inside. Chinyu quickly pulled out his flashlight from his waist, crouched down, and briefly shone it at the booby trap at the bathroom door, speaking concisely, "Cat, if you take a step back, your right leg will definitely be safe. If you don't back off, then lift your foot and I'll shoot the mine out." "Can you hit it?" "Hard to say. Not sure if the mine has been modified." "Are you kidding me?" "Hard to say. What are you talking about? If you can't hit it, I'll be dead." Old Cat shouted with wide eyes. "I can hit it. You lose your leg." Chinyu firmly held the flashlight with his right hand and asked, "What should we do? Give me an answer." The old cat was silent for a moment, his face losing its usual playful expression. "Protect your legs. On the count of 3, you lift your leg." Chinyu picked up the automatic rifle and shouted, "Everyone step back. 3, 2, 1, lift your leg." Chinyu shouted loudly. Hearing this, the old cat dared not hesitate and lifted his leg to retreat. Bang! Chinyu swung the butt of the gun as if playing golf, sending the explosive underneath him flying away. Crash! The explosive shattered the glass and burst out into the open air. But after a few seconds, there was no sound outside. The old cat squatted on the ground, feeling somewhat weak. "Damn, why didn't it go off?" "Fake." Chinyu gritted his teeth and replied, "It's a fake explosive. Team 2, check for any abnormalities in the surroundings." Just then, a strange sound came from the left side as a member of the assault team was about to step forward. His body accidentally brushed against a cabinet by the wall, producing a peculiar noise. The group froze upon hearing it. "Damn, that's real." The old cat shouted in a pale face. "Get down, set up the riot shields." 2 officers holding riot shields knelt down just as a fireball erupted. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, and 3 officers who didn't manage to take cover were swept to the ground by countless fragments, losing their lives in an instant without a chance to call for help. Chinyu lay on the floor inside the room, his ears ringing as he shouted, "There is definitely no one left inside." They ran outside. "Team 2, keep a lookout." Outside, Big Thunder Along was running wildly with a companion in the courtyard, shouting, "Damn it, the dogs are here because they caught Old Ma's scent. This guy is too unprofessional. Is there a possibility he might sell us out?" "Impossible. He still relies on me for food." Along waved his hand and shouted, "Call Shrimp, tell him to come pick us up quickly, or we won't be able to get out." Chapter 19. The Ruthless Lay Z on the 2nd floor. Chinyu had just shaken his head and climbed up from the ground when he heard the voices of the second team outside through his earpiece. 2 people have rushed out from the shantytown houses and are running towards Phone Lin Road. "We're a bit far from our position. It's hard to chase." "Are you sure there are only 2 people?" Chinyu asked, his eyes reddening. "Confirmed. Only 2 people," came a reply. "Everyone, move towards Phone Lin Road." Chinyu gritted his teeth and shouted, "If there are casualties, we must capture the main suspect. Otherwise, it will all be in vain." "Received. Received." The urgent responses came through the walkie-talkie as Chinyu pulled out his gun and immediately shouted, "Those who are uninjured, come downstairs quickly." In less than a minute, everyone had gathered downstairs. Chinyu ran at the front of the crowd and shouted, "Second team, have you locked onto them? Report the bandits' location." "They've reached Phone Lin Road and are still running forward, approaching the intersection with the 3rd Ring Road." The second team leader replied in a low voice, "We're on their tail, but the distance is a bit far." Chinyu paused for a moment at the sound, suddenly remembering that Chi Lin was in that direction. He immediately took the walkie-talkie and shouted, Car 2, respond if you receive." "Car 2 received," Chi Lin's voice came through. "The bandits are heading your way." Chinyu ordered quickly, "There are 2 of them. If you can intercept them while ensuring your safety, do it." We have casualties. If you can hold them for 10 seconds, we'll be right there. Chi Lin was stunned at the response. Did you hear me? Qin Yu shouted again. Why, yes, received. Chi Lin replied nervously. Maintain communication. We're on our way. Qin Yu said as he dashed out of the alley and got into a police vehicle that had just pulled up. Meanwhile, Lao He and two others from Lao Mao's team got into another car and rushed towards the intersection of the third ring road, which was no more than 500 meters away. Inside the car, Lao Mao shouted into the walkie-talkie, Chi Lin, have you seen anyone pass by? At the third ring road intersection, Chi Lin had already gotten out of the car, too nervous to remember to bring the car's walkie-talkie. His arm trembled as he pulled out his sidearm, hiding near the front of the car, his eyes fixed on the direction of Fenglin Road. Yes, Chi Lin never thought that this reckless Lei Zi would run towards him. He was anxious. He unconsciously recalled the explosion from earlier and the colleagues who had died in confusion. He was scared. Hiding behind the car for just a few seconds felt like years. Unlike other officers, he had no thoughts of sacrificing himself for the greater good, only a cowardly fear. The cold wind blew as Along led his comrades, striding over with a large-caliber shotgun and a handgun in hand. Inside the car, the walkie-talkie crackled with Lao Mao's voice. Chi Lin, can you hear me? Did anyone pass by? Respond. Chi Lin was sweating, his eyes fixed on Along's direction. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and raised his gun, his voice trembling as he prepared to speak. In the dim light, Along turned to his companion and asked, What did the shrimp say? They're already here. The companion panted, pointing ahead. They came through the front houses. Don't move, there's a police car. Along turned around and noticed Chi Lin's vehicle at the intersection. Bang! Bang! His companion, tense, turned and saw the police car, immediately pulling the trigger and shouting, You go first. The bullet hit the police car, sending sparks flying. Chi Lin hunched over, afraid to show himself. Inside the car, Lao Mao continued to shout into the walkie-talkie. Chi Lin, there's gunfire over there. Had you encountered them? Chi Lin vaguely heard the commotion inside the car. He crouched and crawled to the passenger seat, reaching for the car door. On the roadside, Along took the opportunity to run wildly, charging diagonally across the street, ready to force his way into the shantytown area. At this moment, he was no more than 30 meters away from Chi Lin. Chi Lin's hand was on the car door handle, just about to pull it open when he turned his head and saw Along trying to slip into the alley. He had no choice but to raise his gun and open his mouth to shout. At the street corner, Along was also keeping an eye on the police car as he ran. So, when he turned around, he happened to come face to face with Chi Lin. Both were momentarily stunned. Along, without thinking, raised his shotgun and fired it at the car. Crash! The mechanical hood was instantly dented, while Chi Lin stood frozen in place, not daring to retaliate. Boom! Just then, Lao Hei's car rushed over. He shouted into the walkie-talkie, Chi Lin, fire a shot. Hold them off. They can't get away. Chi Lin remained crouched behind the police car, terrified, staring at the intersection, his face pale. Damn it! Lao Hei saw that Chi Lin wasn't responding and immediately shouted, Charge! There are only two of them. The car sped past Chi Lin's position in an instant. Bang! Bang! Lao Hei poked his head out of the car and fired 2 shots at Along's companion, who fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Damn it! I told you to chase. Along yelled, his eyes bloodshot, turning to fire back. Bang! Bang! The shotgun roared, blowing out the tire of the electric vehicle, which crashed sideways into a wall next to a shop at the intersection, the front half crumpling and emitting smoke. Lao Hei shook his head, pushed the car door open, and shouted, There's only one of them left. Go, and hull him down. Hearing this, everyone got out of the car, guns drawn, and rushed toward Along's position. Screech! On the snow-covered street, 4 burly men got out of the car, 2 with automatic rifles, and began firing in Lao Hei's direction. On the third ring road, Qin Yu, who had just arrived at the firefight scene, immediately spotted the people rushing toward Along and shouted into the walkie-talkie, Lao Hei, retreat. They have backup. At this point, it was too late for Lao Hei to retreat. He had already gotten out of the car and charged forward, so when the bullets came flying, his only option was to hide in the recess of the shop entrance. But Along, whose brother had just died, was enraged. He ran up with his shotgun, shouting, Damn it! Are you still chasing? Bang! Lao Hei, pressed against the shop's glass door, dared not peek outside, only firing a shot blindly. But Along boldly crept up along the wall, pressing the shotgun against Lao Hei's head. Silence. A brief silence. Don't move. The two officers behind Lao Hei were ready to cover him. Tot tot tot. The shrimp fired back with an automatic rifle, forcing the two officers back into cover. Lao Hei was sweating, his thick lips trembling. Don't kill me. Am I the one who killed you for nothing? Huh? For nothing. Along roared. Bang. The gun fired, and Lao Hei collapsed to the ground. Chase me again, and I'll send a bomb to your police station every day. Along lowered his gun and fired 3 shots at Lao Hei's body before being pulled away by the shrimp. He threw 2 bombs onto the road to buy time, and then disappeared into the night. Behind a police car at the street corner, Chi Lin watched in horror as Lao Hei was shot dead, saw the bombs explode and create 2 large craters in the road, and stood frozen like a statue. The car came to a halt, and Chinyu rushed out, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pulled at Lao Hei. Brother, hold on. Dead. Let it be. Living is also suffering. The old black man reached out and grabbed Chinyu's wrist. His voice hoarse as he said, I have no family left. I'm living alone. I have raised 2 kids from my hometown in the new district. You give my compensation to them. Chinyu clenched his fist and nodded firmly. I will definitely give it. On the street, the old cat jumped out of the car with fiery eyes, directly rushing to Chi Lin's side and shouted, Give me the gun. Chi Lin looked vacant, numb as he raised his head to look at the old cat. I told you to give me the gun. The old cat yelled as he snatched Chi Lin's sidearm, skillfully ejecting the magazine, and froze. I'm sorry. Chi Lin stammered. The old cat's arm trembled with anger as he pointed at the bullets in the magazine and shouted, You didn't fire a single shot. Not even 1 shot. Huh. If you had fired a shot, would the old black man have died? Would Lazy have run away? Damn it, you useless piece of shit. The 3 people who had just died on the 2nd floor were all members of the old cat's team. Although they weren't close friends, they were colleagues who had spent every day together. He was furious, jumping up and kicking Chi Lin's head. Why didn't you fire? Are you afraid of dying? If you're afraid of dying, why are you sitting on the toilet without doing anything? Damn it. I'll kill you, you worthless piece of shit. Chapter 20. A long that swept through Songjiang 2 hours later in the office of the chief of police. Director Li slammed the table and roared with a fierce expression. What the hell are you doing, Yuan Ko? With organized arrests, how did it end up like this? For crying out loud, look at the report. How many bandits were there? Are your team members made of paper? Huh. Full gear assault, and you let 4 people die. How am I supposed to report this to the police station? Yuan Ko lowered his head. Director, I was handling another case. This matter, forget it. I won't explain too much to you. In short, such a significant mistake happened, and I am willing to take responsibility. Take responsibility? Then you shouldn't be the team leader anymore. Let someone else take over. Director Li Shotakudli. Yuan Ko suddenly raised his head, staring at Director Li without saying a word. Damn it. Director Li turned around in place, fuming, and continued to scold. I've seen the report. This Chi Lin is not just useless. He has problems. Monitor him immediately. He might have dealings with the bandits. Otherwise, why didn't he fire a single shot? It must be thoroughly investigated. Yuan Ku stood up straight and responded without hesitation. He is already under surveillance. Qin Yu and Old Cat are interrogating him and gathering testimonies from the captured personnel. Director Li, with a stern face, paced around the room and suddenly turned to Yuan Ku, saying, I'll tell you plainly, in today's environment, everyone has their own little thoughts. Those wanting to make money, wanting promotions, wanting to rely on someone. There's a bunch of them in the police department, and I'm no exception. However, your little thoughts must not touch others' interests, and you absolutely cannot use the police department as a knife against someone else. Otherwise, if things escalate, it won't look good for anyone. Hearing this, Yuan Ku was taken aback for a moment, then immediately straightened up and replied, Director Li, the rumors outside may not necessarily have anything to do with me. I think you might be misunderstanding me. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can't hide it. I'm not blind, just wait and see. Director Li, feeling troubled, walked to the window and said, Draft the report for the police station. Make it detailed. As for the aftermath, you handle it personally. Submit any required funds for my consideration and signature. Yes. Yuan Ku saluted. That night, at midnight, Yuan Ku hosted a dinner at the Second Sister restaurant. 30 or so well-known gang leaders from the black market and other districts came. In the second-floor hall, after Yuan Ke raised 3 glasses of wine to toast everyone with a smile, he finally spoke. Tonight, our team made an arrest on the 3rd Ring Road. I believe all the elders and brothers have heard about it. The bandits killed 4 of our brothers, and the higher-ups are furious. Haha. They're just short of stripping me of my clothes. There are no outsiders here, so I'll speak frankly. I have to take action against these drug dealers. Everyone, lend me a hand, and I, Yuan Ke, will definitely repay you in the future. But if anyone tries to protect them and secretly help them evade arrest, then you're going against me and the police department. For the next year, I won't do anything else, just target them. Team leader, what are you talking about? If you speak up, who won't give you face? Oh, it's just a small matter, isn't it? Just a few drug dealers? We'll find them out quickly. Everyone listened to Yuan Ke's words without getting angry, all chiming in to agree. Yuan Ke bowed and poured more wine, smiling at everyone. Thank you all for giving me face. Thank you. After a while, once the serious matters were discussed and the banquet was dismissed, a strong man got into his car and lowered his head to return a phone call. Hello, old ma. I have something to ask you for help with. Help me move a few people out of the special district. The voice of old ma came through. The strong man smiled. Who the person is, I want to ask. But I can't help with this. Sure on money? The police's Yuan Ke has gone red-eyed, holding a machine gun and treating us to dinner. Are you joking? The strong man said in a low voice, Old ma, I may not be afraid of him, but there is no need to offend someone from the official side. You understand? All right, consider this call not made. Okay, just like that. As soon as he hung up, the two ended the call. At 8:30 in the morning, a long special wanted order was issued from the police station to the 6 districts of Songjiang. Each police station received the order and immediately made arrangements for cooperation with subordinate security units. In an instant, the previously unknown Along became famous in Songjiang and gained a loud reputation in the entire underworld, because everyone knew that it was the police station that personally ordered to deal with this person. When Xin Yu first took over this case from Yuan Ke, he thought it was not a big deal, but he didn't expect it to escalate to this point. The situation seemed a bit out of control and severe, and he also felt inexplicably pushed along by others. In the team leader's office, Xin Yu frowned and said to Yuan Ke, I underestimated the complexity of the arrest. I know what the problems are. Yuan Ke waved his hand. You have your responsibilities, but we also have limited conditions. The leading drug dealer, if caught, is dead. So he has to fight back. But some of our police officers think if we don't catch anyone, we still get paid at the end of the month. Their starting points are different, and their mindsets are definitely different. This is an objective condition, and I'm aware of it. Xin Yu remained silent upon hearing this. Whether or not you get punished depends on whether the case can be solved and to what extent it can be solved, and whether the higher-ups are satisfied. Yuan Ke spoke very realistically. The matter isn't over yet. Pay attention to your work. I'm watching you. Xin Yu. Thank you, team leader. Xin Yu returned from last night feeling anxious because he thought he hadn't done a good job and the higher-ups would definitely hold him accountable and punish him harshly. But he didn't expect Yuan Ke to still help the 3rd group, an old cat with some issues, specifically mentioning Xin Yu to focus his main energy on solving the case. Knock, knock. While the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Yuan Ke shouted. The office door opened, and a young man in uniform saluted and said, The testimonies have come out. The captured henchmen stated that they had no insider and didn't receive any warnings. Yuan Ke frowned and asked, Are you sure? The 2 henchmen have the same testimonies. It doesn't seem like they're lying. Then lift Qi Lin's surveillance. Yuan Ke considered and replied. The young man hesitated and then asked, What about his punishment? Yuan Ke replied without hesitation. It has been proven that he is not suitable for handling cases in the frontline team. Let us transfer him to logistics for now, and we'll notify him once the punishment results come in. Yes. The young man saluted and left. Hearing this, Xin Yu sighed inwardly and didn't speak up for Qi Lin because whether he could survive in the frontline team was something no one could help with. A few minutes later, Xin Yu walked out of the office, just as he was about to grab some breakfast and return to deal with the matter of Old Hei's death. He heard Old Cat and Qi Lin arguing violently at the stairwell. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yinlei, wearing a wool coat with a cute pink scarf and her hair in disarray, shouted at the on-duty police officer, I want to report a case. Chapter 21. I have to give my all for a living in the stairwell on the third floor. Don't stop me, Chi Lin shouted as he vigorously shook off Old Cat's arm. I want to ask Team Yuan why I was reassigned to logistics. Do you even fit in the frontline team? Wake up and don't mess things up for others. Old Cat shot back, glaring. Last night's case wasn't solved. Everyone is furious. Are you really going to confront Old Yuan now? If he gets angry and fires you, won't you be completely foolish? Just then, Chinyu came down from upstairs and asked, "What are you two doing?" The two paused. "Can you not shout here? Isn't it embarrassing?" Chinyu frowned at them and said, "Come on, let's go sit outside. I need to talk to Chi Lin for a bit." After hesitating for a moment, Chi Lin was ultimately dragged away by Chinyu and Old Cat. Downstairs, Lin Yinlei blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, "I'm an online reporter. I found someone selling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tuza Street. During an undercover investigation, those thugs discovered us and snatched our camera. Do you know them?" "No." "Fill out a form, print out your ID, and write down the time, location, and specific details." The on-duty officer casually tossed her an inquiry form. Lin Yinlei took it, sat down, and filled it out carefully before handing it back. "Is this good enough? Can you go catch them?" "All right, you can go back. We'll investigate later." "No. My camera is still with them, and they haven't left. You need to go catch them." Lin Yinlei was a bit anxious. "Do you need me to teach you how to handle a case?" The officer crossed his legs. "Go back. We'll notify you if there's news." "What kind of attitude is that? They stole my camera, and the people should still be there. Why not go now? Can't you understand? I'm telling you to go back first." "You." Lin Yinlei's face flushed with anger, and in a moment of desperation, she shouted, "Forget it. I'll find Chinyu." "Is he here? You know him?" The officer asked, surprised. "Yes, I know him." "Then wait a moment." The officer's attitude softened slightly as he picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted a few words. After about a minute of waiting, the officer shook his head and said to her, "Chinyu isn't here. He went out." Lin Yinlei's expression turned helpless. "Then can you come with me to get my camera back?" "We can't go now. I have to report it up and follow the investigation process. I can't take this anymore." Lin Yinlei spat and turned to leave. In a breakfast shop next to the police station, Chi Lin stared blankly at the multi-grain bun on the table, motionless. "Don't get worked up. Just accept the logistics assignment for now. Team Yuan is angry," Chinyu said, trying to comfort Chi Lin while eating. Chi Lin's eyes were red, looking down at his palms and murmuring, "It's not fair." Old Cat, who had a short temper, was already unhappy with Chi Lin's performance last night. So he snapped, "What the hell is unfair? You're not doing your job well. Is it wrong to punish you? I told you before that you're not fit for frontline work, yet you keep dreaming of promotions. And now, you not only dug your own grave, but also put your colleagues at risk. That along could have been caught last night. What do you think the higher-ups will say today? Everyone involved in the case will be rewarded. But because you were too scared to shoot, now we're not only getting punished, but Old Hay also got someone killed. Did you see his body? 3 gunshot wounds. His bulletproof vest was shattered." Chinyu remained silent upon hearing this. Chi Lin slowly raised his head, his face devoid of excitement, and asked numbly, "Old Cat, can you not make comments before you understand the details?" "What details?" "Then tell me, why didn't you shoot?" "Why?" Old Cat slammed his bowl down, staring at him. Chi Lin clenched his fists and stared at Old Cat for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and responding, "Fine, let's say I didn't shoot. I was wrong. I admit it. You were wrong from the start. But haven't you made mistakes? Haven't you?" Chi Lin suddenly retorted. Old Cat was momentarily speechless. "But I haven't. Since the day I became a police officer, I've never made a principled mistake, not once." Chi Lin trembled as he looked at Chinyu and Old Cat, saying, "I tread carefully in my work at the police station, never making mistakes in the past. And to become a second-level officer, I worked hard to be among the top 3 in shooting and first in the station, right?" Chinyu was taken aback, completely unaware that Chi Lin had shooting honors. "When I brought honors to the station, there were no substantial rewards. But when I made a mistake, I was punished. Is that fair?" Chi Lin asked, his eyes reddening. "Is it hard to be a second-level officer? It's just a matter of a word from above. But why doesn't it come to me? Why is there no one to speak up for me? Year after year, I get nominated, yet year after year, I end up as a runner-up, right? Am I wrong, Old Cat?" Old Cat had never seen Chi Lin speak to him like this, so he was a bit stunned. "I'm different from you. You have Oldly backing you in the station. You can mess around with anyone, and if you're unhappy, you can even scold Yuan Ko. But can I? Don't say scolding. If I say something wrong and offend someone, I might get sent home tomorrow. I have no work left. Who will take care of my mother's illness? Who will support my sister? You? Tell me, is it you? Chi Lin's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fists and shouted, You live your life, while I just want to survive. I'm afraid to risk my life. When something happens, I have to hide because I don't have the qualification to fight hard with others. There are 2 mouths at home waiting for me to feed them. If I don't work for 3 days, they'll starve to death. You have a background behind you, but I have burdens behind me, so you can scold me and look down on me from a high point, while I can only stay bent over forever. Maybe one day, I will give my all, and I can only reach your starting point, and nothing more. After saying this, Chi Lin stood up, blankly looking at Chinyu and Old Cat, and said, You guys eat, I'm leaving first. Chi Lin, Chinyu called out. Chi Lin didn't look back and left the breakfast shop alone. Old Cat frowned and continued to drink his porridge. Chinyu was lost in thought, unsure of what he was contemplating. After a long time, Old Cat asked with his head down, Did I say too much? Yeah, a bit, Chinyu nodded. I'm really worried about him. Old Cat sighed. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky as Chi Lin stiffly walked along the desolate road, wanting to buy a bottle of alcohol to ease his frustration. But upon checking his pockets, he realized that even the cheapest bottle of alcohol cost 25 yuan. He held back, walking toward home, in a house somewhere on Tuza Street. Along was smoking, frowning as he said to Old Ma, When can I leave? It's being arranged. It will be soon, just a couple of days. Before I leave, I need to go out for a bit. Don't talk nonsense. They're going crazy looking for you outside. Old Ma urgently reminded him. I don't know when I'll be back after I leave. Along replied, looking down. I have a wish I need to fulfill. Chapter 22. Buying people the next day. As Chinyu entered the office, Old Cat approached him. What are you busy with? Old Black said a couple of things to me before he died, asking me to approve his compensation and send it to the 2 kids he was raising. Chinyu replied, while drinking water, I just finished the report and am about to submit it. Oh, you didn't handle the 3 from your side? Chinyu asked proactively. I'm still dealing with it, contacting the families of the fallen colleagues. Old Cat responded, lowering his head. I don't like these occasions, so I didn't go. Chinyu nodded. Hey, do you have anything to do later? Old Cat suddenly asked. Chinyu was taken aback. Is it about interrogating those 2 lackeys again? Nothing important. Then come with me to Chi Lin's place, Old Cat said, pretending to be nonchalant. He got transferred to logistics, and now there's no field allowance. His salary has decreased. I'm worried he might do something stupid. After some time of interaction, Chinyu had realized that Old Cat was just blunt and often spoke without considering others' feelings. Yet he was quite perceptive. He probably knew that Chinyu had already talked about it at the breakfast shop yesterday, which is why he pulled this stunt. But he felt a bit embarrassed to go to Chi Lin alone, so he came to drag Chinyu along. I'm off for lunch soon. I need to go check on the interrogation with Zhu Wei. Chinyu glanced at the wall clock and replied. All right, I'll come get you for lunch, Old Cat said. Okay. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Chinyu hopped on Old Cat's electric motorcycle and headed to Chi Lin's home. In fact, anyone holding a position as a police officer could be considered to be doing quite well in this era, at least in District 9, where they were definitely part of the middle-income group. Despite the dangers, it was still a stable job with a fixed monthly salary. However, even so, Chi Lin's life was very difficult. His home was located in a slum on the outskirts of the Black Street, where most people lacked stable jobs. The younger ones could still manage to do some physical work to earn a meal, but the elderly, sick, and disabled were truly suffering. Some were genuinely unable to work. The Songjiang government also lacked sufficient resources to provide relief food, resulting in actual cases of starvation. The crime rate was also very high, with frequent personnel movement and changes. Chi Lin lived in such a place due to economic issues. The housing was cheap, with electricity and water supplied intermittently at night, leading to a very low cost of living, allowing him to save some money to support his family. This was also why he would take advantage of any opportunity at the police station. Even if he got off work early, he would stay for dinner before leaving. And even his clothes were taken to the police station for washing, all to save a bit of money. After entering Chi Lin's small courtyard, Chinyu looked around and saw that the courtyard was square-shaped, about 300 to 400 square meters, but most of it belonged to the landlord. They had only long-term rented the 2 low, narrow houses at the entrance to Chi Lin. The 2 houses faced each other, separated by a wall, with an iron door placed in between. People who didn't understand this layout might find it strange. But those who did knew that the landlord was worried about the tenants being dishonest, so they specifically made this partition, locking the iron door at night for sleeping. However, since Chi Lin had lived here for a long time, the landlord probably knew what he did, so they relaxed the management, keeping the iron door open long-term out of respect. After entering the yard, they immediately saw Chi Lin sitting on the steps looking very dejected. "What are you doing?" Old Cat asked as he approached. Chi Lin was taken aback and stood up. "What are you two doing here?" "Checking if you're dead," Old Cat replied, as he was best at saying things bluntly. "Come on, let's go inside." Chi Lin, someone who was probably best at forgetting conflicts and awkwardness, didn't he mention what happened yesterday, quickly adjusting his mood and welcoming the two inside with a smile. "Where's your mom?" Old Cat asked. "My mom is lying in the opposite room, and my sister is next door doing some odd jobs, not at home," Chi Lin smiled. "Come in for some water." "No water. Let us go see your mom," Old Cat said, bringing out some food he had prepared specifically for Chi Lin's mother. Chi Lin fell silent for a moment and shook his head. "Don't go." "What's wrong?" Chin asked. "We had a fight," Chi Lin sighed. "Damn." Old Cat cursed upon hearing this. "Frustrated and taking it out on your mom? How old are you? Can't you be a bit more mature?" "Forget it. It was her taking it out on me." Chi Lin sighed again. "Everything was fine, but she insisted I bring back a daughter-in-law. You see, I'm about to be transferred to logistics, making over 100 less a month, struggling to get by. Where am I supposed to find a daughter-in-law? Why suddenly make you marry?" Old Cat asked curiously. Chi Lin hesitated for a while, inviting the two inside, and began to explain the situation. Chi Lin's mother had liver disease, which had been prolonged without proper money for treatment, and it had now developed into a syndrome where her vital organs were shrinking. And time was running out. The old lady had little education, and the family had faced many hardships. She probably didn't have any wishes before passing away, just wanting Chi Lin to get married so she could see a descendant before closing her eyes. The deeper reason for her doing this, Chi Lin understood well, was that she didn't want him to spend more money on her, wanting him to quickly find a wife and settle down. Inside the house, after listening to Chi Lin's words, Chin remained silent, unsure of what advice to give. Old Cat, however, pondered for a moment and asked, "If you want to find a woman, you need to be prepared. She suddenly wants a daughter-in-law. Where are we supposed to find one? We don't even have time. She has already contacted someone, the old Dong's wife, through an agency. My mom's idea is for me to spend money to marry someone. But you know my situation. I just got punished, my income has decreased, and I can't guarantee what will happen in logistics." Chi Lin's face was filled with worry. After listening to Chi Lin, Old Cat thought for a while and said, "Buying one is also an option. Stop talking nonsense." Chi Lin waved his hand. "What if my punishment is severe and I can't stay in the police station anymore? What'll I do then?" "Stripping won't work," Old Cat said, lowering his head. "I will make sure you stay in the police station." Chi Lin was stunned upon hearing this. "Give me a straight answer. Is your mother really that bad?" Old Cat asked in a low voice. Chi Lin fell silent for several seconds, sighed heavily, and said, "Not curable, only maintainable, which means deterioration. I can't say how long. Then just get a wife." Old Cat gritted his teeth and said, "You should get married. A grown man can't just run home every day without doing anything. If you have someone to take care of you, you can work well. But I have." "Wait a moment." Old Cat interrupted, turned around, and shouted at Chin, "Come out with me." "Old Cat." "No need." Chi Lin immediately stood up. Old Cat pointed at Chi Lin. "You wait here, just wait." 2 minutes later, outside the door, Old Cat was puffing on an e-cigarette, looking down at Chin. "Do you have any money?" Chin blinked. "I can lend him a maximum of 500. "That's not enough." Old Cat shook his head. Chin replied without hesitation, "That's all I can do." Old Cat raised his head, speaking slowly. "If Chi Lin can't pay you back temporarily, I will return it to you before Christmas." Chin looked at Old Cat in surprise, contemplating for several seconds before replying. "I only have 1,500 left. I'll give you 1,300, leaving 200 for food." "Thanks, brother." Old Cat patted Chin on the arm. "Hey, I want to ask." Chin blinked curiously. "If Chi Lin can't pay me back, how will you return it?" "I'll go sell silver on the dirt street and pay you back." "You bastard." Chin collapsed. "I don't want to borrow anymore. It's decided." The Old Cat laughed and rushed into the house, shouting, "Chi Lin, get someone to contact." We gathered 3,005 for you. The rest you figure out yourself. Chi Lin stood in the dilapidated room, staring at the two for a while, deeply bowing. I will definitely repay this money. Yes, Chi Lin also didn't want to go against his mother's wishes, because he knew this might be the old lady's last wish. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chi Lin, with a large sum of money around his waist, left the city of Songjiang with Qin Yu and the old cat, heading to Beitai Living Village. The vehicle passed through the frozen Songjiang, the tires crunching over the white snow, stopping on an unnamed dirt road. The three of them walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beitai Village and made a phone call. After waiting for about half an hour, a woman in her 50s wrapped in a military coat, her face flushed, came over and asked, "Looking to buy someone?" The old cat, not pleased with the bluntness, replied, "Looking for a wife." "Follow me," the woman said and turned to leave. The three followed her around the shabby bungalow area and entered a drafty house. The woman pulled open an iron door, pointing at a dozen people of various races sitting on the floor inside, saying, "We've got blacks, whites, everything. As long as the money is right, anything can be negotiated." Qin Yu covered his nose at the door. "Chi Lin, you go in and choose. Are they all legal residents?" The old cat pretended to understand and asked, "Little brother, I can introduce you to the legal residents, right?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Isn't it better to pick up work directly from the street?" "Big sister, you really know the business." "Damn," the woman replied with a smirk. "Who doesn't have a story these days?" The old cat was left speechless. The woman patted Chi Lin's shoulder. "Little brother, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's business. Customers come first. You go in and choose. There's a flashlight here. It's dark and hard to see. Shine it a bit." Chi Lin indeed felt a bit embarrassed, standing at the door, looking somewhat awkward. Bang! The old cat kicked Chi Lin into the room. "Hurry up. It's getting dark." Chi Lin blinked and stepped into the room. Meanwhile, a figure sneaked a glance around and walked to the window of Chi Lin's house, whispering, Chi Lin, are you home?" A sudden rush of footsteps behind startled the figure, who lowered their head and pulled out a large gun hidden in their clothes, glancing back to find it was just someone passing by. The figure, sweating profusely, took another look inside Chi Lin's house, and seeing no one, frowned and left. Chapter 23. Everything talks and money in the past, life was also very stressful, and many people would often complain. Now love is so cheap that it can be bought with money. This statement was once just a sarcastic commentary on societal dissatisfaction. But in today's era, it has become a reality. I don't know if this is a progress or a regression. The women in charge have brought the girls from the designated planning area, but it's neither trafficking nor kidnapping. Rather, these girls willingly choose to follow them. They have no other purpose but to have a stable meal to eat. These girls do not have residency rights in the 9th Special Zone and can only survive here legally through marriage or purchasing. Otherwise, after a certain period, they will be legally expelled and cleared out. After wandering inside for about 10 minutes, Chi Lin came out to ask the woman in charge, "Do those 2 girls have family?" "No," the woman replied without hesitation. "Do you know what I do?" Chi Lin asked, frowning again. The woman was taken aback. "Don't lie to me. Do they really have family?" Chi Lin continued to press. After a moment of consideration, the woman said, "Oh, I forgot. Those 2 girls do have family, but they're all in the designated planning area." "Then forget it." Chi Lin shook his head. "It will be troublesome if I take them. Then look for others." Chi Lin thought for a moment and asked, "What is the name of that Belarusian girl?" "Bella," the woman said, giving a thumbs up. "You have good taste, little brother. Look at that girl. She's about 1.7 meters tall, has fair skin, and is good looking. Having her at home will definitely be stimulating. Is her Chinese okay? She lives in the designated planning area near the 9th zone. She speaks the local dialect better than I do. No problem." "Then it's her." Chi Lin nodded and asked, "How much?" 8,000, the woman replied briskly. "Let's go." Chi Lin heard this and stepped forward to leave. Qin Yu and Old Cat were taken aback and quickly followed. "Wait, little brother. Why do you have such a bad temper?" The woman immediately shouted. "Come back and talk. I'll give you a 10 discount. 8,000? Why don't you go rob a bank?" Chi Lin shouted back, "I can't afford to marry. I'll give you a discount of 1,000. The woman caught up, grabbing Chi Lin's arm and said, "Brother, they don't have residency rights. Bringing them in has its costs. Don't bargain too harshly. 3,000. Stop joking for 3,000. You could buy a leg to play with. The woman rolled her eyes. Then forget it. Why does this person always want to leave? The woman was anxious. The lowest I can go is 6,800. I have been supporting them for over 2 months. I can only bring 4,500. If you think that is fine, let us write a receipt, and I'll take her away. Old Cat stared wide-eyed and said, but if this woman goes back for a couple of days and runs away, don't say I made your business impossible. No way, for 1,500 is absolutely not enough. For 4,500, you can only buy someone like me. The woman waved her hand. If you want to leave, just go. At least 6,800. Hearing this, Chi Lin didn't hesitate and turned around to leave with Chin Yu and Old Cat. About 2 minutes later, the woman chased after them, panting, all right, I see you two are fated. I'll sell her to you for 4,500. Let us be friends, little brother, come back. Chi Lin bargained 3 times before reaching an agreement with the woman, and throughout the process, the Belarusian girl Bella listened clearly inside the house. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, Old Cat called a black car, and the 4 of them returned to Songjiang City. On the road, Chin Yu looked at the dirty Bella and smiled at Chi Lin. Aren't you going to handle it? Where's the money to handle it? Chi Lin shook his head. Let us just find a few friends for a meal. What day? Let us do it tomorrow. Chi Lin thought for a moment and said, I'll inform the team members as well. Okay, that is settled. Old Cat had been busy all day and was quite tired. He turned to the Belarusian girl and spoke briefly. Although we met through money, my brother is a good person, and he won't treat you badly. You should take good care of him. Bella had kept her head down the whole time, continuously fiddling with the ends of her hair, saying, I understand. All right, we'll take our leave. Old Cat nodded at Chi Lin. Hey, the 4 exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and Old Cat and Chin Yu watched the man and woman, who had met because of money, leave. On the frost-covered street, Chi Lin walked somewhat stiffly in front, his heart pounding. After an unknown amount of time, Bella called out, Can you slow down? My shoes are broken. They hurt my feet. Chi Lin was taken aback and turned to look at the girl, contemplating for a long time before saying, Then I'll carry you? It's close. We'll be there soon. The girl was stunned, standing still and reaching out to grab Chi Lin's clothing. I want to eat. Hee. Chi Lin smiled, bent down and said, Get on. We'll eat when we get home. Old Cat didn't know where to go tonight, and he didn't propose to stay at Chin Yu's place, as usual. He just found an excuse and left. When Chin Yu returned home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He originally wanted to boil some water and buy something to eat, but then he remembered that he had lent out 1,300 yuan today and only had 200 left for daily expenses. So, he simply washed up and prepared to sleep. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, just as Chin Yu lay down in bed, he heard Lin Yinlei's angry shout. What are you doing? Do you believe I'll report you? Chin Yu was taken aback by the shout, quickly grabbed his coat, and walked to the window to look outside. Lin Yinlei was standing at the bottom of the steps, pointing at the door and shouting, while 3 burly men wearing leather coats staggered in. Little girl, you really don't know the depth of the water. I warned you once, and you still have no shame, huh? The leading burly man touched his bald head and reached out. Give me the camera. The camera isn't with me. If you harass me again, I will immediately call the police. Look at you, so arrogant. The leading burly man laughed and pointed at Lin Yinlei. Police? The police officer Yuan Ku is my friend. Go ahead. I'll wait for him to come. Lin Yinlei was stunned upon hearing this. Inside, just as Chin Yu was about to open the door to see what was happening, he heard the burly man mention Yuan Ku's name, and he immediately froze, frowning tightly. Bang! Just then, a 15 or 16-year-old boy rushed out from the inner courtyard, wearing a tattered cotton jacket, and shouted, What is going on? Why are you making noise in the middle of the night? Chapter 24. Shouting at injustice in Courtyard 88, a little boy rushed out, but a woman behind him grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him back inside, saying, Quick, close the door, don't meddle in other people's business. Chin Yu recognized that it was the female landlord who was pulling the boy back. In the courtyard, a burly man with a crooked neck glanced into the inner courtyard and jokingly said to Lin Yinlei, Did you see that? Nowadays, when people see something happening, they just hide. They think that shouting a couple of times will get someone to help them. Dream on. Lin Yinlei retreated to the door of the house, her bright eyes darting between the 3 burly men as she pitifully said, Big brother, I really don't have the camera with me. I've already handed it in. Please don't make it difficult for me. The crooked-necked man stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yinlei's long black hair, saying, "How can you be so full of nonsense, little girl? If I'm not sure if it's with you, how can I not come?" Looking at the man's pockmarked face and malicious eyes, Lin Yinlei's heart raced. "I really don't have it." Bang! The burly man lost patience and slammed Lin Yinlei's head against the door frame, shouting, "Damn it, I'm really giving you face." Lin Yinlei didn't expect him to suddenly strike, and she was momentarily stunned. "Dongzi, pull her inside. I'll communicate with her differently." "What are you doing? You want to act tough? Then I'll use you to warm up for the winter." The man on the left stepped forward, trying to kick the door and drag Lin Yinlei inside. Creak! Just then, the door across the way was pushed open, and Qin Yu stepped out, asking, "What is going on? Are you making things difficult for a little girl?" As soon as he spoke, Lin Yinlei looked up, and upon seeing Qin Yu, her face lit up with joy as she shouted, "Brother, brother, save me." Qin Yu had a cold demeanor and initially didn't want to meddle, but these men were clearly not going to stop. If things escalated, Lin Yinlei would definitely report it, and since he lived in this courtyard, it would be hard to explain later. Moreover, Qin Yu knew that Lin Yinlei had some background, so he didn't want to get into bigger trouble, which was why he called out, "Who are you?" The burly man leading the group turned around and asked, "I'm a police officer. I live here." Qin Yu replied at the door, his words succinct. "It's quite late. If you have something to discuss, do it later. Don't waste time here." "A police officer?" The burly man was taken aback. "Which police officer?" Qin Yu didn't directly answer the question. "Let her go. You speak pretty tough." The burly man frowned. "This is none of your business. Go back inside and mind your own business." After saying this, the burly man ignored Qin Yu and shouted at Lin Yinlei, "Little girl, I'll ask you one last time. Are you giving me the stuff or not?" "I've already said the camera." Smack! Before Lin Yinlei could finish her sentence, Qin Yu stepped forward and grabbed the burly man's wrist, saying, "Dude, don't cause trouble in this courtyard." The burly man turned back with a cold expression. "I'm the Tiger of Takazhai. If you don't know me, just call your police officer and ask." Qin Yu frowned. "Get lost." The tiger shook off his arm. Qin Yu's right hand, like a steel clamp, held the tiger's wrist tightly. "What? Is this not over yet?" Bang! The tiger suddenly turned around and punched Qin Yu in the chest. "You're just a police officer. Don't you know your place?" Qin Yu stood still, silent. The tiger slapped Qin Yu on the head. "What do you want to do? Uphold the law? Come on, try to arrest me." Smack! Qin Yu suddenly grabbed the tiger's arm with his left hand and swept his right leg, knocking him to the ground. "Fuck, so you're the tiger? Are there lions in Takazhai?" Qin Yu lowered his head and kicked the tiger's head 3 times, sending him rolling down the steps. The burly men on both sides pulled out knives without any regard for Qin Yu's identity and moved forward to stab him. Clang! Qin Yu quickly snatched a gun from the tiger, racked the slide, released the safety, and pointed it at one of the men on the right, shouting, "You point a knife at a police officer. Do you believe I'll shoot you dead? You're talking big." Bang! The gun fired. Lin Yinlei screamed and crouched down, covering her head. The bullet grazed the face of the man holding the knife, leaving him stunned. "You said I was talking big. So why are you hiding?" Qin Yu glared at him. "Come on, stand still, I'll shoot you in the head." The 2 men froze, unsure of Qin Yu's intentions. On the ground, the tiger shook his head and shouted, "Damn it, Dongzi, call for backup." Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu swung the butt of the gun and smashed it into the tiger's head 7 or 8 times. "3 of you, and you think 1 gun is not enough? If you can't stand, you can't stand. Stop pretending to be tough with me." The tiger, bloodied, leaned against the door, completely dazed. "Crouch down." Qin Yu pointed the gun at the other 2 men. They exchanged glances and, with sullen faces, crouched down on the steps. Qin Yu's mind raced, and, after a moment of thought, he said to Lin Yinlei, "You go to my place and bring me the phone." Lin Yinlei, still crouched on the ground, didn't dare to look up. Bang! Qin Yu kicked her. "If you can cause trouble, you should be able to handle it. Stop whining. Go give me the phone from the bedside." Coming back to her senses, Lin Yinlei turned and ran to Qin Yu's room to get the phone. Qin Yu held the gun with one hand and dialed Zhu Wei's number with the other. "I've caught 3 suspects. Come pick them up." When the tiger heard this, he immediately looked up and cursed. "You little brat, are you serious?" Qin Yu raised the butt of the gun, ready to strike. The tiger instinctively shrank his neck, stopped talking, and just gritted his teeth waiting for the police officer to arrive. A half hour later, when Officer Zhu Wei arrived on the scene, he immediately saw the tiger and was momentarily stunned, saying, "Oh, tiger, what are you doing here?" Xiao Zhu Wei, the tiger, seeing a familiar face, immediately perked up and said, "I need to make a call." Qin Yu walked over and asked Zhu Wei, "Do you know him?" "Shit, why are you arresting him?" "He is a friend of Team Yuan," Zhu Wei replied, glancing down. "You little brat, if I don't strip you of your clothes today, I want to share the same surname with you." The tiger wiped the blood from his face and walked aside to dial Yuan Ku's number. Chapter 25. The old mudfish who is skilled at maneuvering in courtyard number 88. After finishing a call at the entrance, the tiger saw Qin Yu's phone ring shortly afterward. He glanced at the caller ID, recognized Yuan Ku's number, and immediately walked to his room's door to answer. "Hey, Captain Yuan, what's up?" "Oh, you say it's just a small matter, yet it has alarmed you." The aggressive demeanor Qin Yu had while beating up the tiger had vanished, replaced by a fawning expression. "The few people who came to my courtyard, are they your friends?" "Sort of," Yuan Ku replied, blinking. "They know my older brother. They heard that you were a police inspector, so they called me. This is really a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King temple," Qin Yu casually remarked, as he had already heard the tiger's words inside the house, and knew this guy was acquainted with Yuan Ku. "Why did you still resort to violence?" "It wasn't me who started it." Qin Yu, who was accustomed to thinking ahead and planning his escape routes, responded clearly. "The girl your friends were targeting is the one from that kidnapping case a while ago." Yuan Ku was taken aback. "The one who was kidnapped?" "Yes. This girl works at a streaming platform and rents a courtyard with me. She was outside crying and shouting, and I had no choice but to come out and check. Because, as you know, this girl definitely has some background. Otherwise, Chief Li wouldn't have come personally to escort her away that day." Qin Yu explained in a low voice. "So since I ran into her, I couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, if something major happened, we'd all be in trouble. I initially wanted to go out and persuade your friends to leave, but unexpectedly, they got a bit carried away and drew knives on me. I didn't know they knew you, so if they acted like that, I definitely had to fight back." "Do you know what kind of relationship this girl has?" Yuan Ku asked, frowning. "I don't know." Qin Yu shook his head. "But the person who came to pick her up that day was a leader from the media, and Chief Li personally came down to see her off." "Ah, are you familiar with this girl?" Qin Yu, without hesitation, boasted, "We're okay. Sort of friends." "Then this is a misunderstanding. Give the phone to the tiger. I'll say a few words to him and let him leave." Yuan Ku instructed with a smile. "You should also talk to that girl. The tiger probably doesn't know she has this connection, so tell her not to take it to heart. I'll organize a gathering later and have the tiger invite her to dinner. That's a small matter. I'll tell her later." "All right, let's do it this way." "Wait a moment, Captain Yuan." Qin Yu took the phone and walked in front of the tiger. "You need to take this call." The tiger paused for a moment, took the phone aside, spoke a few words to Yuan Ku, and then hung up with a slightly sullen expression. "Hee, you all know each other. Why didn't you say earlier that I couldn't resort to violence?" Qin Yu smiled at the tiger. The tiger, holding back his anger, said, "You better get lost, you little brat. This matter of you hitting me isn't over. Sorry, tiger brother, I couldn't let you successfully strip me." Qin Yu responded lightly. The tiger ground his teeth, threw the phone at Qin Yu, and waved his hand. "I'm leaving." Beside them, Zhu Wei, who had been watching the whole incident in a daze, couldn't grasp what had happened and said to Qin Yu, "How did you manage to settle this? What's your relationship with Captain Yuan?" "What relationship?" Qin Yu countered. "Captain Yuan usually respects the tiger quite a bit. You made such a mess, and it was resolved with just one phone call. I thought you'd be stripped." Zhu Wei was very confused. Qin Yu thought for a moment and leaned close to Zhu Wei's ear. "Actually, I never told you. The highest administrative officer of the 9th Special Zone is my second uncle." "Damn, not a single word of truth." Zhu Wei rolled his eyes and didn't pursue the matter further. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving." "Trouble." Qin Yu patted Zhu Wei's shoulder. "Get some more sleep. You just need to be at the station by noon tomorrow. At least you're somewhat humane." Zhu Wei smiled. "I'm off then. Bye." "Yeah, bye." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhu Wei turned and left courtyard number 88. At the entrance, Lin Yinlei brushed her hair and walked up to Qin Yu, saying, "Sorry for bothering you again." Qin Yu looked at Lin Yinlei curiously. "Wait, are you specifically testing my professional abilities? Why is it that every time I run into you, it's trouble?" Hearing this, Lin Yinlei pouted and sighed. "I've been pretty unlucky lately." "Hey, let me ask you, Why did they come looking for trouble with you? Qin Yu suddenly inquired. Lin Yinlei glanced at Qin Yu's attire and politely said, "It's cold outside. Let's go inside to talk." Okay. Lin Yinlei turned around, opened the door to her room, and led Qin Yu inside. Qin Yu turned and glanced at the room's interior, noticing that the layout was similar to his own. But the girl's room was more meticulously arranged, clean, and had a faint fragrance. "What would you like to drink? Besides water, do you have anything else?" Qin Yu asked. "Oh, no." "Then don't be polite." Qin Yu sat down on a chair and said, "Just get some water." Lin Yinlei took off her coat, poured Qin Yu a cup of warm water from a thermos, and softly explained, "I wanted to do a special report on patients at the bottom of society, but unexpectedly ran into this drug trafficking gang. As I gradually interacted with them, I found that these people have absolutely no bottom line. Their methods are too vicious. I'm in the media, and besides needing to support myself, I also have an obligation to give a voice to society, so I took some photos of them. And then trouble came looking for me." Holding the water cup, Qin Yu bluntly asked, "Is your family well off?" "It's okay, why do you ask that?" Lin Yinlei was taken aback. "You seem like someone who's well-fed and idle." "Shut up." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei couldn't help but retort, "You're in law enforcement. How can you say something so tasteless? Hee hee, why do you look like a simpleton?" "I'm just chatting. Why are you getting all worked up?" Qin Yu finished the water in his cup, stood up, and said to Lin Yinlei, "I can't interfere with what you want to do, but out of neighborly kindness, I remind you to quickly destroy those photos and change to a more positive topic. Because your report won't change anything in Songjiang. It will only hurt some people. If the media can't hurt others, then what's the value of its existence?" Lin Yinlei stared at him with her big, watery eyes, looking quite adorable in her seriousness. "You're really a simpleton. Get lost. You're the simpleton." Lin Yinlei was a bit exasperated. "You've already insulted me twice since entering the room. I'm leaving." Qin Yu, tired of continuing to advise, turned and left. "Put down the water cup." Qin Yu set the cup down, left Lin Yinlei's room with his hands behind his back. But his face was no longer playful. Lin Yinlei said the tiger was also involved in drug trafficking. "Is it just a coincidence that the tiger knows Yuanko?" For the first time, Qin Yu felt something was off, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Inside the hospital, the tiger was sitting in the surgical consultation room, shouting into the phone at Yuan Ku. "I just don't understand. Why are you protecting a clueless kid with no background?" Chapter 26. The wedding banquet. "Do you know that woman has some background?" Yuan Ku asked coldly. The tiger was taken aback. "I haven't heard about it. You don't even know what background she has, and you brought people over to mess around. Is this a bit reckless?" Yuan Kiskiviko, Fronetetlu. "If today you ran into someone other than Qin Yu, and something happened to that girl, do you know the consequences? My brother didn't even figure out the girl's background when he kidnapped her, which is why Matsushita ended up so badly. Don't even mention yourself." I didn't think that much. Also, the entire police department is cracking down on drug cases, and we were the ones who shouted the slogan. Now you're dealing with drugs. Are you trying to make my job harder?" Yuanko asked in a low voice. The tiger scratched his head, feeling the bandage on it. "It's not that I wanted to deal with drugs now. It's just that the goods are piling up, and we brothers have thrown away a lot. Brother Tiger, don't let a little profit mess up your own situation. Someone is backing you up in this matter. So why are you panicking?" Yuanka said helplessly. "No matter what reason you have, you need to follow the upper management's rhythm now. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you cause a scene at this critical moment, no one will be able to save you." "Okay, I understand." The tiger nodded. "Also, Qin Yu is my man. He is working for me, so don't provoke him in the future. Instead, cooperate with him if there is something. Understand?" Yuan Ku reminded him specifically, knowing the tiger was petty and vengeful. "Xiao Ku, I don't understand. You've been in the police force for so long, and you have quite a few capable people under you. Why do you have to recruit this reckless young man?" The tiger gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn. I've been in the Black Street for so long, and no one has dared to put a gun to my head like that kid. Brother Tiger, when will you understand one thing?" Yuan Ku sighed. "There are always people better than you. You always think you're capable, but do you know that Matsushita, who is tougher than you, fell Qin Yu? What year is it now? People are so desperate that they dare to rob military supplies. It's an era where there are many ruthless characters emerging. You never know which ragpicker today will make a fortune tomorrow. So, if there is no interest involved in the conflict, it's not even a conflict, got it?" The tiger pouted. Your mouth is really powerful. It can plow the fields. Fine, I'll listen to you, just don't deal with him. That's it. Yuan Ku threw down a sentence and hung up the phone. The next evening, Qin and Old Cat went to Erji restaurant as previously arranged, because Qi Lin was hosting a banquet for his wedding today. It could be said to be a banquet, but in reality, it was just inviting some friends over to eat and have a good time. After all, Qi Lin had limited funds, and he couldn't afford to throw a big party. When they arrived at the restaurant, it was a little past 8 in the evening. Qin Yu stood on the second floor and glanced around. Most of the faces he saw were familiar ones from the police department, along with some of Qi Lin's neighbors and his younger sister. Mom didn't come? Old Cat asked in the hall. She didn't come because her health isn't good. Qi Lin smiled and pulled his blind younger sister to introduce her to Qin Yu. You haven't met yet, have you? This is my sister, Qi Yu. Hello, brother Qin Yu. Qi Yu looked to be around 11 or 12, with sharp features and an air of heroism, but unfortunately, she was blind, which wasted such a beautiful girl. Hello. Qin Yu greeted the little girl and turned to look at the bride. Bella, you look beautiful today. Bella wore a simple red cheongsam and smiled at Qin Yu, nodding. Hello. Old Cat looked at Bella, who seemed to be glowing, and teased. You obviously look much better. Get lost. Qi Lin cursed and waved. Come, sit at the main table, feel free to sit. Hearing this, Qin Yu and Old Cat walked over and sat at the main table, starting to snack while waiting for the meal to begin. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Ke suddenly arrived on the second floor with a tiger. Hey, Captain Yuan. Enjoying the banquet, Captain Yuan. The 30 or so people sitting in the room all stood up to greet him when they saw Yuan Ke arrive. Come on, just hanging out, sit down, sit down. Yuan Ke waved and exchanged a few pleasantries before bending down to sit at Qin Yu's table. You guys, instead of doing your work, came here to drink at a wedding, huh? Qin Yu grinned. Just came over after the interrogation. Yuan Ke patted Qin Yu's thigh and turned to the tiger, asking, Do you know each other? How could I not know? Didn't we just meet yesterday? The tiger pointed to the bandage on his head and laughed at Qin Yu. Little brother, the impression you left on me yesterday is truly unforgettable. Seeing his attitude, Qin Yu quickly extended his hand. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you knew Captain Yuan. Xiao Ke told me yesterday that the woman has some connections, so your interference was actually a help to me. The tiger shook hands with Qin Yu very politely. Let us forget about yesterday, and we'll get to know each other again in the future. With Yuan Ke here, we're family now, so you'll know what kind of person I am. All right. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Let us drink a bit later. Deal. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Cat frowned and leaned over to ask Qin Yu, How do you know this guy? I beat him up yesterday. Qin Yu casually replied. Old Cat looked at the tiger with disgust and whispered, Stay away from him in the future. He's not a good person. Why? Last year, he had a conflict with a boss in our Black Street and secretly hit the boss's wife with his car, killing her. Old Cat said with a dark face. The woman was over 6 months pregnant, and he smashed her head. Qin Yu was astonished for a moment. Didn't he get sentenced? Sentenced my ass, the boss had 2 kids, and he was scared and didn't dare to take it to court. In the end, it was ruled as a traffic accident, and he just paid some money to settle it. Old Cat's voice was hoarse. He's just a beast. Hearing this, Qin Yu shot a cold glance at the tiger and didn't talk to him any further. Yuan Ke hadn't been at the banquet long before it began. Everyone toasted and drank, creating a lively atmosphere. During the meal, Yuan Ke kept chatting with Qin Yu. Brother, there aren't many people I can appreciate, but you're one of them. In this day and age, people with courage and brains are valued everywhere. As long as you do well, I will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. I know, Captain. Qin Yu nodded with a rosy face. Wait a moment. Yuan Ke patted Qin Yu's arm, poured a glass of wine, stood up, and shouted, Everyone, quiet down. All the relatives and friends at the 3 tables looked towards Yuan Ke. Qi Lin is delighted. We're all familiar faces, so let us toast him together. Yuan Ke raised his glass and smiled at everyone. With Yuan Ke leading, everyone stood up to toast Qi Lin. The newlyweds, full of smiles, also poured wine and accompanied everyone for a drink. After Yuan Ke drank it down in one go, he poured more wine and said, I want to say a few more words. Although this young, Yu has just joined the team for a short time, he gets along very well with me and has helped the department solve a lot of cases recently. Director Lee is very pleased. His promotion is just a matter of time, so everyone take care of him in your work from now on. With just this one sentence, Qin Yu almost became the main character. Regardless of whether he knew the police colleagues or not, they all began to toast him. If it were someone else being praised like this by Yuan Ke, they might feel a bit inflated. But Qin Yu was an old hand who had come up from the planned area, so he felt a bit uneasy in his heart at this moment. Recently, Qin Yu has indeed been in the spotlight. The case involving Matsushita has been solved, and there has been a breakthrough in the drug trafficking case, both of which center around Qin Yu. Therefore, he feels that the attention he is receiving from above is well-deserved, as leaders tend to favor capable subordinates. However, at this moment, Qin Yu feels that Yuan Ke's attention towards him has exceeded the bounds of mere appreciation and is somewhat special. They are not related. Yet because of two cases, Yuan Ke is treating him this way. Doesn't that seem a bit abnormal? Qin Yu is puzzled. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, Yuan Ke looked at his watch and softly called out to Qin Yu, "Come out with me for a moment." "All right." Qin Yu nodded and got up, following Yuan Ke downstairs. Inside, they had already drunk quite a bit, and Lao Hu, with a lewd grin, pulled over Qi Lin. "I want to ask you something." Qi Lin, an old hand in the team who also knew Lao Hu, politely asked, "What's up, Hugo?" Lao Hu, his eyes fixed on the bride Bella, asked with a boozy breath, "Where did you pick up this woman?" Qi Lin was taken aback, glanced back at Bella, and quietly said, "I want to hide it from you. I bought her from the living area north of Songjiang." "How much did she cost?" Lao Hu asked, his eyes lighting up. 4,500. Damn, for 4,500 you can ride a big horse for a lifetime. That's quite a deal. Lao Hu said lewdly. Qi Lin smiled and didn't he respond. "Hey, tomorrow you introduce me to the agent. I want to take a look too." Qi Lin was stunned. "Hugo, don't you already have a wife?" "Damn, who is afraid of having more than one wife?" Lao Hu said, showing his big yellow teeth. "Money is just sitting idle. Might as well buy a toy." "Okay, I'll introduce you later." "Deal." Lao Hu looked at Bella and nodded in appraisal. "This woman is really nice, fair-skinned, and has long legs." Qi Lin felt a bit embarrassed and immediately reached for the bottle, saying, "Come on, brother, let us toast to you and Bella." "All right, come here. Wife, let us toast to Hugo." Qi Lin poured the drinks and called out. Bella, with a graceful figure, walked over and said, "Hugo, hello. Sister-in-law. Let me tell you, Qi Lin's life has been quite tough." Lao Hu, fueled by alcohol, grabbed Bella's arm and started chatting away. Downstairs, Yuan Ke sat in the passenger seat, turned to Qin Yu, and said, "You drive. Let us go back to the station and talk." "Okay." Qin Yu drove away. More than an hour later, after the banquet ended, Qi Lin and the others returned home. His sister went to their mother's room, and the young couple prepared to go to bed and talk about life. Bang bang. Just as Qi Lin unbuttoned his belt, ready for a deeper conversation, he heard someone knocking on the window outside. "Who is it? Come out." A shadow from a few days ago called out softly. Qi Lin was stunned, threw on a jacket, and walked out of the room. Under the dim moonlight, the one at a long turned and looked around, saying, "Little brother, find a quieter place. Let us have a word." Qi Lin was taken aback for a moment, suddenly rushed up with red eyes. "Are you crazy? You nearly got me killed." Chapter 27. A bowl of water noodles. 5 minutes later, Bella went to sleep in her mother and sister's room, while Qi Lin led Along into his room. "Life has been good, huh? You've even got yourself a wife." Along turned to survey the room and boldly sat down on the bed. Qi Lin glared at him, clenching his fists. "If you want to die, go mess around somewhere else. Why come back to Songjiang? Do you know I almost got fired because of you?" Along's real name is Qi Long, and he is Qi Lin's older brother, but they have completely different personalities. Qi Lin is more conservative and prefers to adapt to the current times, while Qi Long has always been a risk-taker, spending most of his time away from home. Qi Long last left 2 years ago and had never contacted the family during that time, so Qi Lin sometimes thought he might be dead out there. But unexpectedly, he saw his brother again during that recent capture. Although their relationship isn't very harmonious, blood is thicker than water, and Qi Lin couldn't bring himself to shoot his own brother in order to achieve merit. This matter can't be discussed with anyone. So Qi Lin has been feeling frustrated and worried about Qi Long's safety these past few days. Qi Long casually pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit one, and said, "To be honest, I didn't want to run into you. If it weren't for that incident, I probably wouldn't have come home today." "Yeah, you're out there living it up and don't care about anything else. When have you ever taken care of the family?" Qi Lin bit his teeth and questioned. What are you back for? Do you know if people outside find out about our relationship, you'll get me killed? Heh, aren't you doing just fine? Bullshit. Don't worry. Even if I had 1,000 guns pointed at my head, I wouldn't T-sell you out. Qilong always had a nonchalant attitude. I've been walking on the edge for days, no one at home is watching, and as long as I'm not caught, they want to know about our relationship. When you joined the police, didn't you keep it secret that we're brothers? I just don't understand. There are plenty of money-making opportunities out there. Why do you have to choose this path? Qilin clenched his fists and shouted in confusion. Do you know that pharmaceutical companies are pressuring the police department, and the police are pressuring us? The entire judicial system in Songjiang is watching you, trying to figure out where your stuff is coming from. If you get caught, there's no way out for you. You'll definitely. I know. If you know, then why keep doing it? What else can I do? Lie like a coward like you? Qilong retorted. Coward? I may be a coward outside, but at home. Qilin got angry, even feeling the urge to hit him. Hearing this, Qilong frowned slightly, lowered his head, and interrupted in a hoarse voice. Yes, I admit, when it comes to the family, you're braver than I am. Qilin was left speechless. Damn it, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Give me something. Along looked up and said with a smile. Qilin hesitated for a moment, sighed, and left the room. Inside the police station, after Yuan, Ku personally poured a glass of water for Qinyu. He sat on the sofa and said, Did the captured drug dealers reveal Along's specific activities? Qinyu shook his head. They did provide information, but they all think Along has definitely run away and isn't in Songjiang anymore. These guys are making money with their lives on the line, knowing what their fate is, so they won't speak recklessly. Yuan Ku smiled, crossing his legs, and said, But fortunately, I have some leads. Qinyu was taken aback. You have a clue? Yeah. Yuan Ku turned his head and softly recounted. I have some friends in society who rely on me, and I provide them with certain conveniences, so they treat me well. The drug trafficking gang is mainly led by the Ma family, and Along has a cooperative relationship with them. I know this. Qinyu nodded. There's a guy named Claude who deals in illegal firearms. We have a decent relationship. He called me earlier while I was eating and said someone wanted to send a person out of District 9 through his smuggling channels. Yuan Ke said nonchalantly, I had him inquire in detail, and he told me that the person seeking his help has a good relationship with old Ma and has dealings in secret. Qinyu was stunned. The person being sent could be Along. There's an 80% chance it's him. Yuan Ke nodded. If it were just an inconsequential person being sent, old Ma would definitely go directly to Claude. There's no need to deliberately involve a middleman. You understand? That makes sense. I've already had Claude agree to it, so old Ma will probably arrange for Along to leave soon. Yuan Ku smiled at Qinyu and said, Here's the clue for you. You handle the case. This time, you must capture Along and extract his supply channels. Qinyu was slightly taken aback and didn't respond immediately. What's wrong? Yuan Ku asked. After hesitating for a long time, Qinyu smiled and asked, Captain Yuan, I've been quite puzzled about something. Go ahead. I'm a bit flattered and don't understand why you're giving me such a good opportunity. Qinyu asked bluntly. Such an important clue. Why not let someone else handle it? Or even do it yourself? This is no small achievement. Yuan Ku stared at Qinyu for several seconds, suddenly stood up and pointed at his cheek. Because this year I want to promote you. Qinyu was confused. Why? Captain Yuan? Because by the end of the year, I will be promoted to deputy director, and I need my own team. I can see who in the team is capable and who isn't at a glance. Yuan Ke walked around the room, speaking with a spirited tone. I'm planning to promote 3 team leaders, not just you, but others as well. Qinyu stood with his hands clasped and still didn't reply. You silly brother, don't you get it yet? Yuan Ke walked to the front of the sofa, patted Qinyu on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Why promote you? Because you're new. Because you're not tied to anyone, your background is clean, and you have abilities. I can trust you. Qinyu was stunned for a moment. Captain Yuan, now I understand. This case with Along will be your responsibility. As long as you handle it well, by the end of the year, I'll let you jump 3 levels and become the team leader of the first team. Yuan Ku stood up, holding his water cup, and added, Work hard, Qinyu. My ship is the most stable in the police station. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Qinyu stood up to salute, but his mind was racing, thinking about other things. At Qilin's home, Qilong sat next to a broken round wooden table, eating a bowl of plain water noodles without any sauce, and grimaced. Is this what you eat every day? Better than eating shit. Qi Lin lowered his head and smoked. Sigh. Qi Long sighed, quietly finishing his noodles, wiped his mouth, and asked, Is Mom asleep? She fell asleep long ago. I'll go take a look at the window. Qi Long stood up and walked toward the outdoors. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment and followed him outside. Outside the room across, Qi Long stood by the windowsill, pressing his cheek against the cold glass, his eyes scanning the bed where their mother lay. Qi Lin stood behind him, smoking, and said nothing. How's Mom's illness? Qi Long asked with a trembling voice. Not too good. Qi Lin shook his head. Qi Long fell silent for a few seconds. That's just fate. A damned fate. Knowing the king of hell doesn't help. Can't you say something nice? Qi Lin got anxious. Don't shout. She might hear. Qi Long quickly wiped his eyes with his hand, turned around, and took out a small package from his pocket. Qi Lin was stunned. This is 10,000 yuan. You take it. Qi Long said gently. What the hell? You made so much money. The drug trade hasn't been going on for long. Otherwise, I would have sent money home long ago. This is what I've saved up. You use 8,000 for Mom. Whether she can survive is her business, but as children, we should use whatever ability we have. The rest of the money you can use for daily expenses. Qi Long's tone was calm. If I can somehow escape this disaster, there will be no shortage of money in the future. I will slowly send it to you. Qi Lin looked at his elder brother with some hesitation. This is what I should do. You don't need to think too much about it. Qi Long forcibly stuffed the money into his brother's hands, lowered his head to light a cigarette, and said, Little brother, whether we can meet again after I leave this time is uncertain. In any case, you take care of this family. Your elder brother is not as good as you in some matters. After saying this, the two fell silent for about a minute. Qi Long turned his head to glance at the room one more time before decisively turning to leave. Qi Lin stood there holding the small bag, stunned for a long time before saying, Can you really get out? If not, I can help you. Find a way to get you out. Qi Long stopped at the door, turned around, and said, No matter who asks you, don't admit our relationship. From today on, you can consider me dead, take care of Mom, take care of little sister. Qi Lin's eyes instantly turned red. If one day, you really have no way out and can't go on, there's a contact in the bag. You can find him. He can help you. Qi Long waved to his brother. I'm leaving. Late at night, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Qi Long walked quickly for nearly a kilometer before suddenly turning around, tears streaming down his face as he looked in the direction of home, suddenly kneeling on the ground, trembling as he shouted, Mom, your son is nothing if I'm gone. In the next life, I will definitely be a good son to you. Inside the room, Qi Lin sat on a chair, blankly smoking, his heart full of concern. Although he and Qi Long had incompatible personalities, they shared the same blood. Their seemingly indifferent relationship was actually filled with unspoken familial affection. He prayed that his elder brother could get through this difficult time. But he didn't know that after this meeting, a storm capable of changing everyone's lives was about to arrive, and many people's fates would change as a result. Half a month later, Qin received a call from Yuan Ku, who informed him that Claude had received the message, and tomorrow night, Old Ma would arrange for someone to take along out of the country, as life and death capture was imminent. Chapter 28, The Gears of Fate. At 7 in the evening, a group of 5 team leaders in the office area, including Qin Yu, were sitting in chairs chatting and laughing. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Ku strode in from outside, and everyone stood up. Sit, everyone sit. Yuan Ku poured himself a cup of water and said helplessly, The publicity team is having a meeting in the big conference room, leaving us with no space. All right, let's discuss the details of the capture here. Suong, please introduce the situation. Suong was the team leader of Group 4 in Team 1, originally from Myanmar. He had dark skin, was slightly short in stature, but looked very capable with a muscular build. Claude negotiated 3 times in the middle before the other party finally admitted that the person to be sent away is Along. The price has been agreed upon, and Claude will charge 15,000 for transportation, guaranteeing to take Along to the designated planning area. Yuan took a sip of water and asked, Old Ma still hasn't shown up? Is he talking to Claude personally? This old guy is more cunning than a monkey. He knows very well that the entire judicial system in Songjiang is after Along. He won't show up unless he has absolute confidence, Suong replied with a smile. I think he knows that Claude's side is not very reliable, but now there's no choice. If Along doesn't leave, he'll eventually be caught. Old Ma has to take risks to protect his supply channel. Tomorrow night, right? Yuanka pondered for a moment, frowned, and asked, "Do you have a detailed capture plan?" My suggestion is to act after Along leaves the special zone. Their vigilance will be lower then, and there won't be any civilians there, which will reduce our concerns during the capture process. Suong whispered back. Everyone fell silent, contemplating whether the plan was feasible. Team leader Yuan, can I say something? Qin Yu suddenly looked up. Yuan Ku smiled. There's no one else here. Feel free to share your thoughts. Brother Suong, I'm referring to the matter, not the person. I'm just making a suggestion for a smooth capture. Qin Yu turned around and smiled as he explained to Suong. No problem. This case is yours to oversee. We're all here to help. The Corps still revolves around you. Suong knew that Yuan Ku wanted to support Qin Yu, so he was very courteous. Qin Yu nodded, speaking clearly and logically to everyone. I don't recommend waiting until Along leaves the special zone to act. There are two important reasons. First, I came from the designated planning area and know the specific situation there. Outside the special zone, there are large areas of nuclear radiation zones, endless sandy ground, and other complex terrains. We have already experienced the brutality of Along's group on the Third Ring Road, and since they came in from abroad, they understand the outside environment better than our internal officers. Therefore, capturing them there involves too many uncontrollable factors, such as whether they have arranged for someone to pick them up abroad, what kind of weapons they have, and we don't know anything about that. Secondly, if a capture goes wrong and we miss someone, they will completely escape, and we lack the ability to handle cases in the designated planning area. Second, I heard from Suong that the connections Claude has are with the station troops, and their relationship with our judicial system is average. We can't notify them in advance that it's a trap for the capture, because if the station troops leak the information, we would be working in vain. But if we don't notify them and suddenly capture, it could easily lead to a military-police conflict. After listening to Qin Yu's account, Yuanka paused for a moment before responding. You have no faults in your reasoning. Very thorough. So what's your plan? Qin Yu answered, my plan is as follows. The meeting lasted about 20 minutes, after which Yuanka stood up and decisively said, let's proceed according to Qin Yu's capture plan. Yes, yes. Everyone stood up and saluted. Yuanka gave everyone a few instructions and then patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, saying, you are responsible for bringing the person back, and I will ensure you rise in the police ranks. Hee deal. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. The next day, at 9:30 in the evening, Qin Yu went directly to the logistics department at the back of the compound to pick up the equipment needed for the case, but unexpectedly, upon entering, he saw Qi Lin. You're on the night shift? Qin Yu asked with a smile. Qi Lin stood up from his chair and casually said, damn, I don't know what's going on. Ever since I got married, I've had a turn of luck. For more than a week now, I've been put on the extra shift list by the higher-ups and have been living here at night. Damn, newlyweds not going home to farm, but hanging out here. What's good about that? Qin Yu teased. Farming can be done anytime, but opportunities to make money are limited. Qi Lin grinned. I'm just trying to work extra shifts to earn some money to pay off what I owe you, an old cat. No worries, I'm not in a rush. That's fair. But I don't feel comfortable having debts, especially with an extra mouth to feed at home. The expenses have gone up. Qi Lin sighed wearily, then shifted the topic. What are you doing in logistics? I have a task, coming to pick up equipment. What task? Qi Lin casually asked. Team Qin, hurry up. They're calling for roll call over there. At that moment, Zhu Wei rushed in and shouted. All right, quickly give me the list. Let me take a look. Qi Lin called out. You go get it, I'll tell you. Qin Yu took out the list and read aloud. 1 set of steel-plate explosion-proof suits. 3 sets of window-breaking police batons, tactical. Qi Lin walked over to the warehouse shelf, listened to Qin Yu, and started grabbing the equipment, while Zhu Wei also called in 2 people to quickly carry the items out. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu smiled and said, once I'm done here, I'll come find you for a late-night snack. Okay, Qi Lin nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu quickly left the logistics warehouse. After he walked out, Qi Lin's complexion turned slightly pale and his heart raced. What kind of capture requires the use of steel plate explosion-proof suits? Qin Yu hasn't been involved in any other cases recently, so this action is most likely still about capturing drug dealers. Feeling a bit anxious, Chi Lin pondered for a long time before immediately picking up his phone, leaving the recording area, and dialing a familiar number in the team. Hello, old Zhang. What are you busy with? Just coming to logistics to chat? Chi Lin asked with a smile. I have a task. What task is there at this hour? What kind of work? Even you on your day off have been called in? Chi Lin casually asked. Cooperating with the station troops to catch gun dealers. Ah. Upon hearing this, Chi Lin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. What time will it be done? Come over and watch the live stream together. Don't know yet. I'll find you when I get back. All right. After finishing the call, Chi Lin stood behind the office desk and muttered softly. It's been half a month. They should have escaped by now. At the assembly point in the compound, Yuanku asked Qin Yu to collect everyone's phones before saying, let me reiterate the task. This time we are not cooperating with the station troops. Instead, we are capturing drug dealers. To ensure the operation remains highly confidential, everyone must hand in their communication devices. Even the walkie-talkies will be distributed uniformly, and everyone must communicate using the assigned frequency. If I find anyone changing frequencies midway, they will be treated for dereliction of duty. After a 2-minute mobilization, more than 40 people received their equipment and, under the leadership of their respective team leaders, quickly left the police compound. Half an hour later, in Songnan District, an intersection on New Era Avenue, along led 4 brothers, bundled in their fur coats. He turned his head to scan the surroundings before bending down and getting into the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck, while the others squeezed into the back seat. Aren't we supposed to use the station troops' connections? Why are you the only one? Along asked. You think you're the mayor? The driver rolled his eyes. How could the troops possibly come here to pick you up? Aaron pinched his nose. Haha, buddy, have you eaten gunpowder? What is it to you if I didn't give you money? Damn it. My wife is about to give birth. I have to work overtime to take you guys. You say any day is fine, but it has to be today. The driver cursed and drove away from the roadside. Aaron glanced at him, then took out a half piece of black bread wrapped in a bag from his pocket, and didn't say anything else, just started chewing it. In the back seat, Shrimp was gripping a military hand grenade in his right hand, with his thumb in the safety ring, ready to pull the pin at any moment. The car drove for about 15 minutes, crossing nearly 1.5 kilometers of the frozen river surface, and reached the outskirts of Songnan District. There were hardly any people here, no pedestrians on the road, just various little shops with a few lights still on. How much longer to get out of the city? Aaron asked. Soon, the driver said, stepping on the gas, and the car jolted as it went over a dirt slope by the riverbank. What's going on? Aaron frowned and asked. The driver immediately pulled up the handbrake. The front left tire seems to be flat. Are you fucking kidding me? Aaron asked coldly. Don't you check things properly before doing this job? The driver was also quite irritable. He turned back and shouted at Aaron. What do you know? It's over -40 degrees at night. The car parts are almost frozen solid. How am I supposed to check? With a blowtorch? Aaron also knew how harsh the weather was here, so he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and said, You go take a look. Did the tire get punctured or what? The driver got out with a grim face, bent down to glance at the front left tire, and then immediately got back in the car and said, The tire has been frozen too long, and I was driving too fast. Thermal expansion and contraction. The tire has cracked a bit. What now? Shrimp asked with a frown. It's fine. Their SA truck repair shop up ahead. I'll have him heat it up and then patch it up. The driver glanced at his watch and replied, There's still time. It 1T delay us. Aaron turned his head to scan the surroundings. A vague sense of unease rising in his heart. But he couldn't afford to delay leaving, so he had to let the driver continue driving. He turned back to Shrimp and said, Make sure you have everything in your pocket. Don't lose it. I've got it, Shrimp nodded. The car drove along the riverside road, and after about 2 more kilometers with the front left tire pressure low, it stopped in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On both sides of the road, Zhu Wei held a walkie-talkie and whispered, All teams, pay attention, thunder has circled. In the snow-covered shelter across from the repair shop, Qin Yu, wearing a heavy steel plate bulletproof vest, whispered, When they get out of the car, we'll act, I'll go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Aaron pushed open the car door and jumped down from the passenger seat, turning to scan the surroundings. Swish! Qin Yu suddenly shouted, Turn off the lights. Click! The repair shop's lights went out instantly. Aaron turned back sharply. Damn it, the driver has a problem. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Qin Yu, who looked like a bear, charging towards him recklessly. Clatter! The safety ring of the grenade fell off, and Shrimp yelled with wide eyes, "Fuck you. Grab your weapons. Let us fight them." Chapter 29, Deadly Double Charge. After pulling off the safety ring, Shrimp Prawn didn't immediately throw the hand grenade away. Since people have legs, any movement from him would cause the officers to scatter in a hurry. Once the grenade exploded, they would quickly surround him again, so throwing it wouldn't have much effect. Instead, he gripped the pin of the grenade tightly with his right hand and charged madly towards the area where the officers were most concentrated. This charge left the officers momentarily stunned. No one knew whether Shrimp Prawn had pulled the pin or was just holding it down, so they could only retreat in a hurry. Scatter! He has a grenade! The officers yelled as they cleared a path, and Shrimp Prawn, with a fierce expression, shouted, "Charge out! Kong Kong!" Ong Su raised his hand and fired 4 shots at Shrimp Prawn, but the latter was moving quickly and was also wearing a bulletproof vest. The bullets only produced puffs of white smoke as they struck his chest. "He*s wearing a vest," Ong Su shouted, seeing that Shrimp Prawn had taken 4 shots and was now less than 5 steps away from the driver. "Big brother, hurry up!" Shrimp Prawn raised his right hand without hesitation, and the grenade immediately emitted a hissing sound. He pulled the pin. Ong Su turned and ran. At this moment, Along and others had drawn their guns and were turning to rush out while opening fire. When Yu saw the encirclement open up due to Shrimp Prawn's intimidation, he didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly stopped and turned, wearing thick steel plate armor, and immediately pounced towards Shrimp Prawn, deliberately leaning close to his waist. Thud! The two fell to the ground, and Yu instinctively pressed down on Shrimp Prawn's head. Boom! The explosion echoed through the quiet night, and a shattered arm flew into the sky, instantly staining the bulletproof glass shield on Yu's face with blood. Team leader, Zhu Wei shouted with wide eyes. Don't panic, follow the plan to catch him. Yu shook his head, hastily wiped the blood off his face with his left hand, and looked down to see that Shrimp Prawn had passed out, half of his right arm blown off, exposing white bone and flesh, bleeding profusely. Damn it! Along saw Shrimp Prawn fall and roared as he shot towards the left side. Bang! Yu got up and charged forward. Kong, Kong, Kong! A barrage of bullets hit Yu's body, striking his head, legs, and other critical areas, sparking bursts of fire. Along saw that Yu's clothes were not penetrated and hurriedly stepped back, lowering his head to change the magazine. Bang! Yu executed a double charge, using his weight and the heaviness of his clothing to slam into Along's chin. With a crunch, Along staggered back 2 steps. Yu suddenly bent down, wrapped his arms tightly around Along's lower legs, and forcefully lifted his waist and abdomen, sending Along flying more than half a person's height before crashing to the ground. Don't move, don't move. Though the actions Yu performed seemed simple and he hadn't run more than 50 meters, he was engaged in hand-to-hand combat while weighed down, relying on explosive power. At this moment, he felt he was on the verge of exhaustion. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and he could only press his body down on Along while shouting continuously. Once the grenade threat was eliminated, the officers had no more worries and rushed up together, using riot shields to trap the remaining big criminal. The fight was resolved in less than 10 seconds. Pin him down, Zhu Wei shouted, pointing at Along on the ground. 7 or 8 people rushed up, and without even using handcuffs, they directly secured Along with a 70-pound shackle. Yu sat on the snow, resting for nearly a minute before finally taking off his helmet and spitting on the ground. Damn it. Thank goodness for the steel armor. Otherwise, even with the best bulletproof vest, I would have been done for today. Are you okay? Ong Su hurried over to ask. I'm fine. I had a good position, and the explosion was in front of me. Yu wiped the sweat off his face and deliberately said to Ong Su and the others, You keep saying Team Yuan supports me. I risk my life to help him achieve results. You can't be blind to that, right? If he doesn't promote me, would you all be happy? Yes. Ong Su immediately nodded, giving a thumbs up and saying, Without your double charge today, who knows what the result would have been. Let's go back and drink to calm our nerves. Yu struggled to his feet, supporting himself on the ground. Come on, let us hurry and take the people back. At 11:30 p.m., Yu stood by the corridor with his phone. Zhu Wei, you must have the doctor think of a way to save the life of the one who had the grenade. Yes, the more people, the better the evidence chain. I'm going to grab a bite to eat, and then I'll start the interrogation. Okay, let us leave it at that. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Qilin came over with a lunchbox, smiling as he greeted. Hey, you're back? Qinyu turned around upon hearing the voice. Coming to eat? Yeah, not much work. I'm just here to grab some food. Qilin asked with a relaxed expression. So, how did it go? Smooth? Yeah, we got them all. Our people are okay, right? We acted quickly. The other side didn't even realize what was happening before we finished the job. No one got hurt. That's good. Qilin grinned, casually asking, Hey, I heard you guys were working with the station troops for the joint capture. How come I didn't see any soldiers come over? Qinyu was taken aback. Who told you that? Isn't it? I just heard people from a department chatting about it. Qilin also looked puzzled. You must have heard them talking nonsense. There's no military personnel at all. Since the case was already cracked, Qinyu didn't hide the details. We caught drug dealers. The same Long who killed 4 of our guys last time. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as Qilin's metal lunchbox fell to the ground. He stood there in a daze, his face pale. What's wrong with you? Qinyu frowned and asked. Qilin was stunned, his ears ringing. Qinyu reached out and patted Qilin's arm. Hey, what's up with you? Qilin snapped back to reality, looking at Qinyu with wide eyes. Is it that Along? Yeah, the lead from Team Yuan. We want to catch him. Qinyu nodded and asked, I noticed something seemed off with you. And no, it's fine. I just remembered old Black. Wasn't he killed by him? Qilin forced a smile. I ran into him that day. I was a bit scared of that guy. Are you really okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Qilin bent down to pick up the lunchbox. You should go eat. Aren't you eating too? Let's eat together. I forgot my chili sauce. I'll go back and get it. Qilin smiled. Then I'll eat first. Qilin responded, turning to leave with his lunchbox. In the corridor, Qinyu looked at his back curiously, completely doubting what Qilin had just said, but he couldn't understand why Qilin was acting so strangely. Team leader, time to eat. Guanqi shouted at the entrance of the cafeteria. Coming. Qinyu stopped overthinking and walked over. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse. After closing the door, Qilin plopped down on the ground with a thud, grabbing his hair and shouting. Damn it. Weren't we supposed to cooperate with the military? It's been half a month already. Why haven't they left? How the hell did this happen? Chapter 30 after stepping out. I'll find someone to take care of you. Qinyu wolfed down a bite of food in the cafeteria before rushing to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Yuanku had already picked up Director Li and was on his way to the police station. In the dim interrogation room, Along was casually sitting on the iron chair, playing with the handcuffs in his hands. Shall we warm up first? Qinyu took a sip of water and casually hung his ID badge on his chest. My name is Qinyu, the team leader of the 3rd group of the Criminal Investigation Unit, directly responsible for your case. Along squinted at Qinyu. I know you. You know me? Qinyu was confused. I didn't know that. I know you through a friend, Along replied with a smile. But you probably haven't seen me. Along wasn't joking. He had indeed seen Qinyu. Before leaving, he wanted to check on his home and secretly watch Qilin a few times, noticing the good relationship between Qinyu and his brother. Buddy, the key to your case isn't about who you know, but the value of your testimony will directly determine the outcome. Qinyu changed the topic, speaking realistically. Among the people caught, you're the biggest fish. If you don't spill the names of more important people, you will definitely be nailed as the main culprit. At that time, even if you are related to the mayor, no one will be able to help you. Hee. Along looked at Qinyu with a smile. Come on, pull up a chair and sit next to me. Qinyu was taken aback. Aren't we supposed to chat? Then let us sit closer and have a talk. Along shook the iron shackles in his hand, making a clattering sound as he waved at Qinyu. All right, then let us chat. Qinyu didn't hesitate, pulled a chair next to Along, bent over to sit down and said, let us get started. Actually, even if I hadn't met you through that friend, I would still know your name. Along had a smile on his face. Aren't you Qinyu? Qinyu frowned and paused for 2 seconds. Old man Ma told you, right? No. Along slightly raised his hand to point at Qinyu. His expression teasing. It's the drug dealers who are on my line. They all know your name now and talk about you every day in my ear. Talk about me? Qinyu raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Do you know what they're saying about you? Along grinned and asked. What? Haha. They're talking about what methods they can use to kill you right away. Qinyu was stunned by the words. Along glanced at the camera with the corner of his eye, lowered his voice a bit. and patted Qin Yu's arm with the back of his hand. Little brother, you don't really think that Yuan could let you handle this case? Gave you promotion opportunities and purely likes and appreciates you, do you? Qin Yu pouted. Sure, sitting here and still being picky, right? TSK. You're really as naive as a child. Along shook his head and added, in the first team, Yuan Ku has so many die-hard supporters. Which one ISN team more qualified than you? But why did he let you handle such a lucrative case? Are you two related by blood or something? Then what do you say is the reason he insists on having me handle this case? Qin Yu asked. Because you're bold, because you still have the hunger. Because if you want to stand your ground here, you have to work hard for achievements. Because you're new. Because you have no connections behind you. Because during the investigation, you don't know anyone face an R&T burdened by human feelings. Along smiled. Why suddenly target us drug dealers? And why does Yuan Ke focus on the Ma family line? Hearing this, Qin Yu fell silent again. There's another batch of drug dealers on the Black Street recently, secretly pushing out small amounts of goods, and their prices are twice as high as ours. Have you heard about it? Along asked again. Qin Yu was taken aback, instantly recalling Lin Nianlei's experience the other day, as well as the open-minded tiger. Little brother, there's no such thing as unconditional love these days. From your perspective, he treats you especially well, but from another angle, you're just a blind gun. Along tilted his neck to look at Qin Yu. Do you know the fate of those who hold guns throughout history? Qin Yu held back for a long time and raised his thumb in response. Well-reasoned provocation, convincing. Hee, how you feel right now, you know best. Along lowered his head and added softly. I can say these to you, it's not out of unconditional love, just because you helped my friend. Qin Yu only took in half of Along's words, because he already knew in his heart that Yuan Ku's support for him in the police station was definitely not without reason. But Qin Yu felt that whether Yuan Ku wanted to use his hunger or take advantage of his convenience in Songjiang, treating him as a quick gun, it didn't really matter because Qin Yu was a child. He understood that he had no background and no support. If he wanted to survive in this chaotic environment like a human being, what he could exchange with others might just be the courage to fight for his life at critical moments. However, what Qin Yu didn't expect was that the drug trade would be so deep, and while he was targeting the Ma family team, there was another group quietly pushing drugs, and these people were likely connected to Yuan Ku. If Along's words were true, then things might not be as simple as he had thought. I'm about to die anyway. There's no need to lie to you. Along lowered his head and spoke softly. I don't know much about your background, but I heard you came over from the planned area. Little brother, it's not easy for us to get to today with nothing. Don't let your name go down in history while helping others build their empire. Qin Yu looked Along and suddenly asked, You used to almost monopolize the underground drug market in Songjiang, but I don't understand why your pricing is so low. What is the point? Try to touch the hearts of the world? I also thought of those compatriots who were struggling to survive on the Black Street only after I had enough to eat. Along smiled and replied softly, My dad died because he couldn't afford treatment, and my mom might also die because of this. When I first came to District 9, I was idle and lived off others, but now that I have some ability, I want to make money while helping them out. It's impossible to live long in this line of work. I just need to make some money today that's enough to spend. How much is too much? At this point, line no longer made sense. Qin Yu looked at Along's face, which once showed a fierce expression, and suddenly felt he wasn't so detestable after all. The two fell silent at this point, and Qin Yu felt a bit confused. He thought that although he was being cautious, he still hadn't grasped the complexity of Songjiang. Bang! Just as the two were briefly silent, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Qi Lin stood outside the door, smiling widely as he asked, Are you interrogating? On the iron chair, Along immediately looked up upon hearing Qi Lin's voice, his originally nonchalant face showing a look of shock. Why are you here? Qin Yu turned to ask. I came to ask if the equipment you were approved to take out can be returned to the warehouse. How much wear and tear is there? Qi Lin replied calmly. You guys are going to work all night again, but I'll be switching shifts tomorrow morning, and I need to write a report. Qin Yu nodded, stood up and replied. The wear and tear is quite significant. I'll have someone pull a list for you later. All right, Qi Lin replied, turning to Along and scolding. You bastard finally got caught. Along was stunned, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. He needs to be transferred to Heavy Duty 3, right? Chi Lin asked Chinyu. Yeah, after the interrogation, he'll be transferred. Chinyu nodded. Damn it, I almost got pulled because of you. Chi Lin laughed and pointed at Along, scolding. Don't worry, once you walk out that door, I'll find someone to take care of you inside. Chinyu felt a bit strange upon hearing this. Along, after a long pause, immediately scolded in a domineering tone. Who do you think you are? I came in, but my brothers may not all have come in. If you keep messing around, then who will take care of your family? Just wait. Chi Lin sneered, turned around to look at Chinyu, and said, You take care of him. I'm leaving first. Chinyu was stunned for a moment, staring at Chi Lin, and replied, Let's go, I'll go out with you and get you a list. Then let's go. Chi Lin calmly stepped aside. The two of them exited the interrogation room, and four armed duty officers proactively came over to guard the door and locked it from the inside. In a narrow corridor, Chi Lin, with his hands behind his back, smiled and said, Just get someone to pull a list for me. I've already become a team leader. Do I still need to handle this myself? You came to scout? Chinyu suddenly turned around and questioned. Chi Lin was immediately stunned, his expression stiff as he retorted, What's wrong? What's scouting? Do you know Along? Chinyu asked with a gloomy face. Bull. Nonsense. How could I know him? Along said he knows me through one of my friends. But I only get along closely with you and Old Cat in the police station. The others are at most colleagues. Chinyu looked at Chi Lin with sharp eyes. Your reaction in the cafeteria door wasn't right. Just now in the room, you talked a bit too much with Along. Have you gone mad solving cases? Chi Lin smiled helplessly. What does this have to do with anything? You want to save him? You didn't come to the interrogation room to pull a list. You wanted to scout, right? Little you, I think you. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, Chinyu suddenly reached for Chi Lin's waist. The latter instinctively dodged, his face turning pale as he looked at Chinyu. What are you trying to do? You left your gun locked in the cabinet during duty. Why is there one in the holster now? Chinyu grabbed Chi Lin's arm, lowered his voice, and questioned. Are you out of your mind? He's a dead man. If you have other thoughts, you'll die too. Chi Lin, with a somewhat flustered expression, glanced around. His eyes red as he looked at Chinyu and said, If you want to treat me as a friend, just pretend you know nothing, okay? If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother. You just got married, you know? What is your relationship with Along? Why do you want to walk this path? Chinyu was a bit anxious, pulling Chi Lin into the stairwell. I don't want to ask what you're hiding, but I'll tell you clearly. Even if it's 10 of you combined, it's impossible to take him away from here. If you make a move, he will definitely die. Inside the interrogation room, Along's mind was carefully recalling Chi Lin's words. Don't worry, once you get out of this door, I'll find someone to take care of you inside. What does this mean? It was already very clear. Chi Lin was trying to find a way to save himself, but he had no strong connections to settle this. So how would he go about it? It was self-evident. Once out of this door, make a move? Along thought of this, his head buzzing. Damn, this fool wouldn't he really mess things up? In the police station lobby, a hurried sound of footsteps rang out as Yuan Ku and Director Li walked in through the main entrance. Team Yuan, you're back. I was just looking for you. Ong Su rushed over. What's wrong? Yuan Ka asked. A very important situation. Ong Su punted, speaking in a very low voice to Yuan Ku and Director Li. I accidentally came across an unexpected situation with a lackey. Along had contact with one of our officers before leaving. Chapter 31, The Death of the Great Bandit in the Stairwell. Chi Lin pushed Chinyu's chest, urgently whispering, Can you not get involved in this? Just pretend you didn't see anything? Let me go. Chi Lin, you should know what kind of person I am. Not everyone is worth me doing this for, Chinyu said, his expression serious as he poked Chi Lin's chest with his finger. Calm down. Along is the one the police station specifically wants. Think about it. Can you really take him away from the inspector by yourself? What will happen if something goes wrong? What about your mom? Your sister? Your new wife? Are you willing to throw away your job and your life? After a brief silence, Chi Lin, sweating, spoke rapidly to Chinyu. There's not zero chance. Along 1 TB with the inspector for long. He'll be transferred by tomorrow morning at the latest. I have contacts at the police station and can find out his transport route. I have the identity. It'll be much easier to act on the road. You don't need to worry about it. I just don't understand. What does Along have to do with you that makes it worth this risk? Do you have some underground dealings? Or did you take his money? Chinyu asked, confused. Do you know why didn't he shoot that day? Chi Lin blurted out. Yes, my real older brother, understand? Qin Yu was immediately stunned. Xiao Yu, listen to me. Listen to me. Qi Lin, his eyes red and breathing heavily, continued. I don't know if my relationship with Along can be uncovered, but if it leaks, I'll be monitored immediately, and the principle of avoiding relatives will be enforced. At that point, I won't have any chance left. I've already planned it out. Tomorrow morning after work, I won't go home. I'll pretend to catch up on sleep at the office, using the surveillance to create an illusion that I was in the dorm the whole time. Then when the police come to handover, I'll act at the intersection. If I can save him, that's best. If I can't, I'll at least ensure I don't get caught. Along just came back from the planning area. No one knows if he has accomplices outside, so as long as I'm not caught in the act. They might not know who did this, understand? When you're on a mission, you don't even dare to get close to the bandits. Do you really think you can rescue someone from the escort team? You're thinking too simply. I don't want to risk my life. But do I have a choice? Huh? Do I? If I don't care about him, I'll have to see him die with my own eyes. Qin Yu was taken aback. Don't get involved. Qi Lin lowered his head and was about to leave the stairwell. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, an electronic bell rang in the corridor, followed by a shout from the surveillance room. Brothers at the door of the interrogation room number 3, hurry up and check. Along is acting strangely. As the words fell, both Qin Yu and Qi Lin froze in place. In the lobby on the first floor, Yuan Ke heard the loudspeaker from the surveillance room. After a brief pause, he immediately said, "Go check on Along, quickly." In the corridor, footsteps were chaotic. The on-duty officers, hearing the shout from the surveillance room, hurriedly rushed out, striding towards the interrogation room. At the door, 4 on-duty officers used a key to open the iron door and looked up to see Along frantically smashing his left cheek against the iron plate in front of the iron chair. "What are you doing? Don't play tricks." The leading officer stepped in and reached out to stop him. Bang, bang, bang. Along again smashed his left cheek near his mouth against the iron plate, and at that moment, his skin had already split open, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The leading officer rushed over, grabbed Along's hair, and pulled back. "Quick, hold him down." He. Along smiled somewhat maniacally, raising his head to stare blankly at the officer. It's too late. As the words fell, Yuan Ku, Ong Su, and others almost rushed to the door together with Qin Yu and Qi Lin. "What is going on?" Yuan Ku asked, panting. The officer turned back upon hearing the voice. He suddenly smashed his head against the iron plate. I don't know what he is doing." Hearing this, Qi Lin's eyes turned red as he stepped towards the room. Qin Yu grabbed Qi Lin's arm, shaking his head seriously. Yuan Ke rushed into the room, approached Along, and immediately waved his hand, shouting, "Open his mouth quickly." Upon hearing this, 4 officers held Along's head and forcibly opened his bloodied mouth. Yuan Ke stared wide-eyed, his heart racing, no longer afraid of Along biting his fingers. He directly shoved his hand into Along's mouth, and after a while, pulled out a false tooth. Gag! Along retched, spitting out a large amount of blood. Yuan Ke glanced down at the false tooth, his expression blank as he took 2 steps back. The false tooth was hollow in the middle, with black thin plastic stuck to the edges, looking quite disgusting in Yuan Ke's hand. "What is this?" Director Li rushed in and shouted. "False tooth." He knocked out his false tooth. Yuan Ke stuttered in response. Director Li was taken aback upon hearing this. On the iron chair, Along suddenly shook his head, breaking free from the 4 officers' grasp, still wearing a maniacal smile. "Since I started this line of work, I've already thought about how I would die. There's a little pill in the false tooth. It's poison. I bit it. Damn it." Yuan Kiskiviko suddenly exploded, kicking Along in the chest and shouting, "Quick, open the chair and send him to the hospital." Along smiled at Yuan Ke. "You guys are still impressive. Us mud-legged folks can't compete with you even if we risk our lives. But Yuan Ke, I want to say something to you. Some things are done by people, and heaven is watching. I don't believe that the medicine, something that saves lives, could just be in your hands while heaven just sits back and watches. Damn it, even if I die, I curse you. You guys won't have a good death." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Along blankly twisted his neck, looking towards the door, hoarsely shouting. Brothers in the other interrogation rooms, "Don't be afraid. I haven't said anything. I want to give in, and you won't have any problems." Hearing this, Qi Lin clenched his fists and was about to walk out because he knew Along was talking to him. Qin Yu pulled Qi Lin's arm, whispering, "Do you understand? If he dies now, it's because he doesn't want you to act recklessly. Don't move, absolutely don't move." Puff. On the iron chair, Along leaned forward and suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently. Seeing this, Yuan Ku abandoned the idea of continuing to send him to the hospital, only holding the false tooth, suddenly bending down to lean close to Along's ear and saying, "Do you think what you did was very secretive? Do you think dying will solve everything?" Along turned his head numbly. You've had contact with our inspector. He is at the door, right?" Yuan Ku asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Along coughed up blood again, glaring at Yuan Ku and shouting, Damn you." Chapter 32. Kneel down and beg for life less than 2 minutes after the poison entered his system. Along lost control of his bowels and collapsed on the iron chair, gasping for breath. Director Lee stood in the center of the interrogation room with his hands behind his back, his face extremely gloomy as he scolded Yuan Ku. "The man is already in the interrogation room, and you still let him ascend to heaven? You really are qualified to be a captain. Tomorrow, when the police station comes to take the body, you go explain to them." I. Yuan Ku was momentarily speechless from the scolding. "A group of useless drunks." Director Lee threw out a remark and stepped out of the interrogation room. At the door, Qi Lin stood in a daze, staring at his elder brother who had died tragically on the iron chair, his legs weak and his mind in a haze. Yuan Ku, holding a set of dentures, turned around and looked toward the door, his gaze finally resting on Qi Lin. Half an hour later, Along's body was covered with a white cloth and taken away, while Yuan Ku entered another interrogation room, clearing out unrelated personnel and starting to talk privately with a brother of the shrimp gang. "Is it true that before Along was about to leave, he met with our police officer?" Yuan Ku took out an electronic cigarette from the drawer and casually tossed it over. Yes, the lackey nodded repeatedly. "Shrimp gang dared to trigger the thunder and perish together with us. How could he have such a cowardly brother like you?" Yuan Ku asked bluntly. "The shrimp told me he could make me a lot of money, so I served him. But before I could make any money, he died." I don't want to die either," the lackey replied with stark realism. "You just met him?" "Yes." "Tell me how Along met that person before leaving." Yuan Ku asked softly. "He said he wanted to fulfill a wish and see a friend before leaving," the lackey replied, lowering his head. But Lao Ma and the shrimp thought the outside atmosphere was too tense, and if he went out and ran into the police, it could be, the supply of drugs was solely in Along's hands. In short, we all depended on him for our livelihoods, so we had to protect him. So every time he went out, we followed him. But he usually made us park far away and walked a distance by himself. One time I went to the food store to buy water, and I happened to be going in the same direction as him, and I saw him enter that courtyard." Yuan Ku heard this and pulled out a photo, tossing it to the lackey, asking, "Is this the person who met with Along?" "Yes, I've seen him twice." "Did you just say you happened to run into him that one time?" Yuan Kiskiviko Puronet. "It was on the day of this person's wedding. There were many people at the restaurant, so we didn't know who Along was looking for. But that night, when Along went to that courtyard, I realized that this was the person he was looking for, so it was 2 times," the lackey explained in detail. Yuan Ku licked his lips. "Do you know what their relationship is?" "No, Along never mentioned it, and no one asked," the lackey shook his head. 20 minutes later, Yuan Ku left the interrogation room and immediately instructed Ong Su, "Have the police forensic doctor go to the morgue right away and extract Along's DNA for comparison." "Compare it with whom? Who do you think?" Yuan Ku retorted. Ong Su was stunned for a moment. "Captain, do you suspect Along has a familiar relationship with him?" The lackey's testimony clearly explained why he didn't dare to shoot that day. Yuan Ku replied lightly, "This kid usually keeps a low profile, if there weren't some absolute reasons. How could he get involved with someone like Along?" Ong Su understood immediately. "I see. In a logistics warehouse." Qi Lin sat blankly in a chair, not knowing what to think. "Brother, everyone's path is a choice of their own, and whatever results arise, they must bear the consequences," Qin Yu said, leaning against the table, looking down and advising, "I know you're not feeling well, but look at me. At least when you encounter something, you have a reason to be sad. But I don't even know how my family members died. You lost your brother, but you still have your mother, sister, and wife. What do I have? I have nothing." Qi Lin remained silent, not saying a word. Chi Lin, let the sadness pass quickly. You still have other family members to take care of. Qin Yu turned around to advise. This place has many people and eyes. Make sure no one sees anything suspicious. Upon hearing this, Chi Lin blankly raised his head. Yes, the dead are dead, and the living still need to live. Bang! While they were talking, the door of the logistics warehouse was pushed open, and two of Ong Su's subordinates entered, looking expressionless as they said to Chi Lin, Captain Yuan is looking for you. He needs you to go over. What is the matter? Qin Yu asked for Chi Lin. It's nothing serious, just some details from a previous case. The person on the left smiled and urged, Let us go. Hearing this, Qin Yu showed a puzzled expression, and Chi Lin, in order not to let the other party see any signs, immediately adjusted his state, stood up, and said, What case could find me? You'll know when you get there. Then let's go. Chi Lin replied with a smile. After exchanging a few words, the three left. And as Qin Yu followed them to the door, a sudden bad premonition arose in his heart for Chi Lin. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Slowly, the sky brightened. And slowly, the sky darkened again. After waiting for more than 10 hours, Qin Yu still did not see Chi Lin return to the team. He started to feel restless, and, at the same time, he remembered Lin Yanlei and what Along had said to him. An unsettling emotion quietly spread in Qin Yu's heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this drug trafficking case was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After careful consideration for a long time, Qin Yu stood up, picked up his work badge, and quietly left the office, driving the car of the 3rd Unit towards Songjiang No. 3 prison. On the other side, Yuan Ke stepped into his office, looking up at Chi Lin, who had been under house arrest here for more than 10 hours. Let us go. Come with me. Chi Lin stood up somewhat uneasily, his face smiling as he asked, Captain Yuan, what is going on? You'll know when you get there. Yuan Ke threw out a line and turned to leave. Chi Lin, suppressing his inner sadness, hesitated for a moment before immediately following Yuan Ke. Half an hour later, Yuan Ke drove Chi Lin to the police hospital, and under the guidance of the staff, they entered the morgue. Chi Lin turned his head to glance around, nervously asking, Captain Yuan, why did you bring me here? Yuan Ke lit a cigarette and walked leisurely to the inside of the morgue, reaching out to pull open the drawer containing the body. Chi Lin looked up and immediately saw Along lying in the drawer with a purple face. Do you recognize him? Yuan Ke asked expressionlessly. Chi Lin clenched his fists and immediately smiled, saying, Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand. Yuan Ke scratched his nose, took out 2 folded A4 papers from his inner coat pocket, and walked in front of Chi Lin, saying, The expedited DNA comparison proves that your Y chromosome is the same, meaning Along is your biological brother. Chi Lin's head buzzed, and his expression instantly changed to panic. That day at the arrest scene, you didn't fire your gun. It was to protect him, right? Yuan Ke's voice was steady. This is a misunderstanding. You got it wrong. Chi Lin, you and I both understand that this DNA test would yield the same result no matter how many times it was done. Yuan Ke turned around and sat on the autopsy table. The facts are in front of you. Does arguing even matter? Chi Lin gripped the test results, his eyes filled with panic, not knowing how to respond to Yuan Ke. Chi Lin, if this identification result ends up on the desk of the higher-ups, combined with the fact that you did not follow orders to fire your gun during the last arrest, do you know what kind of consequences you will face? Yuan Ke looked at Chi Lin with a blank expression. You will be labeled as an accomplice, and you will be charged with multiple offenses, including dereliction of duty and harboring criminals. The outcome for you won't just be as simple as taking off your clothes. You will at least face a heavy sentence of 10 years or more. Chi Lin slowly raised his head, stunned for a moment, then suddenly knelt in front of Yuan Ke with a thud, grabbing his pants and shouting, Captain, Along is indeed my older brother, but we have long lost contact. I happened to encounter the arrest that day. I had no idea it was him being targeted. Yuan Ke looked at Chi Lin, saying nothing. Captain, I really can't take off my clothes, and I can't go in. I have family to support. I can't get into trouble. Chi Lin's face was streaked with tears. Please, help me out of this. Please help me. Yuan Ke took a puff of his cigarette and patted Chi Lin's shoulder. Everyone has feelings. We've been together for so long. How could I not know what kind of person you are? Chi Lin, I truly believe you're not involved in this case, but the higher-ups do not understand. Can they believe it? For officers died in the last arrest, and whether it's the leaders or the specific management, they need a good and reasonable explanation. And at this moment, what will your DNA report reveal? An insider led to the failure of the arrest, and all the blame will fall on you. Can you handle that? Chi Lin was stunned. I want to help you, but my authority is limited. Yuanka picked up the DNA report, deliberated for a long time, and said, however, there might still be a way. What way? Your brother was a middleman delivering goods for the Ma family. He's gone now, but if you can find the supplier behind your brother and uncover this line, I can guarantee your safety in front of Director Li and the police department higher-ups. With this achievement, you won't be in any trouble. Yuanka looked down at Chi Lin and said, by then, a word from above could suppress your DNA report. Chi Lin thought carefully for a moment, suddenly remembering what Along had said to him before he left that day. If one day you can't go on living, there's a contact in your bag, you can find him. Chi Lin thought of this and immediately looked up to respond. He seems to have indeed given me a contact number. If you let me go home, I'll go find it, to see if it's the supplier's contact. You can't lie to me, or will only harm yourself. Chi Lin looked up at Yuan Ku, replying hoarsely, my family is here, would I dare to lie to you? Captain Yuan. All right, then go back and find the item. Don't let anyone follow you, I'm afraid. My mom will overthink, her health isn't good. You don't need to worry, my people won't go into your house. Yuanka said with a smile, let them wait for you outside. Once you have the item, they will bring you back. On the other end, Qin Yu was questioning Ma Lao Air at Songjiang No. 3 prison. Damn, Ma Lao Air sat in a prison uniform on the iron chair, lazily cursing. Not dead yet? Qin Yu tilted his head to look at him. Do you really want me dead that badly? You make the poor unable to afford medicine and take away the livelihood of those who support their families. Do you think we don't want you dead? Ma Lao Air replied with a sneer. Qin Yu was silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and asked, besides you, there's another group selling drugs on the Black Street, and the prices are twice as high as yours. Do you know about this? Ma Lao Air was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Shouldn't you know this better than me? You're trying to wipe us out. Aren't you just trying to clear the obstacles for the people above? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression suddenly became complicated. If I said I didn't know before, would you believe me? Ma Lao Air was momentarily stunned. Chapter 33, A Cruel Life. A punch to the spine. Yuan did not ask the familiar officer to send Chi Lin home, but instead found two unfamiliar men who drove him to his doorstep. In the alley, Chi Lin sat in the car and turned to the middle-aged driver, saying, Big brother, don't come in with me. I'll come out as soon as I get my things. All right, we'll wait here. The burly man nodded in response. Chi Lin pushed open the car door, walked about 200 meters, turned, and entered the small courtyard of his home. He reached out to tug at the door of the detached house he shared with Bella, but found it locked from the inside. Open the door, Chi Lin shouted. Wait a moment, Bella quickly replied. Hurry up, Chi Lin urged, his tone anxious. After about 3 to 4 minutes, Bella finally put on some clothes. Her hair disheveled as she opened the door. You're back? Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you were working overtime. Chi Lin had no time to explain and stepped inside. Where did you put the black bag I gave you that day? Bella was taken aback. What black bag? The one I gave you with the living expenses, Chi Lin questioned, turning to face her. On that day, when Along gave Chi Lin the money, he was still in the sorrow of parting, completely distracted by thoughts of loss, and did not pay attention to the money or the bag. Moreover, Along's words were not very clear, and Chi Lin only thought he was implying that if he ever encountered difficulties or needed money, he could use the contact information left in the bag to reach out to him. Therefore, Chi Lin never associated this contact information with suppliers and did not keep the bag as a treasure. He simply handed it over with the living expenses to Bella for safekeeping. Bella, a bit flustered, ran her fingers through her hair. That bag is quite old. You gave it to me, and I just took the money out. As for the bag, I forgot where I put it. What the hell can you do? Chi Lin had never spoken to Bella in such a tone before, but he was genuinely anxious now, glaring at her and shouting, Hurry up and think about where you put it. Oh, I'll help you look. You rest. I'll find it. Just give me a moment to think, Bella said in a panic, rummaging through the cabinet by the window while still wearing her clothes. That thing is very important. It can't be lost, Chi Lin thought restlessly, unable to sit still, and he bent down to search inside the house as well. Bella squatted in front of the cabinet and caught a glimpse of Chi Lin's position out of the corner of her eye. Seeing him standing next to the tall cabinet, she suddenly panicked and made up a lie. I remembered, I think I took that bag when I went shopping that day. It got dirty, so I threw it away. Just as Chi Lin yanked open the left door of the tall cabinet, he heard Bella's words and turned around. Shouting what? You threw it away. Bella froze in place, her eyes wide. Chi Lin sensed something was off with Bella's expression and turned to look at the cabinet, instantly going blank. Inside the cabinet was a pale figure holding 2 pieces of clothing, blinking at Chi Lin. Chi Lin took 2 steps back, his face pale as he withdrew his gaze from the cabinet and turned to stare blankly at Bella. You. Bella stood up in a daze, trembling all over. Damn, you said you weren't coming home. Why are you back looking for a bag? A familiar voice rang out as the pale figure walked out of the cabinet barefoot. This is awkward, isn't it? Chi Lin's fists clenched tightly, his anger surging as all the grievances he had suffered recently erupted at once. He turned and charged at Bella, kicking her in the abdomen while shouting, Damn it, I risked my life outside, and you're here cheating on me. The pale figure stepped out from the cabinet, revealing his true identity. It was Tiger, who had coincidentally attended Chi Lin's wedding banquet that day. Tiger seemed unfazed, swaggering over to a chair, sitting down, and muttering about the police officers. Damn it, those bastards took the money but didn't do their jobs. I didn't tell them to let you work overtime. Why are you back? Chi Lin, in a frenzy, grabbed Bella's hair and pinned her next to the cabinet, completely losing his mind as he started to hit her. Bang, bang. Tears welled up in Chi Lin's eyes as he kicked and shouted, Damn it, I provide for you, I give you clothes, so you can have a proper identity in Songjiang and live like a person. And you cheat on me? What the hell did I do wrong to you? We've only been together for a few days, and you could get involved with him? Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing? Is it not over yet? Tiger shouted. Hearing his words, Chi Lin's blood boiled, and he suddenly turned and rushed to the door, pushing open the wooden door and grabbing the snow shovel that was outside. Oh. Feeling tough now, daring to grab a weapon? Tiger sneered, standing up to put on his coat and stepping to the door to confront him. What are you doing? You're going to kill me or something? You're a bit smaller, aren't you? I'll be damned. Chi Lin raised the shovel, aiming to smash it down on Tiger's head. Brother, is that you? At that moment, the iron gate in the courtyard made a sound, and Chi Lin's blind sister appeared, holding a white cane, wearing a coat, and asking what's going on. Mom woke up. I'm worried. Let me take a look. Chi Lin turned around and saw his emaciated sister, and his boiling blood seemed to cool instantly. He stood there in a daze, gazing at the room where their mother was, and his hand holding the shovel began to tremble unconsciously. We're all adults now. Why are we still playing these hot-blooded youth games? Tiger reached out to grab Chi Lin's wrist holding the shovel, smiling as he said, Come on, calm down, put that down, let's talk. Chi Lin turned his head, his eyes filled with hatred, looking at Tiger. Mom doesn't want me? Sister doesn't want me? Are you playing with my life? Can you handle it? Tiger looked at Chi Lin with a smile, pressing down his raised arm and shouting outside. Little sister, you go back, there's nothing going on, we're just talking. Chi Lin's sister stood quietly in the courtyard, not leaving, not stepping inside, and not shouting, just standing there silently. Tiger closed the door and tilted his head to look at Chi Lin. You bought this girl, right? Paid for, 500. Chi Lin gritted his teeth, his lips twitching but not responding. All right then. Tiger pulled out a large wallet from his pocket without counting the money, tossing it onto the nearby cabinet. I happen to have 8,000 here. You take it, and I'll take Bella. You saw it. We're having a good time, haha. Chi Lin's expression darkened, his body trembling. Why aren't you talking? Tiger looked at Chi Lin with a tilted head, poking his chest and asking, Damn, we're all from the same area. Who doesn't know who? Why are you putting on an act with me? You bought her for 500, and I'm giving you 8,000. Isn't that enough? Don't you know your own situation? With someone like Bella, can you afford to keep her? Today, I'm willing to give you 8,000. But tomorrow, if she develops feelings for me, you won't get a dime. Chi Lin glanced at Bella and asked with a trembling voice, Just because I have some burdens. You bully me like this? With your current situation? Even the cafeteria workers at the police station say you wash the chef's socks just to bring back some food. No matter how bad I am, I don't need to bully you to feel important, right? Tiger spat and pushed the door, saying, You take the money. I'll wait for Bella outside. With that, Tiger stepped away. Chi Lin stood dumbfounded at the door, turned to Bella, and said, I earned money to support you. But you fucking took away my last bit of dignity. Bella lowered her head, and after a long silence replied, Chi Lin, when you bought me, did you consider my dignity while haggling 3 times over the price? Chi Lin was stunned by this. It's all for the sake of having a meal. What feelings are there to talk about? You support me. I sleep with you, wash your clothes, cook for you, help you with housework. Bella slowly stood up. If the tiger offers me better, I want to go with him. Back when the world wasn't so chaotic, people were used to talking while dressed, leaving some leeway for each other. But now, with the world in turmoil, people have become more exposed. But the essence hasn't changed. That's all. Get out. Chi Lin closed his eyes and pointed to the door. Bella picked up her coat, casually combed her hair, and calmly walked out. In more than 20 days, you've earned an extra 500. You're not losing out. Get the hell out of here. Chi Lin clenched his fist and shouted angrily. Bella pushed the door and left. The tiger stood at the gate, urinating, and when he saw Bella come out, he said, Damn, $8,000, I spent my whole week's bonus on you. I'm going with you. Then you definitely have to come with me. If given a choice, who the hell would choose a dog? The tiger led Bella and stepped out of the courtyard. Inside the house, Chi Lin slumped on the floor, dizzy and staring at the ceiling, feeling as if he had lost his soul. He was not the old cat, not a second-generation official with connections. He never received any special treatment from others. He was not Xinyu, unable to be carefree and reckless, so his back in the police station was always bent. Yet even so, before today, he still optimistically and actively adapted to this era and society, using every means at his disposal to support his mother and sister. But today, life shattered all his visions once again, cruelly like a madman, striking him down to the ground. The big brother was brutally killed, the woman betrayed him, and serious cases were piling up. The only chance to turn things around, the black package was thrown away. Chi Lin had always been accustomed to retreating when facing problems, but now, he had reached the edge of the cliff. If he retreated further, he would be crushed to pieces. Resentment, unwillingness, and injustice surged in his heart. With a creak, the door opened, and his sister stood outside in the freezing cold with a white cane. Brother, she's not a good woman. We have nothing to be sad about. Chi Lin turned to look at his sister, and his chaotic eyes gradually became clear. Am I living like a dog, just to die like a dog? A voice in Chi Lin's head shouted. He slowly stood up, wiped the corners of his eyes, and said, Go back inside. Help Mom pack things. What's wrong? Don't ask. Just hurry up. Chi Lin decided to take a risk. The black package was lost, and he could no longer explain himself to Yuan Ku, and if he went back, it was very likely he would never come out again. Thinking of this, Chi Lin lowered his head and quickly dialed the old cat's number. Chapter 34, Life and Death Escape. Seeking a glimmer of hope in the living area near the Songjiang border, Old Cat stood by the car and connected with Chi Lin on the phone. What's up? Are you at the police station? Damn, you don't know? I'm at the border catching grain traffickers. Old Cat wiped the sweat off his face and replied, Just finished up, getting ready to head back. Hearing that Old Cat seemed unaware of the situation at the police station, Chi Lin didn't elaborate and instead pleaded. I've run into something very serious and need your help. What is it? It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Can you come back and help me pick up my mom and little sister? Chi Lin whispered, I won't trouble you for long. They will stay with you for at most 2 hours. What the hell is going on? Old Cat was a bit confused because Chi Lin had never approached him this way before. Don't ask for details. In short, I can't stay in Songjiang anymore. I have to leave. Chi Lin was afraid that the 2 people outside would become suspicious, so he didn't have time to explain. I can't find anyone else to help. I can only ask you. Okay, I'm heading back now. Old Cat replied without any hesitation. I'll be there in about half an hour. Old Cat, you can't tell anyone I called you. I won't say a word to anyone. Old Cat rarely made promises, but he had never gone back on his word for serious matters he agreed to. Mom and little sister will be heading to the North Station soon. Chi Lin instructed softly. Once you pick them up, just keep them in the car. I'll call you when I'm done. Old Cat was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, Can Old Lee solve your problem? If he can, I'll call him right away. Hearing this, Chi Lin's eyes instantly turned red. He struggled to speak, and finally he said hoarsely, He can't solve it. Old Cat's heart sank. No more talking. I'm heading back right now. Thank you. Forget it. Contact me anytime if there's something. Okay. The two ended the call, and Old Cat yanked the car door open, shouting to his colleagues who were cleaning up the scene. I have something urgent to attend to. You guys head back on your own, and call me when you get to the station. What's wrong, Deputy Team Leader? A colleague called out from a distance. Old Cat didn't reply, slammed the gas pedal, and disappeared into the night. At home, Chi Lin stepped to the back of the wardrobe, bent down, and reached into the gap between the wardrobe and the wall, pulling out a round, oilcloth-wrapped package after a while. He went to the table, opened the package, and revealed a .202 caliber handgun wrapped inside. Chi Lin had bought this gun 3 years ago from a gun dealer for 400 yuan, intending to practice shooting during his off-duty time. His practice rounds at the police station were limited, and he didn't have the money to get special approval for gifts. So he could only use this method to practice and prepare for a good score to become a level 2 officer. In fact, Chi Lin did achieve first place in shooting at the police station and ranked among the top 3 in the precinct. But even so, he only received a cash reward that reimbursed the cost of the gun. The promotion slots were given to those who rarely needed a gun. Chi Lin skillfully checked the firearm, loaded 2 magazines, and then tucked the gun into his inner pocket, striding toward the door. At the door, Chi Lin suddenly stopped, facing the biting wind and frost, looking back. A small room, some furniture that couldn't be simpler. This was everything Chi Lin had fought for while bending over. But now it seemed he couldn't take a single item with him. On the cabinet were several certificates and trophies, evidence of his shooting achievements, but ironically, he had never fired a shot in a real case. Chi Lin gazed at the room for a long moment before turning to leave. Passing through the iron gate and over the wall, Chi Lin arrived at his mother's room. How's the packing going? Son, what trouble have you gotten into? Why do you suddenly have to leave? The old lady sat on the bed, her voice trembling with concern. Mom, it's too complicated to explain in just a few words. But don't worry, I've contacted my big brother, and we're leaving to find him tonight, Chi Lin said, telling a white lie to ease her worries. The old lady sighed and wiped her eyes, murmuring, it's all my fault. I'm getting old and confused. We were fine, but I had to push you to find a woman. We're leaving suddenly because of her, right? Chi Lin looked at his mother, suppressing the grievance in his heart, turned and pulled his little sister to the door, squatting down to ask, Little sister, in 5 minutes after I leave, take Mom to the North Station. Okay. Although the young sister couldn't see, she was surprisingly calm, nodding her pretty face without any change in expression. Remember Old Cat's voice. When he arrives, get in his car, and I will come to pick you up in at most 2 hours, Chi Lin instructed again. His sister was silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to Chi Lin's ear and whispered, I know when Big Brother came back that day. Chi Lin was taken aback. One brother has already left. I don't want to lose another one. I will definitely come back. Chi Lin gritted his teeth and responded, holding back tears. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Chi Lin stood up and strode out of the house. 5 minutes later, Chi Lin returned to the car. The burly man driving glanced at Chi Lin and frowned, asking, What took so long? Did you not hear? Chi Lin asked expressionlessly. The burly man was taken aback, then shifted gears and replied, I heard some noise. What? Was there a quarrel at home? Nothing, let's go. What about your stuff? The burly man asked while driving. It's on me. Chi Lin replied flatly. Let's go find Team Yuan. Okay. The burly man slammed the gas pedal and quickly left the alley beside Chi Lin's house. In a dark street in a certain area, Chi Yu came out of the Songjiang 3rd Detention Center and drove here. After waiting for nearly half an hour, someone knocked on his car window. Chi Yu looked up at the burly man outside, opened the door, and got out. Put your hands up, the burly man said expressionlessly. Chi Yu hesitated for a moment, then frowned and opened his arms. The burly man reached out and carefully checked Chi Yu's body, confirming he wasn't carrying any weapons before whispering, Follow me. 2 minutes later, the two entered a dimly lit room on the first floor of a nearby building, where they found Old Ma sitting in a chair. What do you want with me? Old Ma asked, playing with a gun in his hands, his face grim. Chi Yu hesitated slightly, then pulled out an e-cigarette and took a puff before saying, The cases of Ma Lao Air and Amin can be handled. Old Ma was taken aback and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha damn. Yuanka sent you to play tricks with me. Huh? Chi Yu lowered his head, took out his phone from his pocket, and played a recording in front of Old Ma. After a few seconds, Ma Lao Air's voice came through. Uncle, we can talk to this person. Old Ma froze upon hearing his nephew's voice. I'm here to tell you that when Ma, Lao, Er, and Demin were caught, it was a case of catching them in the act, but your direction has always been to resist interrogation, defy the judicial system, and refuse to disclose details of the crime. You keep thinking about two people being able to come out together, but that's unrealistic, Chin Yu said, puffing on the e-cigarette softly. Let's save one. That way, there's still hope. Old Ma stared blankly at Chin Yu, completely unable to understand his logic. I've said what I needed to say. I'm leaving. Chin Yu turned to walk away. Wait, Old Ma called out. Chin Yu turned back. What is it? Why are you doing this? What's your intention? Old Ma asked directly. Chin Yu lowered his head and thought for a moment, then replied succinctly, because I don't want to be like a fool, offending all the drug dealers and poor brothers who take drugs, only to have the money end up in someone else's pocket. If you're smart, just pretend I never came here today. Let's go our separate ways in the future. After saying that, Chin Yu pushed the door and left. The car sped along and soon arrived near the police station. The burly man driving turned to glance at Chi Lin, then lowered his head to dial Yuan Ku's phone. Hello? Yuan Ku's voice came through. He has taken his stuff. We'll be there soon. Let him in, you guys go back directly. Yuan Ku instructed briefly. Okay. With that, the two ended the call. Yuan Ku sat in his office, lowered his head, and sent a text message to his biological brother. The supply channel is on the way. Okay. Soon, his brother replied. In the car, the burly man turned the steering wheel to the left and raised his head to see the police compound. In a moment, you can get out of the car and go back by yourself. Xiao Ku is waiting for you in the office. Suddenly, Chi Lin pulled a gun from his pocket and pressed it against the burly man's head. The two men in the car were stunned and turned to look at Chi Lin. I can't find that thing. I really can't. Chi Lin's voice trembled, but his hand was steady as he said, I can't go back. If I do, I won't be able to get out. You're asking for death. The burly man said in a deep voice, frowning, your home is right here. Where else can you go? Can you leave Songjiang? I want to try. Chi Lin said with a twitching mouth, just drive straight ahead. You The burly man in the passenger seat was about to curse. Don't force me. I have no way out. Chi Lin interrupted him with red eyes. Let me live, and you both can live too. The two men fell silent. Drive ahead. Chi Lin gripped the gun tightly. You drive however I say. About 15 minutes later, the SUV stopped on an uninhabited road about 5 kilometers from the city. Stop the car. Chi Lin commanded, gun in hand. The driver turned to glance at Chi Lin, then suddenly turned the steering wheel to the left and slammed on the brakes. Screech. The wet and icy road let out a grating brake sound as the car suddenly skidded out of control into the ditch on the left front. You motorfia. Playing tricks. Chi Lin's body jolted from the impact, and he struck the driver's head several times with the gun. The driver covered his head and calmly shouted, Aren't you anxious now? If you're not leaving, should we help you push the car out? Chi Lin turned to look out the window, seeing the front of the car stuck deeply, then gritted his teeth, pushed the door open, and pointed the gun at the two men inside. Weapons, phones, throw them all out. The two exchanged glances, then, without further ado, lowered their heads and took out their phones and guns, tossing them out the window. Bang, bang. Chi Lin fired 2 shots, blowing out the right side tires, then bent down to search the two men thoroughly before gritting his teeth and saying, Don't chase me anymore. If you do, we all die together. After saying that, Chi Lin picked up their guns and phones, turned, and ran. Damn it. The burly man watched Chi Lin leave and slammed his fist on the steering wheel. After playing the eagle for a lifetime, I got pecked in the eye by a sparrow. The middle-aged man, sitting in the passenger seat, opened the glove compartment and took out a leather envelope. Damn, what are you panicking for? The 2 phones for the supply are right here. Hurry, open it. The driver immediately shouted with bright eyes. On the highway, a police car was speeding when suddenly the chassis let out a muffled sound, followed by the car shaking violently, and the engine instantly stalled. Old Cat's head bumped against the steering wheel, and he cursed. What the hell is this broken road? At the North Station, the younger sister placed their mother at the entrance of a wind-sheltering underground passage, standing thinly by the roadside, waiting for Old Cat's arrival. Chapter 35 Time and Fate in the Wild. The old cat pushed open the car door and jumped out. Turning around to look at the car, he saw that the right rear wheel was deeply stuck in the snow. Damn it, the more anxious I am, the more things go wrong. The old cat cursed and immediately took out a flashlight from the car. He bent down to check the condition of the right rear wheel and saw that the tire was stuck in the dirt ridge, completely unable to touch the hard ground. After carefully examining it while lying on the ground, the old cat got up and ran to the trunk. He grabbed the iron chain with his bare hands and pulled it hard a couple of times before he managed to free the spare tire. However, due to the extremely cold weather and the snow accumulated on the car, the spare tire was completely frozen to the trunk. So the old cat had no choice but to press his whole body down on the spare tire and shake it hard. Creak, creak. The sound was grating, and the old cat's face turned red. After shaking it several times, the spare tire finally fell with a thud. The triangular hook connecting the hub and the iron chain instantly cut through half of the old cat's thigh, and blood gushed out, falling onto the snow. The old cat looked down at his injured thigh, but held back the pain, not daring to delay for a moment. He pushed the spare tire under the right rear wheel with both hands and then returned to the car. Amiba, Holy Mary, Jesus Christ, please, let me get out of here. The old cat mumbled anxiously while pushing the gear into drive and gently stepping on the accelerator to let the tire press down on the spare tire. Go! The old cat suddenly stepped on the gas harder and shouted. The engine roared, and the car swayed forward a bit before barely driving out of the snow. The old cat turned the steering wheel to the left and angle, stepped on the gas again, and the car instantly shot out. On the outskirts of the city, Chi Lin stopped, panting, and immediately called the old cat. Hello, have you arrived? Damn it, the car got stuck in the snow. I just got it out, and I'm on my way to the city now, the old cat cursed in response. Chi Lin was taken aback, his face pale as he urged. Hurry up, get to the North Station as fast as you can. Got it, I understand. I'm heading that way too. Call me if there's anything. Okay. As the call ended, both of them continued towards the North Station as fast as possible. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt on the road in front of the North Station. The old cat, with blood streaming down his leg, staggered down and began searching the square with the car keys in hand. Chi Yu. After looking for 2 minutes and not seeing his little sister, the old cat started shouting in the square. At the entrance of the underground passage, an elderly lady trembled as she walked up the steps and called out in the direction of the old cat, Child, over here. Hearing the voice, the old cat turned around and, seeing Chi Lin's mother, was overjoyed and rushed over. Anne, are you okay? Where's my sister? She's waiting for you. Didn't you see her? The elderly lady responded, her eyesight poor and her hearing not very good. The old cat was stunned. I didn't see her. I couldn't move. She told me to wait down below. The elderly lady said anxiously, You need to find her quickly. Okay, don't worry, I'll go find her. The old cat turned around and ran back. In less than 5 minutes, he had searched the entire square but still did not see his sister. In the left front corner of the square, there was a very small food stall. The old cat rushed over and asked urgently, Brother, excuse me, did you see a little girl standing here waiting? About 13 or 14 years old. The owner, hiding the kiosk, looked up and said, Yes, I saw her. 2 cars came and took her away. Hearing this, the old cat's head buzzed. When did this happen? About 5 minutes ago. Did you hear what they said? I didn't hear, for people got out and just pulled her away. Damn it. Why didn't you help stop them? The old cat was angry. The owner rolled his eyes. How would I know what they were doing? If I had stopped them, what would it have to do with me? Go away. Don't delay my business. The old cat stared wide-eyed, feeling a chill in his heart. In the city, just as Chi Lin was about to forcibly stop a car, he suddenly heard his phone ring in his pocket. Hello. Chi Lin stopped, breathing heavily as he answered the call. Silence. After a brief moment of silence, a familiar voice rang out. I didn't expect that after just 2 days off. So much has happened at your police station. If I had known, I wouldn't have left you earlier and would have returned to the station with you. Chi Lin instantly recognized the voice as that of the tiger. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, trying to escape, the tiger sneered and questioned, Do you think your head can run away? Come to Tuja Street. My sister and I are waiting for you. Chi Lin was stunned. Within 2 hours, if you don't bring something over, I might have to do something inhumane, the tiger said lightly. That's it. In the police station office, Yuan Ku said on the phone, The main goal is to find the contact information of the supplier. Don't let the tiger do anything too extreme. I just don't understand. He's within the police station. How can you let him have a chance to escape? How long has it been since this matter was held up? And there's still no result? A middle-aged voice on the phone sounded a bit impatient. A lot of goods are backed up. If we don't get rid of the competition, I can't let them out with peace of mind. Brother, I don't run the police station. There's still an oldly above who is smarter than a monkey. We've tried to win him over several times, but he keeps playing dumb. I can't be too obvious about dealing with drug trafficking. Otherwise, he might come looking for trouble, Yuan Ku replied, frowning. This oldie is also a bit blind. I'll find a chance to take care of him. No, no, no. You always say that. Yuan Ku shouted in frustration. He's the highest leader of the police station. If there's no absolute conflict of interest, why would you mess with him? Are you crazy? Forget about that little officer's matter. I'll let the tiger handle it. You just need to go over and get the clues later. The other party was silent for a few seconds before hanging up the phone. On the dark road, Chi Lin, with red eyes, called the old cat's phone. I've arrived, but I couldn't find my sister. The food stall people told me there were 2 cars. The old cat spoke urgently to explain the situation. She has been taken. Chi Lin's voice interrupted the other party coldly. Hearing this, the old cat froze in place. I need you to help me with something. What is it? The old cat immediately asked. I want you to look into Yuan Ku's situation for me. Help me check. Chi Lin said clearly, looking down. After hearing this, the old cat stared wide-eyed and asked, What the hell do you want to do? What do you mean by checking this? There's a cliff in front of me, and countless people pushing me from behind. I accept it. I want to jump down and see if I can die. Chi Lin clenched his fists and said, If you treat me as a friend, help me one last time. Calm down. If it really doesn't work. Old cat, are you talking about calmness with me? In these past years, who has been more calm than me? If there was even a slight chance to escape, would I jump off a cliff? Chi Lin shouted with red eyes. If you don't help me, I'll go back to the police station and find Yuan Ku. Late at night, around 11 o'clock. In a 3-story standalone building at 75 Century Avenue in a dark district, a chubby man was sitting with 2 friends in the second-floor hall eating hot pot. Downstairs, a figure pushed open the glass door, coming in covered in frost and snow. Chapter 36, A Night of Loss. Chi Lin becomes a Chilin on the second floor of a standalone building. A chubby man was eating mutton hot pot and drinking expensive high-end white liquor. He turned to the 2 people beside him and said, As long as we take out the supplier, the Ma family will run out of resources, and they will die instantly. By then, the entire underground drug market in Songjiang will belong to us. As usual, our Yuan family will not show our faces. You handle the procurement, distribution, and collection, and we'll take 70% of the profits. The rest is for everyone to share. The Ma family is dead. What about the drugs from regular channels? That competition too, said the middle-aged man on the left as he wiped his mouth. Huh, regular channels? The ones we cooperate with are the regular channels, the chubby man replied with a smile, taking a sip of his liquor. The pharmaceutical companies have already agreed. They will raise their prices by 30%, so we will be the cheapest, right? If there is no competition, how can those drug users happily shell out money? This is solid, the thin man on the right laughed, raising his glass and saying, Then let us wish for the Ma family to die quickly. Ha ha, cheers. The 3 of them laughed and slowly raised their glasses. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed, and a young man covered in snowflakes walked up from downstairs. The chubby man looked up at the staircase, frowned, and asked, Who are you? My name is Chi Lin, the young man replied shortly, brushing off the snowflakes from his clothes. The 3 were momentarily stunned and slowly lowered their glasses. Chi Lin stepped forward, glanced at the mutton hot pot on the table, and smiled as he sat in an empty chair. Good liquor, good food. The chubby man fell silent for a few seconds, frowned, took out a cigarette from a pack, put one in his mouth, and cursed, Jaka, this brat is getting more and more outrageous, playing mahjong downstairs, and he doesn't even know when someone comes in. After speaking, the chubby man took out a lighter and snapped it open. Puff! Chi Lin put his hands in his pockets and blew out the flame from the lighter. The chubby man hesitated for half a second, turned to Chi Lin, and tilted his head. I didn't know you before, but I've heard of you today. I can't quite understand, with someone like you, what can you do in this building? Are you Yuan Ku's older brother? Chi Lin asked. The chubby man flicked the cigarette from his mouth. I'm his uncle. My name is Yuan Wei. A look of disappointment flashed in Chi Lin's eyes. I thought I had found the cause of the matter. Head damn. Yuan Wei smirked, pointing downstairs. You want to trap me? Do you know where this is? If I shout, 10 armed men can come up from downstairs. Do you believe it? Qilin paused for a moment, staring at Yuan Wei. You have brothers, right? Huh, little brother, the middle-aged man on the left laughed, reaching out to pat Qilin on the head. If the Yuan family didn't have brothers, could we have made it in the black market? Just get the stuff out quickly. What are you acting for? Do you know how many people's livelihoods are tied to the pharmaceutical line? You damn. Qilin turned his head, pulled out a gun, and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead, expressionless. I've lost everything. You still dare to curse at me? Bang! The gun fired, and the man fell. Blood splattering everywhere, the hot and spicy hot pot boiling with blood, vibrant in color. Yuan Wei and the other man were stunned. The middle-aged man who was shot fell to the ground along with his chair, twitching a few times before lying still. Qilin held the gun, leaning slightly as he looked at the chubby man. Don't you have brothers? Call them all up. Yuan Wei's mouth twitched. He wiped the blood off his face with a cloth and numbly shouted, People are coming. Actually, there was no need to shout. Upon hearing the gunshot, 6 or 7 people rushed out from the mahjong room downstairs, holding weapons and looking panicked as they ascended to the second floor. What happened? Wei Yi, the leading young man shouted, eyes wide. Is it just them? Qilin raised his glass of white liquor with his left hand, drank it all in one go, and rushed towards the door. Kill him. Yuan Wei stood up and shouted. At the staircase, 6 or 7 people, in a state of panic, raised 4 guns. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire shattered the night. Qilin stood still, not dodging or flinching, and pulled the trigger first. For seconds later, 4 people fell at the door, and Qilin was shot in the left side of his abdomen. The smell of blood filled the room, and the remaining 2 or 3 people at the door, holding guns, were trembling. The bodies on the ground had all been shot in vital areas, struggling a couple of times before becoming still. Yuan Wei and his friend stood frozen by the table. Are you guys capable? Qilin looked pale as he stared at the staircase. Damn, do you want your lives or your jobs? With a furious roar, the underlings at the staircase took 2 steps back. Qilin stepped forward to charge down, but the others turned and scrambled down in panic. Yuan Wei turned to look at Qilin, his expression no longer calm as before. Holding the gun with his right hand and pressing his left hand against his abdominal wound, Qilin stirred for less than 5 seconds, pulling out a deformed bullet, and with a plop, dropped it on the hot pot table, looking steadily at Yuan Wei and asking, Do you still have brothers? Yuan Wei was speechless. If not, then call and have Tiger bring my sister over in 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, Qilin said, using his bloodied left hand to pick up the bottle of white liquor again and gulping down 3 big swigs, cursing, damn. It turns out hitting people is not any easier than shooting at targets. At that moment, Qilin's eyes had lost all resentment and gloom, replaced only with ferocity and numbness. 1 minute later, Tiger pulled Qiyu into the car, holding a phone and saying, That idiot Qilin went to the card room. Your uncle is blocked there. Did you call him? Yes, I've already sent people over there. Did you say something stupid again and push him to the edge? Yuanko asked anxiously. I didn't. I was just talking normally with him, Tiger replied defensively. Damn it, you all hurry over, I'm going too. Yuanka hung up the phone without time to argue and rushed out of the office. On the road, 3 cars followed Tiger, speeding towards the nearby, standalone 3rd floor. Inside the 2nd floor, Qilin's complexion was rosy as he changed to a spare magazine. Turning to the man next to Yuan Wei and asking, Do you know me? The man was taken aback by the question. Listen carefully. My name is Qilin. Bang. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun fired, and 2 blood clouds erupted from the middle-aged man's chest, who fell to the ground in shock. Yuan Wei turned to look at the bloodied 2nd floor hall, the fallen underlings and friends, and suddenly felt his stomach churn, bending over. He vomited the mutton hot pot he had just eaten in less than 10 minutes. 4 cars hurriedly stopped at the door of the standalone 3rd floor. Tiger opened the car door and pulled out a folding Micro C, shouting, Everyone inside, I'm going to strip him of his skin. With a rush, nearly 20 people descended from the 4 cars, rushing into the building with weapons. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Tiger's phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID. Don't worry, I'm already here, just wait for me. I'm not inside, Qilin's voice came through. Tiger was stunned. Have everyone next to you come into the building, go up to the 3rd floor, and stand by the window. Lin instructed calmly. You damn. If these people don't go upstairs in 30 seconds, I'll send Yuan Wei to heaven. Don't you want your sister anymore? Tiger started to walk towards the car. Either way, it's death. What am I afraid of? Lin whispered. You shoot and kill my sister. I can see her. If she's dead, I'll go with Yuan Wei. The tiger paused at the sound. 20 seconds left, Lin urged calmly. The tiger, holding his phone, suddenly turned and shouted. You all run to the third floor now immediately. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the third floor with their weapons. Across the street, Lin saw the other group rush into the building and pulled Yuan Wei out. Tiger, Yuan Wei cried, his legs weak. The tiger turned and saw Lin. By the roadside, Lin grabbed Yuan Wei by the neck. The gun pointed downwards and said, Come here. The tiger hesitated for half a second, stepped forward to pull open the car door, and reached out to grab Lin. Bang! The gun fired. Yuan Wei was shot in the abdomen. Kneeling on the ground, crying out, Tiger, don't move, don't move. Don't act recklessly. He killed 6 or 7 upstairs. The tiger's forehead bulged with veins, and after hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and pushed the car door shut. Come here, Lin shouted again. After a brief hesitation, the tiger had no choice but to walk to the middle of the road, tremblingly saying, Lin, I give up, okay? I surrender, let Wei go, and I'll go with you. I'll take you out of Songjiang. Is that okay? Lin looked at him, remaining silent. You kidnapped Wei Ge for what? Isn't it just to talk? We don't need to fight to the death, right? The tiger said, walking forward with his eyes darting around. Bang! Suddenly, the gun fired again, hitting the tiger in the right wrist from 7 or 8 meters away, and his gun fell to the ground. Damn it! The tiger shouted, turning to grab his gun. Move again? If you move, I'll kill you, Lin shouted softly. The tiger stood frozen, clenching his fists and shouted, What the hell do you want? Are you ready to die? To lose your mother and sister? If you do this, can you be okay? Was I okay before? Lin released the shot Yuan Wei and walked toward the tiger alone. I can't kneel down for you. I can't be your dog, fine? Then I'll change my way of living. I want to be a person. I want to be above others. I need to kill you first to build my courage. I want to take back what I gave you while kneeling, standing up. Damn it, you crazy. Bang, bang. Lin aimed at the tiger and pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. The tiger, hit while running, fell with a thud onto the snow-covered road, blood gushing for several meters. On the roadside, Yuan Wei was banging his head. Brother. Lin, this time I'll kneel down for you. I give up, really give up. I guarantee with my head that you can definitely leave. You should pray to the king of hell. Ask him not to give me a chance. If I don't die in the future, if heaven lets me stand up again, I will bury the Yuan family grave in the 3 miles north of Songjiang. Lin stood in the street, shouting in despair, pulling out a second gun with his left hand and pulling the trigger all the way down. Smoke filled the street, and after a round of gunfire, Yuan Wei died tragically, covered in white smoke and blood. Lin turned and rushed to the car, shifted gears, and drove away. 10 minutes later, on the road, you couldn't see, lowered her head, tears flowing from her eyes, trembling voice saying, Brother, Mom, and I should have died long ago. We dragged you down. I'm sorry, really sorry. Little sister, if you're gone, I will be gone. Lin's vision gradually blurred, blood flowing from his abdomen, his face pale, and his head thumped against the steering wheel. The car instantly lost control, crashing beside an alley. Chi shook her little head and sat up, her hands searching for a long time before finding Lin's body, shouting, Brother, what's wrong with you? Speak. Call. I have a friend who can. Take you and Mom away. Lin closed his eyes, murmuring with his last strength. Seconds later, the old cat answered the phone. Hello? Chapter 37. Breaking through the sky less than 10 minutes after the tragedy occurred. Yuan Ke drove to the entrance of the 2-story villa, witnessing Yuan Wei and the tiger's bodies, along with the bloodstains that had already frozen into ice shards. At the entrance, dozens of people stood with their heads down on the steps, not daring to speak. Yuan Ke clenched his fists and shouted at the crowd with bulging eyes. Does Lin have 3 heads and 6 arms? He's just one person, and you all let it get to this point. Silence. After a brief silence, a middle-aged man who had come with the tiger looked up and responded. He came here to fight to the death. Even if we arrived in time and left him behind, the situation wouldn't look any better than it does now. He was pushed too hard and has lost his sanity. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Yuan-Ke completely lost his usual calmness and shouted at the crowd. Get the hell out of here. You don't deserve to eat, get out. On the street, Old Cat drove the car, covered in blood, and shouted, Damn it, you're just a fool. In the past, you wouldn't even dare to speak when someone slapped you 800 times. Now that you're all fired up, why do you not care about anything? In the passenger seat, Chi Lin, who was hemorrhaging internally, responded faintly, Old Cat, for the sake of our years of friendship, you have to get my mom and little sister out. Please, I beg you. I don't care. Figure it out yourself. Old Cat cursed with a foul mouth. I'm not your dad. Why should I handle everything for you? I might not be able to do it. When I came, I was already thinking about dying. Chi Lin's voice was weak, tears streaming down his closed eyes. Cat. If life gave me a little hope, I wouldn't do this, but it didn't. After a long silence, Old Cat suddenly slammed the steering wheel. How did it come to this? In the back seat, Chi Yu, although unable to see Old Cat, kept pleading, Old Cat, please save my brother. I'm begging you. Sigh. Old Cat gritted his teeth and sighed deeply, immediately pulling out his phone and dialing a number from memory. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello? Cat brother. Where are you? Old Cat asked directly. Playing cards, what's up? I have a brother who got shot and needs to be sent to you. Can you manage it? Old Cat asked plainly. The other party was silent for a long time before responding. Your friend got hurt, and you still need to send him to me for care? Cat brother. Who exactly is the injured person? I'm asking you if you can manage it. Old Cat frowned. If you can, then fine. If you can't, just say so. I will make it difficult for you. After another pause, the other party finally responded clearly. I'm in the next round. It's a gunshot wound in the abdomen. We need a doctor. Money is not an issue, Old Cat instructed. Okay, Miao Zhuang. Let me make this clear. If you don't want to help, just say so. No need to be polite, but if you say you will help and then sell me out, Old Cat, will go all out against you from now on. Old Cat reminded straightforwardly. I promise, I won't cause any trouble. Don't worry, Cat brother. I'm waiting for you at the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road. Hurry up. Got it. After the conversation ended, Old Cat slammed the accelerator and hit Chi Lin's head hard. Forget about your mom. Forget about your little sister. What about the money you owe me and Chin Yu? Damn it. Just when you finally stood up, you want to die like this? Lift your head. Let's talk for a bit. In the office area of the police department's first team, Chin Yu, waiting for news, saw Zhu Wei rush in from outside and immediately waved. Over here. Zhu Wei glanced at Chin Yu and quickly ran over, panting. Chin Yu turned his head and scanned the surroundings, pushed open the door to the stairwell, and pulled Zhu Wei inside, asking, Have you figured out the situation? CLE. Clearly, Zhu Wei swallowed hard a few times and looked up at Chin Yu, responding, It's Chi Lin. What happened to him? He killed 6 or 7 people on Century Avenue, including Yuan-Ke's uncle, the tiger, and some lackeys. Zhu Wei replied somewhat stammeringly. Chin Yu was stunned upon hearing this, and after a long pause, he continued to ask, Are you sure you have it right? Are you certain it was Chi Lin who did it? When others told me, I didn't believe it either. Zhu Wei spread his hands, equally astonished, but I called Lao San, and he told me directly that it was indeed Chi Lin's doing. Now there are over 100 people gathered on Century Avenue, all of them Yuan-Ke's brother's men. Our police have also gone over there. This is a big mess. No way. Chi Lin could kill 6 or 7 people. Chin Yu still couldn't believe it. Absolutely true. Lao San wouldn't joke about this, and he's heading over there too. Damn, Chi Lin is completely activated now. Chin Yu murmured in shock. This is a major incident. I know Chi Lin. He's usually so timid that he wouldn't even dare to participate in a frontline arrest. How could he suddenly do something this big? Zhu Wei also found it hard to understand. Looking up at Chin Yu with a frown. Should we go to Century Avenue too? After all, there are signs of Team Yuan there. Chin Yu remained silent for a few seconds and immediately waved his hand. I don't want to go. I advise you not to go either. Why not? Do you understand what's going on here? Chin Yu frowned and asked. Zhu Wei shook his head. Then just wait and see. Don't rush to get involved. Zhu Wei thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. At around 4 in the morning. After Chin Yu had dozed off in the dormitory for a while, Old Cat's call came through on his phone. Hello. Chin Yu immediately sat up to answer the call. Don't make noise. Come out yourself. I'm in the alley behind the unit, Old Cat said in a low voice. After contemplating for a while, Chin Yu replied, Okay, I'll be right down. With that, the two ended the call, and Yu quickly grabbed his jacket and left the dormitory of Team 3. Meanwhile, in the Dahuang Palace Entertainment City on Tuza Street, a man in dress pants and a white shirt sat on the sofa drinking tea. This man is Yuan Ke's elder brother, Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua is 48 years old, somewhat overweight, but has a very gentle appearance and fair skin. He never expected that problems would arise in Qi Lin's situation. A middle-aged man on the left, with his hands in his pockets, said, the tiger was the same, usually the loudest, but at a critical moment couldn't even protect Xiao Wei. Yuan Hua expressionlessly rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, slowly took out a cigarette box, and completely ignored his speaking friend. Footsteps were heard coming from downstairs, and Zaka, who had narrowly escaped from the second floor of the villa, rushed into the room with a panicked expression, kneeling down and shouting, Brother Hua, I didn't handle things well. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Yuan Hua waved his hand lightly at Zaka. Come here, I want to ask you some details. Zaka immediately got up and took small steps to Yuan Hua's side, bowing and saying, Brother Hua, ask away. What use do I have for you? Yuan Hua looked up and asked. Zaka froze on the spot. Useless, and you're still spending my money and eating my food. What now? Yuan Hua asked again. Zaka's face turned pale instantly. Bang! Yuan Hua suddenly pulled out a gun from under the table and pulled the trigger at Zaka's heart. Blood splattered 5 steps, and Zaka fell to the ground, staring up at the ceiling. Yuan Hua shook off the bloodstains on his white shirt and, still expressionless, shouted at the people in the room. Qi Lin has 2 problems. One is the supply channel, and the other is the face issue. My uncle died. You all better watch out for me. After saying that, Yuan Hua stood up and left, while the unfortunate Zaka was dragged downstairs by 4 people. The bloodstained floor became clean and smooth in less than a minute. Behind the inspector, Yu saw Old Cat. Chapter 38. Will you always be a lone wolf? In the alley, Yu frowned and asked the Old Cat while adjusting his clothes. Is Qi Lin with you? Yes. The Old Cat nodded. He got shot, and I just found a doctor check on him. What happened to him? Yu pressed further. After a moment of hesitation, the Old Cat explained the situation he understood to Yu in detail. After listening, Yu looked down and turned in place before asking, with things getting this serious, do you think you can hide him? The Old Cat was taken aback. I don't think you can hide him. No matter what, Yuan Ke will keep after him. Yu added, looking down. The Old Cat pulled out an e-cigarette, took a deep puff, and said, the reason I rushed to find you is that I want to ask you to help Qi Lin with something. Yu was slightly stunned. Go ahead. I want to find a way to keep Qi Lin safe and help him, his mother, and little sister leave Songjiang. Can you help me contact some friends outside the planning area to arrange a place for them to stay? The Old Cat said straightforwardly. Whether he can get out depends on fate, but I still have to do what I can. Yu stared at the Old Cat and replied, just as straightforwardly, I don't think my relationship with Qi Lin has reached that point. The Old Cat was stunned. This isn't just a simple case of gun violence. You know how many interests and hidden reasons are involved behind it. If I help him and get caught up in it, who will help me if something goes wrong? Yu asked calmly. The Old Cat took another puff of smoke. Old Cat, I was able to buy a residence permit and a job in Songjiang after years of struggle in the planning area. You have directorly above you, but I don't. Yu said frankly, looking at the Old Cat. I'm sorry, but I can't help with this. The Old Cat looked up at Yu and suddenly smiled, saying, I know you are very ambitious and have your own ideas, so I can understand your choice. Yu remained silent. Xiao, do you know why Qi Lin ended up like this? The Old Cat asked softly. Yu was taken aback. Actually, you are quite similar to him. You both know what you want, and you are very calm in everything you do with a strong sense of purpose, thinking you can always distinguish the pros and cons at critical moments. It's just that one of you is too tough and the other too soft, which creates a bit of contrast, the Old Cat said with a smile while taking a puff of the e-cigarette. But I want to tell you, if a person lives too calmly and lacks temperament, it doesn't necessarily mean they will succeed. Qi Lin is a living example. Moreover, if you go through life without a single heartfelt friend, I don't believe you can go far. Today I came to find you as a buddy, thinking we were friends, so I didn't hold back. But I'm sorry, I was reckless. Yu frowned but didn't speak. I'll find a way to handle this myself. You should go back. The Old Cat turned to leave. Yu, with his hands in his sleeves. watched the old cat's back, and suddenly called out, "You know very well that Director Lee has been avoiding the drug trafficking issue. Getting involved could easily lead to trouble." Without turning back, the old cat quickly walked out onto the street and replied, "That old tiger knows how to protect his friends at critical moments. Can I, the old cat, be worse than him? I haven't considered whether it will lead to trouble, but I will definitely protect Chi Lin." After saying this, the old cat got into his car and left. Before Chi Lin got into trouble, the old cat would often scold him as if he were his child. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed that Chi Lin and he were not equal friends, but merely a loyal follower of the old cat. However, when Chi Lin encountered problems, all those acquaintances who could avoid it distanced themselves, and the one who gritted his teeth to help Chi Lin was precisely the old cat, who usually looked down on him. Some disdain was genuine, but the friendship was also real. The old cat was that kind of person. No matter how well you were doing, I might not be able to get along with you, but as long as I consider you a friend, if you encounter difficulties, I will definitely reach out to help. On the way back to the dormitory, Chinyu lowered his head, feeling a mix of emotions, recalling the old cat's words, which stirred something within him. In the planning area, Chinyu basically trusted no one because he had seen too many of the dark sides of human nature. For a bite to eat or a job, there were plenty of beasts who would sell their wives and children. So he had seen enough and gradually became cold-hearted. This was the human instinct for self-protection at play. Chinyu might not even realize that although he was strong inside, he had somewhat lost the warmth that should be present in humanity. Now, the old cat's words echoed in Chinyu's mind, and for the first time, he began to doubt himself. Was his excessive calmness and purpose-driven behavior truly correct? Could the working style in the planning area also apply in District 9? Life's journey was so long and lonely, and could he really walk the entire path alone? The old cat's position and connections in the police department were clearly stronger than his own, and if he dared to protect Chi Lin, then was Chinyu, a demon from the planning area, overly worried about his little status, showing that his vision was too narrow. Chi Lin and Chinyu's relationship certainly hadn't reached the point of life and death, but how did others achieve such bonds? As Chinyu pondered, he stopped in his tracks, and suddenly the old cat's image flashed in his mind again. He could scold Chi Lin daily, appearing cynical and unreliable, yet when it mattered, he dared to step up for the sake of friendship. Was such a person worth forming a deeper bond with? Chinyu hesitated and wavered, but ultimately took out his phone. Damn it, even the smartest person can be influenced by fools. Chinyu sighed and immediately dialed a number. After several seconds, the call connected. "Hello? Let's talk about the drug trafficking issue," Chinyu said as he turned and left the back door of the unit, quickening his pace toward the other side of the road. In a standalone second-floor office on Century Avenue, Yuan Ko locked the door and stood by the window with his phone, saying, "Chi Lin has no friends, just the old cat." The old cat's relationship with Director Lee. The man on the phone reminded him with a frown, "Makes it hard for me to investigate. Just focus on finding out where Chi Lin is. I'll handle the rest," Yuan Ku shouted with red eyes. "He must be found. We need to obtain the channels." "Okay, I understand." In a warehouse on Fuyuan Road, after the doctor finished cleaning Chi Lin's wound and was about to leave, the old cat directly held him at gunpoint. "You can't leave for now. Wait until my friend is out, and then I'll let you go. The money won't be short." "How can you have no credibility?" The doctor cursed angrily. "You're too rude. Stop talking nonsense. I'll deal with you if you keep it up." The old cat pulled the doctor inside and locked the door, then turned to his friend who was helping him and asked, "Can you think of a way to get Chi Lin out?" "He killed Yuan Hua's uncle. The situation outside is chaotic. Getting him out will be very difficult," his friend said with a very grim expression. "You know my capabilities." The old cat scratched his head. "Do you think finding someone from the station troops can work?" Hard to say, his friend shook his head. On the rickety wooden bed, Chi Lin coughed violently and shouted, "Don't worry about me. Just get my mom and little sister out." "Shut up." The old cat scolded in annoyance. In the standalone second-floor office on Century Avenue, Old 3 limped downstairs and shouted to the more than 20 people standing inside. "The boss has spoken. Put down everything in your hands and spread out our people. You must find out where Chi Lin is within 12 hours. Chapter 39. Even Director Lee needs to activate Cat Brother the next day, early in the morning. The shooting case on the second floor of Century Avenue has officially been taken over by the street police chief. But such a significant incident has rarely seen Director Lee make an appearance. He found an excuse to leave for a meeting in Phone Bay. And the highest-ranking official in charge of this case is just a soon-to-retire deputy chief within the police department. As a result, the captain of the second team responsible for investigating this case felt ambiguous. He couldn't figure out what the higher-ups meant, so he could only dawdle and waste time, completely failing to follow the clues down the line. At 9:30 in the morning, Old Cat's phone rang. "Hello." It was Director Lee's voice. "You found out?" Old Cat asked, looking down. After a moment of silence, Director Lee said in an unquestionable tone, "I don't care what you think, but don't get involved in Chi Lin's matter. Come back to the office immediately and stay there for the next few days." "No way." Old Cat flatly refused. "Are you out of your mind?" Director Lee got anxious. "In a drug trafficking case, I'm already staying out of it. Why are you stupidly getting involved? Do you know how much profit Chi Lin's supply channels generate? How many eyes are watching this matter? What role can a small deputy captain like you play, huh?" "Old Lee, I am me, you are you. What I do has nothing much to do with you. You don't need to worry. Even if things go south in the end, I'll take the blame myself. It won't affect you at all." Old Cat said this against his own will. "You're talking nonsense." Director Lee yelled furiously. "You are you, I am I. How can you say that? Without me, what are you as a deputy captain? What can you do in the police department? If that's the case, then I have no choice but to lay it all out." Old Cat shamelessly responded. "Either you don't interfere with me, or you manage both me and Chi Lin together. Are you out of your mind? Old Lee, you've been too comfortable lately. Yuan Ku is using his brother's money and connections to make friends in the police department. Is he just trying to become a small team leader? Is that even possible? Yuan Ku wants to rise in the police department. That's obvious. Do you think you could just stay out of it? In your position, it's impossible to be in a favorable position." Old Cat seemed very confused, but he stretched his neck and shouted, "Don't hesitate to make a choice. I'll activate you too. I don't need your activation for anything." Beep. Halfway through the conversation, Old Cat hung up the phone. Immediately, Director Lee called him back twice, but he didn't answer. In the car, Director Lee frowned and pondered for a while, then immediately dialed Chin Yu's number. "Hello? Xiao Chin. You, Director Lee." Old Cat seems to be heading down a wrong path. You and he've been getting along well lately, so give him a call. "Director Lee. I just reached a consensus with Old Cat on some issues, and I was about to call you." Chin Yu was already prepared to ramble on. Hearing this, Director Lee sat up straight in anger. "Can you young people be a little more stable? Old Cat is someone who gets high even without drinking. What kind of consensus can you reach with him?" "No, Director Lee, let me explain." Chin Yu tentatively interrupted. "Go ahead. I just made contact with someone from Yuan's side." Chin Yu said softly, lowering his head as he shared his thoughts. On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Ku stood by the window with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand on the phone, saying, "Old Lee is hiding today, not even going to the police department. What do you think that means?" Yuan Hua asked. "It's obvious. He doesn't want to get involved in this, so he found an excuse to avoid it. But from another perspective, he is also giving us face. With such a big case, without Old Lee making the call, the people below don't know what to do. So he wants to give us some time to find Chi Lin quickly." Yuan Ku replied in a low voice. "Old Lee is still quite clever in handling this matter." Yuan Hua said with a sullen face, "Since the other party is giving us space, let's finish this quickly. Don't worry, Chi Lin won't escape." Just like that. After the two brothers ended the call, Yuan Ku was about to walk out when Lao San pushed the door and came in. "How's it going?" Yuan Ku frowned and asked. "A black doctor from Tuzha Street was called out last night, but he hasn't returned home," Lao San replied casually. "Our people at the street corner haven't seen him leave the area. I suspect he's south still in the street, and likely treating Chi Lin's injuries because he was shot." Yuan Ku paced around the room and then asked, "Has Old Cat received any news? He was supposed to be out on the border capturing someone yesterday, but he got a call and left, and he hasn't shown up since." Lao San responded knowledgeably. "And he hasn't come to the department today. He's with Chi Lin." Yuan Ku made a judgment. "You know how Old Cat's relationship with Director Lee is," Lao San reminded softly. "We are a bit constrained in front of him. This guy has no brains." Yuan Ku pondered for a moment and then instructed, "First find someone. As long as you pinpoint the location, you can bypass Old Cat and go directly. Don't involve him." "Okay." Lao San note that. At 6:30 p.m., in a fast food restaurant in the red light district of Tuzha Street, a lewd-looking young man turned his head and spat, saying, I went to the black doctor's house. His assistant told me that when he left, he took medical equipment and medication for treating gunshot wounds. What else? I checked the call records. And the last person he called was a guy named Wu Long, a small-time player at the card table. The lewd young man smiled and said, "He's right there on Tujia Street, and our brothers have already tracked him down. He hasn't left home all day." Confirm it again. I'll head to Tujia Street with my men right away. Okay. An hour later, on the icy street, over 20 cars were parked. Yuan Ku and Lao San sat in the car. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the lewd young man came running over, hunching his back, and stood outside the car window, saying, "The people are inside." "How many?" "At least 3 or 4. The lewd young man replied in a low voice. "Our brothers saw them from the window, but they couldn't see clearly." Lao San opened the car door and waved, "Get out." Together. Yuan Ku also opened the car door. Lao San was taken aback and immediately reminded, "In this kind of situation, it's not convenient for you to show up, right? Oldley has already given the green light. What else is there to hide? It's all laid out now." Yuan Ku replied with a frown and stepped out of the car. On the other side, inside a warehouse in the Black Street, an old man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, sipping tea, and said, "We can shuffle the cards now. Notify those who are dining with us. It's been quiet for so long. Let's make some noise tonight." Chapter 40. Challenging Yuan Ku at the intersection of Tuoza Street and Fuyuan Road. Yuan Ku and Lao San led dozens of people to the entrance of a warehouse. They pried it open. Lao San shouted to the henchman behind him, "Wait." After pondering for a while, Yuan Ku immediately waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Old cat is a stubborn type. Forcing it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Lao San, call the team." After hearing Yuan Ku's instructions, Lao San took out his phone and stepped aside, while the others surrounded the warehouse tightly. Old cat wasn't a fool. He had been paying attention to the outside and quickly noticed Yuan Ku and the others. Inside the warehouse, a friend who was helping to hide looked a bit panicked and said to Old Cat, "They found us. What should we do?" On the dilapidated wooden bed, Chi Lin clutched his abdomen, forcing himself to sit up straight, his face pale as he shouted at Old Cat, "Brother, you've helped me enough here. I can't drag you down anymore. Just protect my sister and my mom. I'll go out myself." "What's the point of saying that now?" Old Cat scolded impatiently. "Just stay put. I'll go outside and deal with Yuan Ku." "Old Cat," Chi Lin shouted through tears, "I owe you too much. How will I repay you in the future?" Old Cat glanced back at Chi Lin and said, "I'm the police chief, and you're my only friend. If you're gone, who will I scold later?" Chi Lin was stunned in place at his words. "None of you go out." After throwing down that sentence, Old Cat walked out alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse was pushed open. Old Cat, with an e-cigarette in his mouth, turned and glanced at Yuan Ku and the others below the steps, saying, "If you had this efficiency in investigating cases, Songjiang would have been clear as day long ago." Yuan Ku was momentarily taken aback and replied with one hand in his pocket, "Old Cat, is Qilin inside?" "Yes." Old Cat realized lying was pointless at this point and simply admitted it. "Fine. Since you're being straightforward, I will be too." Yuan Ku looked at Old Cat and said bluntly, "Qilin's situation is complicated. There's the health department and the police involved, and cut the crap. It all boils down to one thing, right? You think Qilin is a pushover and bully him like a dog. Who would have thought that after kicking him a couple of times, he turns out to be a lion? You didn't figure it out and ended up getting wiped out. So now you're starting to use connections to talk to people, right?" Old Cat replied, eyes bright as he retorted, "Let me tell you 2 things. First, I asked Chi Lin, and he doesn't have what you want. Second, no matter what your intentions are, I absolutely can't let you touch him. Even if Chi Lin wants to pursue legal action, you still have to avoid him." Yuan Ku frowned at Old Cat and after long silence said, "Do you know whose face I'm talking to you with? I'm not a fool. Of course, I know you're doing this for Oldley's sake." Old Cat straightened his neck, completely unashamed as he responded, "But you see, it's a coincidence. Oldley is not only my relative but also treats me particularly well. Today, I'm going to be willful with my relationship with him. I just want to ask you if you're angry." "Old Cat, are you a bit brainless?" Lao San scolded with a dark face, "You're causing trouble for Oldley." Old Cat exploded at the sound, jumping up and shouting like a shrew, "Can you tell me what you are? Just a damn lackey? These are people with backgrounds talking. Why are you puffing up? Do you believe that I'll stop watching anyone and just make your life miserable? You really, Lao San was at a loss for words when faced with Old Cat, who was even more aggressive than himself. Old Cat withdrew his gaze and looked at Yuan Ku sideways, saying, "It's best not to completely cut off all options. There are so many stars in the sky. Do you know which one is the brightest tomorrow? If you can spare someone, do it. I can't let him go. I have no way to explain." Yuan Ku said impatiently, "If Qi Lin has that thing, let him come out and tell me himself." "That's impossible. Old Cat, I've already given Oldly face. What will you do if I don't give you face? Kill me?" Old Cat asked coldly. Yuan Ku fell silent for a few seconds and immediately waved his hand, shouting, "Take Old Cat back to the station." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people rushed up, reaching to grab Old Cat and pull him down the steps. "Fuck you." Old Cat's eyes turned red, and he took out his badge, hanging it on his chest, shouting, "Come on, let me see who dares to touch me. I'm a third-level police chief appointed by the Special Zone. If you touch me, it counts as challenging the judicial system." Hesitant, the crowd turned to look at Yuan Ku. "Are you playing this game with me?" "Can't play." Old Cat glared back. Yuan Ku's face showed a sinister smile as he turned to Lao San and said, "Let them in." Lao San took out his phone and began dialing a number. After a few seconds, several police vehicles suddenly drove into Fuyuan Road and stopped by the roadside. Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and nearly all the members of another team got out of the cars. "Qi Lin is inside. Bring him back," Yuan Ku instructed the crowd with a wave. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, then led the team up the steps, displaying his identification badge and saying, "Old Cat, don't make it hard for me. I'm just trying to make a living." Old Cat was taken aback for a moment and shouted with a pale face, "You better stay out of things that have nothing to do with you." Zhu Wei stubbornly stepped forward, grabbing Old Cat's arm. "We don't have Old Lee's protection. Sorry." "Old Cat, pull Cat, get down." Guanxi immediately shouted from the side, "Go in and arrest someone." Old Cat couldn't possibly handle being pulled by so many people alone, so he was quickly dragged down the steps. However, he still shouted at Yuan Ku with bloodshot eyes, "If you dare to touch Qi Lin today, I swear I'll do nothing but keep an eye on you from now on. Don't you want to move goods on the Black Street? Let us see if I can stop you from selling even one box." Zhu Wei tugged at Old Cat's collar and whispered, "Stop shouting. You can't protect him. Get the hell away." Old Cat was completely furious, and he started to wrestle with 7 or 8 people. On the steps, Guanxi drew his gun and pulled the door, waving his hand to signal, "Rush in." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came, and Qin led 3 middle-aged men and an old man, panting as they ran from the side street, shouting, "Damn, there are so many people here. I'm here to join the fun." Everyone turned back at the sound. Qin stopped, grinning, and pointed at Zhu Wei, saying, "You let Old Cat go." Zhu Wei was stunned. "Guanxi, you stay at the door and don't move." Qin called out to the team members on the steps. Hearing Qin use orders, Zhu Wei and Guanxi felt very awkward standing there, momentarily losing their direction and not knowing what to do. Yuan Ku glanced at Qin with a grim face and shouted at Guanxi, "What are you waiting for? I told you to arrest someone." Guanxi gritted his teeth and pulled the door to go in. Qin stepped up the steps, pointing at all the members of Team 3 and shouting, "Didn't I tell you not to move? Can't you hear me?" Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and the others were once again frozen in place. Qin expression suddenly turned serious as he stepped forward and grabbed Zhu Wei's wrist, asking, "Who is the team leader? Do you know?" "Team leader is here," Zhu Wei replied, scratching his nose. Qin stared at Zhu Wei, leaned close to his ear, and asked again, "In the future, will you follow me and Old Cat? Or will you stick with Yuan Ku, who hasn't let you become team leader for years? You choose." Zhu Wei looked up at the sound. "Let go." Qin pointed at Zhu Wei's chest and repeated. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Wei first glanced at Old Cat and then at Qin. After thinking of Director Li, he immediately released his hand. Yuan Ku was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhu Wei. "Didn't you hear me talking?" "Report, Captain. According to the classification by rank and the principles of police regulations, I should primarily obey the orders of my immediate superior." After saluting, Zhu Wei shouted loudly. The members of Team 3 were momentarily stunned, their eyes fixed on Zhu Wei, and they slowly raised their arms in salute, shouting in unison, "We should primarily obey the orders of our immediate superior." Qin turned around, stepped up to Yuan Ku, and said succinctly, "You spoke heroically. and I have worked hard to handle a matter for you. But how many times have you secretly used me as a pawn? Chapter 41. The three families gather at Tuza Street. Yuan Ka had indeed thought that he might run into some trouble with Old Cat, but he never expected that Qin Yu would also get involved, and that he had come with Old Ma and the others. What does this indicate? It indicates that Qin Yu's arrival should not be seen as being on his side. Yuan Ku felt confused and angry because he thought that although he had used Qin Yu, he had at least given the latter an opportunity. Yet this kid had the audacity to stand on the opposite side at a critical moment. Qin Yu, what are you playing at? Recently, Yuan Ku had been having a rough time. Not only had someone died in his family, but he hadn't found the crucial supply channels either. Therefore, he no longer had the amiable and righteous demeanor he once had, but only impatience and indifference. Captain Yuan, can we talk over there? Qin Yu asked with a smile. What is there to talk about? I must take the person away. Yuan Ku waved his hand irritably. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu gestured for Old Cat not to explode and said softly to Yuan Ku, Captain, Qi Lin has already been treated badly enough. We should let him go. Do you think you have the weight to say that? Yuan Ka asked coldly. My attitude is the same as Old Cat's. I just want to ensure Qi Lin is okay. Qin Yu replied quietly. Captain, some cards have been turned over. It doesn't look good for anyone. Yuan Ku was already trying to restrain his anger, but hearing what Qin Yu said with a hint of threat made his temper explode. He suddenly raised his arm and swung it down. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as Qin Yu received a slap in front of everyone. Know your place. Without me saying a word, do you really think you can act as the team leader? Yuan Ka shouted with wide eyes. I'll make it clear. Even if Old Li comes today, I will still take Qi Lin away. Anyone unrelated get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Qin Yu touched his face, smiled dismissively, and turned back to shout at Old Ma, help my friend out. Old Ma, still wearing that dirty military coat, shrank his neck, hands tucked into his sleeves, and lazily turned around to shout, is there anyone here in Tuza Street who knows me? Old Ma? Seconds later, the street began to tremble as numerous figures rushed out from the cage buildings, messy alleys, and street-side shops. Yuan Ka looked up at the crowd, poked Qin Yu in the chest, and laughed. You have backup now, huh? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of men with white cloth strips tied around their arms gathered under the dim light, wielding weapons. A burly man in a leather jacket walked to the forefront and spat, Yuan Ku, whether you and your brother like it or not. Today I'm going to take action. The dozens of men on Yuan Ku's side looked serious as they saw the throng rushing over. At the bottom of the steps, Old Ma pulled out a cigarette case and called out lightly again, anyone in Tuza Street who wants to have medicine in the future, come out and help. I'm going all out today. As long as the Ma family can hold their ground here, I'll provide medicine at zero profit for 3 months. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous footsteps erupted again from the narrow sides of Tuza Street's cage buildings. Yes, various teams, political relationships, and big companies behind them were scrambling for profits, but the sick and poor living here were losing access to cheap medicine because of their greed. So at this moment, hearing Old Ma's call, they instinctively rushed out. Old Sin saw this scene and immediately took 2 steps back, shouting into the intercom, all the brothers in Tuza Street. Come out right now, quickly, at the Fuyuan intersection. Yuan Ku glanced at the people Old Ma had called over, tilted his head to look at Qin Yu, and sneered. You can protect Qi Lin in Tuza Street, but can he stay inside forever? On the other side, in the black market area on Century Avenue, 8 stern-looking, well-built men, all with cloth bags on their shoulders and wearing wool gloves, approached 2 empty buildings that didn't even have a shadow of a person. This place was far from the center of Songjiang City, next to a cemetery and a designated garbage dumping ground for the black market, so there were no signs of life around. Here, let us go in. The leading man glanced around before turning back to instruct the others. Do we get it right? Is it here? Yes, the tiger had people get medicine here before. The leading man nodded. Check it out. Get ready to work. 5 minutes later, in the central area of the empty building, 6 or 7 young men were sitting in chairs playing cards, and the windows on both sides of the room were all nailed shut with wooden boards, so from the outside it looked like no light was leaking out, as if no one lived there. The room was filled with smoke, and a young man sitting on the left with a card in his hand, with an electronic cigarette in his mouth, asked, everyone has been called to Tuza Street. R&T, we going to take a look? Look at what? There have been a lot of issues lately, The higher-ups have said we should stay here and not go anywhere. Another young man frowned and responded. No one is allowed to find excuses to sneak out to play in the next few days. Just focus on working. Okay, understood. Suddenly, just as everyone was talking, the ceiling light flickered a few times before going out completely. What the hell? Why did the lights go out? Is the motor broken again? Tiago, go check. Take the flashlight. Bang! Out of nowhere, the door made a muffled sound, and hurried footsteps sounded at the entrance. Someone's coming. Quickly grab your stuff, shouted the young man sitting in the chair. Tot, tot, tot. By the time the car players reacted, gunfire had already erupted at the door, and dozens of bullets poured into the room like a torrential rain. Blood-curdling screams erupted as 3 people were shot dead on the spot. At the entrance, the leading attacker turned on the flashlight and gestured for his companions to stay still. That's enough. Stop shooting. We need 2 with some weight. In the police station, Director Lee sat at his desk, fiddling with a teacup, his brows furrowed. On the side sofa, the senator responsible for politics in the police station crossed his legs and asked, "Isn't it a bit early to make a choice now? Do I want to? It's old Cat, that idiot forcing me to do this." Director Lee sighed and cursed. "But it's okay. Yuan Hua's tried to pull me in many times, and I haven't shown any stance, so it's also a kind of attitude. And the situation may get quite chaotic for a while." The senator reminded quietly, "The situation in Tuza Street has already escalated. I don't think I can control it anymore. Let us wait for the call," Director Lee said as he took a sip of tea. In the Grand Palace, after Yuan Hua finished a phone call, he scolded with a gloomy face. "That old Ma who doesn't know his place really thinks he has a say in Tuza Street. You all go over. There's no need to hold back." Is old Cat being this tough because of Director Lee's stance? A middle-aged man on the left frowned and asked, "If so, the situation is a bit complicated." Yuan Hua waved his hand. "I give him face because he s Director Lee. If I don't give him face, he s nothing. Tonight, I want Qi Lin." Chapter 42 Collision of the big shots behind the scenes on the street of Tuchaji. The Ma and Yuan families had already lined up, with nearly 1,000 people facing off, weapons glinting ominously and instantly creating a suffocating atmosphere. In the center of the crowd, Yuan Ku, with his crooked neck, looked at old Ma and asked, "You really think you're capable just because you've had 2 days of full meals? Let me ask you one last time. Will you step aside? The road is blocked. How can I step aside?" Old Ma remained calm throughout, slowly turning to the people behind him and questioning. "The medicine supply has been cut off. How will you survive?" "Survive my ass. We'll just starve to death." A burly leader shouted back. "Can you afford Yuan's medicine?" Old Ma yelled again at the impoverished residents in the street. "Can't afford it. Then what now? Wait to die. Wait my ass. If we run out of medicine, then no one will be okay. Let's go for it." Suddenly, hundreds of voices erupted in unison, and the Ma family's thugs stepped forward, ready to push ahead. "You handle it." Yuan Ku, with a gloomy expression, looked at the opposing crowd, turned to signal to Lao San and the others, then walked away. "No matter how big it gets, the company can cover it." As soon as he finished speaking, the Yuan family members waiting by the roadside opened their trunks and pulled out weapons. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be from a slightly higher social class. Clearly a group with stable incomes. "Clear out the entrance," Lao San shouted. With a rush, over 100 people surged forward, heading straight for the shop where Qi Lin was hiding. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The crowd fell silent instantly. Qin Yu, holding a gun, shouted, "Yuan team, the matter isn't over yet. Why are you leaving?" Yuan Ku, who had already walked several meters away, turned back at the sound. Qin Yu stepped forward, holstered his gun, and turned to old Ma, saying, "Everyone stay put. Let me talk a bit more. What if there's a chance to ease things up?" "Qin Yu, you really don't understand the situation." Yuan Ku pointed at his chest, shouting each word. "Do you know how much profit the medicine in just one district of the black market generates every month? Do you think you have the weight to negotiate?" Ding, ding, ding. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Ku's phone rang. "Answer it." Qin Yu smiled and reminded him. Yuan Ku hesitated for a moment before pulling out his phone, staring at Qin Yu as he pressed the answer button. "Hello? Hee. The goods and people in your warehouse are in my hands." A stranger's voice came through. Yuan Ku was stunned in place upon hearing this. "You can talk. Call me when you're done." The other party hung up after leaving that line. Yuan Ku stood there, dazed, his expression fluctuating as he looked at Qin Yu, suddenly calculating in his mind. Qin Yu took out an electronic cigarette, tapped it twice in his hand, and said softly, Yuan team. I still stand by my words. Spare the one you can spare. You teamed up with the Ma family and cleared out my warehouse. Yuan could clench his fists. His voice low. Hee. Qin Yu smiled, but did not respond directly. That's not right. Yuan Ke fixed his gaze on Qin Yu and continued, without support from above. You wouldn't dare to do this. You have someone behind you, right? Qin Yu looked at him, but remained silent. Old Li, after thinking for a moment, Yuan Ke pointed at Qin Yu's chest and asked, is it him? As long as you don't touch Qi Lin. The goods in the warehouse and the thugs will be fine. I've already given you a way out. Why are you siding with Old Li? Yuan Ke glared and questioned. Do you think he's very strong? Let me tell you, the people he has in the police station are not necessarily more than I. Yuan Keskivicto. Inside the police station, I call him director, but outside, how do I refer to him? You know, right? I know you have someone behind you. Qin Yu nodded. It's not easy to come in from the outside. Songjiang is complicated. With your foundation, if you step wrong, it'll be your end. Yes, I get it. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and replied, if I hadn't been cautious and talked things over with Old Ma first, I might have been killed on some street after the drug trade was cut off. Yuan Ku was left speechless. Let's be straightforward. You supported me, but I also did things for you. The past is the past. Today we are talking about Qi Lin. Qin Yu's smile disappeared, and he looked at Yuan Ku word by word and said, I just want to ask you, can you raise your hand today? Impossible. Impossible. Oh, then let's do it. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold as he glared at Yuan Ku and shouted, you can catch Qi Lin right now. I absolutely won't stop you. 6 hours later, if you kill him, I'll take the evidence of your drug dealing and the testimonies of those arrested and sweep your Yuan family's territory. You know how much the goods and people are worth. Damn it, try moving. Yuan Ku raised his hand to slap Qin Yu. Qin Yu suddenly extended his right hand, his 5 fingers gripping Yuan Ku's neck like a steel clamp, fiercely scolding, I'm not Qi Lin. You'll only know how to resist when you're in pain. I gave you face earlier, but now I'm not going to. Smack. With that, Qin Yu hit Yuan Ku on the face with a backhand. You bastard. Lao San was momentarily stunned before pulling out his gun to aim at Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu turned around, looked at Lao San, and shouted, mind your own business. You have no place to speak here. With a whoosh whoosh, Qin Yu shouted, and the 3 men behind Old Ma all pulled out their guns. In the police station's office, Director Li, after receiving a call, stood by the window and dialed Yuan Hua's number. Hey, Li Si, long time no see. Yuan Hua's cheerful voice came through the phone. Let that kid from Touchiji go. Just consider it a favor for me. Director Li got straight to the point. Yuan Hua was taken aback and immediately responded, I can't do that. You know, although I'm the one supplying the drugs, I'm not the only one sharing the profits. That kid has a supply channel, and Old Ma is protecting him just to compete with me for this line. You tell me, how can I let him go? I won't ask about profits. Director Li frowned slightly and said, tonight, I just want that kid to be fine. Hiss. Hee hee. Yuan Hua took a breath and replied with a smile. This is not easy to handle. It can't be done. Your goods and people in the warehouse are all with Old Ma. Director Li made it clear if any of those kids in Touchiji has an accident tonight, you should weigh the losses. If his goods are lost and people are also exposed, you will have quite a bit of trouble, right? Yuan Hua was left stunned. After several seconds, Yuan Ku answered his brother's call. Hello? You say. After a long silence, Yuan Hua gritted his teeth and replied, Old Li has intervened. You should withdraw. Chapter 43. I left, filled with resentment. Early morning, on the top floor of the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua sat on the sofa, resting his chin on one hand, expressionless as he watched more than a dozen bosses from the black market on either side, saying nothing. After a long silence, a bald man, crossing his legs, furrowed his brows and said first, if this matter is not handled well, we will lose face. Now sitting together to analyze why we failed is like slapping ourselves in the face. It has no meaning. The small fry on the streets are fighting for their rations, but we are fighting for our pride. Regardless of whether Qi Lin is willing to hand over the supply channels, we must take him down, not for any other reason, but to slap Old Li's face and adjust Old Ma's attitude. This makes sense. A lean man immediately nodded in agreement. Our willingness to let Qi Lin go is one thing, but Old Li protecting him is another matter. If we don't reclaim our pride, the people below will be unhappy, and those above will reassess our weight in Songjiang. Let me handle it. The bald man stood up, his gaze dark, and said, "No matter how much it costs, I won't let Qi Lin leave Songjiang. If we can't do it openly, we'll do it secretly. Enough already." Yuan Hua frowned and waved his hand. The crowd was taken aback by his voice and fell silent again. Yuan Hua picked up his teacup, coldly looking at everyone, and said, "The goods and people in the warehouse have been taken by the Ma family, and they dare to do this only because they have old Li's tacit approval. You have your tails in their hands, and you're still making noise?" The bald man touched his head, not daring to retort. "I still don't fully understand why old Li is opposing me on this matter. But the Ma family daring to go against me today must be for the supply channels in Qi Lin's hands." Yuan Hua stood up, hands behind his back, and stated, "As long as we don't tear our faces, everything can be discussed. But once we do you think the dignified police chief and the Ma family, who have raised their heads in the past 2 years, don't care about their face? It's already very clear that those people on the other side will staunchly protect Qi Lin in this matter. If you dare to take action, then the goods and people in the Ma family's hands will be handed over to the police chief by tomorrow morning. By then, we will have lost our money, our people, and face big trouble." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod. Moreover, if you can think of continuing to find Qi Lin now, can I have no defenses at all? A beggar who stays in one place for too long can still make a couple of friends, let alone old Li, who has been the police chief in Songjiang for so many years. Yuan Hua sighed and said, "Qi Lin will definitely be hard to find now. Let's first hold my uncle's funeral, and it needs to be grand." The bald man immediately reminded upon hearing grand, "De Hua, it's quite embarrassing for your uncle's matter. If we make it grand, won't it make outsiders laugh at us? Only those without confidence fear others talking behind their backs." Yuan Hua ordered without room for doubt, "Make it grand. Send him and the tiger off in style." "All right." The lean man nodded. "That's enough. Everyone disperse." Yuan Hua threw out a sentence and turned to head for the door. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions not looking good, and they began to whisper in discontent. Yuan Ku was also present earlier, but had not said a word until his brother left. Then he followed out. In the corridor, Yuan Ku followed behind his brother, speaking with some complaint. "I said before, if the company wants to go further, we must first establish rules. The people below have been too showy in the past 2 years. Many of them without ability or brains not only can't help the company, but also create chaos. Take the tiger, for example. Although he got into trouble, didn't he show any signs? A while ago, when I was focused on cracking down on the Ma family, he was secretly dealing drugs on the dirt street, just to make a quick buck. But have you thought about it? Once he did that, the word would get back to the police. Even a fool knows why I would target the Ma family. Brother, sometimes idle talk can kill, do you know? Do you think old Li standing opposite this time is just a temporary decision? I tell you, he has long looked down on us, feels that we are too extreme in our actions, and may even think that I will threaten his position in the police in the future, understand? But am I Yuan Ku, the kind of person who behaves wildly in the police? Absolutely not. I have always been low-key, and this wild impression is given to him by others in the company." Yuan Hua turned around upon hearing, his expression unchanged, and asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" "I just want to say this time we suffered so much, even losing my uncle. We must learn from this and not let the failure be in vain." Yuan Ku said passionately, "It's time to establish rules, time to clean up a batch." Yuan Hua stared at his brother for a long time, suddenly pointing at his chest, and said, "You must understand. Your brother didn't build this territory with a bunch of high achievers. The people following us are all once bottom-tier individuals who even had trouble making a living. And until today, these bottom-tier individuals are still your brother's most reliable support. If you establish rules and clean them out, then when the Ma family comes, who will handle it? You or me? What I mean is, your ideas only stay on paper. They are not suitable for us." After saying this, Yuan Hua left. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku's head surged with blood as he shouted, "Brother, the 9th district won't remain chaotic forever. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years later, it will eventually become a well-structured system with a stable social environment. If you don't change, you'll be dragged to death by these people." Yuan Hua did not respond, just stepped away and disappeared down the corridor. 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly drove out of the 9th district, stopping at the edge of a desolate area. 10 minutes later, A dirty half-truck approached, shaking its headlights at the road. Soon after, Chi Lin, along with his younger sister Chi Yu and their elderly, ailing mother, got out of the vehicle, bidding farewell to the soldier who sent them off, and stepped onto the half-truck. The snowflakes fell from the sky, and on the frozen ground for 3 to 4 years, there was only endless white snow. Chi Lin, with his abdomen wrapped in bandages, lay in the back seat of the half-truck, staring blankly at the 9th District, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had tried hard there, once smiling and accommodating this damn era. He had lost his dignity there, giving everything like a dog, thinking he had gained a lot. But today, as he left, he didn't even take a complete blanket with him, only the heavy burden of human emotions and 2 relatives who needed his support. Everything was gone, years of effort, all vanished overnight. Chi Lin couldn't figure out the meaning of his past kneeling, so he decided to move forward standing. Leaning his head against the cold, frost-covered window of the truck, Chi Lin murmured with a hot face, "Don't let me get better, don't let me rise. Otherwise one day I will smile and return here, watching all of you cry." Chapter 44. After the tribulation, this rare friendship in the police chief's office. Director Lee stood with his hands behind his back of the window and asked softly, "Has that kid left?" "He's already gone." Old Cat nodded. "The main reason I had delayed taking up the position of director was that I didn't want to get involved in specific relationships and matters." Director Lee said wearily, "But this time we have to take a stand. It's hard to stay out of it." By the desk, Chin Yu felt an inexplicable closeness to Director Lee upon hearing his words, as the latter's attitude was no longer official and his words were quite straightforward. This also meant that Director Lee no longer viewed Chin Yu as just an ordinary group leader within the police department, but as one of his own. This change had its pros and cons. The advantage was that Chin Yu had finally gained an organization to rely on, with connections above, which would provide him opportunities that others could not obtain in the future. But the downside was also evident. He had completely offended the Yuan family, and in the future, he might face their retaliation and oppression in any matter. Given Director Lee's current attitude, it was clear that the Yuan family's connections were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. In the near future, there might be some clashes with the Yuan family. Old Lee turned around and quietly instructed Old Cat and Chin Yu, "Tell the Ma family to stop the drug operations, whether they have stock or not. The people below should also lay low for a while. I want to see Yuan Hua's card. Stopping is not an option." Old Cat replied softly, "With all long dead, the Ma family's supply has been cut off. They have nothing to sell now." Director Lee furrowed his brows as he sat down beside his chair and asked quietly, "Does Chi Lin have a long supply channels?" Chi Lin said he looked for them, but couldn't find the contact information left by his brother. Old Cat quickly responded, "I've already advised him to try to contact some of Long's connections from before to see if he can reconnect the channels." Old Lee took a sip of tea and said, his tone brooking no argument, "The relationships I have also need benefits to work. If the supply channels can't be reconnected, and the Ma family doesn't have the Yuan family's capability on the streets, then why should my connections work behind the scenes?" "Understood." Chin Yu nodded in agreement. "You need to be cautious lately." Old Lee pointed at Chin Yu and said, "With the tiger dead and Yuan Wei gone, and your shadow being heavy in this whole matter, you need to guard against retaliation from the other side." "Yes, I understand, Director," Chin Yu responded seriously. "Sigh." Old Cat sighed beside them, took a cup to pour hot water, and while blowing on it, shook his head and said, "What's wrong with people these days? I can understand the poor brothers in the slums being opportunistic. After all, it's hard to make a living now. But what about those in power above? Which of them is starving? Why are they all so profit-driven? Isn't there anyone sitting in their positions doing something substantial?" Old Lee pondered for a moment and then looked at Old Cat. "Do you remember when I first became the chief and what I said at the inauguration meeting?" Old Cat was taken aback. "I was the first to say that I would resolve the chaos of Tuza Street in 2 years and the basic security issues of Hajia in 5 years. At that time, many people in the police department laughed at me, and I didn't mind, but now that the time has come, look, have I accomplished it?" Old Lee sighed. What was once a joke has truly become a joke now. Old Cat and Chin Yu listened to this and felt speechless. "Sitting in this chair for so many years, I've come to a conclusion." Director Lee smiled and said, "No matter how great the ideals, they can't overcome reality. The environment is harsh, order is full of loopholes, and the higher-ups are vying for power and profit, taking the opportunity of the world's reshuffling to seek absolute say for themselves or their teams or factions. In such a situation, personal ambition is completely insignificant. Therefore, if you want to make some changes and do something substantial, the best way is not to resist but to integrate. You have to follow the current rules. Perhaps after serving a term, you can look back and see that you've left some mark on society. Listening to old Lee's words, Yu suddenly felt that this middle-aged man was full of stories, possessing wisdom and ambition that he admired. He also felt that Old Cat was somewhat similar to Director Lee in certain aspects. They both belonged to the type of people who wanted to live authentically in this chaotic era, even if sometimes they had to compromise. Forced to compromise. All right, it's meaningless to ramble on about this. Director Lee sighed and decisively instructed the two younger men, in any case. You both need to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. Understood. Got it. The two nodded. Oh, right. Director Lee stood up, looked at Yu, and said, since you've taken a side, you need to have the mindset of being on that side. You need to quickly turn the third group of the first team into your Yu's third group. In the future, I will find an opportunity to pull the third group out and throw them into another team. I will solve the issue of the promotion channel. You just need to provide me with absolute reasons that can lead to your promotion. Yes. Yu saluted in response. Get out of here, Director Lee waved his hand. An hour and a half later, on Tuesday Street, Old Cat squatted by the curb, looked up at Yu, and asked, do you regret standing on my side? Since I've chosen a side, what good is it to regret? Yu rolled his eyes. You said you weren't planning to get involved. Why did you change your mind later? Old Cat asked with a smile. After pondering for a moment, Yu slowly squatted by the road and replied, you can risk everything for Lin, who has nothing. I just don't want to lose you as a friend. Yu, let's south walk this road together from now on, Old Cat grinned, patting Yu's shoulder. I know a fortune teller who told me that people who are small-minded are always righteous and decent. I've seen your caliber. You definitely belong to the best of that kind, willing to give your life. Go to hell, you idiot. Yu locked his right arm around Old Cat's neck. Do you believe I'll kill you? Damn, stop messing around. Am I big? Yeah, big. Call me daddy. That's too much. I'm gonna fight you. Old Cat got anxious and reached out to poke Yu's eyes. Tell me, is the reason you get along so well with Lin because he is very, very weak? Yu asked, baring his teeth. Old Cat's face turned red from being choked by Yu, and he replied with a smirk, I can only say he is. Just starting to show his talent. You bastard, you're really shameless. Yu pounded Old Cat in a playful manner. Under the dim lights, two young men brought together by an incident joked and playfully fought. It was at this moment that they officially entered each other's hearts, entangled in the years to come, supporting each other as they moved forward. After playing around for a while, Old Man Ma walked over from across the street, looked down and shouted, what are you making noise about? Yu smiled and looked up. You're here? When can you arrange to min and my little heir? Old Man Ma directly asked. On the other side, the funeral of Yuan Wei and the tiger had already been successfully held over at Century Avenue, with many prominent figures from the Songjiang area go to pay their respects. It was after this point that the formal clashes began to unfold fiercely on this land. Chapter 45. The Double Pit of the Black Street on Dirt Street. Old Cat stood up and stretched his hand, saying, Brother Ma, give me a cigarette. Who are you calling brother? I'm older than your dad. Old Ma was speechless. As fellow members of the underworld, one must call the other big brother to be authentic. Old Cat grinned, showing his teeth. Don't hold back, just give me one. Old Ma rolled his eyes and pulled out a pack of loose cigarettes from his pants pocket. I'm asking you, when can you get to min and shao air out? Old Cat snatched the unwrapped cigarette box and grinned. We're on the same side now. Can I not help you with this? Just give me the cigarette. Don't hold back. You guys have more contacts when dealing with goods. It's easier to get cigarettes. We haven't been able to smoke much roasted tobacco this year. Old Cat shamelessly stuffed a whole box of cigarettes in his pocket. Thanks, big brother. Get lost. Old Ma was too lazy to deal with him and turned to the more reliable Yu, asking, when can the people come out? Yu blinked. It's unrealistic for both to come out. Old Ma frowned at the sound. Kid, you're going back on your word. When you came to me, we made it clear. I help, but you need to get to min and shao air out for me. Why are you saying this now? Uncle Ma, we're all straightforward people. I'll be direct. You want to protect Lin so you can find his brother's supply channel later. I'm not wrong, right? If Chi Lin doesn't have this connection with Along, even if I kneel down, you wouldn't dare to confront Yuan Ku in Dirt Street, right? Old Ma fell silent upon hearing this. You've actually benefited quite a bit from this matter. You used to not talk to my old Li, but after this incident, we can be considered to be on the same side, right? Qin Yu smiled and continued. We're all adults. Let's not play useless mind games. You know best about the matters concerning your Ma La, heir, and Damin. 5 kilograms of drugs is enough to get the death penalty. While the evidence I seized when I caught those two must be at least 100 kilograms, right? You know that this case initially went through Yuan Ku, and now that everyone has fallen out, how can you expect me to get both of them out from his hands? Is that realistic? Old Ma's expression grew tense as he reached for the cigarette box, only to realize that Old Cat had snatched it away. Come on, I have an e-cigarette here. Old Cat cheekily pulled out his used vape pen and pretended to offer it to Old Ma. Get lost. Old Ma cursed and looked at Qin Yu again, asking, So what can you do about this? I've reported the situation to Old Li. His idea is that if one sacrifices themselves to take the fall, the other can be worked out. Qin Yu replied in a low voice. The good thing about this case so far is that Ma La, heir, and Amin have kept their mouths shut and haven't revealed everything. Otherwise, no matter who you look for, this matter can't be resolved, as the evidence is solid. Is there really no other way? Old Ma asked again. No, there's really not. Qin Yu shook his head. And you need to choose quickly because we've now torn our face with Yuan Ku. If the case solidifies after everything is done, it won't be easy to handle. What kind of person is Old Ma? He's someone who can stir up endless trouble in a complex area like Dirt Street. So he doesn't have much indecision in his character. After Qin Yu explained the situation clearly, Old Ma thought for less than 2 minutes before decisively saying, Let Xiao Er come out. All right. Qin Yu nodded in response. I'll interrogate them both right away and see what I can get from them. How long would the men be sentenced? Old Ma asked again. Can his life be saved? It's tough. The 5-kilogram hard limit has been exceeded, and it's very difficult to argue for a life sentence. Qin Yu shook his head. No way, he must stay alive. Old Ma shook his head. He must live. Qin Yu scratched his nose and continued. If that's the case, then it might require some investment. Old Ma was taken aback. What investment? Why are you suddenly not understanding? To protect your life, you have to operate, right? If you operate, then what's the point of doing it for free? Old Cat suddenly interjected. Old Ma crossed his arms and looked at the two with a sideways glance. Are you trying to play tricks on me? What tricks? You know the situation in the department too. Old Cat grinned back. Don't even mention you. I need to do favors just to get promoted. Old Ma ground his teeth and calmly asked the two. So how much will this operation cost? I think 30,000 is enough. It should be able to save his life. Old Cat turned to Qin Yu and asked, What do you think? I think 25,000 should be enough. Can it be that much? Qin Yu frowned and countered. Nonsense. You have to deal with at least 15,000 on the prosecution side. And also, there's the internal connections to consider, right? I'm telling you, 30,000 is already counting it low. Old Cat responded emphatically. This is a big case. Not some minor skirmish. Oh, then this is quite embarrassing. Qin Yu looked a bit troubled at Old Ma, about to say something more. Enough. Old Ma shouted. Stop pretending. We're all locals here. Why are you two acting like you're some kind of judges? The two fell silent upon hearing this. I'll cover the 30,000. Old Ma decisively said. What direction can the case take? Qin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, illegal possession. Because our first arrest failed, we didn't take any evidence on site. And in the second arrest, we only blocked the goods but didn't catch the act of selling. As long as the Min sticks to the story that he only hid the drugs, then there will be no problem. How long will the Min be sentenced? Old Ma asked again. About 15 years. When Old Ma heard Qin Yu's quick response, he was instantly speechless and cursed. You son of a gun, you must have thought of your lines before calling me, right? When chatting with someone of your status, I definitely have to prepare. Old Cat chimed in. I just realized you two are not that old, but you're quite deep in this. Old Ma ground his teeth. The two smiled but didn't respond. All right, this matter is settled. I'll have someone send the money to you tomorrow. Old Ma agreed because he knew he had to pay this money. Otherwise, how could the officials protect him in the future? Moreover, it also established a new connection. Uncle Ma, lay low for a bit. That's what Old Li said. Qin Yu reminded. Got it. Old Ma nodded and turned to leave. Half an hour later, as Qin Yu and Old Cat walked back, they talked animatedly. How to split the 30,000? Qin Yu asked. We each take 5,000, and the rest goes to Old Li? Old Cat grinned. I want to give some to the team. Qin Yu said softly. Zhuwei stood by me that day. And everyone has put in a lot of effort because of the drug case recently. Then give Old Lee 15,000. We take 5,000 each. And the rest goes to the team. Old Cat didn't hesitate about the money part since he wasn't really lacking it. Okay. Qin Yu nodded with a grin. I think if we had asked for 50,000 just now, he would have given it. Old Cat cursed in regret. I was too timid. Huh. Qin Yu laughed. In a courtyard on Century Avenue, people surged. Flower wreaths stood in rows, and white cloth strips hanging from the morning pavilion danced in the wind, creating a mournful atmosphere. Hua go. Boss. Oh, Hua is here. Hua, my friend. Why you look so terrible? After Yuan Hua walked in from the door, everyone in the courtyard greeted him, using various titles and representing different ethnicities, which shows how deep his influence is here. Nodding in acknowledgement and occasionally stopping to chat with acquaintances, Yuan Hua finally stepped into the main room. Guests offered incense, and family members expressed their gratitude. The person in charge shouted from inside the hall, and Yuan Wei's wife stepped forward to present the rare sandalwood incense. After bowing, Yuan Hua personally inserted the incense before the portraits of Yuan Wei and the tiger. Dahua, what am I going to do from now on? And he cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Yuan Hua turned around, reached out to help Annie up, and said, after the funeral, you can move in with me, and I will take care of you and the children. Dahua, my way was wronged. We must seek justice for the wronged. Yuan Hua patted Auntie's shoulder. Calm down, there are outsiders here. Annie nodded through clenched teeth. Yuan Hua glanced at the key members in the room and softly called out, let's have a meeting on the second floor. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua sat upright on a wooden chair and spoke briefly to everyone. We definitely can't cut off the supply channels in Qi Lin's hands in short time. But to prevent the Ma family from taking over this channel in the future and continuing to compete with us, we need to make 2 Jia Street lively first. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's not a problem to make things bigger, but we fear not getting results. Yuan Hua raised a finger and said, within a month, we must scatter the Ma family and clear out 2 Jia Street. Old Ma must have established a connection with Director Li by now. Should we consider the official factors? A lean man asked, frowning. Yuan Hua thought for a moment and replied, I will figure out how to handle the official pressure. You just take care of things on the ground. Understood. Everyone nodded. With a word from the boss, the entire underworld began to stir. Chapter 46, Beauty Gay, and dinner the next evening, after meeting with Damin and Old Ma Air in prison. Qin Yu returned home alone to pack some clothes and planned to stay with Old Cat in the dormitory for a while. Just as he finished packing, he stood by the window and saw Lin Yinlei coming back. He was taken aback for a moment and immediately pushed the door open, calling out, Hey Lin Han Hai, you're back. Get lost. Lin Yinlei turned around and scolded crisply, You dead gay. Hee, you got off work early today? Qin Yu replied, I finished my stuff and came back. Seeing Qin Yu greet her, Lin Yinlei didn't go back to her room, but walked over to ask, Where's your partner? Are you separated? He went back to his parents' house. Qin Yu lazily explained, throwing out a casual lie. Back to his parents' house? From what I observe, shouldn't you be the one without a home? Lin Yinlei shot back. Are you done? Why you care about these trivial matters? Qin Yu retorted with a sidelong glance. Hee, you're right. You two are just trivial matters, Lin Yinlei teased. How vulgar. Qin Yu felt his face turn red from her teasing. Hee, I'm not going to mess with you anymore. Lin Yinlei stretched lazily and smiled brightly, asking, Hey, big brother, since I helped you out, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? That night, the reason the Ma family was able to find Yuan Hua's hidden warehouse on Century Avenue was actually due to Lin Yinlei's efforts. She had previously had a conflict with Old Tiger, and it was Qin Yu who helped her out. The reliable information Qin Yu provided to the Ma family was because of the photos Lin Yinlei had taken, so she indeed helped Qin Yu a lot. What do you want to eat? Qin Yu asked. I want to eat Japanese food, Lin Yinlei replied boldly. Qin Yu was taken aback. Eat what? There are hardly any Japanese restaurants in Songjiang. A plate of salmon cost me several months' salary. What a waste. If you curse me one more time, are you getting too familiar with me? Lin Yinlei shot back. How about we eat something else? Qin Yu suggested. What? Let us go, and you'll find out. Qin Yu put down his cup and picked up his luggage. Lin Yinlei was a bit curious and frowned, asking, Why are you carrying so much? Are you not staying here? No, just taking refuge. Qin Yu explained lazily, pulling Lin Yinlei out the door and calling, "Let us go." A handsome man and a beautiful woman walked along the dilapidated street for about 20 minutes until they arrived at an alley next to the police station. Lin Yinlei huffed into her hands, her little face red from the cold. She looked up at the storefront and said, "This place doesn't even have a sign, and you dare bring me here. It's about the intention, not the money." "Rubbish," Lin Yinlei scolded sharply, "you stingy." Qin Yu walked to the entrance with his luggage, lifted the thick cotton curtain, and called out, "Come in." This restaurant was brought to Qin Yu by Zhu Wei. It mainly served river fish noodle soup, which is a true local delicacy of Songjiang. There is a large frozen river on the northern side of Songjiang, winding for hundreds of miles. And even after leaving the 9th district, it seems endless. Some fishermen who are willing to work hard often break the ice on the river and use nets to catch fish. Although most areas in the world no longer have living creatures, fortunately, the disaster area in Songjiang is relatively small, and the environment is not as harsh as outside the districts. Otherwise, the 9th district wouldn't have rebuilt the city here. In the fish noodle restaurant, there was only this one dish. After Qin Yu and Lin Yinlei sat down, the owner brought a large iron pot to the table and used a charcoal stove to keep it warm. The cost of gas was too high for a small restaurant to afford. Lin Yinlei brushed her hair back, glanced at the large iron pot filled with river fish and hand-pulled noodles sprinkled with red chili, and smiled. "It looks pretty good. Just this pot costs nearly $200. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Not cheap. I'm losing money here." All right, I know you're stingy. No need to say it." Lin Yinlei picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of fish, and began to chew. "It's really quite fragrant. Not only fragrant, but also affordable." Qin Yu, starving, started to wolf down the noodles. "Are you eating like a starving ghost? Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth?" Lin Yinlei frowned and muttered, "Isn't it better to be more composed? I'm a gay man. I don't want to chase you. So what's the point of pretending?" Qin Yu teased on purpose. Lin Yinlei smirked. "Do you like me or something? Otherwise, why would you help me beat that old tiger? I like your chest hair that's over 2 meters long. Get lost. I'm just a kind-hearted person. That is why I helped you." Qin Yu added reluctantly. Hee hee. Lin Yinlei looked at Qin Yu and smiled. "Don't have any improper thoughts about me. I can be your buddy and even teach you how to seduce your partner." Qin Yu didn't want to argue with Lin Yinlei anymore. He looked up at her and asked, "I'm curious about something." "What? Is the person who kidnapped you related to the Yuan family?" Qin Yu suddenly asked. Lin Yinlei was taken aback. "How do you know?" "I guessed because later Yuan coup suppressed the matter of your kidnapping. And there were rumors in the department that Old 3 was scolded by Yuan coup for causing trouble." Qin Yu replied honestly. "I only found out later that Matsushita had connections with them. Logically speaking, Yuan Hua is doing well, so why would he want to kidnap you? Just for a bit of money?" Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Lin Yinlei hesitated for a moment. "Forget it, if I can't say it. I want tea." Seeing that she wasn't eager to continue the conversation, Qin Yu quickly changed the subject. Lin Yinlei took a sip of water and, after a long silence, responded, "Actually, there's no need to hide it from you. Yuan Hua kidnapped me because my uncle is a senior executive at a big company in Fombay. He asked my uncle for help, but my uncle didn't agree. So he thought of this method. Originally, it seems he planned to have Matsushita pretend to be a kidnapper and ask my uncle for money. Then, through a series of realistic performances, rescue me. In that case, he could gain a favor and achieve his goal, right?" "Oh, I see." Qin Yu nodded and asked, "But why would he ask your uncle for help and kidnap you? Doesn't your uncle have children?" "Because I was about to come to Songjiang for work, and I grew up at my uncle's place, so I'm pretty much like his child. My uncle's other children have certain social status, so maybe Yuan Hua didn't dare to touch them and could only pick on me, the soft persimmon." Lin Yinlei smiled. "Ah, I understand now. Hey, enough about me. Let us talk about you." Lin Yinlei took off her coat, her pretty face blushing as she looked at Qin Yu and asked, "Did you come to the 9th district by yourself? Where are your family members?" Hearing this question, Qin Yu immediately frowned. What's wrong?" Lin Yinlei felt something was off with Qin Yu and cautiously asked again, "What's wrong?" "I don't have family. Before the 9th district was established, there was a riot, and I was abandoned. Some say my parents died, while others say they ran away with my brother." Qin Yu's gaze dimmed. "Anyway, there are all sorts of claims, and after so many years, I've almost forgotten them. Lin Yinlei was stunned for a long time, her eyes wide as she said, I'm sorry, I thought. It's okay. I'm used to it. Qin Yu waved his hand. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere between the two became a bit silent, and they both started to eat quietly. About 20 minutes later, Qin Yu paid the bill, and he and Lin Yinlei left the small restaurant again. It was very cold outside, and snowflakes were drifting down. Lin Yinlei was shivering from the cold, constantly pouting her lips and breathing into her hands. Are you women all crazy? Why are you dressed so lightly in this weather? Aren't you afraid of dying early? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and bent down to pull out a thick, old pair of sheepskin gloves from his bag. Put these on. Lin Yinlei reached out to take the thick gloves, turned to look at the tall and big Qin Yu, and said, You're quite thoughtful. Reading people's expressions and flirting. That's basic life skills, Qin Yu replied with a smirk. Uft, you think you can win me over with a pair of old gloves? Dream on. Lin Yinlei spat, then excitedly put on the gloves and exclaimed, Wow, they're really warm. Qin Yu didn't say anything more and walked forward at a steady pace. Lin Yinlei, wearing the gloves, touched the icicles on the windowsills of various houses and suddenly shouted, Big fool. What? Qin Yu turned around. Be a little happier. What's in the past can't be changed, but we live in this era, so we have to believe that tomorrow will be better. Standing in the icy alley, Lin Yinlei optimistically advised, At least right now, you have a beautiful woman accompanying you on the street. What more could you want? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and replied with a smile, Thank you. Beautiful. Under the dim light, the two looked at each other for a while. Lin Yinlei seemed a bit shy and quickened her pace, saying, What are you staring at? Let's go, take me home. I could take you home, but it can't be for free. Can something happen tonight? Qin Yu asked as he followed behind. Stop flirting, or I'll call your girlfriend. In the depths of Tuza Street, several young men who had been eating with old Ma were standing in front of a storefront, whispering. In the distance, a balding white Russian man was stumbling over with 4 young people. Are there any women? The white Russian shouted with a belch. The young man by the roadside turned to look at him. How many of you are there? Are you blind? Can't you count? One of the white Russian's companions immediately cursed. Who are you cursing at? Bang! The white Russian threw a punch, sending the young man stumbling back 3 steps before crashing to the ground. Damn it! You dare to lay a hand on me! The companions of the fallen young man helped him up, glaring angrily and cursing. Are you looking for trouble? The white Russian whistled, turned around, and shouted. The Ma family attacked me. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 to 4 dozen people rushed out from a dark alley nearby, armed with steel pipes and knives. The premeditated conflict was about to begin tonight. Chapter 47. The revenge has come on the way to courtyard number 88. While Qin Yu was communicating with Lin Yinlei about their relationship, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Hello, Xiaowei. There's a riot in Tuza Street. Hundreds of people are fighting. Old Li personally ordered all off-duty officers to return immediately to organize arrests and disperse the crowd as quickly as possible, Zhu Wei said urgently. Qin Yu was taken aback. I told you the Yuan family wouldn't stay quiet. All right, wait for me. I'll return to the team right away. Okay. After exchanging a few more sentences, they ended the call. Qin Yu turned to Lin Yinlei and said, You can go back by yourself. Something happened in Tuza Street. I have to rush over. All right, you take care of your business. I can walk back myself. Lin Yinlei nodded immediately. Get back quickly. It's pretty chaotic tonight. Be careful. Okay, you hurry up. With that, Qin Yu didn't have time to continue chatting with Lin Yinlei. He quickly instructed her and then ran towards the police station. In the first team's case handling area at the police station, the deputy captain, Lao San, called a meeting with all the members of the first team, but he did not notify the members of the third group. Next to the work desk, Lao San held a teacup, casually looking at everyone as he said, The situation in Tuza Street is too chaotic. These drug dealers have gone crazy. They don't care whether you're on a government payroll or not. So when we arrive later, play it by ear. Don't just rush forward mindlessly. Understood. Got it. Dozens of people listened to Lao San's words, appearing calm on the surface, but in their hearts, they were fully aware. The people causing the disturbance in Tuza Street were definitely from the Yuan family, so Lao San was essentially telling everyone that they could go easy on them. After giving a few more instructions, Lao San put down the teacup and stood up, saying, Get your riot gear, drive into the area. Set all radios to our first team's dedicated frequency. I'll call you if anything comes up. Hearing this, Everyone nodded and quickly left. On the road, Chinyu was very clear that those causing trouble in Tuza Street were definitely a profit-oriented gang led by the Yuan and Ma families. So he wanted to call Lao Mao to discuss how to resolve the issue. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he was about to dial, the phone rang again. Hello? Chinyu quickly pressed the answer button. Captain, the first team is having a meeting. Everyone is present, but Lao San didn't notify us, Zhu Wei said urgently. Should we follow the first team tonight? After a moment of deliberation, Chinyu replied, You drive the third group south car towards my place. Pick me up first. Okay. Zhu Wei nodded. Tell the brothers in our group not to panic. It's better that Lao San didn't call us. That way I won't have to watch out for them when we're handling the case. Just remember, even if Yuan Ku and the others want to retaliate, I will definitely stand in front of you first. Chinyu knew very well that Zhu Wei and the brothers from the third group stood by him that day in Tuza Street, not just because they valued him as a person, but mainly because they understood that he had Li Si backing him, which is why they dare not listen to Yuan Ku. At this moment, Chinyu reassured Zhu Wei with his words and felt a close bond with the third group. They could be considered Chinyu's true base, rather than just members of the first team. That is also why, after tricking Lao Ma out of 30,000, Chinyu thought of sharing it with everyone first. In the current environment, relationships between people are quite practical. If you want others to help you, you must ensure they get something in return. All right, I got it, Captain. I'm on my way. I'm halfway there. You hurry up, you'll see me on the roadside. Okay, Zhu Wei replied, and immediately hung up the phone. Chinyu looked down at his phone, walking briskly on the cold street. Just as he was about to press the dial button to contact Lao Mao, he suddenly felt someone was watching him from behind. This feeling was a natural instinct formed from years of staying in the planned area. So he immediately turned his head to look back. On the roadside, a man wearing a knitted hat and a dirty leather coat was hurrying forward with his head down. Chinyu glanced at him and turned back to look at his phone. Behind him, the footsteps became more urgent and clearer. Chinyu suddenly turned back again, and at that moment, the man in the knitted hat also raised his head and put his right hand into his pocket. At this moment, they were about 10 meters apart. Chinyu stared at him for a moment, then saw two men walking across the street towards him. A very bad premonition surged in Chinyu's heart. Suddenly, the man in the knitted hat pulled out a gun. Bang, crash. Without thinking, Chinyu sidestepped shoulders forward and took a large step to crash through the glass of a storefront, bursting in like a cannonball amidst countless glass shards. Inside the store, 3 or 4 ordinary-looking women were sitting on the sofa, whispering when they suddenly heard a loud explosion from outside, and then saw Chinyu stumbling into their view. The women screamed, their feet in cheap high heels or slippers as they covered their heads, and ran upstairs. After entering the room, Chinyu did not stop. He quickly scanned his surroundings and dashed toward the second floor. Outside the shattered window, 3 armed men stood on the street and began firing. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and a cloud of blood burst from Chinyu's body as he staggered up the stairs. Go in, kill him. The man in the knitted hat commanded coldly. Beside him, 2 burly white Russian men kicked open the door of the storefront and rushed inside with their guns. In the second-floor corridor, Chinyu glanced at the sealed rooms on both sides, saw that the entire interior had no windows, and in a hurry, kicked open a room door. After entering, Chinyu quickly surveyed the environment, jumped up more than half a meter high, and grabbed a nearby old cabinet, pulling it down with all his strength. Bang! Tu! The cabinet fell sideways, and Chinyu gritted his teeth, using his shoulder to push it to the door to block it. After several heavy breaths, Chinyu leaned against the cabinet, and after feeling around his body with his right hand, he realized he had been shot in the right hip and his lower body was already numb. With no time to think, Chinyu immediately took out his phone and dialed Zhu Wei's number. Hello? Damn it. Hurry up, I'm gonna be killed. Although Chinyu's voice was urgent, his mind was very calm and accurately said, I'm a meat shop on the middle section of Bobby Street. There is no sign outside. The window is broken. There are 3 people outside. Hurry. In the corridor, the 3 armed men had already rushed up. Tuza Street. Due to the provocation by the white Russian men, the fight of hundreds of people had escalated into a confrontation of several hundred. The Ma family showed no signs of backing down, even without a word from old Ma. The mid-level thugs who had any business recently spontaneously organized a self-defense counterattack due to profit conflicts. Many marginalized individuals who relied on the drug trade took out weapons and poor-quality firearms and openly fired in Tusa Street. Chapter 48, this chaotic era at the entrance of the second-floor room. 3 armed men rushed over. The man in the knitted hat lifted his leg and kicked the door lock 3 times. The door only loosened slightly, and the lock was dented and deformed. He was pushing against it. The burly white Russian man, standing to the left, with frost on his beard and a fierce look in his eyes, said, "Get out of the way." The other 2 men moved aside at the sound. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots, 7 or 8 dense bullet holes were shot into the center of the wooden door. Bang, crash. Another burly white Russian kicked the center of the bullet hole, and the door panel shattered, revealing a large hole. Inside the room, Chin Yu was behind a cabinet, so after the door panel shattered, it was too late for him to get close to it. 3 guns were inserted through the hole kicked open by the burly white Russian. Damn it! Chin Yu's eyes turned red, and he gripped the edge of the cabinet with both hands. Gritting his teeth, he stood up. The cabinet was tilted and crashed toward the hole. The rapid gunfire echoed in the corridor, bullets hitting the cabinet, creating a strong smell of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Chin Yu stepped in the large puddles of his own blood, using his shoulder to prop up the cabinet and block the door again. Damn it! The man in the knitted hat cursed and turned to ask, "Do we have any grenades?" "No." The white Russian man shook his head. "Break it down." At this moment, the 3 had lost their line of fire, and given the cabinet's thickness of about half a meter, although it was hollow inside, it had 2 thick wooden panels. Therefore, when bullets hit the wooden panels, it was entirely a matter of luck. Some could penetrate the cabinet, while others would stick to the back panel. Chin Yu had saved up money for many years in the planned area to get here, and now that he finally had a space to survive, he definitely didn't want to die so carelessly. He used all his strength, relying on his tall stature and exceptional physical condition, desperately propping up the cabinet, striving for a glimmer of hope. After the 3 of them had been crashing against it for 3 or 4 minutes, there was no more movement, and Chin Yu was gradually losing strength. Coupled with a massive blood loss from his gunshot wound, he felt his brain spinning violently. But even so, he still held the cabinet, shaking his head vigorously to force himself to stay awake. Downstairs, the man in the knitted hat had just grabbed a fire axe from inside the store when he saw 2 vehicles speeding towards them. Screech. The sound of tires screeching after a sudden brake echoed on the road as 2 police SUVs stopped by the roadside. Damn it! The man in the knitted hat cursed and immediately shouted, "That kid called for help? Let's go." The 2 white Russian men rushed out of the storefront towards the SUVs, decisively pulling the triggers. As the intense gunfire erupted, Chin Yu's phone rang. "Hello, we encountered the other side downstairs." Zhu Wei's voice came through, "Don't worry. We're coming up right away." Upon hearing this, Chin Yu's tense nerves finally relaxed for a moment. At the intersection of Tusa Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were stalled, and 300 officers in tactical gear, wearing bulletproof vests and holding riot shields, rushed down. Each unit followed instructions to disperse the rioting crowd. The deputy police chief, sweating profusely while holding a walkie-talkie, shouted, "Pay attention to the law enforcement scale. Make sure the situation doesn't escalate, and do not intensify the conflict." I'll say it again, the focus is on dispersing. After a series of shouts, the 300 officers, holding shields, advanced into Tusa Street. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the chaotic, icy street. The officers lined up, and within less than 50 meters of rushing in, they were completely dumbfounded. Gunfire erupted chaotically, homemade Molotov cocktails were being thrown, and at least 1,000 people were engaged in a chaotic brawl on the narrow street. On both sides of the road, glass was shattered, many houses were on fire, and weapons like knives and clubs were scattered everywhere. The injured either ran away in panic or lay on the ground groaning, creating a scene reminiscent of a town ravaged by a recent riot. Second team, advance. Third team, advance. Security team, advance. After the police captains repeatedly shouted on their dedicated frequency, the officers pushed forward once again. "Drop your weapons, get on the ground. Hands on your head. Don't move, or I'll shoot." As the officers approached the brawling crowd, they began shouting commands, but the 2 rival gangs, blinded by rage over their interests, completely ignored them. At the same time, many lower-class residents, secretly aiding the Ma family, were throwing homemade Molotov cocktails from the building above. Boom! It caught fire. Shield up. There are people throwing things from above. The officers only numbered 300, and they had received strict orders not to escalate the conflict. They were constrained in their actions and couldn't just shoot indiscriminately at the rioters. Therefore, as soon as they entered Tuza Street, they were scattered by the Molotov cocktails and the chaotic crowd. When 3 to 5 officers moved forward to subdue a burly man who was hacking wildly, a group of men with white cloth strips tied around their arms suddenly rushed out of an alley, and without saying a word, they opened fire, killing a young officer who had his back turned to them on the spot. Deep in Tuza Street, a man responsible for drug sales under Yuanhua Company led 7 or 8 people and had already beaten a middle-aged man in his 40s to death in the filthy alley. After stabbing the man in the neck, he turned around and shouted, "Tell Old Ma that if he doesn't get out of Tuza Street within 3 days, I'll make sure his whole family dies here." At the entrance of the alley warehouse, Old Ma threw his military coat on the ground. His eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, do they really want to wipe us out? Then let us all go down together. Everyone listen up. If you still want to eat off the drug line, grab your things and head to the Grand Palace. This time, if we can't hold our ground, we all have to leave. Damn it, let us go to the Grand Palace." Hundreds of lower-class lackeys relying on the drug line immediately shouted in agreement. At the Fuyuan Road intersection, less than 10 minutes after 300 officers rushed into Tuza Street, they were forced to retreat in a disheveled state, suffering dozens of injuries and 3 fatalities. By the vehicles, the deputy police chief, looking extremely grim, dialed Old Lee's number. "What's the situation?" "It's chaotic, worse than expected." As soon as the major teams rushed in, they were pushed back out, the deputy chief said, gasping for breath. "My suggestion is to quickly call the police department. It's going to be very difficult for us to effectively restore order." On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuanhua was playing mahjong with 3 bosses from his subsidiaries. "Isn't this getting too big? Will be hard to settle?" The bald, burly man asked with a frown. "The police department has called several times, and their tone seems a bit serious. If it doesn't escalate, Old Ma won't know what pain is," Yuanhua replied nonchalantly. "Tell the brothers on the ground, if people die, I'll pay their relocation fees. If they get arrested, I'll use connections to get them out. If we don't use money and connections now, when will we? I just want to let Old Ma know that compared to us, he has far behind in physique." "Have you called back the police department?" the bald man asked again. "No, the connections over there are just messing with things," Yuanhua said with a cold smile. "If he wants to profit from the drug line, he has to help me clean up the mess. Otherwise, why should I share the money with him? Just wait. We'll talk after this is over." In the police chief's office, Old Lee personally called Old Ma, but the latter did not answer. This caused Chief Lee to become furious, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "Call the military. I can't believe a bunch of drug dealers are running wild. According to the procedure, we should first ask the police station for their opinion." The senator in charge of political affairs gently reminded him. Chief Lee immediately waved his hand in response. "Yuanhua has connections at the police station. If we ask for approval and they take another 2 hours, how many people will die in Tuzu Street? Who will take the blame in the end? It will definitely be me." The senator was taken aback. "That's true. Call Mateo and the military and tell him I, Old Lee, am asking him to send troops to suppress the armed conflict." Chief Lee urged urgently, "Be quick. We can't let things escalate any further." "I'll go right away." The senator nodded and left. Meanwhile, after being rescued by Zhu Wei, the unconscious Qin Yu was immediately taken to the hospital. Chapter 49, The Cost of Being Headstrong. Director Li is very familiar with the overall environment of the Black Street and even Songjiang. Although he usually appears low-key and often likes to adopt a moderate attitude to avoid unnecessary trouble, his sensitivity to political maneuvering surpasses that of many others. After the violent conflict in Tucha Street escalated into a collective incident, Director Li's decision to let the station troops intervene and suppress the situation was undoubtedly the right choice. This is because Yuanhua's connections at the police station are indeed very solid. If Old Li had chosen to report to the police first, the higher-ups might have delayed him for 2 hours, allowing the situation in Tucha Street to worsen further, and he could have ended up taking the blame. Since the Black Street, is under his jurisdiction, he would definitely bear the primary responsibility for such a significant issue. Mateo from Station Troops has a bit of a personal relationship with Old Lee, so when he received the call, he didn't hesitate and sent over 2 battalions in less than half an hour. Unlike police officers, these soldiers have experienced multiple military conflicts and riots, so they act decisively and resolutely in such situations. Once over 1,000 armed soldiers, supported by armored vehicles, stormed into Tucha Street, the situation was instantly reversed. No matter how fierce, wealthy, or ruthless the drug trafficking gang was, they could not possibly stand against the armed forces of the state. As soon as these gang members saw the soldiers willing to fire, they scattered immediately. Even Old Ma, who originally intended to go to the Grand Palace, was quickly taken away by his subordinates. The rest of the situation became very simple. Since the commotion had become so significant, the authorities had no choice but to severely punish a group of people to explain to the public. Consequently, the soldiers began organized and planned mass arrests of the leading troublemakers in batches. In an instant, there was no one left on Tucha Street who dared to confront the police. Only the core members of the drug trafficking gang were seen fleeing in all directions. On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Hua was about to inquire about the situation on Tucha Street when a subordinate rushed in, speaking urgently. "Brother Hua." The station troops suddenly entered the street without any warning and even fired shots. Now the 2 families have dispersed, but many of our brothers have been held down, and dozens of people have been arrested at the Guangfuyuan intersection. The station troops have arrived? Yuan Hua was stunned. Yes, there was not a hint of it beforehand. We all thought Old Lee would report to the police and wait for support. But unexpectedly, he contacted the station troops. The subordinate replied in a low voice. Hearing this, Yuan Hua furrowed his brow, pushed away the mahjong tiles, lit a cigarette, and said hoarsely, "Old Lee is hiding a lot of cards." I had no idea he had connections with the station troops. Everyone remained silent upon hearing this. Since the station troops have shown up, there's no need to continue. Yuan Hua immediately instructed, "Tell the guys below to disperse quickly, and the leader should go to the new district for a while." Understood. The subordinate nodded and added, "Also, 3 guys from outside the district corner Chinyu. But this kid has a bit of decency. He ran into a butcher shop and refuses to come out." After a while, a few officers under Chinyu arrived. They didn't accomplish anything, but Chinyu should be injured. He's an inconsequential character. But in the matter concerning Lin, he slapped us in the face. If we don't take care of him, Old Lee's people won't tremble. Yuan Hua took a puff of his cigarette and said, "But for now, let's not move against him. He is scared, and he is still Old Lee's person. He will definitely be on guard later. Let's wait a bit before acting." "Got it. You go ahead." Yuan Hua instructed the subordinate and walked to the window, dialing a number related to the police station. Seconds later, the call connected. "What are you doing? Making such a big commotion? If the supply channels aren't secured, how much loss will Old Ma face in the future? If we don't act against him now, are we raising a tiger to trouble us?" Yuan Hua responded with a light laugh, "But it can't be done this way. This will put a lot of pressure on the police station." "Didn't the station troops go?" Yuan Hua replied flatly. "Aren't the people that need to be caught already being captured by them?" The other party fell silent. "Director Wu, my people have been arrested. We can hold off on operations for now. I will cooperate with how the higher-ups handle it, but we need to make Old Ma feel the pain," Yuan Hua said with a grim expression. "Since the situation has escalated to this extent, it must be dealt with decisively. I will apply pressure on the Blackstreet police chief." The other party responded in a low voice. "You should also provide what you can. It would be best if we could pin this on Old Ma." Suda, Iwan Wanuda. The Ma family in the Blackstreet, particularly in the Tucha Street area, may have had a stronger influence and larger numbers than the Yuan family. However, after this violent conflict, they were left in ruins. Why? Because the interest group, led by Yuan Hua, has reached a level where they can sit at the same table and chat with the higher-ups, while Old Ma cannot. The Ma family sold drugs on Tucha Street at reasonable prices, at least 70 lower than those at hospitals and authorized pharmacies, allowing them to rise quickly and gain a certain reputation and influence in Tucha Street. Those who could not afford medicine, the elderly, the sick, and the impoverished who suffered from severe illnesses due to environmental and disaster impacts, all remembered their kindness and were willing to help at critical moments. But in the face of political relationships, this was utterly vulnerable. Sometimes, the heartfelt words of 10,000 people might not carry as much weight as a fart from a person in a high position at a banquet. During the closed-door meeting the next day, Director Wu of the police station simply stated, "Strictly investigate the Ma family's drug trafficking gang." The upper echelons of various functional departments could only strictly implement the leadership's intentions and began to frantically arrest the members of the Ma family team who had only acted in self-defense the night before. Although all the people from Yuan Hua's company who were arrested were thrown into prison, those high-ranking members who had managed to evade the situation could still swagger in and out of various public places. But could the Ma family? They could not. After being headstrong, they could only flee in embarrassment to avoid the impending crackdown. In less than 12 hours, the high-ranking members responsible for drug trafficking in the Ma family were swept up by police from various districts in Songjiang, adding to the dozens who had been arrested on site the night before. In just one night, their team was decimated. That night at 9 o'clock, Old Ma called Old Cat, speaking briefly. "You take care of the matters regarding Damon and Xiao Air. I can't show my face now." Old Cat, sitting in a hospital chair, responded helplessly, "You can't show your face. The order just came down today. And you are the one the police station specifically wants to question in person." "What does Oldly mean?" Old Ma asked. "He has the will, but lacks the power in this matter. You guys have made too much noise." Old Cat frowned as he replied. "He has also faced a lot of negative impacts." "All right, I understand." Old Ma did not continue to press Oldly for help, but said calmly, "I'll take this as my fault. Yes, let us leave it at that." As soon as he finished speaking, the two ended the call. That night, Director Li, who had been in meetings all day, sat in the car, looking tired, and asked, "Where's Qin Yu?" "In the hospital." "Let us go to him," Director Li said, gasping for breath. "I need to have a talk with him." Chapter 50: Complete Collapse Inside the Hospital. Qin Yu had just come out from the effects of the anesthetic, looking relatively weak. Lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, he sighed and said, "Damn it, Yuan Hua really knows how to pick on soft targets. Oldly definitely wouldn't dare to act, but he is afraid that dealing with you would completely anger Oldly, so he is just venting all his anger on me, trying to kill me." Lao Mao looked at Qin Yu with guilt and quietly replied, "It's also my fault. I didn't consider so much back then. I insisted on letting you in. Looking at it now, your initial choice not to help Qi Lin was actually right. I have Oldly behind me. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me easily, but you. We've already done it. What good is it to say those things now?" Qin Yu touched the bandage on his buttocks and gritted his teeth, cursing, "If I can't win, I should just be cautious. It's fine. During this time, we'll take turns to look after you." Zhu Wei interjected from the window. "The situation on Tuza Street has gotten so big. The people on the street have been targeted. He probably wouldn't dare to act again." "Thanks, Xiao Wei Guanxi. You saved my life." Qin Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude. "No need to say that." Guanxi grinned and waved his hand. "Just focus on recovering." While everyone was chatting, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and Oldly walked in. "Director, Directori." The crowd quickly stood up, saluting and greeting him. Oldly scanned the crowd and waved his hand, saying, "Lao Mao stays. You all go out for a bit. I need to talk to him alone." "Okay." "You all chat." Zhu Wei and Guanxi responded before quickly leaving the hospital room. "Director." Qin Yu propped himself up on the bed, trying to sit up straight. Lie down, lie down." Oldly walked to the bedside, patted Qin Yu's shoulder, and took the chair that Lao Mao had moved over to sit down. Frowning as he said, "The situation is not looking good. It was tough last night, right?" Lao Mao asked from the side. "Tough doesn't he even begin to cover it." Oldly lit a cigarette, his expression serious as he continued. "Last night, over 30 bodies were pulled out from Tuza Street. Hundreds were injured. And today, the media from the radio and internet are swarming the police station like flies, ready to report on the follow-up. If it weren't for the police station being afraid of scandals, I bet the media in Fongbei would report this." Hearing this, both Lao Mao and Qin Yu felt a sense of unease. Luckily, the garrison arrived quickly. Otherwise, if the situation escalated further and there was a real fight with thousands involved or a riot with tens of thousands, I would definitely be out of a job today, or even face prosecution. Old Li, looking exhausted, took a drag from his cigarette and continued in a hoarse voice. "Tomorrow I plan to go to Fongbei to meet my former teacher." Qin Yu listened quietly, not interrupting. But a teacher is a teacher, and relationships are relationships. If I want someone up top to help me speak against Yuan Hua and the others, I need to offer them some vested interests. Old Li added in a steady voice, whether I take it or how much I take is actually a small matter. The main thing is how to make those above believe that there is profit to be made from this incident. What do you mean? Qin Yu asked tentatively. After the Ma family was dealt with, they basically have no power to retaliate in the underworld. But if I don't help them back up, how can I satisfy the upper echelon's demands for profit? If I have to fork out my own money, do I have that capital? Old Li looked at Qin Yu and said, so, the key point is still with the Ma family. Only if they can get the drug line back up can we compete with Yuan Hua on the ground. Once there's profit, relationships will naturally follow. I understand what you mean, Qin Yu nodded. The supply channels from a Ma family have already been cut off. Mao pondered for a while and frowned. With a long dead, they can't get the goods at all. Even if he could rally a team, there would be no business to do. That's exactly what I meant. Old Li stared at Qin Yu and said, find a way to contact Qilin. No matter what, we need to find a long supply channel for before he died. As long as we have a source, the Ma family can continue doing business and generate a lot of profit. Only then can I engage with those above. They will also be willing to help speak on our behalf. Yes, the supply source is the core of the incident. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Yuan Hua is targeting the Ma family precisely because they can get high-quality drugs at a low cost. Exactly, Old Li nodded. But Qilin told me about this. He said Along did leave him a contact, but he didn't manage to find it at the time. Qin Yu felt a bit irritated. Old Li took a drag from his cigarette, squinting at Qin Yu. Do you realize the seriousness of the situation now? Qin Yu was taken aback. That night, when you all were protecting Qilin on Tuza Street, I was also forced to take a stand. This not only offends Yuan Hua, but also offends the interests behind him. So if we can't consolidate upper-level relationships through the drug line to confront the Yuan family and their connections, then retaliation is just a matter of time. Old Li said with a very serious expression, at that point, whether or not I remain the director, whether you can survive in the 9th District will be uncertain. After hearing this, Qin Yu instantly understood Old Li's meaning. If the drug line couldn't be reconnected, not only would Old Li be in danger, but Qin Yu himself could also be killed. I'll be frank with you. We must reconnect a long supply channel at all costs. Otherwise, you should leave the 9th District as soon as possible, Old Li quietly reminded. If Yuan Hua wants revenge, he won't care if you're a police officer. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu said, then I need to go back to the planning district and talk to Qilin in person. You focus on recovering for now. As soon as you can walk, go handle this matter immediately. Old Li stood up and said, tomorrow. I'll also go to Fengbei to test the waters with my teacher. I understand, Director. Also, Lao Ma must hide well. The police have already completed the evidence chain, and his wanted order is already on my desk. Old Li reminded again. Lao Mao pondered for a while, and then immediately asked, what about the matters concerning Old Ma Air and Demin? I promised Old Ma that I would handle it. At this moment, how could we possibly operate to get them out? Wait a bit, Old Li threw out, turning to leave. In the hospital room, filled with the scent of disinfectant, Qin Yu looked at the ceiling with some melancholy and unease, sighed, and said, I thought it would be complicated to stay in the planning district, but I didn't expect. The real place where people eat people is in the seemingly safe 9th District. I regret putting you in this situation. Lao Mao indeed felt uncomfortable in his heart. Qin Yu licked his lips. My character is such that once things are done, I won't regret them. Don't keep saying that. It annoys me. Lao Mao pondered for a while, looking at Qin Yu, and said, this time when you go back to the planning district, I'll go with you. Old Li won't let you go. Qin Yu smiled. If I were the type to run away when things get tough, I would have helped Qilin back then. Lao Mao responded without hesitation. No more talk. This time I'm going with you. Qin Yu looked at Lao Mao and grinned. Planning district. Qilin, leaning on a crutch, stepped into a shabby room and looked up to see his mother packing a bundle. Mom, what are you doing? Just tidying up some clothes. The old lady sat on the cold bed and lowered her head to pull out a black leather bag from the bundle. Qilin was taken aback by the sight of the black leather bag, frowning as he asked, Mom, what S with this bag? Chapter 51. Embarking on the journey, the gunshot that Qin Yu endured fortunately did not injure his pelvis. But even so, he lay in bed for more than 20 days before he fully recovered. During this time, Old Cat, Zhu Wei, Guan Qi, and others did not return home at all. They worked at the police station during the day and came to the hospital to keep him company at night. fearing that the Yuan family might take a second shot at Qinyu. Fortunately, after the massive brawl in Tuzhou Street, the Yuan family's connections at the police station were also wary of further escalation, so they suppressed the matter. Additionally, the Ma family was significantly affected, with many core members arrested and scattered, leading to a period of calm in Songjiang. The Yuan family did not continue to stir trouble, but secretly organized channels to prepare to release a backlog of drugs. After being wanted, Old Ma also went into hiding with the remaining core members. However, the superficial calm did not reassure Li Si and Qinyu. They all understood that the Yuan family was currently avoiding trouble to save face with the police. The deaths of Yuan Wei and Old Tiger, along with the price they paid to clean up the Ma family in Tuzhou Street, represented irreconcilable contradictions. It was only a matter of time before Yuan Hua sought revenge. After Qinyu healed, he immediately reported to the police station and had a face-to-face meeting with Li Si. In the office, has Qi Lin been contacted? Li Si asked urgently. Qinyu shook his head. He left in a hurry, and since he used to use the police station's phone, he definitely wouldn't dare to use it now. So I haven't found him for the time being. Isn't the place he went to in the planning area one you arranged? Oli was a bit curious. Can't you just call your friend and reach him? After arranging Qi Lin, my friend went out to handle some business and won't be back for a while. Qinyu replied softly. But it's okay, I know where Qi Lin is. I can just go find him directly. Make it quick, Oldley said in a low voice. I've finished talking with the teacher. As long as we can connect with the supply channel, the rest can be negotiated. I can leave, but how do I explain this to the police station? Qinyu tentatively asked. Oldley smiled upon hearing this. I've already arranged everything for you. Internally, just say you're going to phone Bei for training for 2 weeks. The reason is that you shot Matsushita last time. You'll surely be promoted to a level 2 officer and officially take on the role of team leader. So the department has approved your training as a matter of course. Do I need to submit a report to the team? No need. I've handled all the procedures. Just let it be known in the group that you're leaving, Oldley said. Okay, I understand, Qinyu nodded. Xiao Yu, you know the seriousness of the situation. Oldley sighed, looking at him with a furrowed brow. Whether I can still sit in this position, and whether you can stay in Songjiang, depends on this time. Qinyu stood up in response, his expression serious. I will do my best to get this done. Go ahead, Oldley nodded at him. Half an hour later, Qinyu arrived at Team 3, which had recently been neglected by Team 1 and called Guanxi, Zhuwei, and the Taiji brothers for a brief meeting. I will be leaving for half a month. During this time, you will handle cases with Team 3. I've already notified them. Regardless of what happens in the future, you all have a place to go. Qinyu said with a smile as he sat in a chair. I have been in Songjiang for a while now, and to be honest, I am really grateful that you all supported me during this critical time. If by chance we can get through this, there will be a place for you all with me. Qinyu. Guanxi scratched his nose and said with a smile. We weren't really important roles in Team 1 anyway. Old Zhu has tried repeatedly to get promoted to team leader, but Yuan Ku has completely ignored him. So for us small roles, since the upward mobility is limited, we might as well stick with whoever we feel comfortable with. Exactly, Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. We've already chosen our sides. There's no point in regretting it. To put it bluntly, if Oldley really can't hold on any longer, then I'll just leave the police station. I don't believe that on that day, in Tuzhou Street, after I stood up to Yuan Ku, he could still send 2 people to take me out. Don't worry, team leader. We are all seasoned veterans in the police station and know how to interact with them, Guanxi reassured him. Just focus on handling your own matters. Actually, at this moment, everyone understood that Qinyu's leave was definitely not for training in Fongbei. It was undoubtedly a special arrangement by Old Li, which was why they were encouraging him. Thank you for your understanding, Qinyu said, getting up and patting Zhu Wei on the shoulder. I'm leaving the group. Matters to you during this time. Handle what you can. For anything you can't, contact the captain of Team 3 privately. He is very close with Old Cat. All right. Everyone stood up. Then wish me a smooth journey. Qinyu grinned and extended his palm. Everyone exchanged glances and placed their hands on the back of Qinyu's hand, shouting in unison, smooth journey. In the afternoon, on the street heading to number 88 courtyard, Qinyu turned to Old Cat and asked, Did you really not tell Old Li that you want to go with me to the planning area? Oh, I forgot, Old Cat, who had a bit of a cold and was sniffling, looked somewhat dazed. Are you out of your mind? Old Lee definitely doesn't want you to go. Why didn't you say anything in advance? Now that you suddenly want to come with me. He'll think too much about it and assume I force you to come. Chinyu cursed. Don't panic. Old Cat spat dismissively and pulled out his phone to dial Old Lee's number. A few dozen seconds later. Hello, I want to go to the planning area with Chinyu. Old Cat went straight to the point. Director Lee was stunned for about 3 to 4 seconds before he angrily exclaimed, What the hell do you want to go to the planning area with Chinyu for? To play? Are you out of your mind? That place is even more chaotic than Tuja Street. What are you going there for? Get back here. Old Lee, usually calm and composed, showed signs of losing control when faced with the oblivious Li Fugue. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just letting you know. I'll have someone send you the leave request shortly. I'm telling you to come back. Don't yell at me. I'm in a bad mood. If you make me angry, I might just do something drastic. Old Cat started to lose his grip on reality. Then you might as well die. It would be better for you to freeze to death. Old Lee was shaking with anger. Every day acting like this, you really have no idea what you're doing. I really am. All right, I'm not arguing with you anymore. Who is arguing with you? Xiaoyu going alone is too risky. If something happens, it'll be hard to resolve. I can go and give him some advice. Don't give him advice, otherwise. Chinyu will end up dead at your hands eventually. Old Lee shouted helplessly. You better get back to the station. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely going. Just don't panic at home. This time I'm working on the supply channel, and as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'll risk my life for it. Old Cat replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Old Lee was left speechless and stopped scolding him. If there's anything, just call. Old Cat hung up the phone directly. On the way, Chinyu looked at Old Cat with a smile. On the surface, it seems like you have a bit of resentment towards Old Lee, but in reality, you care about him quite a bit. Who cares about him? I'm just worried he'll lose his job, and then I want to be able to do as I please in the police station. Old Cat replied with a sidelong glance. Let us go. Stop dawdling. The two returned to number 88 courtyard, quickly packed their things, locked the door, and walked out of the courtyard. On the way, Chinyu glanced at Lin Yinlei's room and saw that the door was tightly locked, and she was not home. What are you staring at my wife for? Old Cat asked with a sideways glance. Have some dignity. Lin Yinlei told me she would at most agree to be your mother. Chinyu cursed. Get lost. Old Cat grinned and asked, Tell me the truth. Are you a bit smitten with Lei? Stop nagging. Chinyu quickened his pace to leave. At 8:30 in the evening, a military truck loaded with supplies took Old Cat and Chinyu away, heading towards the even messier planned area than Dirt Gravel Street. Chapter 52 on the road. After leaving Zone 9, Old Cat immediately felt the temperature outside drop again. He sat in the truck bed, wrapped in 3 or 4 military coats, reached out to lift the windproof cotton curtain, and poked his head out to take a look, saying, It's got to be over minus 40 degrees, right? Yeah, about that. Chinyu replied softly, rubbing his hands together. Don't just sit there. Get up and move around a bit. Warm yourself up. Hey, did you come here by car too? Old Cat casually asked. I took a car for a while, then walked the rest of the way. You're a real soldier, Old Cat said, speechless. After driving for about 5 hours on the icy road, the car finally stopped at a small military supply station. The two got out to pay, then got into a nearly junked gasoline off-road vehicle and hit the road again. Due to the harsh environment, pure electric vehicles or hybrid cars had poor stability and were not suitable for long-distance travel in such temperatures. The gasoline off-roader was arranged through the connections of Director Lee. Although it was nearly junked, it still cost a lot. Fortunately, the heating inside worked, and the off-road performance was relatively intact, making it quite durable. On the road, Old Cat looked around the snow-covered land like a curious child, his face full of curiosity. He pointed to a few large iron frameworks several kilometers away and asked, What's that for? It's a marker tower, Chinyu casually replied. You can't see in the dark, but there's a fence under the tower. What does it mark? Nuclear fallout, Chinyu explained flatly. After the disaster, the government built a lot of defensive structures, but they all ultimately failed. Many of those buildings had nuclear facilities. When the disaster struck, the engineering failed, leaving large radiation zones. That tower was built to warn people in the planned area not to enter. They did try. Old Cat sighed. Chinyu, driving the car, asked out of boredom, What is your relationship with Old Lee? Old Cat was taken aback. What? Can't say. Chinyu smiled. Then I won't ask. There's nothing I can't say. Old Cat pulled out an e-cigarette, turned to look at Chinyu, and said, Old Lee is my uncle. He joined the police after my dad. My dad died for Old Lee during an incident, so my feelings towards him are a bit conflicted. It's not true that I don't hate him, but Old Lee has treated me well over the years. Sigh. I keep forcing myself not to think about the past, but as a son, I can't forget. Chinyu was silent for a long time. You're better off than I am. At least you have a relative you can hate who treats you well. I don't have anyone. Old Cat took a puff of his e-cigarette and didn't respond. Do you know what happened between your dad and Old Lee? Chinyu asked again. I've heard from others that Old Lee made a mistake, and my dad took the blame and got shot. Has Old Lee ever explained it to you? No. He never mentions it. When I was younger, I often got angry on purpose to steer the conversation that way, but he never took the bait. Old Cat stared blankly out the window. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable remembering it. Old Cat, the way Lee treats you is well known among the police. The past is the past. If you keep holding on to it, it won't do anything but increase the conflict between you and Old Lee, Chinyu softly advised. How many brothers would intentionally harm their own siblings? Besides, what you know is all hearsay. The truth could be completely different from what you think, right? Old Cat hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, let's talk about something happy. Chinyu grinned, changing the subject. When do you plan to get married? With who? With Lele? Old Cat perked up at the mention of relationships. Can you have some shame? I already said. Just as Chinyu was about to scold him, he suddenly saw a group of people in thick cotton clothes rushing out from beside a group of dilapidated buildings ahead. He immediately shouted, Old Cat, get the gun, quick. What's going on? Old Cat sat up straight. Ahead, a dozen people stood in a line, blocking the road. Chinyu didn't drive closer, but stopped about 20 meters away. What do you want? Chinyu rolled down the window, facing the wind and snow, and shouted, Brother, give us something to eat. We're starving to death. Two men stepped out from the crowd. Chinyu shouted, Can't you see this is a military vehicle? We have no food, so get lost. If you don't have food, give us some gas, clothes, or money. The two men continued to approach. Old Cat, watching from the truck, saw that they were all frostbitten, including children and elderly people, and his heart softened, saying, Give them something. At that moment, Chinyu was completely different from his demeanor in Zone 9. His face turned cold as he shouted again. I'll say it again, get lost. Damn, so aggressive? If you don't give, we won't leave. When the two men heard Chinyu's words, they stopped advancing. Chinyu shifted gears and slammed on the gas, driving straight toward the crowd. What the hell? Old Cat exclaimed in shock, grabbing Chinyu's arm and shouting, If they don't give, just let it go. Don't run them over. Seeing the truck coming, the crowd immediately scattered. Chinyu didn't have time to explain to Old Cat, quickly grabbed his gun, and fired into the center of the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out quickly, and the crowd dispersed again. Chinyu turned the steering wheel with his left hand and drove the car into the deep snow, flooring the accelerator and speeding over the shiny hard-packed snow. Moments later, 2 or 3 dozen people rushed out from the dilapidated buildings, firing at the open field. Fortunately, Chinyu reacted quickly and managed to evade them. Old Cat, sweating coldly, sat in the car looking back, still in shock, and cursed, Damn, these people weren't just begging. They were trying to rob us. If I had parked the car closer, we would have had our clothes stripped off and frozen to death here. Chinyu said expressionlessly, The people here aren't even human anymore. We're driving a military vehicle, and they dare to rob us? Do you know what this place is called? Chinyu turned his head to ask. I don't know. Old Cat shook his head. This is called San Kinzi. 3 years ago, 10 grain trucks from the North District passed through here and got completely robbed. The military commander was furious and ordered 3 battalions, over 1,000 men, to eliminate the bandits. But within a day, those over 1,000 men were almost all wiped out, and only about 300 managed to escape. Chinyu pointed at the sides of the road they just passed and said, If you had a crowbar now and dug into the snow, you might just dig out a person. Old Cat was stunned for a long time before suddenly asking, Buddy, have you ever robbed grain at San Kinzi? Chapter 53 This is my fate. Hearing the Old Cat's words, Chinyu chuckled and replied, I haven't robbed anyone. In this area, I rely on my reputation. Hee hee. After hearing this, the Old Cat also chuckled nervously. The two exchanged glances for a while, and Chinyu sighed and added, I'm also human. I have to eat too. The Old Cat nodded in understanding. After driving for another 10 hours, they finally arrived at the planned area near the south. where the temperature was slightly higher and not as cold as the north. The place where Chi Lin was hiding was called Fengyin, located in the plains backed by mountains, and not along the main road. Many people often formed groups to hunt in the mountains. On one hand, it was for their own consumption, and on the other hand, they would ask others to transport goods to the special zone for some extra cash. So the environment and security here were a bit better compared to the Sankanzi area. Chinyu hadn't spent much time around Fengyin before because the locals were very exclusive. 100 people could consume the resources from the mountains, but if 200, 300, or more people lived here, then everyone might end up with nothing to eat. Therefore, it was quite difficult for outsiders to establish themselves here. However, although Chinyu had never stayed here, he had a friend who lived here regularly and had a certain status, which was why he arranged for Chi Lin to be settled here. The car stopped in front of a single-story house made of wooden planks and mud. The old cat and Chinyu got out of the car. Wow, is this place fit for humans? The old cat looked at the crooked house and the bare wasteland around it, shaking his head and exclaiming, "Compared to this, the 9th district seems like heaven. Now I finally understand why you were able to establish yourself in Songjiang so quickly. If you can survive here, you can survive anywhere. When you see Chi Lin, don't say anything foolish. He is already in a low mood. If you start blabbering, it'll only make things worse for him." Chinyu reminded, "It's fine. If I don't scold him for 3 days, he'll get anxious," the old cat replied casually. "You really have a death wish." Chinyu chuckled helplessly, stepping toward the house. Creak. The door was pushed open first. Hearing the sound of the car, Chi Lin walked out and stared at the two in surprise. The old cat stepped forward, slapped Chi Lin on the head, and shouted, "Hey, little brother, did you miss me?" You too. How did you come?" Chi Lin stammered, asking. "We came to find you because we had something to discuss, and since we couldn't reach you, we had to come and see," the old cat tossed out, stepping into the house and calling, "Mom, Xiao Yu." Sister Chi walked out from the inner room and politely greeted, "Cat brother." "Oh, sister has developed again? So chubby." The old cat was the kind of person who could joke with anyone, speaking in a rather carefree manner. "Old cat is here," Mom called out from the heated Kong in the room. The old cat heard and handed a big bag of food he and Chinyu had bought to Chiyu. Smiling, "All for you. There's more food and new clothes in the car. I'll bring them in a bit." "Thank you, brother." Chiyu took the heavy bag with a blooming smile and, using her cane, led the old cat into the inner room. The old cat sat on the Kong and asked with a grin, "Mom, how's your health?" Pretty good, pretty good." "That's good. You should smoke less. Live a few more years. I'm about to become the police chief soon. Later, I'll take you and Chi Lin, little sister, back to enjoy life." The old cat chatted with the elderly woman. In another room, Chi Lin invited Chinyu to sit on the cold bed, smiling. "I'll get you some water." No need. Chinyu waved his hand, "You sit down." Hearing this, Chi Lin sat down beside him. "How is your injury?" Chinyu asked directly. "All healed." Chi Lin moved his limbs and said gratefully, "Thanks to your friend John. If it weren't for him, I might have died here. There are no medicines here, and he specially arranged for someone to bring them to me, even arranged this room for me." "Good to hear." Chinyu smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chi Lin lowered his voice and asked Chinyu, "After I left, the Yuan family caused trouble, right?" "Yeah, the situation isn't good." Chinyu nodded. "A lot has happened recently. Old cat and I came here out of desperation, wanting to ask you about some things." "What happened?" "Think back. Before Along had his accident, besides the package he gave you, did he mention anything else? Including friends he knew outside, brothers, and any connections you know of?" Chinyu spoke rapidly. "To be honest, the Ma family is in a terrible situation now, and Li Si has been forced to take a side because of your incident. Yuan Hua hasn't retaliated yet, only because he made a big scene on Tuza Street recently and needs to avoid the heat for a while. But he will definitely continue to cause trouble. As for Old Li, without a supply channel, he can't establish strong connections, and there's no way to help Old Ma get back on his feet. So Old Cat and I came here to ask about the supply channels." After listening to Chinyu's detailed explanation, Chi Lin stared blankly at the ground without saying a word. "What's wrong?" Chinyu noticed something was off with Chi Lin and immediately asked. After a long silence, Chi Lin suddenly stood up, bent down, lifted the bedspread, and silently pulled out a black leather bag from underneath. Chinyu was taken aback. "What does this mean?" "Open the bag and take a look." Chi Lin tossed the bag to Chinyu. Hearing this, Chinyu opened the leather bag, glanced inside, and took out a notebook. Lin sat back down on the bed, rubbing his face with his hands, and said helplessly, "This bag was left for me by my brother. Before he left, he told me there was a contact inside, and that when I was in desperate straits, I should find this person. At that time, I was thinking of him, plus I still had a job at the police station, so I wasn't at the point of desperation. So I didn't take it seriously. Later, when my brother was gone, Yuan-ku forced me to ask about the supply channels. And that's when I remembered this bag. But at that time, I had given the bag to Bella, and when I went back to get it, I happened to catch her in a compromising situation with a tiger. I got furious, and she might have been scared, saying she threw the bag away. So I thought it was lost. Chinyu listened in shock. But unexpectedly, when my mom, little sister, and I escaped to here, I found out the bag was with my mom. Lin turned his head and smiled. The bag wasn't thrown away by Bella. My mom was meticulous and used it to pack her things. And that night, when I told her and my sister we had to run, my mom packed a lot of luggage and included this bag. Chinyu was speechless upon hearing this. What is fate? This is fate, my fate. Lin's eyes unintentionally showed a hint of bitterness as he coldly and sarcastically said, "When I desperately searched for this bag, I thought it was lost. But when I killed someone, lost my job, got injured, and fled here with my family shattered, it appeared on its own. What do you say? Is the heavens treating me well?" Hee. Chinyu looked at Lin and suddenly felt that although he still looked the same on the outside, he had undergone an indescribable change. I looked at the notebook. There's only one page with writing, a contact number. Lin turned to Chinyu and said, "But I can't make calls here. Since you're here, it's perfect. Let us find my brother's friend and connect with the supply channels no matter what." "What do you mean?" Chinyu asked tentatively. "I used to look down on my brother, thinking he lacked responsibility and only lived for himself." Lin said with a smile on his face, speaking clearly, "But now, I want to walk the same path as him. I will do the work he used to do." Chapter 54, A Ray of Hope in Desperation After Dark. Chinyu and the old cat accompanied Lin's family for dinner, continuously comforting Chi's mother during the meal, claiming that once the storm passed, they would find a way to get Lin back to the 9th District as a police officer. The old lady still didn't know that Along was already dead, nor did she expect her son to become rich and powerful in the future. She only hoped to return to the way things were before, with her children having jobs and something to eat, so that even if she suddenly closed her eyes one day, she would feel at peace. However, both Chinyu and the old cat knew that as long as the Yuan family was still standing and Lin's status hadn't changed, wanting to return to the 9th District to continue as a police officer was nothing but a pipe dream. After dinner, the three brothers went to Lin's room. The old cat reached out and closed the door tightly, pulling out an old phone from his pocket. This phone was a virtual card, and the operator was a small company from Phone Bay. The old cat handed the phone to Lin and said, "Use this to contact your brother's friend." "Okay." Lin took the phone, looked down at the contact information in his notebook, and decisively dialed the number. A few seconds later, Lin shook his head. "Can't get through. It says the phone is off." Chinyu pondered for a moment, his expression not looking good as he analyzed. "It's possible that your brother's friend heard about the situation in Songjiang and knows something happened to your brother, so this number is no longer usable. Damn it. If that's the case, aren't we done for?" The old cat cursed, feeling anxious. "Lin, send a text to this number." Chinyu took out an e-cigarette and instructed, "Be straightforward and tell him that Along is gone, but you are his younger brother and you can't stay in the 9th District anymore, which is why you're contacting him. Will that make him panic?" Lin frowned and asked. "Lying won't help." Chinyu insisted. "Such a big commotion in Songjiang. Your brother's friend must have heard about it, so being honest will seem more sincere." "All right." Lin stopped arguing, lowered his head to edit a text message, and sent it to the other party's number. Chinyu took a puff from the e-cigarette and sighed. "The rest depends on luck. If your brother's friend is already on high alert and changed his number, then we have basically no chance of finding him. But if he is still in a wait-and-see phase, he should call us back." The old cat clasped his hands together, sighing as he muttered, "I pray to the Buddha that if we can successfully get a call from Along's friend, I would be willing to let Yuan-ku die first." 2 full days passed, and the three brothers still hadn't received a response from Along's friend, and everyone felt completely uncertain. Inside the house, the usually carefree old cat now wore a worried expression, walking back and forth with his hand behind his back, saying, "I think this is hopeless." If he was still using this phone, he would have reacted to the message by now. Yeah, Chi Lin sat on the bed, frowning in agreement. He hasn't responded, so it's likely that the number is no longer in use. Chi Yu fell silent. If that's the case, then we're in serious trouble. The old cat sighed and cursed. This might mean I can't go back to Songjiang either. You're still fine. At least you have Old Li protecting you. Yuan Ku and the others won't move against you for a while. Qin Yu looked up and replied, "But I'm completely done for. If the drug line is cut off, at most I have 2 or 3 months, they will definitely come after me." The three of them fell into a tense silence. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the words fell, the phone suddenly rang. The three of them perked up, and Qin Yu immediately asked the old cat, "Is it yours?" The old cat was stunned for half a second, then looked down and took out his phone from his right pocket, his face filled with joy as he replied, "Yes. It's a new number. Damn it. Hurry and let Chi Lin answer it." Qin Yu urged excitedly. Chi Lin also showed a joyful expression, reaching out to take the phone and exclaiming, "I told you, the heavens have put me through enough suffering. They have to leave a ray of hope." Saying that, Chi Lin pressed the answer button. "Hello." A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. Chi Lin switched to speaker mode, Along's friend. The other party remained silent. "Don't think too much. I'm Along's brother." Chi Lin, afraid the other party would hang up, quickly added, "I've only used this number once and haven't contacted anyone else, so I know who you are. How can I prove you're Along's brother?" The other party finally spoke again. "My name is Chi Lin. I have an old mother and a younger sister home. My brother Along left home 2 years ago and hasn't contacted us in between." Chi Lin detailed his brother's situation. He has a scar on his right shoulder blade and has the habit of resting one foot on the chair while eating. After listening, the other party fell silent for a moment before responding, "Along is dead. What do you want to contact me for?" Before he left, he gave me your contact information and told me to find you when I'm in a desperate situation. Chi Lin replied truthfully, "I'm in a desperate situation right now. Along is dead, and his brothers have been captured." The other party said cautiously, "I might also be on the line in Songjiang now. I really don't have the ability to help others. You better take care of yourself." Wait a second. Chi Lin saw the other party was about to hang up and immediately shouted, "I'm not looking for refuge. I want to talk business." "What business?" "About the business my brother was doing with you before." The other party was stunned for a moment before coldly laughing. Your brother mentioned you. In this line of work, your personality won't cut it." "Not necessarily." Chi Lin replied confidently. "Before I left Songjiang, I shot on Century Avenue, killed a tiger, took down Yuan Wei, and single-handedly rescued my sister. When my brother was alive, he couldn't necessarily do that either." After hearing this, the other party fell silent for a long time before asking, "In this line of drug dealing, courage is the minimum requirement, but to get started, you need connections. Is Ma's connection okay?" Chi Lin quickly countered, "I can still use his line." "Have you reached an agreement?" "Yes, I can contact Omar right now." Just reaching an agreement with the Ma family isn't enough. The other party shook his head. "The police commissioner's own nephew is here with me." Chi Lin at that moment displayed the keen observational skills he had honed within the police commission, framing his words very well. Adding them in, "Is that enough weight?" The other party carefully considered and replied ambiguously, "Wait for my message." "Okay." After saying that, the two ended the call. In the south, within the planned area of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th district of the Asia map, a middle-aged man with a crew cut dialed a number on his phone. After several dozen seconds, "Hello, boss. Qilong's younger brother has contacted me," the middle-aged man said in a steady voice. Chapter 55. Appointment in Jiangzhou. The boss on the other end of the phone was slightly taken aback. "Why did he suddenly contact you?" "He said he wanted to re-establish the drug line and wanted to purchase from us." The middle-aged man replied briskly, "I tested him, and he said he had already talked to the Ma family, and that Old Li from the Blackstreet Police was backing him. It seems that now it just depends on us giving the nod." "Brother Kong, do you know about Chi Long's family situation?" the boss suddenly asked. "I know a bit, because Along has told me some things about his family." Brother Kong nodded. "When I talked to that kid just now, the information he provided matched what I knew pretty well. Some data can be verified, but some life details can only be clarified by those who have spent a long time together. So, I personally judge that the kid is not lying. He should be Chi Long's real brother." The boss fell silent. "Do you think I should meet him?" Brother Kong asked tentatively after a while. The market in Songjiang has been wiped out, and we've lost an important shipping channel. In less than 2 months. I have quite a bit of stock piling up, so I think it would be good to make contact with him. If he really has the ability to get things done, wouldn't that save us from having to re-establish our presence in Songjiang later? It's a bit risky. The boss shook his head slightly. What if Qi Long's brother has already been controlled by the Yuan family? If he's trying to set you up, how would you respond? I'm not afraid of Yuan Hua from Songjiang, but I'm afraid of the pharmaceutical companies behind him. We've disrupted their markets everywhere by producing drugs privately. So the Yuan family and those pharmaceutical companies, along with a lot of people who have taken money from them, would love to find us and get rid of us as soon as possible. That shouldn't be the case, right? Brother Kong frowned tightly. I've had someone look into the situation in Songjiang. This Qi Long's brother, Qi Lin, killed Yuan Hua's uncle and a high-ranking official below him, which forced him to flee from District 9. Such a grudge isn't easily resolved, right? Does this Qi Lin have any family left? The boss asked. Yes, he has an old mother and a younger sister. What if these two are controlled by Yuan Hua first? Could Qi Lin cooperate with them? The boss asked again. Brother Kong was left speechless. We don't really understand the specific situation in Songjiang. If Qi Lin is under control now, the moment you show up, you'll definitely be targeted. They don't even need to act immediately. Just by following your lead, they can find us. The boss spoke very cautiously. If we get exposed, given our current situation, facing the siege from several pharmaceutical companies and political connections, we would definitely be doomed. Hearing this, Brother Kong felt a bit hesitant. As long as we can keep producing drugs, there will be no shortage of market in this era. And right now, compared to a few officially recognized pharmaceutical companies, we still seem very weak. So we need to be extra cautious, prioritize survival, and then seek development. The boss advised quietly. I don't recommend taking the risk of contacting Qi Lin. It's best to stay hidden and temporarily give up on the Songjiang line. At this moment, Brother Kong had 2 thoughts. First, his relationship with Qi Long was very strong. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't have given his contact information to his brother when he sensed he might be in trouble, so Brother Kong wanted to help Qi Lin. Second, Brother Kong played the role of managing regional markets in this private drug production team. The Songjiang market had always been his bread and butter. If it were to be cut off in the future, he would not only lose a significant economic benefit, but also face a decline in his position within the team. After careful consideration, Brother Kong gritted his teeth and insisted. I believe Qi Lin won't have any problems because I heard that Old Lee from the Black Street indeed had a conflict with Yuan Ku. Moreover, it took us a lot of effort to establish the Songjiang line initially. I really don't want to give it up just like that. So, what do you mean? I want to reach out to Qi Lin, Brother Kong said through gritted teeth. But rest assured, if the other party has any ill intentions, that's where it will end for me. I will definitely not implicate the company. The boss was silent for a moment before responding softly. All right, if that's the case, then you proceed according to my method. You should. Half an hour later, Qi Lin answered the ringing phone. Hello? We can meet. Brother Kong got straight to the point. 3 days later, I will wait for you at the Jian living area in the planned area of Jiangzhou. There's a place called the Beijing Hen Palace, an entertainment venue. You must be there by 8 in the evening. Qi Lin was taken aback. Jiangzhou? It's a bit far from here. I'm afraid I won't make it in 3 days. If you don't delay on the road, you'll definitely have enough time. Brother Kong replied decisively. I will wait for you for 3 days. All right, I got it. Just like that. After Brother Kong dropped that sentence, he hung up the phone briskly. Inside, Qingyu looked at Qi Lin and asked urgently. So what did he say? He agreed to meet, but in Jiangzhou, and he asked us to arrive within 3 days. Qi Lin replied with a frown. The time is a bit tight. Old Cat scolded. Jiangzhou is quite far from here, and we haven't met this person before. If we go based solely on a phone number, what if they have bad intentions? It could be tough to come back safely. Qi Lin held the phone, turned to the two, and said, no matter if the other side is throwing a banquet or laying a trap, I'm definitely going. Otherwise, I will never have a chance to turn my life around. Qingyu turned to Old Cat. Rich and noble. You have someone above you. You can skip this. Nonsense. The drug line business concerns Old Lee's life and death. If you two are fighting, how can I not fight? Old Cat replied without hesitation. For the first time, I feel that the name my mom gave me is auspicious. Time waits for no one. Since we've all decided to go, Let us not hesitate any longer. Qin nodded and instructed, arrange for my mom and little sister, and we'll set off tonight. Done. Qi Lin nodded. That night, Qin Yu called his friend John and arranged for his little sister and mother to stay temporarily at another place for a few days, paying real money for their meals. After settling that, the three of them spent a high price to buy 4 large barrels of gasoline from a gas dealer before driving toward the planned area of Jiangzhou. This time on the road, none of the three had the chance to retreat. Each of their lives and fortunes depended on whether they could connect with the drug supplier. In an era of chaos, with District 9 divided and a surge of outlaws, 3 brothers huddled together in a desperate situation began their journey in earnest from that day. Chapter 56. 3 days of rapid travel to Jian Shi Lin's residence was about 1,800 kilometers from Jiangzhou. In the past, this journey would take about 20 hours by car. However, the current environment is harsh, and the areas affected by disasters have become unrecognizable. After leaving the north, Qi Lin unexpectedly encountered an endless expanse of Gobi Desert in the Central Plains, along with the dry riverbed of what used to be a great river that once nurtured countless people. The current living environment in Asia can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The third category is no man's land, where the level of disaster is extremely severe. Some areas have dried up soil with cracks, and there are no water sources for hundreds of miles. Others are cold year-round, with land frozen for thousands of miles. And some have completely turned into vast oceans. Before the disasters, the government had employed a large number of technological projects to resist the calamities, but most ultimately failed in the face of nature. Moreover, these projects, having been destroyed by severe disasters, left many hidden ailments, such as nuclear waste and radioactive sources containing a large amount of chemical engineering. Nowadays, these areas have become places no one dares to tread. Perhaps it will take several decades for them to gradually recover. The second category is the planning areas, where the environment is harsh, but the common people can still adapt. However, due to limited geographical conditions and the current scarcity of resources in the 9 major regions, they cannot yet become officially recognized living areas under the protection of the United Government, where social environments are stable and living conditions are relatively comfortable. The first category consists of officially established living areas by the United Government, divided into 4 regions in Asia, 4 regions in the Euro-African Alliance, plus a specially established 9th Special District. Our Chinese compatriots have 2 major urban areas, the 7th and 8th districts, holding absolute power in the United Government. When disaster truly struck, the world finally witnessed the strength of one. For billion people, their roar and miracles. The Jiangzhou planning area, near the 7th district, has a relatively better geographical environment compared to the north, with many thriving urban areas. For instance, the Jian living area mentioned by Brother Kong, and the entire Jiangzhou is also referred to as Quasi-District 10. 2 years ago, the United Government seriously considered building a new city here, but due to limited resources and the difficulty of managing a large population, as well as the complex and varied local forces, the plan ultimately came to nothing. After nearly 3 days of rapid travel, Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and Lao Mao finally arrived at Jian. Because they were traveling across regions, they faced numerous hardships and difficulties along the way. Later, Lao Mao admitted that if it weren't for Qin Yu being in the car and his rich life experience here, both he and Qi Lin would likely have faltered midway, as some problems cannot simply be solved with determination. Despite the rough journey, they finally reached their destination. After entering Jian, the 3 had a quick hot meal and took a short rest for a few hours before hurrying to the Buckingham Palace Entertainment Center as soon as night fell. Entertainment venues in this era no longer resemble the clubs, nightclubs, and KTVs of the past in terms of scale, quality, and luxury. When people can't even fill their stomachs, there's truly no time for the song and dance, the intoxication of wealth. Buckingham Palace has only 3 floors, with over 20 private rooms, a dozen guest rooms, and a relaxation area similar to a lounge. Currently, very few people come here purely for leisure. Most are there for business banquets and serious discussions. Due to the scarcity of resources, the consumption level is naturally very high. Following Brother Kang's instructions, Qi Lin booked a private room on the 2nd floor. and a service attendant brought in a dozen attractive young women. Is this all the drinks? The service attendant politely asked. Yes, Chi Lin nodded. Then you three can choose some girls, the service attendant grinned. We have all types here, and they're skilled in singing, playing instruments, and dancing. Chin Yu and the others had come here to discuss serious matters, so their minds were not on such recreational activities, and they politely declined. Let's wait a bit. The main guests haven't arrived yet. Just as the attendant was about to respond, a girl standing on the far left suddenly stepped forward with a beaming smile and said, Bro, just pick 3, okay? We have tasks to complete, and if we don't get to sit with customers all day, not only do we not earn money, but we also get deducted. Lao Mao, a bit flirtatious, looked at the girl and carefully scrutinized her. Seeing her bright eyes and beautiful teeth, along with her alluring figure and natural charm, he grinned and retorted, With your looks, how could you not have business? Upon hearing Lao Mao's response, the girl immediately approached and said, We have all kinds of skin tones and types of women here. The competition is fierce. If I don't work hard, I won't earn any money. Lao Mao glanced at Chin Yu and whispered in his ear, In a place like this, it's not good to stand out too much. How about we let a few sit down, and when the main guests arrive, we can send them away. After all, you'll definitely need to entertain them. After considering Lao Mao's suggestion, Chin Yu nodded, Then let's keep 3. What are your names, little sisters? Lao Mao turned to the girl and asked. Coco, she replied. All right, let 2 of your friends sit down, Lao Mao casually responded. Coco was momentarily taken aback. What? No friends here? Lao Mao teased. Actually, I do. Coco quickly regained her composure and pointed at 2 girls on her left, saying, You 2 come sit down. With that, the 2 girls walked over and sat beside Chi Lin and Chin Yu. The service attendant bowed politely and said, Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. After some pleasantries, the rest of the staff left. Lao Mao, feeling bored, looked down at Coco's long legs and couldn't help but touch them, saying, Girl, you're quite flexible. Bro, you're really flirtatious, Coco replied. Not flirtatious, just a bit charming, Lao Mao retorted. Chi Lin, sitting beside them and hearing this, felt a headache coming on and leaned closer to Chin Yu, thinking he really has a big heart. Coco crossed her legs and inadvertently removed Lao Mao's hand from her thigh, commenting, Your hands are quite nice. Downstairs, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut walked alone into the lobby. The service attendant immediately approached. Sir, are you alone or with friends? Do you have a reservation? My surname is Kong. I booked a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting. The buzz-cut man glanced around and said, Okay, please follow me, the service attendant responded, stepping aside to lead the way with a smile. Chapter 57. The long coat and the ponytail Kongu entered the 3-layer suite under the arrangement of his little brothers. After glancing around, he bent down to sit on the bed and took out his phone to send a text message. Boss, I have arrived and am ready to make contact with them. Okay, the other party quickly replied. Only after receiving permission did Kongu dial Chi Lin's number on his phone. Hello? Hello, Kongu, Chi Lin said, having learned the other party's name after several contacts. We have arrived at Buckingham Palace. Where are you? Kongu asked. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Chi Lin replied truthfully. Kongu licked his lips and, sitting in the dark room, paused for a moment before responding, Come to Suite 09 on the 3rd floor. Okay, After the 2 finished communicating, Kongu walked to the door of the room and peered through the peephole at Suite 09 diagonally across. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, Chi Lin put away his phone and immediately turned to Chin Yu and Old Cat, saying, The person has arrived. They are on the 3rd floor. Didn't we agree to meet in this private room? Why did he suddenly go to the 3rd floor? Old Cat frowned and replied, Is this old guy up to something? Before he could finish his sentence, Chin Yu immediately reached out and pinched Old Cat's wrist, looking up at the 3 girls and saying, You all go out first. Old Cat fell silent. Kiki hesitated for a moment and quickly said to the other 2 girls, Let's go out first and let the boss talk business. After Kiki and the others left, Chin Yu, sitting on the sofa, turned serious and said, We rushed in here without a plan, and no one knows what kind of people they are. We should be cautious. It's better to guard against the cunning than the honorable. Hearing this, the 2 pulled out the handguns they had purchased along with their off-road vehicles from the military, checked them, and then picked up their personal bags to distribute spare magazines. Creak! The private room door was suddenly pushed open, and Kiki blinked at the three men fiddling with their firearms, frozen in place. Chinyu turned to look at the door, his eyes cold as he questioned Kiki. Who the hell let you in? I left my handbag on the sofa, brothers. You all go ahead, I'll come back for it later. Kiki quickly pushed the door closed. Old Cat glanced at the sofa, saw Kiki's bag was indeed there, and then turned back to say, hurry up. After the three were prepared, they quickly left the private room and headed for the third floor. Upstairs, Kong Ji's phone rang. He glanced at the number, reached out to answer, and just then heard hurried footsteps outside the door. In the corridor, a young man wearing a long sheepskin coat, military green tapered marten pants, dirty leather boots, and a wide leather belt, with his hands tucked into the sleeves and a ponytail at the back of his head, was slowly walking toward Suite 09 with four companions. The man in the sheepskin coat had a long face covered with thick stubble, sharp eyes, and a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. He first glanced back at the corridor behind him and then said, the person is right here, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, his companions on both sides quickened their pace. Suddenly, a shout came from the direction of the second-floor stair platform. Brown, I have given you all my capital, and now you treat me like this, what do you mean? Dear Wu, don't act like a gambler, okay? I'm not God. I can't guarantee everyone makes money. Bullshit, you set me up. Hearing the shouting from the second-floor platform, the man on the left side of the corridor immediately asked the man in the sheepskin coat, are we still doing it? Don't worry about it. You do your thing. The man in the coat replied, still with his hands tucked in his sleeves. After that, the two quickened their pace. On the second-floor platform, three middle-aged men were surrounding three white men, yelling and cursing, reeking of alcohol. Since the stairs leading to the third floor were not spacious, the commotion blocked Chinyu and the others from going up. Seeing that the other party was drunk and chattering endlessly, Chinyu reached out and pushed one of the white men, saying, let me through. You fucking know how expensive my suit is? Get lost. The arrogant white man retorted. Old Cat stepped forward, pulling out his gun, and with his left hand, he slapped the man's face. You're eating in our territory and don't know what it means to be low-key? Get out of the way. The white man was stunned when he saw Old Cat's gun. Chinyu pushed through the crowd and led Old Cat and Chi Lin up the stairs. In less than 10 seconds, the three arrived on the third-floor corridor. Just as they turned to look for Suite 09, according to the sign, they suddenly heard a loud bang from the left side, followed by a gunshot that echoed throughout Buckingham Palace. What is happening? Chi Lin instinctively reached for his waist. Chinyu reacted quickly, glanced at the sign, and realized that the gunfire came from the direction of Suite 09. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor, Conga looked panicked at the man in the coat. You bastards. The man in the sheepskin coat pulled out his right hand from his sleeve, smiling as he patted Kong Ji's cheek. Are you excited to see me? You. Don't shout. If you shout, I'll kill you. The man in the coat smiled and scolded Kongu, then waved his hand. Let us go. Gunshots. One of the companions pointed at Kongu and reminded the man in the coat, this place has a certain relationship with his boss. The man in the coat, brushing his ponytail, calmly said, it's too troublesome to go out the front door. Let's jump out the window. Hearing this, everyone quickly walked toward the window. In the corridor, after hesitating for a moment, Chinyu suddenly sprinted forward. After turning two corners, he just happened to see Kongu being dragged to the window. Old Cat, standing slightly behind, looked up at the scene on the windowsill and quickly shouted, Kongu. After shouting, Old Cat pulled Chinyu and hid around the corner of the corridor. At the window, upon hearing the shout, Kongu struggled to look back. Seeing the corridor was empty, he also shouted for help. Save me. Bang! Just as the words left his mouth, the man in the coat pulled Kongu and jumped down. At the corridor corner, Old Cat came to his senses and looked at Chinyu, saying it's over. This guy's in trouble. Downstairs, urgent and dense footsteps sounded deafeningly. Damn it! Chinyu cursed, scratching his head. What kind of situation is this? Why does everything we do run into trouble? We have to save old Kong, otherwise we came for nothing. Chi Lin shouted, his eyes red as he chased after the window. Chapter 58, The Kidnapped Intermediary, Bonus 1. Chinyu, Old Cat, and Chi Lin ran from the corridor to the window, looking down to see a landing on the second floor, where the ponytail man and his group had jumped down to the landing and then descended the stairs beside it. Chinyu stood at the window, looking up and forward, and saw the ponytail man and his group had taken Brother Kong hostage and rushed across the street. quickly heading into an alley. Brother Kong had just asked us to save him, which means he knows his situation is very dangerous. Qi Lin urged the two with an anxious tone. We must save him, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Qin Yu understood Qi Lin's meaning, and at this moment, there was no time for hesitation. He turned to Old Cat and said, You go drive, and Qi Lin and I will follow to see what's going on. You two be careful. Old Cat reminded them. Grab the car and call. Qin Yu tossed out a line, stepped up onto the windowsill, and called out to Qi Lin. Let's go. After saying that, the two jumped down from the windowsill one after the other, while Old Cat turned and quickly walked toward the stairs leading down to the second floor. After turning 2 corners, just as Old Cat was about to go downstairs, he heard hurried footsteps from below and soon saw 7 or 8 younger brothers dressed in Buckingham Palace work uniforms rushing up with weapons in hand. The two sides exchanged glances, and Old Cat reacted quickly, looking panicked as he pointed down the corridor and shouted, Damn, you guys are here. Someone just fired a gun and kidnapped a person who jumped out the window. How many of them? The leading younger brother frowned and asked. I didn't see clearly. Maybe 4 or 5. Old Cat replied as he moved aside. Seeing that Old Cat was alone and unarmed, they didn't think too much and stepped forward, rushing toward the window with their weapons. Old Cat wiped the sweat from his forehead, running quickly down the stairs while cursing. Damn. This little life suddenly became exciting without us realizing it. At the back of Buckingham Palace, after Qin Yu rushed down the steps from the landing. He was about to cross the street when Qi Lin suddenly pulled him. It seems they haven't noticed anyone following them yet. Let's not rush in too aggressively. Let's stick close and then act. Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment at Qi Lin's words, then turned to respond. I understand. After a brief exchange, the two quickly crossed the street and entered the alley. The power supply system in the planned area was already terrible, and most residential areas were pitch black after 10 at night, not to mention these unmanaged alleys. Therefore, Qin Yu and Qi Lin walked slowly in the alley. Although they could only see the figures in the distance, it was also difficult for the other side to spot them. The two maintained a safe distance and followed without incident. The alley was somewhat long and narrow. Holding their guns, Qin Yu and Qi Lin followed for about 200 meters and turned 2 corners before reaching the end. At the street corner of the alley, a dilapidated off-road pickup truck idled, and the ponytail man, with a gun to Brother Kang's head, had just reached the side of the car. A young man in a black leather jacket approached from the left and began to speak to him in a low voice. Because the two sides were at a distance, Qin Yu and Qi Lin couldn't hear what the young man in the leather jacket said to the ponytail man, but they could sense that this group might be planning to leave. Rushing to grab him, Qi Lin frowned and asked in a low voice. Qin Yu could see the ponytail man and his group clearly in the car's headlights, so he shook his head and replied, I don't think these guys are good news. Big leather jackets, Martin boots, they seem like they've been in the wilderness. Moreover, we only have these 2 small guns. If we encounter them up close, we don't know what they might pull out from their pockets. Qi Lin pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. If this doesn't work out, you can still go back to the planned area, and Old Cat has Li Si backing him up, so he will never have to worry about survival. But what do I have? I made it this far thanks to you two looking out for me. The drug line is my only chance to turn things around. I have to risk it all. Qin Yu was taken aback. Even if he could pull out a mortar from his pocket today, I would still compare notes with them. Qi Lin made up his mind, gun in hand, and moved forward. I'll fire first. By the roadside, the ponytail man pulled out a wad of cash from his coat and threw it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, Thanks for this. See you next time. No problem, Brother Xiong. If you need anything, just call me. There are too many people here. I'm leaving now. The young man in the black leather jacket nodded and bowed. In the alley, Qin Yu and Qi Lin moved in tandem, one on the left and one on the right, their eyes fixed on the ponytail man, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. 15 meters. 10 meters. As the distance closed, Qin Yu looked at Qi Lin and whispered, We can't just force it. I'll take out the 2 guys next to him, and you grab the leader. Understood. Qi Lin crouched down, preparing to sprint. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a sudden phone ring sounded. By the roadside, the ponytail man suddenly turned around. 2 minutes earlier, Old Cat dashed out from the chaotic Buckingham Palace, quickly crossed the street, and jumped into the car. Virum. After starting the engine, Old Cat reached for the gear shift, heading towards the back of the entertainment city. Thud thud. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and a stunningly beautiful girl floated over from behind the car, pulling open the passenger door. Old Cat turned his head at the sound, instantly frozen in place. The girl smiled as she got in, a waft of fragrance filling the passenger's seat, casually closing the door and saying, "Little brother, I'm going with you tonight." Coco? Old Cat recalled the name of the beautiful woman who had just accompanied him in the private room while drinking. "Oh, you still remember my name?" Coco replied with a smile. Old Cat didn't have time to chat and frowned, urging, "Hurry and get out of the car. I don't have time tonight." "What are you in such a hurry for?" Coco asked, getting closer to Old Cat. "I said get out of the car." Old Cat shouted anxiously, "Get out now. I have something to do." "So you got what you wanted and want to run away, huh?" Coco stared at Old Cat and asked. Old Cat was taken aback. "What do you mean? Have your two friends bring Brother Kong back to me." Coco's smile had vanished. Old Cat was stunned for 2 seconds before immediately reaching for his waist. Next to the car, 3 men in suits quietly surrounded him from behind, not making any moves, nor pulling out weapons, just standing expressionlessly beside the driver's window, coldly watching Old Cat. "Don't move, or things will get messy, huh?" Coco pointed a delicate finger at Old Cat's chest. "Call your friend." "Who exactly are you?" Old Cat asked in shock. Coco blinked her bright eyes, reached into Old Cat's pocket, pulled out his phone, and said, "I'm the boss." Old Cat was dumbfounded. Holding the phone, Coco clearly ordered, "If you don't want to die in Jiangzhou, unlock it and call your friend immediately." Chapter 59. The Black Pot That Fell from the Sky. Extra Update 2. On the street. Brother Xiao, with a ponytail, turned around to look at the alley after hearing the phone ring and raised 2 fingers. Next to him, 2 young men shoved Brother Kong into a car, while 2 others pulled out shotguns from their jackets and racked the bolts with a loud click. A man in a black leather jacket looked nervously at Brother Xiao and said, "No one saw me, right? That would be troublesome. If someone did, just take him out." Brother Xiao responded and waved his hand at the 2 with guns. The 2 armed men received the signal and immediately spread out, holding their shotguns as they approached the alley. Brother Xiao followed behind, walking calmly. In a quiet alley, the dull sound of footsteps echoed as the 2 armed youths advanced about 10 meters, then turned to the left and noticed that a wooden door behind a building was ajar, with a bit of light spilling out. Brother Xiao licked his lips and stepped forward, first signaling his companions to stay put, then glanced inside the door before suddenly pulling the door handle. The door opened, and a strong smell of cooking oil wafted out. Brother Xiao, expressionless, glanced inside, only to see a Western chef frying something. Hearing the noise, the chef turned around, his chubby cheeks smiling. The main entrance is in front. Brother Xiao glanced at the chef, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Wrong place. The chef turned back and continued frying. Brother Xiao took one last look inside, saw nothing unusual, then closed the door and left with his 2 brothers. Just as they left, the storage room door in the kitchen swung open, and Shi Lin pointed a gun at another chef, threatening him with a fierce look. "Do your job, or you'll die by your own hands." "Understood, understood." The chef by the stove nodded repeatedly. At the front door, Qin Yu walked quickly with his head down, saying, "These guys have an insider. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so efficient." The one in the black jacket. Shi Lin's head turned quickly. "The people in the restaurant?" "Definitely." Qin Yu nodded. "He just took the money." "What do you mean?" "I'll call Old Cat and have him drive over first." Hearing this, Qin Yu took out his phone and dialed Old Cat's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Qin Yu immediately cursed. "Tiger, is that you? You know we're working, and you still call randomly, almost getting us killed. You know? Why are you so angry? Your friend can't take calls right now." Coco's voice came through. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" "I'm Brother Kang's boss." Coco replied succinctly. "We just met in the private room." Qin Yu had a good memory. Upon hearing her voice, he recalled briefly and asked, "You're the one who came back for the bag?" "Yes." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu was somewhat confused. "Along is gone. We were going to give up on the Songjiang lead, but Brother Kong insisted on helping you, and you ended up breaking the rules." Coco frowned slightly. "Bring the person back. I want a leg from your friend, and we'll consider the matter settled." Qin Yu was taken aback and immediately emphasized, "You're putting a huge blame on us. Whether it's your fault, you know in your heart." Coco replied coldly, "Bullshit. Brother Kong isn't in our hands. He was taken by someone else." Qin Yu explained, his eyes wide. "We haven't even had a chance to see him. Brother Kong was supposed to meet you tonight, The time and place to meet, besides me. Only you know, Coco responded icily. As soon as you took the guns upstairs, he got into trouble. If you tell me it wasn't you, who would believe that? Chin Yu found himself at a loss for words, his frustration almost boiling over. I don't care if you're from the Yuan family or some drug company lackeys. If anything happens to Brother Kong, I guarantee you won't even know where this kid is buried tomorrow. It really wasn't us. Chin Yu almost shouted back. We came here to connect with the supply chain. Coco lightly tapped her fingers on her leg with her left hand, holding the phone with her right, pondering for a moment before responding. I don't have a basis for trust with you. It's hard for me to believe what you say. How about this? If you say this has nothing to do with you, then come find me and we can talk face to face. Do you think I'm a fool? You don't trust me now, so if I go meet you, you'll believe me? Chin Yu frowned and replied. If we get caught by you, what happens to our heads? You won't return the person and don't dare to meet. Do you think I'm just a drink-serving girl? Coco said with a cold laugh. Then there's nothing to discuss. Tomorrow I'll tell you where to send paper offerings for your friend. Wait. Chin Yu's forehead was sweating. Give me some time. I can prove we didn't do this. Coco paused, carefully considering for a moment, then looked at her watch. Before dawn, if you haven't called, we won't need to contact each other. After saying that, Chin Yu heard the busy tone as the call ended. What happened? Chi Lin asked urgently as he saw Chin Yu take the phone away from his ear. Damn it. Chin Yu cursed, looking dejected. The woman who was with Old Cat tonight is Brother Kang's boss. She suspects we set him up, so she took Old Cat. Damn. Chi Lin kicked over a trash can on the roadside. Why is everything going wrong? Not a single thing is going smoothly. On the street, Coco sat in the car with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her right hand, seemingly lost in thought. Boss, anyone who can come to our territory to grab Brother Kong is definitely a reckless person. The driver, with a stern face, said, since they've already succeeded, they probably won't care about their accomplices anymore, so Brother Kong is in danger. This matter has a different flavor to it. Coco frowned slightly and shook her head. Find out if Brother Kong has offended anyone recently. What do you mean? The driver looked puzzled. Less questioning, more action, Coco said expressionlessly as she looked at the driver. Understood. I'll make the call right away. The driver nodded repeatedly. Chapter 60. Before dawn, additional Chapter 3. On the street diagonally opposite Buckingham Palace's main entrance, Chin Yu watched as a large number of customers left due to the gunshots. He quickly said to Chi Lin, I'm going in for a bit. You wait at the door. One piece. No need. Chin Yu took off his coat and prepared to wear it inside out. It's a mess in there right now. Even if we run into him, we can't act. I'll go in and ask around. I'll be right back. Then I'll wait nearby. If anything goes wrong, you shoot immediately and I'll back you up. Okay. After Chin Yu put on the clothes inside out, he glanced around and stepped out to cross the street. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached, and someone nearby was on the phone saying, something happened at the store. I'm going back to check it out. I'll be home soon. Don't worry yet. I'm taking tomorrow off. Haha, no worries. Just had great luck today. The boss gave me some bonuses. Later I'll take you to... Hearing this, Chin Yu turned his head, his eyes instantly locking onto the man on the street who was talking on the phone. He was wearing a thick down jacket and had a short hairstyle that looked unfamiliar at first glance. However, Chin Yu could still tell from his pants build and body language that this was the same guy in the black jacket who had just spoken to the man with the ponytail. Chi Lin, being a former police officer, had a decent memory and investigative skills, so he recognized the person as well. Chin Yu paused, turned around, and said to Chi Lin, this saves us some trouble. No need to go in. I'll go. Chi Lin responded and quickly stepped forward. After the man in the black jacket hung up the phone, he prepared to cross the street and head towards the store's entrance. Hey, buddy. Chi Lin caught up and tapped the man's shoulder from behind. The man turned around and asked rudely, who are you? Chi Lin raised his hand and pressed his gun against the man's waist, responding expressionlessly. Watch your mouth and talk to me cautiously. The man froze. A few minutes later, in a dimly lit street filled with a stench, the man in the black jacket was on the ground, his face covered in blood, holding his head and shouting, stop hitting me. Big brother, please stop. Chin Yu rolled up his sleeves and shouted, where is he? Who are you talking about? Big brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Chi Lin kicked the man's head, asking, where's Brother Kong? I don't know him. The young man tucked his arms around his head, still trying to argue. Chin Yu grabbed the man's collar gritting his teeth and cursing at the alley entrance next to the car. Did you get paid? Damn it. Do you dare to lie? Do you believe I'll shove a whole nest of rats down your throat? Upon hearing this, the young man blurted out, Is it you guys who called in the alley? Now you understand. Chinyu hammered his fist onto the man's head, demanding, Where is he? Where's Brother Kong? Brother. I'm just a messenger. Bang. Chinyu completely lost his patience, pushed the young man away, and kicked down with his right leg, aiming at the left knee of the man's leg, striking down like lightning. Crack. The sound of bones dislocating echoed immediately. The man's agonizing screams filled the alley as he knelt on the ground, holding his knee and shouting, Stop, I'll talk. The one who kidnapped is Brother Xiao. He came from the wasteland. He works for the Li family in Jiangzhou. I don't know why they want to mess with Brother Kong, but he might be taken to Jianbei now. Speak accurately. Qi Lin shouted with his hands on his hips. Yes, Brother Kong was indeed taken to Jianbei. I'm sure I heard them talking. The young man no longer dared to argue, his head hitting the ground, his tone now laced with a sob. In a warehouse on Zhongxing Street in Jian, Old Cat sat on a chair with his pants barely on, grinning at Coco and saying, Sister, it's really a misunderstanding. We came to do business, not for kidnapping. To be honest, I'm a cop. A decent person, how could I possibly do something like that? Are you decent? Coco took off the hair tie from her wrist, letting her hair flow freely. You weren't like this in the booth. I was a bit lewd back then, but I didn't see you as part of the service industry. Before he could finish, Coco pinched Old Cat's chin, looking down at him and saying, Don't try to sweet-talk me to buy time. I'm not. Tell me the truth. Are you here for Brother Kong? Really not. We're here to make friends. Old Cat stared back. My brother Qi Lin's real brother is in the hands of the Yuan family. Do you think we would intentionally set a trap for Brother Kong? There is no profit in that. Who cares who killed along? What matters is who can keep Qi Lin living better. Coco said coldly, and the Yuan family has the ability to make him live better. Old Cat fell silent upon hearing this. I'll wait until dawn. If your friend doesn't come back, then you and your foul mouth will be left in Jiangzhou. Coco released Old Cat's chin, turned, and shouted, Since they managed to take Brother Kong away so smoothly, it shows that Buckingham Palace might have their inside man. Find them and deal with them. Understood, boss. The driver nodded and left. After Coco finished speaking, she walked upstairs. Old Cat watched her back, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart. In this day and age, even a 5-foot-tall man struggles to survive. A weak woman can step up and become a boss, which says a lot. At least she won't be a character who is soft-hearted or hesitant. On the road, Chinyu pulled the young man and asked in a low voice, How far is Jianbei from here? About 10 kilometers. The young man, limping, nodded and replied. Qi Lin frowned and asked again, What are they planning to do with Brother Kong? I don't know. The young man shook his head. I don't pry into these things. Asking too much won't do me any good. Brother Kong is in danger. Chinyu said briefly. That guy with the little braid dared to let him take the money in front of Brother Kong, which shows they don't intend to let Brother Kong come back alive. Hearing this, Qi Lin's heart sank. 10 kilometers is too far, and we don't have a car. By the time we walk there, it'll be too late. Chinyu looked down at his watch and said, We need to think of a way to get there faster. Qi Lin scanned the sides of the street and, after pausing for a moment, suddenly walked up to a restaurant's entrance and shouted, Is the boss in? What's up? The boss asked from behind the counter. Is that motorcycle for sale? Are you crazy? It's not for sale. The boss replied, then sat back down. Chinyu walked in, took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, and asked, Is it for sale? The boss was taken aback and immediately propped his legs up, saying with a smile, If you add another 1,000, I'll sell it to you, haha. Bang! Chinyu slammed his gun on the table. The money's gone. Will this do for 1,000? The boss was so scared that he leaned back in his chair. A few minutes later, the cold wind howled as Qi Lin, Chinyu, and the young man sat on a small motorcycle, speeding toward Jianbei. Chapter 61, The Stylish Brother Xiao, Additional Update 4, in the late night. In a building by the roadside in Jinshanbai, Brother Xiao was sitting at the dining table, leisurely enjoying exquisite dishes and drinking strong white liquor. After about 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was pulled open from the outside, and a young man in his 20s entered the room, leading a middle-aged strong man. These two were core members of the Li family from Jiangzhou. The young man was named Li Tong, and his father was the second in command of the family. The middle-aged man following him was Dong Chung, Li Tong's uncle. The Li family originally started by trafficking permanent residency rights in Zone 7, and later established a trading company. However, they secretly dealt in scarce resources such as guns, food, cotton, and crude oil. Over the past 7 or 8 years, this family had grown like a snowball, achieving a substantial capital accumulation. But this had also caused suffering for the surrounding poor people, as prices were driven up, and someone had to bear the cost. The Li family's goal was clear. They aimed to make money off the poor. However, in recent years, the social environment in Zone 7 had gradually stabilized, and various policies benefiting the people had been issued. Additionally, the population growth in the area was not as fierce as in previous years, so resources like food and cotton were no longer in such urgent demand. Seeing the industry trend declining, the Li family quickly adjusted their direction and turned their attention to the pharmaceutical industry, which was also the source of their conflict with Brother Kong. After entering the room, Li Tong looked at Brother Xiao with enthusiasm and asked, "How is the food? Is it tasty? I eat everything the same. As long as it fills me up, it's fine." Brother Xiao only glanced at Li Tong without any intention of getting up to greet him. Brother Xiao was low-key in his speech. Li Tong grinned and sat down beside him, replying, "With someone like you, how can you not eat well wherever you go? Haha, you're overestimating me." Brother Xiao put down his chopsticks and picked up a cigarette box. Li Tong poured himself a glass of white liquor and, with a smile, leaned forward to ask, "To be honest, Brother Xiao, I really respect you. Why don't you stay? We can make money together and enjoy a good life." "Haha, thank you for your kindness." Brother Xiao lit a cigarette and looked at Li Tong, saying, "But my heart isn't here, so let's keep it straightforward." Dong Chung chimed in, "Think about it some more. Being out there in the wild isn't as comfortable as having a stable job in one place. If you stay, I'll personally tell your brother-in-law to give you at least 300,000 in dividends a year. It's not about the money. I want to go to Zone 9. Brother Xiao waved his hand. "That's too bad." Li Tong sighed, lifted his glass, and didn't persuade him further. "Brother Xiao, since you want to leave, I won't keep you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. You know what kind of person I am. We'll see each other when it's time to do business." "Sure." Brother Xiao crossed his legs, reached out to clink glasses with Li Tong, and drank it all in one go. "Uncle, give Brother Xiao his money," Li Tong called out after putting down his glass. Dong Qing nodded and walked into the inner room. In less than 3 minutes, he came out with 10 bundles of cash and placed them on the table. Brother Xiao was taken aback. "I thought it was 50,000? The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses." Li Tong replied with a smile. "Don't be polite, just take it. You're being too kind to me. It makes me a bit uneasy." Brother Xiao smiled, stood up, and checked the 5 bundles of cash in his hand, saying, "Haha, little brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but this 50,000 is what I should take. And the other 50,000 is a favor. Money is easy to spend, but favors are harder to repay. I'm used to being idle and am not accustomed to owing anyone. Oh, next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal." Li Tong was surprised. "Brother Xiao, you're being too formal. Everyone has their own personality." Brother Xiao tucked the money away and habitually put his hands in his sleeves. "That's it. I'll take my leave now. I'll see you off." "No need. I remember the stairs down, haha." Brother Xiao smiled and turned to leave gracefully. Li Tong and Dong Chung exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads helplessly. "Sigh, if this person stayed, he could accomplish great things," Li Tong sighed. "These wild guys are used to being free. They're not easy to recruit," Dong Chung gently consoled. "Moreover, they're used to doing things without rules. If they suddenly come here, it might cause trouble. All right, it's better that he leaves. Has anything come up regarding Kong?" Li Tong changed the topic. "His mouth is pretty tight. He wants to disclose who his supplier in Feng Bei is," Dong Chung replied with a smile. "But we're lucky. I found some information in his phone. We can send someone to Feng Bei to verify it, and then we can take action." "That son of a bitch stole our big order in Feng Bei," Li Tong said, crossing his arms, his expression darkening. "Since the information is out, you can handle the rest." "Got it." Dong Chung stood up. "You eat for a while. I'm going down to check now." "Okay," Li Tong nodded. About 7 or 8 minutes later, in the basement, Dong Chung led 2 henchmen and looked at Kong, covered in blood, scolding, "Look at you, such a cowardly appearance. I advised you to partner with us back then, but you refused. Now look where you are. You might lose your life." Kong, dazed, raised his head and cursed with a mouthful of blood. "I admit it. But you guys set me up in the future. You need to be careful of my boss. Boss? Who, that girl named Kiki? Dong Chung laughed, teasingly saying, haha, I'll remember that. I'll find an opportunity to defend myself against her in bed. Go to hell. Kong glared and cursed. Dong Chung tilted his head, laughing as he signaled. Get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men behind Dong Chung pulled out knives and stepped towards Kong. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rang. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and Dong Chung answered the phone. Hello? Is this Brother Chung? Hi. I'm Xiao Wan from the Platinum Han Palace. Which Xiao Wan? Have you forgotten me? I'm the one who delivered the message to Brother Xiao, which is why you caught Kong. The young man in a black jacket spoke urgently over the phone. I got it. Dong Chung signaled the two guys to hold off on Kong and stepped out of the room, asking, what is up? Why did you suddenly call me? After Kong got into trouble, the higher-ups got anxious. They seem to know it was you guys. That woman has some information from somewhere and has already sent people to Jian Shanbai, the young man in the black jacket quickly informed. They have quite a few people, and they're coming with the intention to fight. I suggest you guys better hide for a bit. Is the information reliable? Dong Chung asked. Reliable? Okay, I got it. Dong Chung nodded. Thank you, Xiaowen. You're welcome, Brother Chung. All right, that's it. After they finished speaking, the two hung up. In the vacant yard across the building, Qin Yu was anxiously watching the road opposite, licking his lips and saying, Get ready, we have to go all out this time. Qi Lin frowned and asked, Is this tactic useful? If they succeed, there is no need to fight desperately. Qin Yu replied firmly, They will definitely come out. Trust me. Chapter 62. Clash with the Li family of Jiangzhou. The reason the young man in the black jacket suddenly called Dong Chung was entirely due to Qin Yu's coercion. And the latter's action was also a desperate measure. Right now, the only person beside Qin Yu was Qi Lin, and neither of them had any idea about the opponent's rank, what kind of organization or gang they were dealing with, or the situation inside the building. The two brothers were completely in the dark. Rushing in recklessly would have too high a risk, even if they had to fight for their lives. They could not act without thinking. After all, they were not superheroes and only had one life. About 10 minutes after the call, people started coming out from the door across the street, with two drivers walking to the back of the courtyard to retrieve their cars. Qi Lin squinted and observed for a moment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he said, Looks like there are quite a few people. If we don't rescue Brother Kong, our trip to Jiangzhou will be in vain, and we won't even get Old Cat back. Qin Yu gritted his teeth in response. There is no turning back now. We have to take the gamble. Hearing this, Qi Lin looked at Qin Yu and resolutely declared, This time, either the three of us accomplish the task and go back, or we all die here. Whoever chickens out first is a son of a bitch. Let's do it. Qin Yu nodded and pulled out his gun. On the opposite side of the road, Li Tong stepped out, frowning as he asked Dong Chung, Is the information reliable? The one who made the call is the insider who relays messages to the drug lord, so it should be reliable. Dong Chung frowned and replied, They know we're the ones who took Kong. They must be furious. These guys are here for a fight. We've already completed our task. No need to go hard against them. Li Tong replied with his hands behind his back, Call the Garrison S security team. When they arrive, let the authorities deal with them. Sounds good. Dong Chung smiled as he took out his phone. On the side of the street, two cars had already stopped, and there were 6 people surrounding Li Tong and Dong Chung, one of whom had already jogged ahead to open the car door. In the courtyard across the street, after scanning the crowd, Qin Yu turned and said, Did you see? The young man in the middle and the one on the phone are the leaders. Yeah, Qi Lin nodded in response, but I don't see Brother Kong. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more people rushed out from the building, carrying a large black bag, and went to stuff it into the trunk of the car. Is there a person in the bag? Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he called, Get in the car. Hearing this, Qi Lin jumped onto the back of the motorcycle, his right arm holding the gun, hanging naturally. Let us go. Virum. The motorcycle roared to life, shooting out of the courtyard like an arrow, heading straight for the location of the 2 cars. On the roadside, some people in the crowd heard the sound of the motorcycle and turned to look back. But the bike was too fast, and the gunshots came even quicker. Bang! Bang! Qi Lin, sitting on the back, was the first to open fire, aiming directly at the crowd. Someone, Dong Chung shouted first, reaching out to pull Li Tong, who was already at the car. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as the motorcycle crashed heavily into Li Tong's waist, sending him flying forward and slamming into the car door with a thud. Qin Yu braked, his feet hitting the ground, and with one hand, he yanked Li Tong by the collar. Qi Lin jumped off the motorcycle, gun pointed at Dong Chung, shouting, "Everyone, don't move. Back off." The situation unfolded so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard, staring blankly at Qin Yu and Qi Lin, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Li Tong was hit hard by the motorcycle, a sharp pain radiating from his lower back, sweat beading on his forehead as he leaned against the car door. His expression twisted in pain. Qin Yu got off the motorcycle, pulling Li Tong in front of him by the collar, and shouted with his left hand, pulling out a green fuse, "I have explosives on me. If anyone takes a step forward, I'll blow us all up." Seeing the green fuse, 7 or 8 people immediately took a few steps back, dispersing their formation. Li Tong, holding his lower back with his right hand, looked back at Qin Yu and said, "Are the Yu family people here? There should be fewer of them, right? We have nothing to do with the Yu family." Qin Yu, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "But Brother Kong was taken by you, and we brothers unintentionally took the blame. We brought the explosives to find you to clear our names." "Coming for Shao Kong?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "If Shao Kong comes with us, there won't be any explosions, and we won't need to fight for our lives." Qi Lin, with his gun trained on Dong Chung, shouted at the crowd, "Can't you understand human language? Back off and raise your hands." "Huh?" Li Tong, leaning against the car, suddenly laughed, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu. "Brother, you really have to take the blame for this one." Qin Yu was taken aback by this response. "You're too late. Shao Kong is gone," Li Tong added, pretending to remain calm. "You're full of crap." Qin Yu's heart sank, and he replied with a pale face, "Don't try to play tricks on me. If I can't clear this blame, then I'll definitely take down 2 of you with me. See, you still don't believe me." Li Tong turned to glance at Qi Lin and replied curtly, "The person is in the trunk." Hearing this, Qin Yu's ominous premonition grew stronger. He tugged at Li Tong, hesitating for a moment before backing away from the car and slowly approaching the trunk, opening it with one hand. Inside the trunk, a strong smell of blood wafted from the black bag. Qin Yu swallowed hard and reached to open the bag. Brother Kong lay in the bag, his face unrecognizable, with 2 obvious blood holes in his throat, still oozing blood. Qi Lin, holding Dong Chung hostage in front, noticed Qin Yu had not spoken for a long time and immediately asked with a trembling voice, How is he?" "He's gone," Qin Yu replied with a pale face. "Damn it." Qi Lin's emotions exploded. The pent-up rage and resentment surged in his mind. At the back of the car, Li Tong raised his hands, smiling as he advised, "Brother, you see he has gone, and you 2 are probably not going to come out clean either. How about this? You put down the guns and let us sit down and talk. What does that sound?" Bang! Hearing this, Qin Yu pressed his right hand down on Li Tong's head, violently slamming it against the car door as he shouted, "Talk? My brother has been taken away. Which is more important, your brother's life or your own?" Li Tong tilted his neck to look at Qin Yu. "I have so many men here. If it really comes to a fight, do you think you 2 can make it out alive?" After deliberating for a long time, Qin Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked at Li Tong. "Since Brother Kong is gone, I'm sorry, but I can only take you to clear the blame off us." Dong Chung, who had been silent, darkly turned and asked, "Do you think that is possible?" "I have explosives on me. Anything is possible." Qin Yu, tugging at the green fuse, suddenly turned and shouted, "Damn it, what is more effective, bullets or explosives?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scattered lackeys all looked at Dong Chung. "You really are terrifying." Dong Chung tilted his neck to look at Qin Yu and suddenly raised his arm, pointing at him while speaking slowly. "I've been playing in the planning zone for so many years, and no explosive has ever caught me. Come on, pull the fuse. Let us see who dies first." Hearing this, Qin Yu's left hand involuntarily trembled. The 3 brothers came to Jiangzhou, and all the guns and cars were provided by the garrison. Where they get the scarce explosives? The green fuse was pulled from the motorcycle, and the other end was only tied to Qin Yu's waistband. He actually had nothing on him. He was just trying to scare them. But now, the ruthless members of the Li family in Jiangzhou wouldn't buy it. What to do? Pulling the green fuse definitely wouldn't set it off, but if it didn't go off, how could they suppress the Li family's lackeys who were also fighting for their lives? Chapter 63. Twin Star Shine on Jiangzhou, Part 1, on the street. 7 or 8 henchmen had already aimed their guns at Qin Yu and Qi Lin, while Dong Chung, with a fierce look in his eyes, shouted again, There are at least 800 big shots in Jiangzhou who are accustomed to living large. But go ahead and ask, who dares to stir trouble with the Li family? Standing here, if you shout and there's no echo, do you still deserve the surname Li? Kid, I'll let you pull the trigger first. Do you dare? Veins bulged on Qin Yu's forehead as he gripped the fake detonator with his left hand. Momentarily frozen in place. His detonator was fake, and the other side couldn't be intimidated by it. What to do? Look, I'm saying this. You sit down and talk nicely. We can still be friends, but now you've made the atmosphere so awkward. Is there any way for you to back down? Li Tong leaned on the car and smiled. Beckoning, come on, kneel down first, throw away that broken gun, and we can still. Qin Yu grabbed Li Tong by the hair and banged his head hard against the car 3 times. Unconsciously, his right hand moved toward his pocket, preparing to draw his gun and go hard. You don't dare pull it, huh? Then let me ask you, do you dare to shoot? Dong Chung turned around and suddenly waved his hand, shouting at his men. All of you who eat my food, come over here. We have plenty of guns, and we can stand our ground. Are we afraid of them having a couple more lives? You talk too much. Qi Lin suddenly shouted. You're a son of a bitch. Dong Chung pointed at Qi Lin's head. You better ask yourself, if the gun goes off, can you escape? I won't escape. I'll be buried in Jiangzhou, and what the hell can you do? Qi Lin shouted back angrily, suddenly pressing down on Dong Cheng's head, pointing the gun down and cursing. Seeing him? You think you can intimidate me? The last one who tried is already dead. The roar echoed for a long time, and gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Dots of gunfire lit up, and bullets instantly pierced Dong Cheng's head. Everyone present was stunned. Just moments ago, Li Tong, who had the psychological upper hand, widened his eyes in shock as he saw his uncle fall into a pool of blood. Xiao Yu, get in the car. Qi Lin let go of Dong Cheng's head and suddenly stepped forward. Kill him. Li Tong shota irrationally. The chaotic gunfire erupted instantly. Qi Lin stood by the roadside without dodging or evading, firing at the 2 closest people. Both sides exchanged fire at close range. Qi Lin, relying on his good marksmanship and imposing momentum, swiftly took down one person, while simultaneously 2 sparks erupted from his chest and blood spurted from his shoulder. Damn it, if you want to act tough, then none of you can leave. Seeing Qi Lin had already set the tone, Qin Yu immediately lowered his gun with his right hand. Bang! Gunfire suddenly erupted. Li Tong screamed as he knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his right leg. Come on, I'm standing right here, shoot me once, and I'll shoot him back. Whoever dodges is a son of bitch. Qin Yu's eyes turned blood red, pressing Li Tong's head down with his left hand. His right hand holding the gun pointed at Li Tong's chest. Who dares? Come on, step forward. Not far away, the 5 or 6 henchmen scattered in panic, all looking at Dong Cheng's corpse on the ground and the already injured Li Tong. Don't mind me, just kill him. Li Tong shouted like a madman. Hearing this, Qi Lin turned back, aiming his gun at Li Tong's thigh, his eyes bulging as he shouted. I came from Songjiang, my brother is dead, my family is gone. I braved countless dangers to come to Jiangzhou, and if I don't accomplish my goal, I've lost a brother. Are you trying to scare me? I'm so poor that I only have 1 life left. If I don't fight today, I won't survive tomorrow. Don't talk to me about the Li family in Jiangzhou. Even if you're a special district leader, if you dare to choke me, I'll shoot him too. As his words fell, 2 more gunshots rang out on the street. Li Tong's right knee was completely shattered by a bullet, and he rolled on the ground in pain, instantly fainting. Qi Lin suddenly turned around, pointing his gun down, coldly looking at everyone. Who is a warrior? C&M, I'm asking, who is a warrior? Who has it harder than me? Is there anyone? His words echoed on the street, and none of the armed henchmen dared to step forward to speak. No more? Then let's go. Qin Yu pulled Li Tong by the collar. Let us go, Qi Lin, you drive. 10 seconds later, Qi Lin started the car. After Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, the 2 of them left in a sorry state. On the road, Li Tong was unconscious in the back seat of the car, blood flowing profusely from his thigh. Qi Lin drove, staring blankly at the windshield, not saying a word. Qin Yu took a deep drag from his e-cigarette, immediately took off his coat, and tore at the lining inside. Take off your vest. You've been shot in the shoulder. Am I hurt? Qi Lin hadn't even noticed he had been shot. Don't move while driving. Let me help you. Qin Yu reached out to unbutton Qi Lin's shirt. The car drove along the quiet and dark street. The 2 brothers, one driving and the other helping to tend to the wound, remained silent. After a long time, as the car left Jinshan North, Qin Yu handed the e-cigarette to Qi Lin, his voice hoarse. You're really different from before. Life hasn't given me a chance to choose. Qi Lin's face was expressionless, and he replied hoarsely, once in Songjiang, once in Jiangzhou, I've come to understand some things. What things? Qin Yu asked. For someone like me, with no connections, no background, and a pile of burdens behind me to stand up in this era, the only thing I have that is better than others is that my worthless life has a chance to trade for someone else's good life, to exchange for someone else's wealth. Qi Lin turned his head, staring blankly at Qin Yu. In this life, what you might gain by taking 100 steps back is not as substantial as taking a step forward like a wolf with gritted teeth and red eyes. To seize what you want, but with just one life, how many times can we fight? Qin Yu also stared blankly at the windshield and asked. For me, Qi Lin died when I was in Songjiang. From now on, every day is a profit. Qi Lin smiled after saying this and suddenly stepped on the gas. Close to 3 in the morning, at the front gate of Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu yanked open the car door and leaned down at Qi Lin, saying, You're hurt. I'll handle the rest. Qi Lin pressed down on his shoulder wound. Be careful. It's fine. Qin Yu threw out a casual remark and turned to walk towards the front door. A few minutes later, in the hall of Buckingham Palace. Sir, you are. I'm looking for your boss. Qin Yu smiled, leaning against the bar. I have some business to discuss. Have you made an appointment with him? No, just tell him I'm from District 9. Okay, please wait a moment. The other party nodded. After a little while, Qin Yu was led into the top-floor office by 3 henchmen. In the spacious lounge, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a plaid shirt, sat on the sofa watching a program on the streaming platform, and without looking up, asked, From Songjiang? I don't remember having any business with them. Qin Yu casually walked over, sat beside the middle-aged man, and said, Call Coco and tell him you found out who captured Brother Kong. The middle-aged man was taken aback by this. Who exactly are you? Slap. Qin Yu slapped him hard. I told you to make the call. Damn it. The middle-aged man cursed, and the 3 young men beside the sofa stepped forward to take action. Qin Yu slowly raised his arm, pointing at the middle-aged man. If you touch me, Brother Kong will die immediately. Chapter 64. Twin Stars Shine on Jiangzhou, Part 2. The middle-aged man observed Qin Yu for a while before lowering his head to take out his phone. Around 4 in the morning, 2 hybrid cars stopped at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Coco, wearing a woolen trench coat, got out of the car, showcasing her enchanting figure as she walked towards the front door. Holding the phone, she spoke urgently. Yes, it's Lao Bai calling me. He said he found out about Brother Kang's whereabouts. Yes, I'm already here. We'll meet soon. Okay, we'll talk then. After hanging up, Coco was about to lead her people up the steps when Qin Yu pulled the boss out from the inner door and casually wrapped his arm around her neck. Hey, beautiful, we meet again? Uh-huh. Coco looked at Qin Yu, her expression surprised. It was me who asked him to call you. Qin Yu pointed at the boss and continued. Don't blame him. I used Brother Kong to threaten him. What do you want? Coco asked calmly, her pretty face composed. Let us talk on your turf. I'm not sure about this place either. How about we change the location to communicate better? Qin Yu asked with a playful grin. Coco pondered for a moment. What if I don't go? Then Brother Kong is done for. If Brother Kong is gone, your friend is finished too, right? I still have leverage. Qin Yu wrapped his arm around Coco's neck and whispered in her ear, I have a young man from the Leaf family in Jiangzhou. Coco froze. I caught him under your banner. Qin Yu smiled. Do you want to meet him? You're just making empty claims. It's hard for me to believe. Hearing this, Qin Yu raised his arm and waved at the car in the distance. Qi Lin rolled down the window, revealing Li Tong's head. Does this convince you? Qin Yu asked. Coco glanced at the direction of the car, and when she saw Li Tong, her surprised expression quickly faded. All right, he is worth me going with you. Let us go. Don't take advantage of me. Take me down properly. Coco pointed at Qin Yu's arm. No way. I need you to protect me. Qin Yu reached out and pressed the gun against Coco's waist. Coco endured for a moment, then turned to her companions and instructed, Bring out the guy who captured me. I'll call you. Boss, you can't go with him. The driver tried to persuade. Coco calmly waved her hand. It's fine. Even if we can't reach an agreement, those 2 big men can't beat up a little girl like me. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Don't call yourself a little girl. I can see you're not. Let us go. Coco smiled. Half an hour later. In an unknown desolate area in Jiangzhou, the car came to a halt, and Coco followed Qinyu out of the car, teasingly saying, "You're quite clever. You knew to use Lao Bai to draw me out first? We're not familiar with the situation here at all." Qinyu rubbed his palms and cursed. "I just arrived and got framed. I have to be cautious." Coco remained silent in response. Qinyu turned his head to scan the surroundings, walked to the back of the car, and opened the trunk. A strong smell of blood wafted out, and Coco slightly frowned. Qinyu opened the black bag and said, "We did our best, but he is still gone." Coco glanced at Brother Kang's body, her eyes instantly turning cold. "You see, I didn't directly call you to meet because I was afraid you'd overthink it." After noticing Coco's expression, Qinyu immediately explained, "His death has nothing to do with us. Tell me what you think." Coco was unafraid of Brother Kang's corpse. Instead, she stepped to the side of the trunk and covered his head with the bag. Qinyu organized his words and stood by the car, explaining the sequence of events to Coco in detail. After listening, Coco's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Kong was caught by Li Tong?" "Yeah. Otherwise, why would I bring him back?" Qinyu nodded. "I couldn't save him, but Li Tong is enough to prove this matter has nothing to do with us." Coco silently glanced back at Li Tong, who was gagged inside the car, then walked in place for a couple of circles before saying, "I will release your friend immediately. Let us consider this matter settled." "That is not acceptable." Qinyu shook his head. "I came to take over the drug line business. I never agreed to let Brother Kong continue the business in Songjiang." Coco calmly refused. "It's too chaotic over there, and many people have say on the ground. After Along is gone, that Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I don't want to take risks for now. Moreover, with Brother Kong gone, there is no one to take charge of Songjiang." Qinyu looked at Coco with a furrowed brow. "If we don't clarify the drug line issue, the three of us won't be able to return to Songjiang. That is your problem." Coco replied tersely, "You give me Li Tong, and I'll let your friend go. This matter will be over." Sigh. Qinyu sighed and pointed at Coco. "You still don't understand my meaning? What? If you give up the Songjiang business, Li Tong won't leave with you today, and you don't want your friend?" Coco asked with a cold smile. "I said, if the drug business isn't resolved, the three of us can't return to Songjiang." Qinyu said coldly, pointing at Coco, "If you're going to discard me now, I'll take Li Tong away immediately. You just spoke to me in the car. The business you don't want to do, he can do with me." Coco was taken aback. "Why did Brother Kong die? Do you think I don't know?" Qinyu stared at Coco, adding through gritted teeth, "The Li family wants to get into drugs too. There is conflict between you, right?" Coco fell silent. "If you don't operate in Songjiang, the Li family will take over." Qinyu continued, "Now I need your answer. Will you let us have the drugs or not? If not, I'll take Li Tong away immediately. Don't you care about your friend's life at all? One person dying is better than 3 people dying, right?" Qinyu replied coldly. Coco pondered for a moment, then tilted her head to look at Qinyu. "Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind after getting Li Tong? Do you think I'm stupid? If your goods aren't sent to Songjiang, do you think I'll hand Li Tong over to you?" Coco placed her hands behind her back and stood on her tiptoes. "You're smarter than Along. I'm just more helpless than him." Qinyu replied helplessly. "All right, you've convinced me." Coco extended her slender finger and pointed at Qinyu's chest. "But my agreement isn't, because I'm afraid the Li family will take our market." Qinyu was taken aback. "I value both of you, which is why I can bring Li Tong over." Coco smiled and said, "Cooperation also depends on people. Then you misjudge people." At this moment, Qinyu realized that Coco might have thought about agreeing to the drug line business even before she came. But this woman was meticulous and deep-minded. She was testing her own ability to handle the situation and do the job well. After exchanging glances, Coco suddenly smiled. "What you just said was a bit hurtful." "What?" Qinyu was taken aback. "Here." Coco pulled out her phone from her pocket and handed it to Qinyu. Qinyu was momentarily stunned, then reached out to take the phone and saw that the screen displayed an ongoing call. "The call is connected. You can talk," Coco reminded him. Frowning, Qinyu answered the phone. "Hello? Hello, you son of a BTCH. Damn you. Qinyu, I misjudged you. You keep shouting brother all day long. But behind my back, you sell me out. And what do you mean one person dying is better than 3? Damn, why don't he just die?" Lao Mao cursed, spitting as he spoke. "I finally understood this saying. When walking on the road of society, befriend people, not dogs." Qinyu was sweating profusely, covering the receiver as he walked aside. "Are you stupid? Isn't that a negotiation? Shouldn't I scare her? You don't understand anything. I am heartbroken. The kind that's hard to comfort. Hurry up and get lost. Don't talk to me. The old cat angrily hung up the phone. What a total idiot. Chinyu rolled his eyes and cursed. Next to the vehicle, Kiki reached out to pull open the car door and leaned in to take a look. Oh, young Masterly, you're awake? Li Tong looked up at Kiki, his expression very frightened. Chapter 65. Wolfish Nature 2 days later. In an inn about 80 kilometers from Jiangzhou, Chinyu quietly asked the owner, "How is my friend's injury?" "Our medicine isn't strong enough. He's still running a fever," the owner replied softly. "It would be best if a professional doctor could come take a look." "Can you find one?" "Money is not an issue," Chinyu asked. "I can find one, but these people can be quite talkative. I'm afraid it will cause trouble after they arrive," the owner hinted delicately. After considering for a while, Chinyu replied helplessly, "Then please get me some good medicine. At least something to reduce the inflammation and fever." "Okay, I'll have someone bring it from Jiangzhou," the owner nodded. Hearing this, Chinyu took out some cash and discreetly handed it to the owner, saying, "Thank you. No need to be polite," the owner replied as he pocketed the money and turned to leave. "I'll bring you food in a bit." Such inns are found everywhere in relatively safe, planned areas, mainly serving people who are on the run. However, the internal environment is poor, and the food depends on what the owner has in the kitchen, with little to choose from. Fortunately, the prices are cheap, and most owners are sharp-minded and discreet. After finishing his conversation with the owner, Chinyu stepped back into the room on the left, where Chi Lin lay pale on the bed, looking anxious as he asked, "How's the situation? Is there any news from Coco?" "You don't need to worry. I'm handling everything," Chinyu gently reassured him. "Just focus on recovering." In this period, Chi Lin had lost at least 20 pounds, and his once plump cheeks now looked gaunt. "I'm afraid that old cat has been with them for too long. It could lead to trouble. I can feel that Coco wants to cooperate, especially after we got Li Tong," Chinyu comforted again. "I can reach old cat anytime. It will be fine." "That's good," Chi Lin nodded. "Just hang in there. I've already asked the owner to get the medicine," Chinyu said with a smile, showing his teeth. "If your fever doesn't go down, I'll have to call Coco and have her bring a reliable doctor. I can hold on." Chi Lin coughed a couple of times, his gaze fixed on Chinyu, his expression slightly hesitant. Chinyu, skilled at reading expressions, casually picked up his e-cigarette and asked with a smile, "Do you have something to say?" Chi Lin scratched his head. Hee. Chinyu took a puff of smoke, his eyes fixed on Chi Lin as he said straightforwardly, "We've all risked our lives together more than once. What is it that you can't say to me?" "All right, then I'll say it. Hurry up. I want to discuss with you whether I can take charge of running the supply line again once it's reestablished," Chi Lin said, unconsciously seeking Chinyu's opinion after encountering issues. Chinyu blinked and frowned, replying, "I wasn't thinking that way." Chi Lin was taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you planning to let the Ma family handle the supply line?" "That's impossible." Chinyu immediately shook his head in response. "We three have risked our lives to establish this line. How could I let them directly contact Coco? If the sellers and suppliers become too closely connected, what need do we have as middlemen? Although the Ma family is temporarily willing to align with Li Si, if they directly connect with Coco, it will inadvertently reduce our own influence." Chi Lin didn't expect Chinyu had already thought this through, so he nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense. I initially wanted you to keep an eye on the goods with Coco, while I handled the connections in the middle," Chinyu explained while smoking. "Because this job is quite dangerous. You'll be running back and forth between Jiangzhou and Songjiang, and you still have your mother and younger sister to care for. If something goes wrong, it's over. Additionally, the middleman needs to have frequent contact with the Ma family and Coco, and you need to be able to exert pressure and handle situations." After a few seconds of silence, Chi Lin once again pushed Xiaoyu. "I want to try." Chinyu turned to look at Chi Lin, gently advising, "Don't overthink it. Your brother Along's fate is still fresh in my mind. This job is not easy. Once the Yuan family knows that the drug line has been re-established, they might find a way to break through from the middleman. Even if the Yuan family is quiet recently, you've seen how tragic Kong Ji's death was. This line makes a lot of money, and competition is fierce. Old Cat and I actually don't want you to." "I understand what you mean. You and Old Cat think that because I have my younger sister and mother, I have concerns." Chi Lin looked at Chinyu with slightly reddened eyes, pondering for a long time before saying, "But I can't always rely on you to take care of me because of that. Xiaoyu, I don't want to be like before, putting my fate and hope in others' hands. During this time, I've realized one thing. If you want to stand up, you can only rely on yourself. Chinyu was taken aback by his words. Let me do it. I could do it better than anyone else, Chi Lin said again. I've already been pushed to the ground. If I don't have some ideas now, I will never be able to turn things around. Are you sure? I'm sure. Chi Lin nodded firmly. All right, then you will be in charge of this matter, Chinyu said after deliberating for a long time. From now on, Old Cat and I will handle the official matters, and you will take care of things on the ground. We three will stick together and do something impactful. Deal. Chi Lin smiled upon hearing this. Chinyu put down the e-cigarette, stood up, and took out his phone, saying, I need to call Old Ma. Are you going to ask for a goods order? Yes, I need a goods order and also to borrow some money, Chinyu replied casually. Chi Lin was puzzled by this. What does borrowing money mean? Coco definitely won't give you goods for free right now. We need to pay for the first batch of goods. Chinyu shrugged and asked, but who has money now? Who can afford the payment? Hearing this, Chi Lin became even more confused. The payment should be covered by Old Ma, and I think he's willing to pay. If not, we could just call EC. He should be able to resolve the money issue without us needing to borrow it ourselves. No, Chinyu shook his head. This money can't come from Old Ma, and it also can't come from Li Si. Chi Lin pondered over this. Chinyu grinned and softly explained. Old Li holds a high position as the chief of police and has a say in official matters. Although Old Ma has been severely affected by Yuan recently, and his team has suffered losses, as long as the drug line comes back, he still has the ability to rally the team again. But think about it. What do we have in our hands? Besides your willingness to risk your life and Old Cat being a bit foolish, what do we have that can be put on the table? After considering for a while, Chi Lin blurted out, we have Coco and the suppliers. Exactly. Chinyu immediately nodded. The suppliers are the absolute cohesion that connects everyone. And now that it's in our hands, we need to take this opportunity to restructure the drug business around us. Therefore, we can't let Old Li pay for this money. Nor can we consult the Ma family for everything. You need to understand, they are the downstream. From now on, they will have to rely on us for their livelihood. Hearing this, Chi Lin squinted and looked at Chinyu again, giving him a thumbs up as he said, no wonder even someone as proud as Old Cat is willing to listen to you, and Li Si is also willing to support you. You indeed possess something we don't have. What is it? Chinyu asked with a playful smile. Wolfish nature that makes your eyes turn red at the scent of opportunity. Chi Lin thought for a long time before hitting the nail on the head with a comparison. Hee. Chinyu revealed a seemingly honest smile and dialed Old Ma's number. A few dozen seconds later, hello. Old Ma's voice came through. Uncle Ma, please prepare a list of goods for me, indicating the required medicines and the previous purchase prices. I need it. Okay. Old Ma nodded with bright eyes. Also, lend me 150,000. I have a use for it. Chinyu said firmly. I will pay you back slowly. Old Ma frowned upon hearing this. Do you really need to borrow so much? I have. Think of a way. I need it urgently. All right. Old Ma nodded. Just like that. After the two ended the call, Old Ma put down his phone and immediately shouted to the person next to him. Bring out the previous purchase order. I need to review it again. Also, gather 150,000 right away. Do we need that much money? A middle-aged man frowned and asked. Gather it. Once Chinyu gets the job done, the supply line will be established immediately. Old Ma said with great determination. Yuan has already made it impossible for us to survive. If we don't take a risk this time, we won't have another chance in the future. Chapter 66. A few words to determine the kingdom. Another day passed. The money from the Ma family was transferred through two hands and eventually flowed into Keek's account. Meanwhile, Chinyu and Chi Lin were waiting for the other party to deliver the goods to Songjiang. Both sides had already agreed that Kiki would be responsible for transportation for the first shipment. Around 10 in the morning, Chinyu called Director Li. Hello? Director, has everything been settled? Director Li asked calmly, is everything done? It's settled. The supplier's goods are already on the way and will arrive in Songjiang in 3 to 4 days at the latest. Chinyu nodded with a smile. I've already informed Zhu Wei. Once the goods arrive, they will briefly take over and hand them over to the Ma family. With so much cargo, isn't it a bit risky for Zhu Wei to take over? Director Li asked with concern. He won't have any problems. He's a member of Group 3. He's one of mine. Chinyu said very firmly. He saved me the last time they tried to set me up. Since you have confidence, I won't say much more. Director Lee nodded. Get it done as soon as possible and come back quickly. Okay, you get busy first, Director. From now on, just call me Liga. Chinyu was taken aback by this. Director Lee had already hung up the phone. Chinyu pondered for a long time while holding his phone, then shook his head and smiled. Sigh. With an idiot nephew like old Cat, my path will be difficult. It's too much to worry about. What is going on? Chi Lin asked, looking up. Nothing. Old Lee asked me to call him Big Brother. Oh, then can you ask him if he needs more brothers? Huh. The two laughed heartily, looking at each other. Director Lee, dressed in a well-fitting casual trench coat, stepped out of the office and turned to the secretary, saying, You call Beijan and let them know I'm going to phone Bei and have them arrange a carriage for me. Okay. The secretary nodded. Around 4 in the afternoon, Director Lee arrived in Fongbei City, the capital of the special zone, via light rail, and then took a car to a cadre courtyard in the city. By an antique tea table on the second floor, Director Lee was savoring strong tea and said with a smile, Teacher, I've been thinking about your tea in Songjiang day and night. I'll bring you some when I go back. A man in his 60s, with his hands clasped, asked softly, Is there a result on your side? Yes, it's done. Oldie looked up at him and said plainly, Teacher, in recent years, the academic faction has been gaining prominence in various departments, and some cadres are solidifying their positions by collaborating with local enterprises and powers. So we old-school people who entered the government early have to be cautious even when breathing. You were hot for 3 years, and I was red for 5 years. Isn't that politics? The teacher replied lightly, In a time of peace, the winds and clouds are ever-changing, let alone in the current environment. Ups and downs are actually normal, but ups and downs are also related to people's thoughts. If one lacks motivation, how can we talk about continuing to change the winds and clouds? Director Lee said with a smile, As for the pharmaceutical issue, I'm not looking for profit, just space and balance. The teacher nodded, Do your best, and when necessary, I will speak to the higher-ups. Recently, come to Fongbei more often. I'm getting old. There will come a day when I can't speak lightly, and if you want to do something, you need to grow up quickly. Thank you, teacher. Director Lee expressed his gratitude. In terms of pharmaceutical interests, there are many people you need to satisfy. The teacher reminded again, Money has always been difficult to handle since ancient times. I will pave the way for you, but you have to decide who to get close to, how much to give, and how much to hold back. You need to have a clear idea. Understood. Drink tea. The old man stopped the topic there. Around 7 in the evening, it was dark outside. Chinyu was eating a dry bun while frowning at Chi Lin, asking, Do you feel better? A bit better. Chi Lin was still running a low fever, his lips chapped, his face pale, and he kept coughing. Damn, the new medicine isn't very effective. Chinyu put down the bun and frowned. How about this? I'll go find the boss and have him introduce a doctor. I'll go get him myself. No need. Chi Lin waved his hand. Li Tong has been caught by us for several days. We don't know what is going on in Jiangzhou. It'd be dangerous if you went. If I don't go, you'll burn to death. Chinyu put down the bun. Don't worry, I have a plan. Really don't need to. Chi Lin was afraid something would happen to Chinyu and insisted again. Let us wait 3 or 4 more days. Once the goods arrive in Songjiang, we'll inform Kiki of our location. When they come to pick up Li Tong, they'll bring a doctor. We can't wait any longer. Chinyu reached for his coat. High fever that doesn't go down can lead to serious problems. I'm still going to see a doctor. I said no need, just listen to me. The two began to argue over the doctor issue inside the room. Boss, what is going on with you guys? At that moment, the voice of the lodging courtyard-esque boss came from outside. Hearing this, Chinyu turned back and was about to walk to the door to take a look outside when he suddenly saw 7 or 8 people walking together from the window. Who is it? Chi Lin asked from the bed. Chinyu frowned, pulled out his gun, and thumbed off the safety. Open the door. A crisp female voice rang out from outside. Chinyu was taken aback and opened the door. Outside, Kiki was wearing a black trench coat, her long legs in knee-high boots, her long hair cascading, looking very sexy and alluring. What are you doing here? Chinyu was very surprised. Just came by. Kiki replied playfully as she stepped into the room. Chinyu stared at Kiki's back and frowned, asking, How did you know we were staying here? I just found out. Kiki stood in the room, hands behind her back, surveying the surroundings. Chinyu's heart sank upon hearing this, and he began to feel a little scared. If it wasn't Kiki who had inquired about their residence, but someone from the Li family in Jiangzhou, then now. Kiki turned around, smiling at Qin Yu. Don't worry, the Li family can't reach here. They are no match for us here. Qin Yu looked at Kiki in surprise, feeling as if this woman had seen through his thoughts. Qi Lin, sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his mouth and asked my brother, "Damn it, I came to Jiangzhou full of passion, and before I even started rocking, I was locked up by a woman." Old Cat stepped in from outside, looking worried. "Are you hurt?" Seeing this silly guy, Qin Yu and Qi Lin both breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, just hurt my arm." "Damn, I thought you were in trouble." Old Cat anxiously turned and shouted, Come, doctor, hurry and check on my brother." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man carrying a box walked in. "Are you here to pick up Li Tong?" Qin Yu asked Kiki. "Yes." Kiki nodded. Qin Yu was taken aback and replied expressionlessly, "I sent this a bit out of order? Didn't I say that Li Tong can only be handed over once the goods arrive?" Kiki smiled playfully and replied, "The goods have already arrived in Jiangzhou. Impossible. The money just reached your hands today." Qin Yu didn't believe her. Kiki stood with her hands behind her back and replied softly, "Before the money even arrived, I had already sent someone to deliver the goods to Songjiang." Qin Yu was stunned. His mind started to ponder how much depth this girl, who was about the same age as him, truly had. At 9 o'clock, you let someone pick up the goods. Kiki extended her palm, her eyes crescent-shaped, wishing us a pleasant cooperation. Chapter 67. Team Formation. Core emergence. The doctor cleaned Qi Lin's wound again in the room and administered intravenous medication for 3 consecutive days before turning to say, "Young man, your resistance is strong. Just take care to keep warm and avoid catching a cold, and you'll be fine." Coco nodded in response. "Thank you, Dr. Matsui." "You're welcome." The doctor smiled and picked up his bag to head outside. Coco glanced at her watch before smiling at Qin Yu and saying, "I'm staying here tonight. In an hour and a half, you all come to my room, and I'll treat you to something good." "Okay," Qin Yu nodded. "Let's go." Coco called to her companions and stepped out of the room. Qin Yu closed the door behind them and kicked the old cat's backside, asking, "How was it? Did you suffer over there? What kind of brain do I have that I could let a woman take care of me?" The old cat retorted, rolling his eyes. "They captured me, but didn't act immediately. I realized right away that you two must have something on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so polite to me. So, I've been living like a lord these past few days, eating and drinking well. I even managed to slip away from that little lady's driver, haha." Qin Yu cursed silently. "You're such a carefree guy wherever you go. If I don't act a bit carefree, Coco might really think old Kong has us under control." The old cat replied. He seemed fierce, but remained calm in critical situations, likely due to his background, which gave him a level of composure that helped him not feel intimidated. "Bro, I've heard about everything," the old cat said, sitting next to Qi Lin and speaking with rare admiration. "If it weren't for you and silly you, I might have really been in trouble in Jiangzhou. Not to mention, you handled this matter well." Qi Lin smiled. Everyone has their role. "By the way," Qin Yu suddenly spoke up, "I'm planning to have Qi Lin act as the intermediary, responsible for connecting with suppliers and distributing profits." The old cat paused. "That is a tough job, and also dangerous." "I'm not afraid of danger. It's what I want to do," Qi Lin replied quietly. Hearing this, the old cat instinctively looked at Qin Yu. "Do you think it's okay?" "Yes, I agree," Qin Yu nodded. "Then it's settled." The old cat finally expressed his approval. At a critical moment in Songjiang, it was Qin Yu who secretly contacted the Ma family and protected Qi Lin at the crucial time. After a bumpy journey to Jiangzhou, it was also Qin Yu who came up with ideas and led Qi Lin to kick away the black pot that fell from the sky. Now, with the drug line situation showing a significant turnaround, it was again Qin Yu who formulated a plan, allowing everyone to navigate various relationships in a positive direction. Thus, both the old cat and Qi Lin could not help but start to view Qin Yu as their anchor. This unconscious change was actually beneficial because when the brothers worked together, they couldn't discuss everything. They needed someone to make the final decisions. The old cat had a somewhat reckless personality, often showing a bit of impulsiveness and idealism. Qi Lin, needless to say, had the ambition but lacked experience, especially when dealing with the ruthless figures in the planning area. So both understood that only Qin Yu, with over a decade of survival experience, sufficient decisiveness, and unique vision, was most suitable for that leading position. As Qi Lin lay on the bed receiving 4 fluids, He pondered for a long while before asking, "Shall you? How do you plan to negotiate with Coco? Will the price be the same as before?" "No." Chinyu shook his head. "We are different from your brother." He was in a position where one person's good fortune could spare the whole family from hunger. But this time, we need to divide profits among many people. If the cost of the drugs is too high, the profits will be low, and it will be difficult to satisfy all parties. The old cat crudely picked his nose and pointed out, "Old Lee is already in Foam Bay. He might demand 50% of the profits." "That much?" Chi Lin frowned. Old Lee isn't focused on making money. He wants to suppress the Yuan family while creating some space for himself, the old cat explained softly. That 50% mainly goes to the upper echelon. He wants to keep much for himself. That is still a bit much. Chi Lin turned to Chinyu. The Ma family will also want to cut. 50% is understandable. Chinyu responded with a smile. The biggest support for this business is Li C's background. If he can ensure the drugs are sold smoothly, then even if we earn less this time, it's stable. We can't make a lot of money in the short term, so we'll rely on time to accumulate capital. No rush, take it slow. Chi Lin nodded. The three brothers chatted while keeping an eye on the time. An hour and a half later, Chi Lin finally pulled out the needle and stepped out of the room, following Chinyu and the old cat to the diagonally opposite room. In Coco's room, the savory aroma filled the air, with a rusty copper pot on the table boiling with hot broth. Several plates of frozen lamb were cut into thin rolls of red and white, making one's appetite surge in this era. The lamb and vegetables are for me, and the soup is prepared by the boss. Coco, wearing a loose turtleneck sweater, waved her hand, inviting them. "Come on, sit down and eat together." "Then I want to be polite," the old cat said eagerly, stepping forward to grab a large chopstick full of meat and toss it into the pot. "Hey, the last time I had hot pot was 2 or 3 years ago. We, who eat government food, can't live as freely as you folks in the planning area." "Hee hee," Coco smiled, turning to the old cat. Your oldly sits in that position and casually raises his hand. "Do you still like hot pot?" Upon hearing this, the old cat immediately put on a show, "Sister, you don't know, I'm a strong person. Even though I'm related to Old Lee, my dignity doesn't allow me to rely on him. Just shut up and eat." Chinyu said, feeling nauseated. "Isn't what I said the truth?" The old cat asked with a sidelong glance. "It's pure nonsense." Chinyu muttered. "Come on, everyone sit down," Coco graciously urged. The group took their seats around the round table, while Coco's driver and others did not join them, eating in a separate room next door. After pouring drinks for the three, Coco raised her glass and said spiritedly, "First, let us toast to our future cooperation. Second, you caught Li Tong, which avenged Brother Kong. Third, doing business with me means making money for me, so I need to thank you all. I'll drink 3 cups in respect." The old cat looked at Coco, who was full of vigor, and blinked his shameless little eyes, saying, "This girl can really drink. It's a pity she's not performing at Buckingham Palace." "Shut up," Chinyu said, reaching out to ruffle the old cat's head. Chapter 68. This girl is called Eugenian at the dining table. Kiki started off by drinking nearly 5 taels of liquor, yet the girl remained unfazed, not even panting. Chinyu, seeing how composed the young girl was, felt embarrassed not to join in, so he and old cat also downed 3 cups to keep her company. Chi Lin, unable to drink due to an injury, could only sit at the side quietly. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, as everyone began to feel a bit tipsy, Chinyu smiled and asked, "Kiki, what's your full name?" "I'm called Eugene Yin," Kiki replied crisply, wiping the grease from her red lips. Chinyu was taken aback. "That sounds a bit like a boy's name. It's quite nice, but a bit unusual for a girl." Old cat chimed in. "It shows too much sharpness." "That's not good. You don't know anything." Kiki rolled her eyes. Jean in ancient times was used to describe beautiful jade. It's grand and simple when used as a name, and it carries a good meaning. "He doesn't have much education. Don't be like him," Chi Lin advised. "I can tell he's illiterate," Kiki nodded. "I actually think this name suits you quite well." Chinyu tilted his head to look at Kiki. "You're more capable than many men." "Not really," Kiki shook her head. "It's just following in my father's footsteps." "Does your family have no men?" Old cat asked. "Yes, we do." Kiki picked up some lamb, smiling. "But the men aren't as good as me." The 3 were taken aback, and Kiki playfully added, "Just kidding. My 2 brothers handle different matters. Hee hee." Chinyu looked at Kiki and suddenly asked, "Can I go see the production workshop for the medicines?" Kiki immediately shook her head. Of course not. Why not? Your client level isn't sufficient, and I don't fully trust you yet. How could I let you go to the workshop? Kiki decisively refused. Then how will I know the quality of the medicines? Chinyu asked again. Kiki replied flatly, after you've done business a couple of times, you'll understand. My name, Eugene Yin, is a guarantee of quality. Just talking one tea do. Chinyu blinked, grinning and asking. How about this? You don't have to take us to see the workshop. When the second batch is ready, I'll give you part of the advance payment first. And after the goods sell out, I'll pay you the rest. Hey, you look big and robust, but why are you so cunning in business? Kiki blinked her big eyes and asked, are you having financial issues? Afraid of stockpiling goods and not being able to handle it? So you came up with the excuse to see the workshop? Chinyu was momentarily speechless, then shamelessly said, I think this way everyone has a guarantee. Kiki paused, then replied, the advance payment must be over 50% for me to release the goods to you. No, let us discuss this further. Chinyu wanted to continue persuading her. Don't be greedy. My conditions are already very favorable. Kiki interrupted immediately. Seeing that they couldn't reach an agreement, Chinyu could only nod and say, then how about this? Can you lower the purchase price for me a bit? You know, Songjiang has the Yuan family, and there might be a Li family in the future. Without a price advantage, it'll be hard for me to compete with them. Not possible. The price stays as before. Mine is already very cheap. Kiki refused again. Chinyu frowned at her, quietly advising, these days are different from before. When a long-supplied old ma, there weren't so many competitors, and there wasn't any face tearing. Think about it. If you can't protect Songjiang's market, not only will you not make money, but you'll also be helping the other two families. Kiki looked at Chinyu. You're really cunning. You lower the price. And we sincerely want to do business, Old Cat interjected. To be honest, in this line of work, you have to manage relationships in every aspect. So the meat that ends up in our mouths is just a tiny bit. How you distribute the benefits has nothing to do with me. Kiki turned and said, my goods are already very cheap. If I give more concessions, how will we survive? I don't think you want to see the Yuan and Li families encroach on your market. Chinyu took out an electronic cigarette. Establishing channels and gathering clients is a correct strategy for all of us to earn a little less. Kiki looked at the two who were speaking nonstop. A subtle smile on her pretty face, but she didn't say a word. Don't try to seduce me. We're discussing serious business here. Why are you throwing flirtatious looks? Old Cat said cheekily. Hee. Kiki smiled. Being able to sit here and talk means you've already accepted my pricing, right? Chinyu was stunned. Don't use the market as an excuse. Everyone knows that our Yu family needs to compete with the other two groups. But it's just about seizing market share. But you're different. You need this to survive, right? Kiki asked Chinyu again. Chinyu looked at her and suddenly felt a headache coming on, because this girl really was sharper than a monkey when it came to business. Sitting down for a meal was just to get things done well. I'm not saying that sort of thing. It's just this price. If you don't want it, fine, but you can't be too unreasonable. After deliberating for a while, Kiki simply said, let us each take a step back. I'll give you a 10% discount on the medicine price while ensuring the company's absolute bottom line. But the premise is that your monthly order must meet over 200,000 yuan. If it's even one less, I'll charge you at the previous price. Old Cat, hearing this, immediately exclaimed excitedly, you're too good at business. 200,000 worth of good a month. You're making us face off against the other two families for market share. You said it yourself. I give you a discount so you can seize the market. If not, why would I give you a discount? Kiki asked with a smile. Old Cat was speechless for a moment, then gave her a thumbs up and said, if you were a man, you'd have already taken down the Li family. Kiki raised her warm wine and boldly said, eliminating the Li family is just a matter of time. Chinyu looked at Kiki, feeling not only admiration, but also a sense of reassurance for future cooperation. At first, Chinyu thought that Kiki, no matter how shrewd, was still a girl. Compared to experienced men in the business world, she would surely be lacking. But after interacting with her, Chinyu realized that this girl, who usually looked like a childish young lady, could joke and chat casually like a friend. But when it came to serious matters and interests, she was uncompromising. Moreover, her thoughts were clear, and her speech concise. Often, a man's lengthy ramblings couldn't compete with her directness. After the serious discussions were over, the banquet was nearing its end. Just as Chinyu was preparing to return to arrange things with Li Tong, Kiki suddenly called out to him, "I have a favor to ask." "I'm sorry. I can accept the cooperation, but I can't serve a lady boss. That's my bottom line." Chinyu turned back and replied with a smile. Old Cat immediately raised his hand. "I have no bottom line. I can serve. Just tell me what you want to do." Chapter 69. "I want to drink with you at night." Kiki looked at the two of them speechlessly. "Can you both just leave?" "Hee. If you have something to say, just say it." Chinyu grinned. "I want some skincare products. I can't buy them here, and they're too expensive in District 7. After you go back, please help me bring some from Foam Bay. It's cheaper there." Keek's pretty face broke into a radiant smile again. "Okay, give me a list tomorrow, and I'll have someone help you buy it." Chinyu readily agreed. "I'll give you my account later. You just need to transfer the money." "Do I still have to pay?" Kiki asked with her big, watery eyes. Chinyu was taken aback. "Is your dad a big official? Don't you have to pay for cosmetics?" Kiki spread her small hands. "I did such a big thing for you. Shouldn't you give me a kickback?" "This is too ignorant of the rules." Chinyu looked at her speechlessly. "Come on, you're also a boss. This is too. No matter how much of a boss I am, I'm still a woman. Women are all like this. You'll slowly understand. It's about right. But if it's too expensive, I can't afford it." Chinyu threw down a sentence and ran outside, fearing she would ask him for more. After everyone left, Kiki took out the sheets she brought from her luggage, spread them on the cold bed, and sat down. After a few seconds, Kiki dialed her father's phone. "Hey, Dad, how's it going?" A kind voice came through. "It's all settled. For the second shipment, they gave an advance payment. Chinyu negotiated the price down. I agreed to lower it by 10%, but the condition is that they must place orders of at least 200,000 every month." "Okay, that is already better than I expected." The other party nodded in satisfaction. "Have you come back?" "Not yet. I'm staying here tonight." Kiki shook her head. "How bad is the environment over there? Why don't you come back?" "Oh, I've lived in worse houses. You don't have to worry. I'll go back tomorrow." Kiki said with a smile. "Tell my brother to hurry up and send me the second batch of goods." "Okay, I'll urge him. Then I'll wash up and sleep." Rest early. Take care of your health, and don't tire yourself out." Her father was very concerned about his daughter. Meanwhile, in the next room, Old Cat sat in a chair, reeking of alcohol, and asked, "How do you sleep on this 2-meter bed?" "Big brother, can you stop being so picky?" Chi Lin replied speechlessly. "In this environment, having a place to stay is already good enough. We can squeeze together." "I'm not used to squeezing." Old Cat took a puff of his e-cigarette. Chinyu randomly took off his clothes, lay down on the bed with a bang, and cursed. "You son of a dog, you're so good at pretending. It's not like you have to sleep in the same bed with me, right? Forget it. I want tea squeeze with you. I'll find a place." Old Cat stood up, fueled by alcohol. "What are you going to do?" Chi Lin asked curiously. "Where are you going to find a place? Did you two not notice? Kiki drank a bit too much, and this girl is a bit lonely. I'm going to get some drinks and comfort her." Old Cat's inner passion was starting to boil. "Just give it up." Chinyu lay on the bed and cursed. "Stop being a nuisance, okay? Besides, didn't you say you like Lin Yinlei? Who doesn't T like her?" Chi Lin commented speechlessly. "You two go ahead and sleep." Old Cat tucked his pants and closed the door as he left. Chi Lin lay on the bed, frowning and asking, "This fool one T make Kiki angry, will he?" Old Cat knows his limits. It's fine. Chinyu rolled over, placing his hand on Chi Lin's abdomen. "Brother, come lie over here. I'm a bit cold." "What do you mean?" Chi Lin was taken aback. "There's a saying called back door doesn't T have a stick. Have you heard of it? Get away from me." Chi Lin pushed Chinyu away. "What kind of person are you? I'm still injured, and you want T let it go." Half an hour later, the lights in the dormitory were dim, and everyone in the various rooms had basically fallen asleep. Old Cat took some drinks and snacks, lightly knocked on Kiki's door. "Are you asleep?" After a while, Kiki, with a pink towel wrapped around her head and thick pajamas on, opened the door and looked at Old Cat in confusion. "What are you doing?" "I still haven't finished drinking, and I think there might be some loopholes in the cooperation method." Old Cat looked Kiki up and down. "Why don't we talk a bit more?" Kiki was taken aback, looked at Old Cat's face, then suddenly smiled and said, "Sure, come in." Hearing this, Old Cat's heart nearly melted, and he immediately stepped into the room, using his but to push the door shut. "Sister, let me tell you, from the moment I saw you, I thought you were more generous than men and really know how to do business. You sit for a moment. I'll go to the bathroom and get something." Kiki greeted and casually closed the door. Okay, okay, you go. Old cat nodded repeatedly. Kiki, wearing slippers, walked to the bathroom door, turned back and asked, "Hey, it's pretty cold. You've been in my warehouse for several days. Do you want to take a shower?" There's hot water. Old cat was stunned upon hearing this, his heart racing. What are you looking at? Are you going to wash or not? Kiki asked with a smile again. Is that okay? Old cat stood up and swiftly took off his jacket. Oh, we're all from the rivers and lakes. Don't sweat the small stuff. You go wash. We'll drink well later. Kiki looked at old cat. Her pretty face slightly flushed and said, Actually, I admire you quite a bit. What do you admire about me? Old cat might not even understand himself. You're really calm when you were with me. Kiki softly commented. Over the years, I've done business with my family and met a lot of people, but there are few like you. After hearing this, old cat was filled with passion, took off his sweater, tucked his pants, and rushed into the bathroom without a shower head. Sister, wait a minute. I'll tell you about my past in a bit. Kiki pouted, bent down, and sat on the old sofa, lowering her head to read a book. Old cat entered the bathroom, quickly filled the tub with water, and hurriedly scrubbed himself, washing with utmost seriousness. 20 minutes later, after Kiki heard no sound of water in the room, she calmly sat on the sofa and shouted, Cat, use that big bath towel hanging on the rope. Don't take your clothes out. They're filthy. Upon hearing this, old cat reached out and pulled down the big bath towel from the rope, shaking his head and sighing. What a damn opportunity. If I don't seize this, it'd be a waste of my name. Leave Fuguway. A few minutes later, old cat, with a bath towel around his waist and a jacket draped over his upper body, walked out but found Kiki standing at the door, fiddling with something. What's wrong? Old cat asked, his head steaming. I don't know what happened. The door suddenly 1T lock, and it opens by itself when the wind blows. Cool, me. Let me help you. No need. No need. You just hold it from the outside. I'll adjust the lock. Kiki tidied her hair and called, Stand outside and hold it. Okay. Old cat, hearing this, hurriedly dashed outside, standing on the steps to help hold the door. Kiki twisted the lock a couple of times and smiled. It should be good now. You step back. Let me see if I can close the door tightly. It's too cold. The latch must have frozen. It's fine. You close it. I'll try pulling it a bit. Old cat nodded with a grin. As the words fell, Kiki looked at old cat and smiled, reaching out to pull the iron door shut. The old cat enthusiastically grabbed the doorknob and pulled hard, shouting, It's locked. Pretty sturdy. It won't open. There was no response from inside. The cold wind made the old cat shiver, and he laughed and shouted again, Open up. It's really cold outside. Let me in. Still, there was no echo from inside. The old cat paused for a moment, then banged on the door, opened the door. Inside, Kiki was buried in the bed, laughing so hard she was shaking. You don't respect me much. I need you to calm down. The old cat opened his mouth wide, letting the cold wind blow into his belly, and shouted, It's windy outside. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Kiki laughed again and casually turned off the lights. After knocking on the door for a good 2 or 3 minutes, the old cat finally realized he had been set up and shouted loudly, Sister, this is a bit much. You don't drink, but at least give me some clothes. How am I supposed to go back like this? Damn it, it's too cold outside. Kiki still ignored him. Damn it, the most poisonous woman's heart. The old cat cursed through gritted teeth and turned to look around. A strong gust of cold wind hit him, and he felt goosebumps all over his body, instinctively hugging his shoulders. But unexpectedly, as he moved, the towel tied around his waist fell off with a snap. The little wind was chilling, and the old cat's face turned pale as he bent down to pick up the towel. Creak! The small door next to him was pushed open, and the innkeeper, holding a flashlight, had just finished checking the courtyard when he turned around and saw the old cat's bare body, instantly stunned. The old cat was also taken aback. After holding back for a while, the innkeeper, puzzled, asked, Bro, what are you practicing? Don't make a fuss. Do you have any clothes? The old cat asked while picking up the towel. The innkeeper was stunned for a long time, then suddenly blushed and exclaimed, Do you have any decency? Chapter 70. On the way back the next morning in the dining hall, Chinyu was having breakfast when he glanced at the old cat and asked, Where did you sleep last night? Where else could I sleep? I dealt with the boss in the front hall all night. The old cat gritted his teeth and cursed. That woman is really vicious. If you don't handle your business, why is she taking off my clothes? You deserve to be dealt with like this. Chinyu laughed and scolded. You can figure it out just by thinking with your butt. Do you know who she is? She's the daughter of the supplier's boss, and she's smart. How could she casually get involved with you? Is that realistic? I thought she was hinting at me at the dinner table, you know? The old cat responded with a sidelong glance. I thought it would be a story of kindling and fire, you know? I didn't expect it to end up being a story of earthworms and cold winds, right? Chi Lin chimed in. That's too much. Can we still eat this meal? What do you mean? The old cat was anxious. Ha ha ha. Chi Lin and Chin Yu laughed heartily, both giving the old cat a thumbs up to show their respect. Just after the three finished their breakfast, Kiki walked in with a bright smile. As soon as the old cat saw her, he immediately ground his teeth. Oh, quite early. Huh. Good morning. Kiki nodded with a smile and turned to the old cat. You're in good health. You didn't catch a cold in this chilly weather. Can't communicate with you. I'm going out for a smoke. The old cat got up and left. Hee hee, Kiki laughed. I had the boss help wash your clothes, and I paid for it. The old cat was taken aback. Well, you still have some humanity. Kiki turned back and said to Chinyu, Today I'm taking Li Tong with me. Yeah, the goods have been received, and we're heading back to... Chinyu extended his hand. Let us keep in touch. Kiki, hearing this, lost her joking demeanor and shook hands with Chinyu, saying, The price I gave you is so low to capture some market share. I hope you can take this seriously and ensure everyone benefits. Definitely. Then let us not waste words. I wish you a smooth journey. All right. Chinyu waved his hand. I'll see you off. Oh, right. Kiki suddenly slapped her forehead as she reached the door. How could I forget the important matter? Hanakasen, come over here. After calling twice, a strong man walked over from a distance, carrying something. Kiki took it over and turned to Chi Lin, saying, Here is some money, some medicine for the elderly, and clothes I bought for your sister. Please accept it. Chi Lin looked at Kiki with surprise. I'm very sorry that Along had an accident in Songjiang. Although I didn't meet him often, he helped us a lot and never betrayed us in a crisis. I'm grateful to him, Kiki said politely and formally. This is my little token of appreciation. Chi Lin was stunned for a moment, feeling very touched. My brother has been out there for so many years, telling me how many friends he has. But after he had an accident, you're the only one who remembered him and that he is family. Thank you. You're welcome. Kiki handed the items to Chi Lin, smiling and nodding. All right, we're leaving now. Let us go, I'll see you off. A few minutes later, Chinyu, the old cat, and Chi Lin were on the road, seeing off Kiki's team. This girl is not simple, the old cat commented with his hands behind his back. She is both cultured and skilled, and she is careful in her work. Who would have thought she would bring something for Chi Lin because of Along? Yeah, Chinyu agreed. You didn't see it. Chi Lin looked at the old cat and quietly recounted, Li Tong is pretty tough, right? But do you know what his expression was when he saw Kiki in the car? What expression? It was as if he saw a fugitive coming to kill him. Chi Lin said without hesitation. His eyes were a bit frightened, and he couldn't hide it. That means there are still some things about this girl that we don't know, the old cat replied thoughtfully. Regardless of what we know or not at this moment, our relationship with her is harmonious, Chinyu said with a smile, patting the old cat's shoulder. Don't you think so, brother? I don't think our relationship is that harmonious. Huh, Chinyu laughed. Let us pack our things and head back to the city triumphantly. In the afternoon, Chinyu gave the boss the money, and after waiting for more than 2 hours, he finally brought back gasoline and matching bullets. Once everything was ready, the three brothers set off on their way back to the city. However, their mindset had shifted. They were initially anxious and tense on the way there, but now they were filled with joy and boundless ambition on the way back. During their trip to Jiangzhou, the three had fought hard to secure the drug line, and now they finally had the capital to establish themselves in Songjiang. At night, in an office building of the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Kiki was sitting on the sofa, sipping her homemade lemon tea, looking at Li Tong and asking, Have you thought about the consequences of killing me? Li Tong pretended to be calm, smirking, You wouldn't dare to touch me. If you break relations with us now, it won't be easy for you either. So confident? Kiki put down her teacup and asked, Well, I admit defeat in this matter. Now I'm not doing anything, not saying anything, just waiting for my family to communicate with you. Li Tong knew very well that his father and uncle were already in contact with the Yu family. You're quite arrogant, Kiki said with a smile. You killed Brother Kong, and you don't even say a soft word? Isn't it normal for someone to die in street competition? Li Tong replied softly. Kiki stood up, clasping her hands behind her back, looking at Li Tong. Are you really not afraid of me? Or are you just pretending to be calm here? Li Tong clenched his fists. I'm not a street punk. I have a Li family behind me. Oh, Kiki nodded, suddenly turning around and shouting, Hannah Kaysen. The door opened, and a strong man in a black t-shirt bent down and called out, Boss, teach the young master of a Li family how to talk to me. Kiki threw down this line and turned to leave. Hannah Kaysen drew his gun, expressionless, aiming it at Li Tong's knees. Kiki, if you do this, the two families will soon break relations. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and Li Tong's kneecaps were shattered by the bullets. Li Tong fell back, knocking over a stool. Kiki turned around, clasping her hands behind her back, and scolded Li Tong. You're just a side branch of the Li family. What are you pretending for? Is it worth it for the Li family to break relations with us now? Hannah Kaysen, drag him to Brother Kang's funeral, don't treat his wounds, and let the bullets stay in his bones while he kneels for a night. Understood. Hannah Kaysen nodded. An hour later, the eldest brother of the Yu family called, sounding slightly accusatory. Kiki, what are you doing with Li Tong? We've finished negotiating the conditions on our side. Are you stupid? Since we have Li Tong in our hands, the matter of his uncle's death will definitely be pinned on us. Since the relations are already broken, why should we let him swagger back? Kiki frowned slightly and said, the people below are working hard for us, making money. If someone of Brother Kong's level has an accident and I don't react, one tea that make the others feel disheartened? Chapter 71. A good deed every day in the early morning, around 3 o'clock on the highway. After taking a nap, Old Cat sleepily glanced out of the car. Where are we? We've been out of Jiangzhou for a while. Qin yawned in response, but it's still early. You can stop in front. I need to take a leak and grab a bite, then you can rest and I'll drive. Old Cat rubbed his face. Fine. Qin, hearing this, drove for less than 2 kilometers before stopping the car in an open area. Old Cat casually picked up the rations from the back of the car, covered the already sleeping Qi Lin with a thick military coat, and then started eating. Qin got out, had a couple of puffs of smoke, and then turned back to grab some tissue from the car. You eat. I need to take a dump. Do you have any decency? I'm trying to eat here. I'm doing my thing. You're eating yours. It won't interfere. Qin smiled, took the tissue, and walked towards the larger open area, finding a spot with good feng shui. Squatting down, inside the car, Old Cat ate a bun with smoked meat and drank a couple of bottles of water before getting out to unfasten his belt and take a leak. In the open area, Qin shouted out, I'm not done yet. Are you already finished? You eat faster than a pig. Screw you. Old Cat, fastening his belt, cursed. Hurry up, or I'm driving off first. Just wait, I'll be done soon. Qin wiped his nearly frozen butt, stood up, fastened his belt, and walked back. Old Cat was already in the driver's seat, starting the engine. Qin crunched through the snow, and, after walking less than 20 meters, he suddenly felt something trip him. What is this? Although the sky was dark, the faint moonlight illuminated the basic outline of the ground. Qin raised his leg and kicked the thing under his foot, bending down to take a closer look, only to see a purple-blue face staring back at him. Damn! Even Qin, who was bold, was startled. He took a couple of steps back, looked carefully, and found a boy, around 15 or 16 years old, lying in the snow. He was dressed warmly, but his eyes were tightly closed, his hair covered in frost, frozen almost like a super saiyan. In the planned area, such things weren't rare. Every year, there were many people without a way out who froze to death in the icy wilderness. So Qin hesitated for a moment and turned to leave. Help me, please. A weak voice came from behind him after he had walked less than 10 meters. He hesitated, turned back to look at the snowdrift. The boy lay still, only weakly calling out, help me. Qin stood there watching him, and, after a long silence, finally said, how long have you been lying here? Help me. The boy kept repeating those words. Who knows what you're up to? Besides, you look pretty much done for. If you die, it'll be trouble for everyone in the car. Qin threw down a remark and turned decisively to leave. The boy's weak cries continued, but Qin walked further away, completely unable to hear him anymore. In the car, Old Cat saw Qin coming back and immediately scoffed. Took you long enough to wipe your butt. Qin turned to look at Old Cat. Let's go. Old Cat shifted the car into gear and slowly left the spot. Inside the car, Qin frowned, his face no longer bearing a smile. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? What kind of expression is that? Old Cat sensed something was off with Chinyu and curiously asked. Chinyu silently recalled the boy in the snow and suddenly felt his heart soften. If this were back in the planned area, he definitely would have ignored this kind of thing and wouldn't he have felt any guilt. Because, first of all, a child with an unknown background could easily bring trouble. Second, at that time, he was homeless and struggling to protect himself, let alone help anyone. But now it was different. His life had somewhat improved. And that boy was still alive, still able to speak. If he turned a blind eye, that young life would certainly end in this icy wilderness. Thoughts racing in his mind, Chinyu thought of the little boy and seemed to see his own helpless self from childhood. So similar, thick cotton coat, worn-out boots, an endless expanse of snow, and a child no one cared for. Chinyu closed his eyes and after a few seconds of silence, suddenly said, "Back up." "What for?" Old Cat was confused. "Hurry up and back up," Chinyu urged. Old Cat curiously put the car in reverse, muttering in disbelief. "Are you sick? Why are we going back? Do you feel bad about taking a dump outside and want to pack it up? Shut up and just drive back." After a few minutes, the car stopped again in the open area. Chinyu pulled a military coat out of the trunk, striding into the snow and wrapping up the boy. Old Cat stood by the roadside, surprised, and asked Chinyu, "Where did you find a person?" "Met him while taking a dump," Chinyu panted. "He's still breathing." "Damn, how old is he? Is he even an adult?" Old Cat glanced at the boy. His face is all purple. Holding the boy, Chinyu immediately instructed, "You hurry and get the car's heater pot, light it, and put it in the open area." "Okay." Old Cat was warm-hearted. Seeing the boy like this, he hurried to the car, pulling out the heater pot from the trunk. Chinyu placed the boy on the ground, turned and asked, "Is there any alcohol in the car?" "Not much left. Save it," Old Cat replied, holding the heater pot. Chinyu looked around and immediately said, "You take off his clothes, but be slow. His body is frozen stiff. If you move too quickly, you might hurt him." "What kind of weather is this, and you taking off clothes?" "If you don't understand, then stop talking." Chinyu rushed back into the snow, scooping up several handfuls of white snow before returning. Old Cat carefully started to undress the boy. Chinyu, holding the snow, used all his strength to begin rubbing it on the boy's back and chest. At first, the snow stuck to the boy's body and didn't melt, but after rubbing for more than 10 minutes, the snow in his hands began to turn into water. After working hard for a full half hour, Chinyu was sweating, pushing the boy's chest and shouting, "Can you hear me? Open your eyes if you can hear me, or I might just throw you away." After shouting 6 or 7 times, the boy suddenly murmured, "Help, help me." There was movement. Chi Lin, who had just come down from the car, shouted from aside. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Whether he can survive now depends on him. "Should we take him back?" Old Cat asked. "He is definitely a child no one cares for. If we save him, we have to take him back." Chinyu nodded in agreement. "Lift him into the car." On the way, the 3 brothers rescued a child and then quickly headed for Songjiang. A day later, Chi Lin got off midway to go home, while Chinyu and Old Cat drove for several more hours before returning to Songjiang. In the back seat of the car, the boy, who had been lying down for 2 days, gradually regained some color in his face, starting to consciously call out, "Is there anything to eat? Give me some." Old Cat was stunned to hear this. "Little master? What kind of attitude does this kid have? We saved him out of kindness, and he thinks he is a master?" Chapter 72. From covert struggles to open conflicts after returning to Songjiang. Chinyu and Old Cat drove back to Courtyard 88 with the child they picked up along the way. Inside, Chinyu took off the child's already foul-smelling clothes and casually tossed them at the door before leaning down to splash his face with cold water. "What are you planning to do with this kid? Are you going to let him stay here?" Old Cat casually asked. Chinyu wiped his face with a towel and shook his head in response. "I don't have time to take care of him. Once he gets better, I'll ask Zhu Wei if he can help find him some small work in Songjiang. As long as he can survive, that's enough. Finding him a small job is fine, but he doesn't have residency rights. Being an illegal resident means he could be kicked out at any time." Old Cat pondered for a moment. "Forget it. I'll help you ask around later. I know some truck bosses who work both inside and outside the district. Although they don't go deep into the planned area, they come in and out regularly. He could get a temporary residency permit every 30 days. That's fine. Since we picked up the kid, you should help think of a way." Chinyu nodded. "Shall we go? We need to head back to the police station. Old Lee is still waiting." "All right, let us go." After a brief discussion, they locked the door and left Courtyard 88. In the afternoon, inside the office of the police chief, Chief Lee looked at Chinyu with satisfaction and said, "Sit." Chinyu grinned as he sat in the chair opposite him. "Uncle Lee, you just got back from Phone Bay?" "Yes." Chief Lee casually tossed Chinyu a cigarette, speaking in a steady tone. "I've finished discussing the matters in Phone Bay. However, you still need to inform the Ma family to keep a low profile. The higher-ups mean that they want to hold off on the goods and see the profits first, rather than diving into a bunch of troublesome issues right away." "I understand." Chinyu nodded and quietly asked, "Since the drug line has been re-established, do you think we can start working on the case of Malaire?" Chief Lee pondered for a moment. "It can be done. You handle it, but make sure the procedures don't have any flaws. In the near future, Yuanka might be looking for any mistakes to pin on you." "Got it, I'll be careful." Chinyu nodded. Chief Lee took a puff of his cigarette, smiling as he opened a drawer and took out 2 certificates along with the corresponding shoulder and arm insignia, saying, "Take a look." Chinyu was taken aback, reaching out to take what Chief Lee handed him. After a quick glance, he grinned and said, "Wow, thank you, Chief. I got promoted to second-level officer so quickly. Starting today, your Team 3 is officially transferred to Squad 4, and you will officially take on the role of team leader of Team 3. Later, you'll need to hand over to Yuan Ko." Chief Lee looked at Chinyu with a smile and continued softly, "You'll stay in Squad 4 for a while, and I'll transfer the squad leader out, allowing you to take the position of acting squad leader and gradually become permanent." Chinyu realized that his path to promotion was so smooth not because of any connections with Old Cat, nor solely because Chief Lee appreciated him, but rather due to the results he and Chi Lin, along with Old Cat, had fought for with their lives in Jiangzhou. It was also at this moment that Chinyu clearly felt he had connections and a background backing him. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." Chinyu sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Don't mention it. You've earned this." Chief Lee waved his hand. "Go on now. I'll have the office prepare the handover documents for you. As for the dormitory reassignment, talk to sister when in logistics." Chinyu stood up and nodded, "Understood. Work hard. The road ahead is getting wider for you," Chief Lee said with a smile while smoking. "He got it." Chinyu grinned and nodded before turning to leave. Half an hour later, in the dormitory of Team 3, Chinyu sat on the bed, looking at Ma Ladder's case file while on the phone, saying, "Yes, Chief Lee has already informed me. Just follow the directions I gave you. Let Damon handle everything, and don't let Ma Ladder say anything unnecessary. You don't need to worry about the prosecution side. Chief Lee will handle that." "Right, Damon is charged with illegal possession. He won die. But be prepared for about 15 years. No, you don't need to let the lawyer contact me. Just have him meet Damon directly." "All right, you handle it." That's it. After finishing the call, Guanxi walked in with a sullen face. "Why is that idiot old San acting like he lost his mother? I really want to scrub that mouth of his with a steel wool ball." The handover work was supposed to be handled by Chinyu, but he was too lazy to deal with Yuan Ku and the others, so he let Guanxi step in, not expecting that he would run into problems with the other side as well. "What is going on?" Chinyu asked. Guanxi loosened his collar, looking quite displeased, and replied, "During the big operation on Tuza Street last time, weren't you involved in the incident at the meat shop? When we went to rescue, we used some of the team's firearms and ammunition, plus 2 grenades. Old Sen said this matter wasn't reported in advance, and after verifying the scene, he told us it didn't match what we said. So he want me to write a detailed report for him, or he submit materials to the department. Even if he submits materials to the department, what can he do?" Chinyu, still new to the rules in this area, didn't fully understand. All the equipment, firearms, and ammunition we use during operations are supposed to be applied for and approved, right? That's how strict management is achieved. Guanxi explained in a low voice. "But the current environment is so chaotic. If you encounter a case unexpectedly or face sudden situations while patrolling, it's normal to have some wear and tear on the equipment and ammunition. But now he's just looking for a reason to find fault, saying the equipment was approved for Team 1, and we used it privately, causing discrepancies in the records, which makes it hard for him to explain the logistics later. This person's perspective is limited to these petty office matters." Chinyu said irritably, "Ignore him. If he wants to make trouble, let him." "No, team leader." Guanxi immediately advised, "The use of ammunition must be reported to the police station because it involves whether officers are hoarding important equipment or weapons. So, If old Sin tries to give us a hard time and writes nonsense in the case file, it could lead to your punishment. Chinyu furrowed his brow and stood up, cursing. Yes, really annoying. Sai, let us go take a look. After a short while, Guanqi and Chinyu returned to the office area of Team 1. Old San was reclining with his legs crossed, sitting in front of the computer watching a live stream. Chinyu patiently approached and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, third brother, busy, huh? Old San turned back upon hearing the voice, glanced at Chinyu, and said, Oh, ISNT this team leader, Chin? Haha, congratulations on your promotion to second level. I'm still far behind you. Chinyu smiled and got straight to the point. I came to ask when we can finish this handover work. I want to finish it quickly too, but the case you were involved in at the meat shop is very unclear. I also went to the scene later and didn't TC where the grenades were used. Oldson responded in a rather evasive manner. Chinyu pondered for a moment and suddenly leaned in close to Old San's ear. Third brother, those 2 grenades weren't used. I hid them away because someone keeps trying to set me up. I need to keep a little hard stuff for self-defense, you know? Hey, do you want one? I can find a chance to give you one some night. Old Sin's face darkened, and he slowly stood up. Are you trying to scare me again? Hee hee. Chinyu smiled at him. So are you really that timid? Chapter 73. I don't want to grow up. The third brother stared at Chinyu with a sneer and said, When you first came here, you were nothing. Now you've become the team leader. You still want to play the outlaw with me? Do you think I would be afraid? Even if the police department has specially approved you to kill without punishment, you wouldn't dare to do anything, would you? Third brother, do you know why you can only be Yuan's lackey? Chinyu pointed at the third brother's chest. Because your mindset is so limited. You've gotten used to being a dog, and you don't have the thinking of being in charge. With your level, do I really need to compete with you? My friend who killed Yuan Wei is still alive. Do you believe he might suddenly come back one day and have dinner at your place? Hearing this, the third brother's heart sank, knowing that Chinyu was hinting at Qilin. Yuan didn't say anything, so what are you pretending to be tough for? Our team is transferring to the 4th team. That was Li's CS order. You think you're making it difficult for me, but in reality, you're just making it harder for Li Si. Chinyu scornfully said, Third brother, when will you grow up? If the third brother could grow up, he would have been brave when he ran into Matsushita at the restaurant last time. Guanqi chimed in. He is a warm-hearted person. As soon as the third brother heard this, he exploded. What the hell? Are you getting a bit too carried away? After saying that, he threw a punch at Guanqi's head. Don't hit, don't fight, third brother. Chinyu was just waiting for him to lose control and make a move. So he took a step forward, wrapped his left arm around the third brother's arm, and clenched his right fist, shouting, Third brother, listen to me. We can stand here and argue with words without any issue, but if you hit someone, then it becomes serious. The third brother had always looked down on Guanqi, and at this moment, hearing him provoke, he went up and threw 2 punches. Thud! Guanqi dodged and pretended to be hit in the face, falling back on the ground, immediately shouting, Why are you hitting me? What gives you the right to hit someone? I'm going to write a report to the police department. I'm going to submit materials to the supervisory department. I'm going to sue you to death. Come on, get up. I'll admit I was wrong. The third brother was so furious that he raised his foot to kick Guanqi. Chinyu held the third brother's neck with his left hand, tightly clenched his right fist, and hit him 3 or 4 times in the chest. The third brother initially didn't want to fight Chinyu, but after taking 2 hits, he became completely enraged and turned to wrestle with Chinyu, shouting frantically, Beat him. The other members from the first team, hearing the third brother's call, rushed in and started to grapple with Chinyu. At this point, there were about 7 or 8 of them, while only Guanqi was by Chinyu's side. But neither of them was easy to deal with. They were both quite scheming and had already prepared not to fight back. Guanqi, lying on the ground, was still shouting, Third brother, if you don't beat me to death today, I'll extort you to death. I'll make you extort. The third brother, gritting his yellow teeth, picked up a stool and was about to smash it down. Just then, Yuanka happened to walk in through the front door, glaring and shouting, What is going on? Are you crazy? With a roar, the room instantly fell silent. The third brother, breathing heavily, looked at Yuan Ku and said, Yuan, today you don't interfere. I'd rather take my clothes off than let him go. Hearing this, Yuan Ku felt a headache coming on and scolded with a dark expression. Shut up and put the chair down. The third brother calmed down a bit upon hearing this, held back for a moment, and finally tossed the chair aside. Yuan Ke frowned and scanned the people in the room, then stepped forward to Qin Yu and asked, "Oh, so you're a big shot now? Want to throw punches wherever with no burden on your mind?" Qin Yu smiled. "Yuan, I'm just a poor kid. How could I be so arrogant? Today, Li Si ordered us to transfer to the 4th team to help out, and I asked Guan Shi to come over for the handover. But third brother insisted that the equipment I used during the case at the meat shop didn't team match. I came over to reason with him, and he got angry. You see, we have surveillance in this room. If you don't believe it, we can pull up the footage." Hearing this, Yuan Ke's expression darkened again. "Shao Qi, go to the surveillance room and have the clerk pull up the recordings." Qin Yu immediately added, "Forget it." Yuan Ke waved his hand immediately, expressionless, and told the third brother, "Hurry up and finish the handover with them. They used explosives in that case. And that's indeed not matching." The third brother wanted to argue. "I told you to do what I say. If it doesn't team match, think of a way yourself." Yuan Ke shouted with wide eyes. The third brother bit his lip and didn't speak again. Yuan Ke turned to Qin Yu and smiled. "Qin, do you have any other instructions? I'll have someone take care of it for you." "No, nothing." Qin Yu waved his hand immediately. Then if you have any instructions in the future, just come by and say hello." Yuan Ke said with his hands behind his back. "You're a favorite in front of Director Li. Now the entire department revolves around you." "Yuan, you're just joking," Qin Yu said as he helped Guan Shi up and turned to leave. "All right, then you get busy, Yuan. We're leaving." Yuan Ke looked at Qin Yu, still smiling, and said, "Qin, I wish you a smooth sailing in the police department in advance." "Thanks, Yuan." Qin Yu didn't even look back as he led Guan Shi out. Inside, Yuan Ke turned back, looking at the third brother with a dark face, and asked, "This vice captain, can you actually do your job? It's not that I don't understand. It's that Guan Shi dares to talk to me sarcastically." The third brother argued. "What did he say sarcastically?" He said I haven't grown up." The third brother glared with bulging eyes and replied. Yuan Ke fell silent for 3 to 4 seconds before sitting down and responding, "That's a sharp summary." Hearing this, the third brother felt particularly humiliated, his face reddening as he glanced at the police officer beside him, feeling quite frustrated and wanting to retort. Yuan Ke looked up at the third brother and suddenly shouted, "Li Si has made it clear that he wants to support Qin Yu. Why are you obstructing him over such trivial matters? Can you really stop team leader Qin? Or are you just trying to annoy Li Si, wearing the title of vice captain and still doing foolish things? This is an office. We focus on smiling while killing, not like a rough street where everyone shouts and fights over everything." The third brother was left speechless by the scolding. If you don't have the confidence to take him down in one blow, don't make a move on these trivial matters. It will only make you look foolish. Yuan Ke frowned at the third brother. "Li Si has already chosen sides, and he is not on our side, so you can't act as you did before, doing whatever you want in the police department. Otherwise, if someone catches you with a handle, you might be in big trouble." The third brother, older than Yuan Ke, had been scolded for a long time and didn't retort, "I understand." Yuan Ke knew that people like the third brother, although limited in ability and average in level, were absolutely loyal to the Yuan family and himself. So after calming down, he gave him a way out. "Tonight, you come back to my brother's place with me. Recently, someone said that old Ma's people are releasing goods again, which might be related to Qin Yu's disappearance during this time." "Okay." The third brother nodded. In the evening, after Qin Yu treated everyone in the team to dinner, he returned home early to prepare for rest. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lin Yinlei sitting in a chair, propping her chin and chatting with the child he had picked up. Chapter 74 Code 3088. Qin Yu looked at the two with a strange expression and asked, "Hey, how did you two become friends?" Lin Yinlei smiled and replied, "When I got off work and came back, I saw him prying at my door. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he wanted to borrow something to eat." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned around and saw the child sitting on the bed eating noodles. "No, you can't be that uncouth. Don't you understand the principle that a rabbit doesn't eat the grass by its nest? Why do you have to steal from your neighbor?" The little boy, who was very dark-skinned with long hair and a dirty face, looked at Qin Yu and said, "I didn't steal, I borrowed. I was hungry and couldn't find anyone, so I had to go to a familiar place to grab something to eat. Prying open someone's door without saying hello is borrowing?" Qin Yu ruffled the boy's hair. "If you keep this up, don't blame me for throwing you in. I'm just borrowing. I plan to return it to her tomorrow." the little boy said while wolfing down the noodles, sounding very much like he belonged to the streets. We're all children of the rivers and lakes. Even spitting is like a nail. I won't eat her food for free. I'll definitely return tomorrow. Chinyu was taken aback. Why are you talking nonsense? What do you know about being a child of the rivers and lakes? Hee, this little brother is quite interesting. We've been chatting for a while. Lin Yinlei said with narrowed eyes, smiling. Hey, brother, what are you going to use to return my noodles tomorrow? Mice have their paths. Cats have their ways. If I say I'll return it, then I will. Why are you so chatty, you woman? The little boy rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Chinyu also rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Yinlei. I found him in the snow shell in the planting area. No one probably cares for him. So he's used to being free range, like a wild donkey. You have a kind heart. Lin Yinlei looked at Chinyu in surprise. Who told me to run into him? Chinyu skillfully changed the subject. Have you eaten? I had something at work. Lin Yinlei stretched and said, all right, the gloves you borrowed from me. I'll wash them. Wait a moment. I'll get them for you. Did you buy gloves? Chinyu asked. Oh, I've been so busy lately. I haven't had time to buy any. Lin Yinlei pouted. I haven't shopped in a long time, and I have to go back to Fongbei next month. You can keep those gloves. I'm giving them to you. Chinyu grinned. Just right. I have something to ask you. What is it? When you go back to Fongbei, could you bring me some cosmetics? Chinyu took out the list Coco gave him. My friend asked me to help. Just buy according to what's on the list. And I'll give you the money the day after tomorrow. Lin Yinlei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she looked at Chinyu. Oh, buying for your girlfriend? For the old cat lady? Get lost. Are you dating? Lin Yinlei asked again. No, just a regular friend. Chinyu stood beside the cabinet. Not knowing why he suddenly asked, why are you asking this? Are you jealous? Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei's face turned red instantly. Are you crazy? Jealous of you? Dream on. After saying that, Lin Yinlei turned and walked away. Chinyu watched her graceful figure and suddenly shouted, Is he eating? Should I go chat with you in your room? Get lost. Lin Yinlei scolded sharply and hurried back to her room. Look at you being so flirty, the little boy, sitting on the bed, blinked his big eyes and commented. Chinyu turned around and took out a cigarette from his pocket, asking, What's your name? I'm Wang Hunan. Some friends in society like to call me Big Tooth. The little boy sipped the noodle soup, sweat beading on his forehead. Sigh. Chinyu sighed and turned to look at his little broken home. You see, my life is pretty average, but it's fate that we met. You can stay here for a while, and later I'll help you find a job. It's the least I can do for you. Wang Hunan put down his bowl and looked at Chinyu with a serious expression, but his tone feigned maturity as he said, You saved my life. From now on, we are like brothers. You can ask me to do anything. Then you better wash the bowl first. I'll get you some hot water, Chinyu instructed. After washing, take the bowl back to Lin Yinlei and speak politely to her. Upon hearing this, Wang Hunan immediately became unhappy. Damn, how can a child of the rivers and lakes do a woman's work? Chinyu was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you expecting me to serve you? Hurry up and wash the bowl. You little. Who are you calling little? If you don't behave, I'll hit you. Chinyu slapped him. Hurry up. Over an hour later, as the lights went out in the neighborhood, Chinyu gave Big Tooth a bath in a wooden tub and then used his razor to shave his head. Big Tooth was full and had drunk enough, and sleepiness kicked in as he sat quietly in the chair. How old are you? Chinyu asked. 18. Stop messing around. Tell the truth. I'm actually 15. Bullshit. That just means you're 15. Chinyu rinsed the razor. How did you end up sleeping in the snow shell that day? I ran out from the mountains. I ran out of food, and it was cold. I was so tired that I fell asleep in the snow shell. Big Tooth's body and face were covered in frostbite. And once the room warmed up, it became very itchy, making him unconsciously scratch his skin raw. Plus, he was so weak that he limped when he walked, looking very pitiful. Why did you go to the mountains? My brother took me. Big Tooth paused for a moment, but remained stable in emotion, clearly articulating. We were gathering scarce food and catching some live animals. Are there still live animals in the mountains? Yes, but you have to go deeper. Big Tooth said flatly. Last month, we went deep into the mountains. The snow pits were several meters deep. The trafficker was behind us with a gun, forcing us to go in and gather ginseng. Everyone was scared and didn't dare to go. He shot and killed 3 people, and my brother was among them. Chinyu was stunned upon hearing this. I'm still young. I can't take revenge, but one day, I will bury that boss's head in the same snow pit where my brother died. Big Tooth spoke softly, still without any emotional fluctuation. Chinyu frowned and continued shaving his head under the dim light. My brother died. Whenever I sleep in the shed, I can remember him. Big Tooth slightly lowered his head. I'm afraid I will always think of him, so I ran away at night, and then I met you. What about your parents? Chinyu asked with a trembling voice. They got separated during the chaos before District 9 was established. They probably died long ago. Just like me. Chinyu paused his right hand for a moment, responding with a teasing tone. Big Tooth was taken aback, so we're quite fated. You want revenge? Chinyu asked casually. They killed my only relative. I will definitely kill him. Big Tooth said without hesitation. Then just live well. Chinyu nodded. Under the dim light, Big Tooth's dirty, messy hair fell to the ground, and before long, he became bald. At that moment, Chinyu noticed the 4 tattoo numbers on his neck, 3088. What does this mean? In the mountains, when the snow collapses, everyone gets buried inside. There are too many of us, and we usually manage in teams. So the boss can't remember, so he uses numbers instead. If something happens, we come back at night to verify the numbers to see who's missing. Big Tooth cursed. We are shovels, we are baskets, we are ginseng sticks, but we're not people. Upon hearing this, Chinyu felt his eyes redden inexplicably, and memories of his past flooded his mind. He then reached out and ruffled Big Tooth's head, scolding, You little brat, your words are really infuriating. Chapter 75. The Peculiar Man. Ma Lao err in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed. During this time, Chinyu was not affected by Dia's sudden intrusion into his life. He remained busy with work transitions, the operation of the drug line. In the case of Ma Lao err, while Dia continued to recuperate at home. Every day, when Chinyu went to work, he would give him 2 yuan for lunch, and they would generally have the remaining 2 meals together. After the public revelation of the conflict with Lao San in the office, Chinyu encountered no further obstacles at work. Yuan Ku and his group had started to ignore his presence on the surface, and the business of the drug line was managed by Lao Ma, with initial profits being acceptable. Overall, the streets were unusually calm during this time. Not only had there been no face-to-face conflicts among drug dealers, but even other overlapping industries were quiet as well. In such a peaceful environment, Ma Lao err was finally released from prison. Oma found a lawyer and, following Chinyu's advice, subtly reminded Damin inside to take the blame. Damin, being loyal to old Ma, did not hesitate to take on the core aspects of the case himself. Subsequently, Ma Lao err, understanding the situation, coordinated with several parties and finally cleared himself of charges. In the end, he was only sentenced to 3 months of external supervision for assisting in the concealment of prohibited drugs, required to report to the police station regularly, and pay a fine of 10,000 yuan. Ma Lao err was out, but Damin was in a dire situation. Thrown directly into a high-security prison, facing at least a 15-year sentence. Before this, Chinyu's impression of Ma Lao err was limited to seeing him as reckless, blunt, and hot-headed. He always felt that he belonged to the type of person who acted without thinking and sometimes spoke without consideration. However, he also recognized that despite his numerous flaws, Ma Lao err valued brotherhood highly. When Ma Lao err was first arrested, Chinyu was still in Yuan Ku's camp, and he had tortured Ma Lao err, trying to force him to drop the case. Yet, Ma Lao err refused to cooperate, opting instead to keep silent and not cause trouble for the Min and old Ma. Thus, Chinyu did not have an exceptionally negative impression of him. He just thought that Ma Lao err's style was too ostentatious, which might make him difficult to get along with. However, what Chinyu did not expect was that the day after Ma Lao err was released, he personally called him, inviting him out for a meal and a gathering. Before this, Chinyu had not considered deepening their relationship, as they had previously clashed, and he feared that a meeting would be awkward. But with Ma Lao err's proactive invitation, Chinyu felt he could not refuse, as it would be beneficial for both parties to ease their relationship, given their current ties. After much consideration, Chinyu called Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, and Guan Qi to accompany him, wanting to formally introduce them to each other within this small circle for better cooperation in the future. On Friday evening, around 7 o'clock, everyone gathered at a well-known Chinese restaurant in the Blackstreet district, but during the meal and drinks, both sides seemed somewhat reserved. Aside from Lao Mao and the 2 companions across the table, Most present had previously dealt blows to Ma Lao Air. Although the atmosphere could not be described as particularly awkward, everyone was limited to superficial pleasantries. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Ma Lao Air appeared slightly tipsy and began to liven up, insisting on taking Qin Yu and the others to Tuzha Street to have some fun. Qin Yu and the others felt embarrassed to refuse and left the restaurant with him, preparing to head to Tuzha Street. However, unexpectedly, Ma Lao Air put on a show right at the entrance, displaying a drunken bravado that delighted Qin Yu and Lao Mao. The incident began when Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and Ma Lao Air were chatting and waiting for Guan Qi to bring the car when a scruffy old man was arguing with a restaurant worker. On the left side of the steps, a tall young man, wearing an apron, was shoveling the snow that had accumulated on either side of the steps, while the disheveled old man stood nearby, saying, "I want to go in and order food. Why won't you let me in? You come here every day just to buy 50-cent steam buns. Who do you think is going to serve you?" The young man shouted back, "Look at your shoes. They're all covered in snow. If you come in, you'll make a mess everywhere, and I have to clean it up. Get lost. I'm not selling to you." The old man, who appeared to be over 60, was embarrassed and turned to leave. The worker then kicked a ragged bag off the low windowsill and shouted, "Take your junk with you. Don't leave it on the windowsill next time. It leaks oil and makes it hard for me to clean. If you don't want me to leave it, just say so. Was it necessary to kick it?" The old man trembled with anger. "You think I want to be a nuisance? I still have to live, right? You can't just kill me. Why do you have so much to say? I told you to get lost. Can't you understand?" The worker glared at him. The old man gritted his teeth, sighed, and bent down to pick up the ragged bag, brushing off the snow. At that moment, Ma Lao Air, who had been chatting with Qin Yu, suddenly turned around and slapped the worker on the head. "What is wrong with you? Don't you have parents? Haven't they taught you how to speak to the elderly?" The worker was stunned. What is wrong with me? I've been listening to you for a long time, and you haven't said a single decent word." Ma Lao Air grabbed him by the collar. "You think you're something special just because you serve tea and water? Let me ask you, what makes you better than anyone else? That old man comes here every day just to buy 50-cent steamed buns, and he has dirty, covered in snow water. I'm just trying to make sure everyone can eat in a good environment. Get the hell out of here." Ma Lao Air was furious and slapped him twice. "Apologize. Apologize." The worker, knowing he couldn't argue with someone like Ma Lao Air and having a weak personality, was on the verge of tears after being slapped. "Brother, I just said a few words to him. I told you to apologize." Ma Lao Air shouted at the old man. The worker swallowed hard, turned to the old man, and said softly, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. Everyone gets old someday." The old man replied nonchalantly. Ma Lao Air had thick eyebrows and big eyes, sporting a buzz cut that made him look fierce. He glared at the worker, growing angrier the more he looked at him, before finally shouting while pulling his collar, Go inside and set a table for me. Order 4 dishes. I'm treating this grandpa to dinner. You miserable dog. Go get a mop and follow him to clean the floor. If it's not clean, I'll beat you to death." "Thank you, but I want to be buying steam buns today." The old man laughed and called out. Ma Lao Air raised an eyebrow. "What is wrong, Grandpa? I'm the one who just beat you up, and you're not going to give me some face? Ha. I appreciate the gesture, but I can't afford to eat at this restaurant every day." The old man continued to smile. "My grandson has had his stomach cut open and can't eat anything too hard. Their noodles are good, so every time I pass by here, I just want to buy him some soft steamed buns." After pondering for a while, Ma Lao Air pulled out a wad of cash from his pants pocket and boldly said to the old man, "Then today, I want to treat you to dinner. I'll treat your grandson to a year's worth of steam buns." The old man was dumbfounded, and Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and the others were equally surprised. Ma Lao Air pulled out 500 yuan in cash and directly handed it to the worker. "From now on, at this time, every day, you prepare steamed buns for this grandpa. If I find out you didn't do it well, I'll make you shovel all the snow on Tuzha Street." I understand," the worker nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Qi and the others pulled up at the car, and Ma Lao Air smiled and waved at the old man. "We're leaving, Grandpa." The old man was stunned for a moment before bowing deeply to Ma Lao Air. "I thank you, child. Thank you for your thanks. Ha. I'm young and money comes quickly." Ma Leone didn't really talk deeply with the other party, just threw out a sentence and got into the car. Lao Mao watched the whole process and shook his head, sighing, This kid is really straightforward, giving away 500 yuan without batting an eye. This person is worth getting to know better. Qin Yu commented with a smile. On the way to Tuzha Street, Qin Yu jokingly asked, Leone, that old man clearly needs money. If you want to do a good deed, why not just give him the money directly? Ma Leone, reeking of alcohol, held back for a long time and said a classic line. I can afford to treat his grandson to steam buns for a year, but I can't save him. That's two different things. You really are an interesting person. Qin Yu paused for a moment before smiling thoughtfully. In a mid-range entertainment venue on Tuzha Street, several brothers under Yuan Hua were having a great time. Chapter 76. In the chaotic era. Only this carefree spirit is missing in the three-story private room of the Wanshe Entertainment Club on Chaozhou Street. A row of young women stood gracefully. Old Ma Air was smoking, turned his head toward Qin Yu, and said, Come on, you choose first today. If you're not satisfied with one, we can order 2 or 3. I'll cover all the expenses. I want that one. Yes, the one looking at me with affection. Lao Mao was not polite at all, waving his hand and calling out, Come over here. Good evening, Appa. A girl with a distinctive appearance walked over with a smile and greeted Lao Mao in Korean. After Lao Mao made his selection, Qin Yu and the other 3 each chose one to sit beside them. Old Ma Air then called for the service staff to bring drinks and personally sang a song to liven up the atmosphere, putting aside the idle chatter. After everyone had their relationships drawn closer by alcohol in this environment, Old Ma Air sat down next to Qin Yu, raised his glass, and said, Xiao Yu, I'm not the kind of person who fusses over trivial matters. Although we had some conflicts before, it was mainly due to our differing positions. I have my reasons for not dropping the case, and you have your reasons for beating me up every now and then. But from today onwards, we'll be eating from the same bowl. So let's turn the page on the past. How does that sound? All right, turning the page. Qin Yu didn't waste words. Raised his hand to clink glasses with Old Ma Air and downed his drink in one go. Old Ma Air spat out some phlegm and wiped his mouth, saying to Qin Yu, My uncle is getting old, and he won't be able to roll around out there for many more years. In the future, business matters may be handled by me. Xiao Yu, I'm straightforward, so from now on, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. If I disagree, I'll tell you why. But let us not play guessing games. That is pointless. All right. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. His eyes fixed on Old Ma Air as he responded, If you're going to handle the business in the future, I really need to give you a couple of reminders. Go ahead. Old Ma Air nodded. When I came back, Li Si had a chat with me. He specifically reminded me to keep a low profile when doing business. Qin Yu lowered his voice and continued, The Yuan family has a lot of big pharmaceutical companies backing them, and they have solid local connections. We've just started to establish our lines, and some of Li Si's friends at a higher level are also watching us, observing whether our group can really pull this off and get the job done. So, we need to produce results and avoid trouble during this time. Old Ma Air immediately waved his hand. Hey, we've been in the pharmaceutical business for a long time. Don't worry, I know what to do. To be honest with you, Qin Yu pulled out an e-cigarette and continued softly. The supplier has given me a hard target. If we want the drug prices to be cheaper, we need to achieve at least 250,000 in sales each month. Do you know what that means? Old Ma Air was taken aback, but was not foolish. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, he quickly replied, It means our relationship with the supplier is quite fragile. Exactly. Qin Yu nodded immediately. The supplier also wants to see if we can really cooperate. Think about it. They're making drugs illegally, which is a thorn in the side of several pharmaceutical companies. So if a partner's capabilities are lacking, the supplier would rather not do business than take the risk. I understand what you mean. Old Ma Air nodded. We must prioritize stability in the early stages. Qin Yu poured himself another glass of wine. Once our relationship with the supplier is satisfactory, we'll naturally stand tall. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Old Ma Air responded nonchalantly. Cool, let us have a drink. Qin Yu felt he had said enough, so he stopped beating around the bush and raised a glass. The two exchanged smiles and downed their drinks again. After finishing the important business discussion, Old Ma Air called out to a strong man with a stern face and a scar on his left eyelid. Brother Zishu, come here. I'll introduce you properly. From a distance, the man who was chatting with Lao Mao and others heard and walked over with a drink in hand. This is Lu Zishu. He has been with my family for nearly 10 years and can be said to have watched me grow up. Old Ma Air introduced with a smile. He had something to do just now, so he didn't eat with us, You two should get to know each other. I'm Chinyu. Hello, hello. Lu Zishu smiled, speaking steadily. I had something going on just now and couldn't get away. I'll take care of you more in the future, Qin Group. You're too polite, just call me Xiaoyu. Though Lu Zishu had a noticeable scar on his face, making him look fierce, he spoke with a deep voice without putting on airs, appearing very steady. After the two got acquainted, old Ma heir explained to Qinyu with a smile. My old man wants to delegate some power to me, but he is afraid I can't handle it. So he let brother Zishu work with me to take care of me a bit. So I discussed many things with him. Hearing this, Qinyu felt inexplicably relieved. That's good. Having an experienced person around can keep you in check. Otherwise, you could end up fighting with the waitstaff over a meal, which is quite concerning. Huh. Everyone laughed at the remark. Come on, today let's not talk about anything else. Just drink and have fun. Old Ma heir happily called out to the girls beside him. Go, bring me a few dancers. I want a Latin dance segment. Qinyu helplessly tugged at old Ma heir. That's enough. You've already spent quite a bit today. Old Ma heir waved his hand dismissively. What is the point of making money if you don't spend it? To put it bluntly, I ran into you this time when things went south and met Mingge, who is meticulous about handling matters and willing to take my case. Otherwise, I'd definitely be in deep trouble. If I lose my life, what is the use of money? Upon hearing this, Qinyu found himself at a loss for words. I've got 100 in my pocket today, spend it all. If I die tomorrow, it's not a loss. Old Ma heir shouted carefreely, ladies, let us get the party going. Treat my friends well, and I'll throw 2,000 on the table later. Yay! The girls cheered and screamed, celebrating old Ma heir. Qinyu sat on the sofa, smiling as he watched old Ma heir and couldn't he help but think. Some people say they don't love money. They might be pretending or simply have no money. But those who can be so carefree are few and far between in 20 years. And old Ma heir is one of them. This person lacks refinement, and his conversations are filled with a strong sense of street bravado. If you examine closely, he has numerous bad habits, but this genuine spirit is indeed admirable. Living so carefree throughout one's life is not an easy feat, whether in the peaceful times of the past or the chaotic era of now. Although Qin Yu has a good alcohol tolerance, he definitely couldn't keep up with someone like old Ma heir leading the pace. After less than an hour, he was completely drunk and was helped home by Zhu Wei and Guanqi. However, Lao Mao gradually got into the spirit. Ever since he met old Ma heir, it was as if he had found a soulmate, and he felt a strong sense of camaraderie. As midnight approached, Lao Mao was also inebriated, being supported by a girl. He grasped old Ma heir's hand and said, Brother, I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving. Going back to wash off the alcohol. Tomorrow I'll treat you to a bath. Hee, you've had too much to drink. All right, you head back. I'll settle the bill and leave too. Thanks for the hospitality. How was that girl really? Give me a verbal report tomorrow. All right. After exchanging pleasantries, Lao Mao was assisted away by the girl. 15 minutes later, after old Ma heir, Lu Zishu, and others settled the bill and were about to leave the entertainment club, they suddenly heard one of Yuan Hua's brothers shouting from inside the music bar, Dongge, I bid 500. Damn, they're here too? When Ma Lauer heard the shout and turned around, he saw the people sitting in the music bar and immediately squinted his drunken eyes. Chapter 77. Drunk again, or is it intentional? Lu Zishu immediately spoke up to persuade after seeing Ma Laonyo's state. What does their presence have to do with us? Let's hurry back and rest. Who is performing today? Ma Laonyo swayed toward the nearby brother and asked. The enchantress, the one from Thailand? Ma Laonyo asked again. Yes, the brother nodded. Ma Laonyo burped, grinned at Lu Zishu, and said, let's go in and take a look. I tried to book her last time, but she wasn't there. It's getting late. We should just go back. Lu Zishu frowned and said, but Yongdong is also here if we go over. Fuck, he can do his thing, and I can do mine. What's the problem? The area is so small. Am I supposed to avoid them every time I see them? Ma Laonyo glared and shouted. Lu Zishu was speechless. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Ma Laonyo called out and led the group into the music bar. The music bars of this era were not much different from those before, except that they placed more emphasis on performances, meaning there were often people with special talents coming in to perform. The majority of the clientele tended to be older, as younger children had no income. In such an environment, most people struggled to afford meals, and there weren't many wealthy young heirs. On stage, a tall and alluring girl was performing a somewhat risque act, still very much in the Thai style, with quite a bit of daring. Ma Laonyo was a man who indulged in pleasures from all directions, so he had a bit of a crush on the enchanting lady on stage. However, after 2 failed attempts to book her, and with the Ma family having been through a rough patch recently, he felt a bit of pent-up frustration. So when he heard the host announce the auction for the enchantress's late-night snack, he immediately chimed in, "I bid 1,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the spotlight turned to the entrance, and Ma Laonyo grinned as he walked over to a nearby empty table, waving at the enchantress. The boss at the entrance bid 1,000. The host shouted, "Friends, this opportunity doesn't come often. The enchanting lady will perform in Fongbei next week. It will be hard to book her again. Wealthy bosses, enjoy yourselves while you can. Come on, anyone want to bid higher?" This kind of late-night snack auction was actually meant to liven up the atmosphere. Most guests participated just for fun. Many of them didn't really want to engage with the performers, and even if a performer went out to dinner or drinks with you, it didn't guarantee they would stay the night. Moreover, since the enchantress was a personal Y, Yongdong was just playing around, trying to show off after drinking too much. But once Ma Laonyo appeared, the atmosphere changed inexplicably. Yongdong, who had been following Yuan Hua for many years, didn't engage in some of the ground-level competition, but personally owned 2 officially registered companies and held a significant amount of business from the Yuan family, making him somewhat disdainful of the grassroots Ma family. On the sofa, Yongdong adjusted his black-framed glasses and curiously asked a friend beside him, "Has this guy come out?" "Yeah. I heard it was Officer Lee who helped him." The friend nodded. "Haha, he is lucky to be alive. Doesn't he even know his own surname now?" Yongdong chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Xiao Lu, play with him." The young man standing in front immediately waved his hand and shouted, 1,005. 2,000. Ma Laonyo's eyes didn't blink. 2,005. 3,000. In less than 5 seconds, the bidding had already reached 3,000, a number that far exceeded the intended lively atmosphere. Everyone present knew that both sides were serious now. They were no longer just playing around. At the entrance, Lu Zishu frowned and reminded Ma Laonyo, "That's enough. Is 3,000 worth it for a woman?" "It's not about the money." Ma Laonyo crossed his legs, his eyes fixed on Yongdong, and smiled as he shouted, "Hey, do you still have bullets in your pocket? If not, I'll have her come over for drinks." Inside, the young man at the front walked back and bent over to ask Yongdong, "Bro, are we still bidding?" "Not anymore," Yongdong said with a dark expression. "Let him pretend. 3,000. Is there anyone willing to go above 3,000? The host asked. No one responded inside. "Now, let's invite the enchanting lady to toast the boss at the entrance," the host called out. Ma Laonyo stood up and turned to ask Lu Zishu, "Do you still have money?" Lu Zishu was taken aback and said helplessly, "If you have no money, why bid? Do you have any?" Ma Laonyo impatiently asked. "Yes." Lu Zishu nodded. Upon hearing this, Ma Laonyo immediately pointed at Yongdong and shouted to the host on stage, "I won't drink. Let the lady go to their table." "That big brother has been shouting for a while. He must be a bit thirsty, haha." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, and even the experienced host didn't know how to respond. Yongdong sat on the sofa with an extremely ugly expression, not saying a word. "Fuck, you just got your pants torn off a while ago, and now you come here to act tough?" A burly man suddenly jumped up from the sofa, grabbed a bottle from the table, and threw it towards Ma Laonyo with a whoosh. Bang! The bottle shattered on the table, and a conflict was predictably about to erupt. 7 or 8 people from the other side rushed over, and they began to beat up Ma Laonyo and his group. Yongdong stood in front of the sofa, shouting several times to stop them, but it was ineffective. At the entrance, a somewhat drunk Ma Laonyo was fierce but helpless, as they were outnumbered. Furthermore, the staff in the entertainment city sided with Yongdong, so they soon suffered a loss. 3 or 4 people cornered Ma Laonyo against the wall at the entrance, and they started throwing punches and kicks at him. Lu Zishu struggled with 3 of Yongdong's subordinates. Although he didn't suffer much, he was held back. A chaotic brawl lasted about 7 or 8 minutes before it ended with Ma Laonyo getting beaten up. The entertainment city manager hurriedly arrived to pull the others apart, and then said to Ma Laonyo, "What are you doing? We all know each other. Causing trouble here is just embarrassing me." Ma Laonyo wiped the blood from his nose and said with a smile, completely unconcerned, "It's fine, it's fine. It has nothing to do with you. Fuck, getting beaten up woke me up. Do you have a car? Should I take you to the hospital? The manager asked. No need. What's there to see with this little injury? Malauno smiled and wiped the blood off his hand, appearing drunk, but rationally said to the manager, Sorry for the trouble. I'm fine. It's just that the boss won't be happy. Forget it. You should go wash up, the manager said. No need. No need. I'm leaving. Malauno waved his hand and was the first to leave the entertainment city. In the car outside, Lu Zishu said dissatisfied, What was the point of this? You spent money and got beaten up. If Uncle Ma finds out, he will definitely scold you. Wasn't I just confronting them? I drank too much today. Malauno rudely tore off a piece of tissue and stuffed it into his nose, saying, Let's go back and sleep. Sigh, when will you stop getting into trouble? Lu Zishu sighed. Inside the music bar, after the manager had the entrance cleaned up, he went to Yongdong's table, sat on the sofa, and said, Brother, stop drinking. Trust me, you should head back early. What's wrong? Yongdong asked, tilting his neck. Chapter 78. The reckless man, Yongdong, had originally planned to leave. But upon hearing the manager's words, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Why are you trying to chase me away? Ma Lao was a thick-headed type. He never lost out on Tuzha Street. The manager whispered, He has had quite a bit to drink today. I estimate he'll be back soon. Yongdong secretly cursed the manager for being talkative, but he also knew that Ma Lao was a reckless character, and it wasn't worth his time to compete with someone like him. So at this moment, he felt trapped here. If he left, he would lose face, as if he was afraid of Ma Lao. If he didn't leave, he was worried about trouble. After thinking for a while, Yongdong smiled and replied, It's fine. If he doesn't come back today, I won't leave either. Why bother to compete with him? No problem, just pour some more drinks, and we can continue to drink for a while. Yongdong wore a light smile on his face. Sighing, the manager got up. After the manager left, Yongdong immediately instructed a friend nearby, Call home and have 2 people come over, just say something happened at the company. After the drug line was restored, Uncle Lu usually lived not far from Tuzha Street, so it took less than 10 minutes for Ma Lao to drive him home. On the roadside, Uncle Lu leaned on the car window and advised, Go home and sleep quickly. There's stuff to do tomorrow. Call me when you wake up. Okay. Ma Lao nodded. I'm leaving now. Drive carefully, bro. Uncle Lu said a few words before turning to leave. The young driver, seeing Uncle Lu leave, turned and asked, Going back? To the warehouse, Ma Lao said, rubbing the scabs on his face, completely calm. 20 minutes later, just after the newly brought drinks were served, 2 young men hurriedly arrived at the entertainment city, rushing in and saying to Yongdong, Bro, something happened at the company. President Yuan wants you to go back immediately. What happened that's so urgent? Yongdong asked in front of the manager. I don't know. Just said you should hurry back. This weekend is really nonstop. Yongdong pretended to be helpless and stood up, frowning as he said, Then save the drinks. Let us head back first. All right, the manager also stood up in agreement. If there's something, hurry and leave. With the platform Yongdong had built for himself, he smoothly stepped down from the situation, leading his brothers as they strolled towards the entrance of the entertainment city. Outside, the tires squeaked against the snow as they stopped by the roadside. Ma Lao led the 2 brothers who had just been beaten and got out of the car. Just as Yongdong and the others walked out of the entertainment city's main entrance, they bumped into each other face to face. Going? Ma Lao, with blood still not wiped clean from his face and reeking of alcohol, asked. Yongdong was taken aback. What the hell do you want to do? I want to deal with you. Ma Lao pulled out a gun from his pocket and stepped up towards the stairs. The manager of the entertainment city rushed out upon hearing the commotion, immediately frowning and advising, Lao, can't you see this ISNT over yet? Can you give me some face and stop making a scene? Ma Lao tilted his head to look at him. When I was getting beaten, where was your face? The manager was at a loss for words. Does this big road belong to your family? Ma Lao pushed the manager aside. Stop talking nonsense. It's none of your business. Back off. Yongdong stood still, coldly asking, Have you not felt the pain from what happened a while ago? Your old ma hasn't dared to show up until now. Do you have some idea? Ma Lao raised his hand, pointing the gun at Yongdong's head, asking, What's the count? 123 or 456? Faced with what seemed to be a drunk Ma Lao who had lost all rationality, Yongdong was momentarily speechless. Let me give you a count. Ma Lao Air gritted his teeth, pressing the gun barrel against Yongdong's head, and said slowly, 123. Either you kneel and bow 3 times to me, or I'll shoot you dead. You're full of shit. Yongdong's face showed disdain. Ma Lao Air, do you really think no one can deal with you anymore? To the left, Yongdong's friend reached out to grab Ma Lao Air's arm. Ma Lao Air turned the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. The bullet pierced through Yongdong's friend's palm, causing blood to flow. On the stairs, the crowd fell silent. Ma Lao Air grabbed Yongdong by the collar, his eyes red as he shouted, "Do you know how many of those who got caught and beaten to death recently were my friends and relatives?" "Huh, do you know?" Yongdong was stunned. "You think I'm drunk?" Ma Lao Air slapped Yongdong's cheek. "Damn it, I'm using this drunken strength to talk to you with a gun and bullets. Do you understand?" Yongdong's face turned red, secretly cursing how unlucky he was today to run into such a reckless outlaw who acted without considering the consequences. "Yongdong, I have no other demands today. Just ask you if you can kneel and bow 3 times to me." Ma Lao Air pointed at the ground, suddenly shouting 1. Yongdong clenched his fists, staring fiercely into Ma Lao Air's eyes, remaining silent. 2. Ma Lao Air is gestived. His index finger already hooked on the trigger. Yongdong's expression fluctuated, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the people nearby, quietly saying to Ma Lao Air, "Ma Lao Air, the territory of Tujia Street is just this big. Can you leave yourself some room to maneuver?" "What do you mean by room? Today I'm holding a gun and 1 T take you down. Tomorrow you can beat me. Is that what you call room?" Ma Lao Air roared like thunder. "Can you kneel?" Yongdong felt his head buzz from the shout, glancing again at the expressions of those nearby. "Come on, stand straight. I'll shoot you 3 times to send you off." Ma Lao Air, seeing he was really about to lose it, Yongdong instinctively raised his hand to lower the gun. Okay, I give in." Hearing this, Ma Lao Air tilted his head back a step and smiled at Yongdong. "See the south? Kneel over there." Ma Lao Air pointed to the left. "Hee, all right." Yongdong smiled, pushed Ma Lao Air aside, and with a thud, knelt down on the ground, his back straight, loudly shouting, "Brother Air, how do you like this position?" "Huh." Ma Lao Air laughed, reaching out to pat Yongdong's head. "Bow." Yongdong bent over and knocked his head on the ground 3 times. "Damn, your posture is quite pretentious, but I'm satisfied. Yongdong, you could be considered someone who knows how to read people. Haha." Ma Lao Air patted Yongdong's head twice and turned to leave the stairs, shouting, "Let us go." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 brothers who had come with him put their right hand into their pockets and backed away from the entrance. After the 3 got into the car, Ma Lao Air spat on the ground and laughed as he turned to Yongdong, saying, "Go back and tell Yuan Hua." There's an old saying, "Don't laugh at others for wearing torn clothes. 10 years in the East, 10 years in the West. The Ma family can't always be the 3rd grandson, and he Yuan Hua can't always be so prosperous. The feng shui of this Tujia Street really needs to change." A few minutes later, inside the car, the driver gripped the steering wheel, still shaken, and asked the drowsy Ma Lao Air, "You were too reckless. Yongdong is someone who can stand his ground in this area. Have you thought about what would happen if you didn't kneel today? If you have to think about something 3 times, then you're hesitating," Ma Lao Air replied, tilting his head. "Why think so much? Just charge in and that's it. If he doesn't kneel, I'll shoot him. The gun's in my hand. What am I afraid of?" Chapter 79. Power and money. Every person has their flaws and strengths, some more obvious than others. And the difference lies in whether you need to encounter certain situations to see them clearly. Ma Lao is one of those people whose strengths and weaknesses are quite apparent. He is somewhat impulsive in character and acts without considering the consequences. However, from another perspective, he is also very warm-hearted, never calculating with his friends or playing petty tricks, making him very trustworthy. If it were someone else, after the incident with Yongdong, they might choose to hide for a few days to avoid the fallout and observe the reactions from the other side. But this guy didn't even change his place of residence that night. He went home and fell into a deep sleep as if nothing had happened. The next morning, Ma Lao came to his nephew's place and kicked him in the head. "What the hell? Who is it?" Ma Lao groggy woke up. Old Ma stood with his hands behind his back, his face purple with anger. "Have you been drinking again? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Who told you to mess with Yongdong?" Malar, bare-chested, sat up in bed, blinking his eyes and speaking with a slightly impatient tone. They started it by hitting me first. Everyone in the music bar saw it. What was I supposed to do? Just stay silent? Do you think I don't know anything? If you hadn't provoked them first, would they have done anything? Uncle, that matter on Takazai. We lost Ma Guang, and my little nephew got arrested. He definitely won come out. We've lost so many people this time. Malater said with red eyes. We are in this business. If you keep getting pushed down, who would still want to work with you? Selling drugs carries a death penalty for 50 kilograms. The risk is the same for everyone, but they help the Yuan family with plenty of food and face. While helping you, what do we get? We not only have to worry about getting caught by the police, but also have to guard against getting slapped in the face by the other side. Don't you feel frustrated? Hearing this, old Ma was somewhat moved. Last night, he indeed lost control a bit, but he couldn't be entirely blamed. If they hadn't acted first, he would have left. Malar, being quite filial, said, Uncle, I know what you're going to say. I'll be more careful in the future. Don't be angry, okay? You need to mature a bit. Things on the ground aren't just about fighting and killing. Old Ma sighed. Didn't Tichin you tell you? Oldly has repeatedly reminded us to keep a low profile lately. If you cause trouble now, the higher-ups want be able to protect you. Okay, I got it. Malar, hungover, looked quite haggard, with red eyes and a waxy complexion. Look at you. You look terrible. Old Ma glanced at his nephew, frowning and scolding. Hurry up and wash your face. Come with me to check the goods in the warehouse. All right. Malawer nodded eagerly. A post-drinking storm passed quietly. In the following week, there was still no movement on the streets, and it seemed that Ma Lar forcing Yongdong to kneel had affected the Yuan and Ma families. One noon, at a small restaurant across from the police station, Qin, dressed in plain clothes, led Zhu Wei inside. Hey, Captain Qin, over here, over here. A young man in his mid-20s immediately stood up and waved his hand. Qin glanced at the other party and expressionlessly walked over. Captain Qin, worried about the noise? We can book a private room instead, the young man asked, bowing and scraping. Qin hadn't felt that power brought him any convenience before, but ever since he officially took over as the leader of Team 3, this subtle feeling gradually emerged. The young man in front of him was a residence intermediary, mainly helping people from the planning area apply for permanent residency in District 9. However, his background was average, and he had many illegal operations, so one of his errand boys was recently caught by Zhu Wei. Later, this young man managed to connect with Qin through Lao Mao, hoping he could help him out. After Qin sat down, he lightly said, You all sit. Okay, okay. The young man quickly sat down and shouted, Quick, bring us some dishes for this table. Qin crossed his arms and remained silent. Captain Qin, you've been quite busy lately, right? Not bad. Hey, I heard there have been significant personnel changes in the police station recently. It seems Elkison has been transferred to the police department? Not really sure. I've been out on duty. Qin expressionlessly shook his head. At the dining table, the young man kept trying to find topics to discuss, but Qin responded briefly, making him feel a bit awkward. However, what was most important was that he increasingly feared Qin at that moment, because he couldn't understand the leader's attitude. After a brief silence, the young man took a gift box from his bag and, with a smiling face, said to Qin, About that matter, I hope Captain Qin can help me out. We will definitely avoid making mistakes again in the future. Moreover, Lao Mao knows about this and scolded me. Sigh. It's not easy to make a few bucks these days. Qin paused for a moment, pushed the gift box back, and replied, I don't want the gift. Captain Qin, please don't. Let me finish. Qin interrupted with a frown and continued. Since Lao Mao has spoken, I will find a way to help you with that matter. But one condition. If you continue to buy residence permits for deceased individuals and falsify them for high prices, then I will take you down too. Understood, understood. The young man nodded repeatedly. What is your name again? Qin asked. You can call me Xiaolu. All right, wait for news. Qin nodded at him. Okay, okay. The young man cheerfully urged. Come on, let us eat. Less than 5 minutes later, Qin had only taken a couple of bites before he forcibly found an excuse to leave. But he specifically instructed Zhu Wei, You stay and talk to him about the case. Back at the police station, just as Qin was about to call Qi Lin, Zhu Wei casually walked back, with the gift box the young man had wanted to give to Qin tucked under his arm. Why are you back? Qin was a bit puzzled. You left. So why would I stay and eat with them? Zhu Wei replied with a smile. Didn't you want me to stay and bring back the gift they gave? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. How can you not understand such a simple intention? So, what do you mean? Zhu Wei was also confused. What valuable gift could someone who deals in residence permits and makes money by skimming offer you? Qin Yu replied with a frown. I wanted you to stay to get to know him better. In our line of work, we need to have some connections on the ground, right? Although he doesn't have a high status, he interacts with a lot of different people. If you use him well, it can make our future casework much easier. Ah, so that's what you meant. Zhu Wei finally understood. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei, reached over to take the box from under his arm, opened it, and saw it contained a very ordinary watch and 2,000 in cash. Oh, he didn't skimp on this. Zhu Wei smiled at the sight of the money. If you don't take his money, ELL never know how to gauge you. But if you do take it in his eyes, you'll be worth 2,000 a watch. Qin Yu casually tossed the box on the table and stated bluntly. Zhu Wei thought for a long time before nodding. That makes sense. Qin Yu took the money out of the box, kept 500 for himself, and said, I'll take this, the rest you guys can split. Don't you want to take the money? Zhu Wei asked sideways. Then why take 500? Nonsense. You've already taken it back. How could I not want it? Qin Yuho shamelessly cursed. Recently, there's a little brat at home, and I still need to get him some medicine to take care of his health. Money is really tight. What about the watch? Are you taking it? Don't wear a new watch in front of the police chief. It's not a good influence, Qin Yu gently reminded. Find a place to sell it. Got it. Remember what I told you. Qin Yu sat on the chair and again urged, in the future, let's keep an eye on the sharper ones on the streets. We shouldn't accept their favors. Instead, we can provide them with some conveniences when necessary. Understand? Zhu Wei finally grasped Qin Yu's meaning. On the other side, Yuan Hua sat in the company, looking at the report and cursing. Damn it, sales dropped by 30% this week. Can someone explain me why? On the sofa, a balding middle-aged man with his legs crossed replied, What is there to explain? Old Ma over there has started to lower prices. It's more than half cheaper than ours. Anyone who's not an idiot will definitely go buy from him. Chapter 80 Yongdong offers a plan. Yuan Hua asked in disbelief. Can they really be that much cheaper than us? Yeah, more than double, replied the bald man, gritting his teeth in frustration. I don't even know what that idiot old Ma is thinking. If you want to compete, at least set a reasonable price. Doing it this way will ruin the market. And I'm puzzled. Where are their channels? It's like they're getting in without spending any money. After looking at the report again, Yuan Hua walked back and forth in the room, slightly anxious, and then said, Notify the heads responsible for drug distribution to come to a meeting right away. Around 2 p.m., a dozen big shots responsible for drug distribution arrived at the conference room, including Yongdong, who had a conflict with old Ma. At the head of the conference table, Yuan Hua was smoking and squinting at everyone as he said, Sales have dropped by 30. Tell me how we can solve this. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the room, and then a younger man spoke up first. I've received some news. It seems their supply channels have set clear sales targets for old Ma's side. They need to sell over 250,000 worth of goods each month to purchase at lower prices. So now, old Ma's distributors are going crazy trying to accumulate sales. Because with lower purchase prices, their commissions will be higher. That's nonsense. Selling 250,000 worth of goods each month? Is old Ma trying to take over half of the market in the Black Street? Another rugged man cursed with bulging eyes. If the market is impacted like this, we want to just be facing a 30 drop next month. We'll be closing up shop. Why don't we just engage in a price war with them then? Someone else interjected. We can lower our prices too. Yuan Hua immediately rejected this idea. Selling a lower price is something only a fool would do. Let us not even talk about how such competition will affect the market environment. Think about how customers will react. For example, if they used to buy drugs from us for $2 and we suddenly drop the price to $1, what will old customers think? They will hate you for it, feeling like you've ripped them off of their hard-earned money. So even if your price matches old Ma's, they will still choose to buy from the other side, not doing business with you. What should we do then? Drop our prices even lower than old Ma's? Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Can we think of a way to continue working through official channels to deal with old Ma? The bald man suggested. That's difficult. The young man shook his head in response. Last time old Ma was hit hard, they've become cautious now. And They don't even distribute goods in the Black Street anymore. All their previous shops are closed. They only privately contact their respective drug heads, distributing quotas layer by layer. Moreover, each transaction location is different, and the transaction amounts aren't too large. They're selling while carefully stepping around the law. Even if you catch them, they might just get a year or so in prison. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim, and the room fell silent again. After 5 or 6 minutes, just as Yuan Hua was about to ask the crowd again, Yongdong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up first. "Old Yuan, I just want to ask you one thing." Yuan Hua was taken aback. "Go ahead. First tell me, what is your attitude toward Old Ma in this matter? Do you want to take a hard stance, or are you willing to temporarily endure their market impact?" Yongdong frowned and asked. Hearing this, everyone erupted in discussion. "Is that even a question? Of course, we need to fight back. Yeah, isn't that obvious? If we let them continue to impact the market, we're finished. How are we supposed to make money then? The distributors won't follow you either. We must come up with a way to deal with them. The Black Street is so small. If they need 250,000 in sales each month, our market share will definitely shrink." Before Yuan Hua could speak, the drug heads had already expressed their opinions. This matter concerned their absolute interests, and when they saw the dismal numbers on the report, they were all thoroughly infuriated. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment and then frowned, urging, "If you have something to say, don't keep us in suspense. Just say it." "I have a plan that can eliminate Old Ma from the game," Yongdong said with a smile. Everyone was stunned by this statement. "Then hurry up and tell us," the bald man urged. Yongdong thought for a moment, stood up, and said, "This plan, I need to discuss it privately with old Yuan." Yuan Hua was taken aback by this. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua let everyone take a break, while he and Yongdong returned to the office. After closing the door, they began to converse quietly. "Go ahead, what is the plan? It can be done this way." Yongdong lowered his head and began to whisper to Yuan Hua. Around 8 p.m., on the streets of a residential area in Songjiang North, Qin Yu, wearing a thick military coat, sat in the passenger seat and asked Old Cat, "Is Old Ma looking for you to show off every day?" "Old Ma is a good person," Old Cat said without hesitation. "Ever since I met him, I've been too busy to even put on my pants most nights." Qin Yu was speechless upon hearing this. "I really can't with you. We're all men. I can understand some needs. But I've never seen anyone as thirsty as you. Coming every night, can you handle it? I'm puzzled too. Playing like this every day doesn't tire me out." "Instead, I'm getting more and more excited," Old Cat replied shamelessly. "Look, even talking to you gets me a reaction. Isn't that strange?" After a moment of confusion, Qin Yu said, "You're unbelievable. I can't even deal with this. I want to restrain myself, but my strength just doesn't allow it." "Stop talking nonsense with me," Qin Yu scolded. "You need to have some restraint. Don't go looking for Old Ma every day. He is just responsible for the drug line. He has to take care of everything. Don't let your playing around affect the real work. That can't be. Look, even though I'm playing, it absolutely doesn't affect my work. I still come on time, right?" Old Cat replied seriously. "Not everyone is like you. Some people can't stop once they start playing," Qin Yu said softly. "Just try to control yourself." "Okay, I got it," Old Cat nodded. "Keep an eye on things. I'll go take a leak," Qin Yu said, throwing out the comment as he opened the car door. Just then, on the moonlit road, a man with little braids got into a car right in front of Qin Yu and shouted from inside, "See you later." Qin Yu stood outside the car, momentarily stunned, his expression a bit shocked. The engine roared, and the car across the road drove away. "What's wrong?" Old Cat asked from inside the car. Noticing Qin Yu hadn't left. "Damn, that person looked so familiar," Qin Yu murmured in response. "Who?" "He looks a bit like one of the guys who captured Brother Kong," Qin Yu recalled carefully before turning around to reply. Chapter 81. Arguments before the battle in the luxurious entertainment palace of Dirt Street. Yuan Hua returned to his room on the top floor, dragging his slightly weary body. He sat on the bed in a daze for a while before preparing to take off his outer clothes, wash up, and rest. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted him. Yuan Hua paused and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me," a familiar voice replied. Yuan Hua was taken aback and stepped forward to open the door, seeing his brother Yuan Ko. He greeted, "Come in. Are you going to sleep?" "Yeah, a bit tired. I was planning to take a shower and sleep." Yuan Hua closed the door and asked, "Why did you suddenly come back today?" "I still have to go back to the team later to study the case." Yuan Ko took a can of beer from the fridge, sat on the sofa, and asked, I heard you were planning some moves against the Ma family again? Yuan Hua sat opposite him, lit a cigarette, and replied yes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku immediately shook his head and said, I don't agree. What do you disagree with? Yuan Hua was taken aback. I don't agree with you continuing to go after the Ma family. Yuan Ku took a sip of beer and continued. I think we can afford to be patient right now. Be patient? Yuan Hua frowned and replied, our sales have dropped by 30 this week. Do you know what that means? It means the operational costs for our entire pharmaceutical team are skyrocketing. In today's company meeting, everyone else looked quite grim. It's not just me who is anxious. The whole company is anxious, understand? Their anxiety isn't for the good of the company. Yuan Ku countered, putting down his beer. The old-timers around you only care about money. When sales drop, their shares decrease, so they pressure you to go after the Ma family. But you are the boss, the top chair. You can't look at the problem from just one angle. You need to consider the bigger picture. Last time we went after the Ma family, our relationship with the police department was already strained. Now that the storm has just passed a bit, you're making moves again. What will they think? They won't question whether the other managers in the company have problems. They will only doubt your ability to manage. Nonsense. Yuan Hua was already in a low mood, and now his brother had him boiling with anger. He stood up and shouted, can this era still be compared to the past? In the past, if you made a mistake, you might not even be able to leave the city before you were done for. But is it the same now? Qilin killed someone and just plunged into the planning area. Do we have any way to deal with that? The struggles on the ground involve interests and are inherently bloody. You understand this, I understand this, and the upper echelons understand it even better. If you want to deal with the Ma family, there will definitely be a cost. This is only a matter of time, and we must face it. Otherwise, you will be robbed of the market and lose your living space. Bro, your thinking is already problematic. You are still viewing conflicts of interest with the old mindset. Yuan Ku retorted firmly. I've told you more than once, the 9 districts, including the planning area, will eventually have complete system. If we always demand a life-and-death survival method, we will eventually be eliminated. Yuan Hua put his hands on his hips and asked his brother, then tell me, what method won't be eliminated? Right now, I want you to solve the problem of declining sales. Give me a reasonable plan immediately. We can let the Ma family develop, temporarily give up a portion of the market, and allow them to expand quickly. Yuan Ku replied without hesitation. Yuan Hua was stunned for a moment and incredulously asked, say that again. Let the Ma family do what? Let them expand quickly and seize the market. Nonsense. Yuan Hua exploded. If the market is seized, how will you get it back later? How much have we lost on the Black Street just to open the door for the pharmaceutical line? You think you can just say to give up? Are you joking, or have you had too much to drink? I'm not talking nonsense. Yuan Ku replied with shining eyes. If the Ma family seizes the market, who will be more anxious than you? Have you thought about that? Yuan Hua was momentarily taken aback. I'm telling you, if the Ma family starts doing business in Songjiang, the most anxious ones won't be us, but several pharmaceutical companies. Because once the suppliers producing drugs privately rise up, it means that the pharmaceutical companies we are cooperating with may face a huge impact on their business in the entire 9 districts. Understand? Yuan Ku spread his hands, excitedly shouting, so we really don't need to confront the Ma family directly. We just need to wait for them to expand quickly, let the pharmaceutical companies become restless, and then use their strong background to deal with the Ma family. This way, we won't have to confront the Ma family directly. We just need to strike when the iron is hot, and it will be enough to bring them to their knees. If the pharmaceutical companies get too aggressive, they might even take down Oldly with them. Yuan Hua was stunned for a moment and suddenly asked, but what if the pharmaceutical companies deal with the Ma family and Oldly and then think we were too weak in this matter, not even putting up an effective counterattack? They might just change partners. What will we do then? If we lose the market and the initial investment, what will we do? Trust me, the pharmaceutical companies will definitely guess our intentions, but they absolutely want to change partners. Because our political connections locally cannot be matched by anyone else. Only with us can they achieve complete freedom, which will save them a lot of trouble, Yuan Ku insisted. Yuan Hua shook his head. The method you propose is too risky. I don't agree with doing it this way. If we lose the current market and reputation, we will definitely stagnate in the short term. Moreover, if the company does not make an effective counterattack now, the upper management won't be satisfied and might even cause big trouble, because they are losing real money And that's enough to turn against us. Bro, you need to take a strong stance. I've told you before, these old-timers may have helped you build your empire, but they've also brought a lot of trouble. They stick together all day long, seeming to obey you, but that's based on the premise that you can bring them wealth. Yuan Ku wanted to persuade him further. This matter is not up for discussion. I will follow Yongdong's method. Yuan Hua directly interrupted. Bro, don't be so stubborn. Stop yelling at me. I'm already very tired and don't want to argue with you. Yuan Hua slammed a water cup, staring with wide eyes, and shouted, Can you let me get a good night's sleep? Yuan Ku looked at his elder brother, speechless for a long time, then suddenly sighed. Fine. I won't say anything more. You could do whatever you want. After saying that, Yuan Ku, holding back his anger, slammed the door and left without even changing his slippers. On the sofa, Yuan Hua let out a long sigh. Who can see my difficulties? Not even my damn brother understands. The next morning, while Ma Lao Air was sleeping, he received a phone call from a friend claiming that Lao San wanted to meet him to discuss and resolve the previous misunderstandings between the two families, as well as to negotiate the pharmaceutical issues. Chapter 82, Negotiation Genius at Home. Ma Lao Air, drowsily holding the phone, asked, What does Lao San want to talk to me about? What do I have to say to him? I'm not sure. He just asked me to pass a message to you, saying he wants to meet and chat, the friend softly replied. Ma Lao Air pondered for a moment and immediately smiled, responding, Sure, let us chat. But I can't go find him. I'll give him an address tonight, and you let him come over. Okay, I'll tell him in a bit. Yeah, just like that. After chatting a bit, Ma Lao Air didn't take it seriously and went back to sleep. The street names in Songjiang are very mixed, although most are named in Chinese. There are also European-style names. This style exists because the entire 9th Special Zone has a diverse population with all kinds of skin colors. So it tries to provide a sense of belonging to the residents through these details. At 8:30 in the evening, on South City Charlie Street, Lao San led two friends into a dilapidated building. After climbing to the 3rd floor, they arrived at a bustling and smoky mahjong room, where Ma Lao Air was sitting at a table on the inside, draped in a cotton coat, smiling and waving. Come sit. Lao San grinned and walked over to sit across from Ma Lao Air. Want to play a couple of rounds? Ma Lao Air asked, fiddling with the mahjong tiles. Sure, let us play. Lao San nodded. Come on, get 2 more players to join us, Ma Lao Air called out. Shortly after, 2 young men came out from the mahjong room and sat down at the table, and the 4 of them started playing mahjong. After playing a couple of rounds, Ma Lao Air didn't take the initiative to ask Lao San why he sought him out, focusing instead on the game. Seeing that the other party wasn't discussing serious matters either, Lao San had to take the lead. Xiao Air, the issue with Touchiji has already passed. Both our families suffered losses in the end. Look, this time he came back. We didn't make a fuss or cause trouble. A few days ago, you dealt with Yongdong, and Huage didn't say anything either, right? 30,000. Ma Lao Air continued playing cards, not responding. There's an old saying that goes well, harmony brings wealth. Lao San patiently continued. You keep pressing the drug prices so low that once buyers get used to it, everyone's profit margins are squeezed. To put it bluntly, everyone in this business is after money. Nobody is trying to save the world, right? If we keep fighting like this, you'll have to hide when you release goods, and our goods won't sell well either. In the end, it'll just be a mutual destruction, right? Huh. Ma Lao Air laughed and looked up at Lao San, replying, At first, we were willing to be your little brothers, willing to follow you around and pick up scraps, but you wouldn't allow it. You insisted on pushing people to the brink. Now that you're hurt and in pain, you want to start negotiating again. How is that possible? Hey, does Yuan Hua think of himself as a god? Thinking he's the only one who can sing hallelujah in Songjiang? Ha ha ha. Lao San's face turned sour upon hearing this. What you're saying is pointless. If we want to talk, it's for everyone's good. Really want to talk, huh? Ma Lao Air stretched his neck and asked, If I didn't want to talk, why would I come here? To play mahjong with you? Lao San forced a smile. All right then, let me lay out some conditions. Ma Lao Air wiped his eyes, looking down at the mahjong. The Songjiang market is divided into 2 parts. You give us the Blackstreet area along with Touchiji, and the rest can be yours. Your people shouldn't come in to release goods, and I'll raise the retail price to match yours. Lao San was stunned for a moment. Are you joking? Am I that free? Just trying to make you laugh. Who is going to give me an award for that? Ma Lao took a puff of his electronic cigarette. Lao San, with a pale face, looked at Ma Lao. Do you think we can agree to your proposal? The most lucrative area in Songjiang is the Black Street, and Touchiji accounts for 70% of the Black Street sales. If we give you both places, am I supposed to eat the wind from the northwest? You are the one who insisted on negotiating. If we negotiate, I have to express my thoughts, right? You can disagree. I'm not forcing you, right? Ma Lao replied expressionlessly. Lao San gritted his teeth and fell silent. I'm just curious. If Yuan-ku can't make decisions on your side, what do you want to talk to me about? Ma Lao tilted his head to look at Lao San, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If I ask you for $5, you have to report it up. Tell me, what do we have to talk about? Here's the thing. You go back and tell Yuan Hua that if he really wants to negotiate, he should come himself. How about that? What the hell do you mean? Lao San got angry upon being belittled, standing up and yelling. Third brother, when will you grow up? Ma Lao looked up at him and asked, What is wrong? Do you still want to fight me? Upon hearing this, Lao San felt an internal pressure about to explode, but could only endure, thinking of his purpose for coming today. I'll say it again. If you want to talk, let Yuan Hua come personally to divide the territory. Ma Lao took a drag from his cigarette, looking down and pushing a tile. I'm done, all honors. No terminal tiles, plus a self-draw. Come on, let us settle the money and leave. Lao San clenched his fists, took out his wallet. Ma Lao, you're really starting to look like a big brother now. If that is not the case, why don't you follow me? I actually need someone like you. A negotiation expert. Just go to hell. Lao San cursed, throwing down the money. What you said, I'll go back and discuss it with Huage. I'll wait for your news, third brother. Ma Lao collected the money. A few minutes later, in the police car, Lao San dialed Yuan Hua's number. Huage, I met Ma Lao. What did he say? He wants us to give him the Black Street along with Touchiji. So what did you say? I didn't dare to make it too definite. I just said I'd discuss it with you first. Lao San replied honestly. All right, I got it. Come back. Okay. After finishing, the two ended the call. Inside the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua turned to Yongdong and said, This Ma Lao is really getting too arrogant, wanting the right to release drugs in the Black Street in Touchiji. Ha! Yongdong laughed. This fool is fine as a thunderclap in the planning zone, but in business and negotiations, he is still far behind. What is the next step? Yuan Hua asked. So you first let Lao San. Yongdong began whispering to Yuan Hua. At the entrance of number 88 courtyard, Qin Yu locked up the motorcycle borrowed from Old Cat, carrying some dinner as he arrived home. But before he could get inside, he heard some unbearable noises coming from inside. Xiang, in the dead of night, I love you so deeply. Come, let me show you your palm. Do you let go of me? Little girl, don't push me. Outside the door, Qin Yu was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing the sounds. Chapter 83. Home Flavor. Extra Update 1. Damn, this kid is really lewd. After eavesdropping outside the door for half a day, Qin Yu cursed with a flushed face and thought to himself that if he didn't go in, it was very likely that he would finish what he started inside. Bang! Qin Yu yanked the door open and shouted, Open the door. Who is it? Dia shouted back. Are you deaf? Hurry up and open the door. Qin Yu yelled impatiently. After about a minute, Dia, with a flushed face and a bald head, opened the door and said, Oh, brother, you're back? Get out of the way. Qin Yu pushed Dia's round head aside, stepped into the room, and saw a little girl sitting on the bed, blinking her big eyes and looking at him. Xiang, this is my brother, Dia introduced. Xiang stood up and said, Hello, brother. Which family are you from? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. She is from Sister Hua's family. Dia and I are getting along pretty well, Dia quickly explained. Qin Yu kicked Dia. I can see you two are getting along well. Brother. I'm going home, Xiang said, seeing that Qin Yu was a bit shy, and quickly ran out. Sis, I'll come help you with work tomorrow. Dia shouted reluctantly at the door. Qin Yu kicked Dia in the waist, causing him to stumble, and scolded, Your damn social life is quite rich, huh? I haven't even found a wife yet, and you've already brought someone home to live with you. Are you floating? Dia scratched his head and smiled. I just met her not long ago. Not long, and you've already brought her home? She was helping me with work. Dia pointed to the room and said, Look how clean we made it. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head and looked around. He saw that the room was indeed much cleaner and tidier than before. The cabinet and floor were shining, and even Sheen used dirty clothes and bed sheets had been washed. Moreover, Dia had somehow managed to get a single bed and placed it against the inner wall. Did that little girl clean this? Sheen frowned and asked. I did the big stuff. She did the little stuff. We worked together, Dia said. After Dia's health improved, he still looked like a little hooligan, but he was quite diligent. Whenever Chinyu wasn't home, he would do some chores within his capacity, like sweeping the snow at the door or tidying up the outdoor toilet. Chinyu casually closed the door and looked at Dia, asking, How did you meet that little girl? There's an indoor bathroom in Lin Jia's house in the yard, and our outdoor toilet is about to overflow. I was bored and tidied up a bit and, accidentally, met that girl, Dia said with a smile. Xiang's mom runs a butcher shop called Sister Hua, and there are 6 or 7 big women under her. During the day when they rest, Xiang helps out. We kept running into each other and got familiar. Familiar? But you can't just bring her home. You have to check her palm reading first, right? Chinyu scolded. How are you even more lewd than an old cat? I didn't think about anything. Just chatting, Dia said, fiddling with his pants. You always say you've been around, but why are you so unworldly in handling things? Chinyu lectured seriously. Even rabbits don't eat their own burrow's grass. Let alone how young you are thinking about this stuff. I'm telling you, keep it in check. If anything happens, don't blame me for hitting you. I got it. Vont, Dia laughed. Let's eat. Chinyu took the dinner he packed from work and walked to the table. Dia actively opened the food and set it up, then poured Chinyu a glass of warm water before squatting on one leg on a chair near the window, wolfing down his food. What are you doing over there? Come eat. Chinyu called out. I'm fine here. Dia shook his head, his mouth full of grease. When this kid was just rescued, his clothes were old, and his hair was long, looking dirty, but now he had shaved his head and put on fitted clothes. Looking quite handsome, his skin was very fair, and his eyes sparkled with a cleverness, especially his long eyelashes, which resembled a girl's, giving off an inexplicable charm. Moreover, this kid was still growing. Although he was only 15, he was already nearly 172 meters tall, but his body was nowhere near as sturdy as Chinyu imagined. He had a large frame, but little flesh on him. While eating, Chinyu often observed Dia unconsciously. He noticed that although this kid appeared carefree and rough on the surface, he was actually very cautious when interacting with him. For example, when Dia picked up food, he never touched the center of the dish, only eating from the edges of the plate or box. And although he made noise when eating, Chinyu could clearly feel that he was controlling it. Once he realized he was making noise, he would immediately adjust. There were also many details when sleeping. As soon as Chinyu got into bed, no matter how tired Dia was, he would immediately turn off the light without making a sound. The more Dia behaved like this, the more uncomfortable Chinyu felt. Indeed, he saw his own shadow in Dia once again. Back when the old man in the planning area just adopted him, Chinyu's current mentality, posture, and various behaviors were simply like a mold made from the same template as Dia's. Pretending to be strong, yet fearing abandonment at any moment. Living under someone else's roof, being cautious, even considering when to breathe. Chinyu looked at him sideways and suddenly shouted, You damn kid. Stop squatting there to eat. Come to the table. Dia was taken aback. We can chat a bit, haha. Chinyu smiled. Chat about what? About whether you're still a virgin or not. Chinyu looked at him playfully and asked. Dia froze at the words, his face turning red as he quickly replied. Of course I'm not. I did it when I was 13. Huh? Chinyu was taken aback and immediately waved his hand, saying, Come. Let's talk about the details. You're really a boy with a story. I didn't mean the flying kind of eagle. Dia sighed, feeling very shy as he walked over. Come on, let's talk. Chinyu lowered his head and picked up 2 chopsticks of meat for Dia, saying briefly, We're all men. Don't be so girly in dealing with things. I'll let you stay, so you don't have to be so restrained. I'm not. Dia argued. I'm not restrained with anyone. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me about the eagle thing. Chinyu smiled and asked, How'd you get up there? I already told you. It's not that kind of eagle. In the Black Street area, on a certain street, Yongdong sat in the car, turned his head to look at young man, and said, Observe which day he hasn't been in the warehouse recently. Then give me a call. Chapter 84. The Underflow Strikes, Update 2. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chinyu focused most of his energy on preparing for the year-end secondary police officer assessment. Lisi had clearly told him that at the beginning of next year, He would be promoted to the position of team leader, so he needed to learn how to write performance reports, handle the examiners from the police department, and write quarterly work reports, among other things. With Qin Yu busy, the matters concerning the drug line were mostly left to Old Cat, Zhu Wei, and others to handle. Fortunately, the team on Coco's side was quite professional and always managed to deliver on time, so they didn't need to worry too much. Each had their own business to attend to, and Ma La was also busy. He was still arguing with Old Three, as it seemed the latter really intended to sit down and talk rather than continue the conflict. That night, around 9 o'clock, Ma La was sat in the storage warehouse, holding the phone and saying to Old Ma, "Old Three has been contacting me these days, wanting to sit down and talk again." Old Ma pondered for a while and replied, "If we lower our prices here, the sales on Yuan's side will drop sharply. It's normal for Yuan Hua to be anxious. But his desire to negotiate is a bit unexpected." "What's so unexpected about it?" Ma La retorted. "Yuan Hua is different from us. He has too many interests at stake and must consider the upper management's wishes in everything he does. We essentially took the sales rights from Xiaoyu, giving us much more freedom than they have. To put it bluntly, as long as we can sell, we don't need to consult Xiaoyu about the specific operational methods. So it's completely normal for Yuan Hua to be panicking now. If he can't deal with us, it means sales will continue to decline, and then when the higher-ups get angry, how will he explain it? I think Yuan Hua really wants to negotiate, but we can just drag it out with him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As long as we can buy some time, we can seize the market." Old Ma, who had been feeling under the weather, coughed twice before responding. "You shouldn't see the problem so simply. I know Yuan Hua's character well. He is used to being domineering and will never allow a team with a physique similar to theirs to snatch business. Even if he seems a bit soft now, we can't let our guard down. Uncle, I think you're being overly cautious. The incident at 2 Jia Street has scared you." Ma La frowned and countered. "You have to understand that the pricing of pharmaceuticals is currently in our hands. Our costs are lower than his. And with Yuan Hua backed by a big company, he needs to maintain his relationships for profit. If he can't lower his prices, he can't compete with us. So I believe we shouldn't worry about them. We should focus on seizing the market now. I mentioned in the meeting today that our 100 or so distributors each carry only 200 grams of drugs a day, and individuals are not allowed to ship in large quantities. Even if they want to create trouble for us officially, they won't have a way to do so. Because even if they caught someone, the maximum sentence would only be a year or so, which is meaningless. Doing it this way is indeed safer, but I still say, even though they seem soft now, we can't be careless. The new year is approaching, and we should avoid causing trouble for Old Li." Old Ma advised again. All right, I understand." Ma La nodded in response. "You should rest at home and take care of your health. I'll keep an eye on things on the street. There won't be any problems. Yeah, and don't get too cocky during this time. Just stay in the warehouse and avoid giving them a reason to find trouble." "Okay, all right then. I have a headache and I'm going to sleep for a bit." "Okay." After the uncle and nephew chatted for a while, they ended the call. At around 10 o'clock at night, in the warehouse, Ma La, wearing a military coat, sat in a chair feeling a bit bored. So he lowered his head to fiddle with his phone, watching a live stream. The door opened and Lu Zishu walked in, reminding him, "I just put in 2 boxes of goods. There are less than 10 boxes left inside. We'll run out by the end of this week at most. Should we notify Qin Yu to restock? Xiao Yu is busy studying these days and doesn't have time to manage this." Ma La yawned in response. "But I talked to Old Cat and the delivery will come in a few days, so you just need to be ready to receive it." "All right." Lu Zishu nodded. Ma La watched the variety show on the streaming platform, took a puff of his cigarette, and said, "Damn, this is boring. Hey, why don't you bring a couple of people over to play some cards?" "I can't. I have to go out in a bit." Lu Zishu shook his head while drinking water. "I've talked to a few agents in the suburban village. They want to stock up, so I'm going to check it out. So what should I do?" Ma La, someone who couldn't sit still, felt uncomfortable if he didn't go out for a day. "Just stay here. I've been here all day. It's so boring." Ma La took another puff of his cigarette, turned off the streaming platform, and started flipping through his contact list. Ding, ding, ding. Just then his phone rang. Ma La's eyes lit up, and he immediately answered. "Hello? Cat, are you missing me again? Where are you?" Old Cat asked, "Are you busy?" "I'm in a warehouse. What's up? Are you free?" "Old Lou from the security team is here with me." Old Cat said softly, "If you're not busy, Come over and settle a bill. I'll introduce you to, haha, the captain of the security team? Mala Uyaskid. Yes. Old cat nodded. If you're busy, you can come tomorrow. He has been in touch with me for some business lately. I'm not busy. Mala stood up and said, I'm so damn bored right now. Where are you? I'll head over. At AirGS place. All right, wait for me. Mala hung up the phone and reached for his coat on the rack. Lu Zishu, sitting on the sofa, frowned and asked, What are you going to do now? Old cat wants to introduce me to the captain of the security team. I need to go over. You're just talking nonsense. You want to go drink again, right? Lu Zishu asked in disbelief. Damn, making new connections is serious business. Mala hurriedly stepped out of the room, shouting, Xiao Chu, I'm heading out for a bit. Keep an eye on the warehouse and distribute the medicine according to the amount. Aren't the keys with you? A young man downstairs shouted. I left them on the table. Just take them, don't give them to others. Okay, got it. After hurriedly giving a few instructions, Mala left the warehouse. And Lu Zishu also had his own business to attend to, so he didn't stay long and quickly headed to the living village. Late at night, approaching 11 o'clock, a car hastily stopped on the street behind the warehouse, and a young man got in, frowning as he asked, Did you bring the stuff? Yes, the driver replied. Is he not here? Right. The young man immediately ordered, Unload the stuff at the back door and leave quickly. Okay, the driver nodded. 5 minutes later, the driver, holding the steering wheel with one hand, drove away and lowered his head to send a text message. Boss, it's done. Chapter 85. Misunderstandings and street sweeping at 11:30 at night. A drug distributor wearing a thick cotton jacket entered the warehouse, cheerfully calling out, Second brother. Come down for a moment. I'm here to pick up the quota. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with a buzz cut named Xiao Chu opened the door upstairs and leaned over to ask, Picking up the quota? I just got back. Planning to head out soon. Just wait a moment. Xiao Chu greeted and turned back to grab the keys, locked the door, and then came downstairs. Seeing the keys in Xiao Chu's hand, the drug distributor was puzzled. Are you already distributing quotas now? Wow, you've been promoted. Haha. No, Xiao Chu replied with a smile. Second brother is out for something, and brother Zishu is also not here, so I'm just filling in for them for a bit. That still means you're quite valued. The distributor commented. Enough of that. Second brother is just a careless person. Xiao Chu casually responded, The old man is in no position to let me do this. As they chatted, they walked to the back room on the first floor. Xiao Chu unlocked the door with the keys and said, You wait outside. Okay. What medicine do you need? Xiao Chu asked. 5 boxes of Malanfa injection. The distributor replied softly. Xiao Chu nodded, walked into the storage room, and retrieved 5 boxes according to the labels on the boxes. Meanwhile, inside a night entertainment venue, Ma Lao was embracing the captain of the security team, saying, Don't worry, brother, you take care of me, and I will make sure to repay you. Later on, I'll let you head downstairs to choose from the girls' rooms, and if you're satisfied, you could take them directly. What if I don't like any of them? Damn, are your standards that high? Ma Lao ran his fingers through his hair. If you don't like any, then I'll have to go myself. Let me tell you, brother. In the circle, I'm known as the horn blower, and I've never backed down from anyone. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. The captain of the security team turned to Lao Mao, giving him a thumbs up, and said, Your brother has some real skills. Lao Mao raised his glass and said, We get along well, so if anything happens on the street in the future, you still have to take care of me. No problem, Captain Lu waved his hand. Secretly supporting Lao Mao, the police chief is from your family. How could I not listen? Don't bring this up, saying that in public. Do you want to get me killed? The two engaged in business flattery while happily drinking. On a street in a dark neighborhood. The drug distributor who had just picked up the goods from Xiao Chu stood with one hand in his pocket, looking around. After waiting for a while, a thin old man, wiping the frost off his beard, hurried over. You're here, old man. Where's the medicine? The old man asked bluntly. The distributor glanced around again before pulling out a medicine box from his coat and handing it over. 2 boxes in total, 120. The old man was taken aback. Give me 2 more boxes. No. The distributor shook his head. One person can only buy 2 boxes. Hurry up and pay. Just give me 2 more boxes. It's chaotic right now. If the medicine runs out, my son will die. The old man pleaded, Please, just 2 more boxes. I'll give you an extra $5, okay? It's not about the money, the distributor said, feeling troubled, It's that the higher-ups won't let me give out too much. Just give me 2 more boxes. No one will know. Hurry up, the old man said anxiously. I'm begging you. I'll bring you more customers later. There are many people on our street working near the radiation area. They've all gotten sick. The distributor looked at the old man and felt sorry for him as he said, how do you know it's dangerous there and still go to work? If I don't work, I'll starve. If I work, I'll get sick. What can I do? The old man sighed. The distributor, feeling helpless, secretly took out another box of medicine from his coat and handed it over, saying, I'll give you 3 boxes at most, but if the higher-ups find out, I'll be in big trouble. All right, I'll give you 180. No need. I don't need your $5. Just go home and buy something for your kid to eat, the distributor softly replied. Thank you. The old man took the medicine and money, hurriedly leaving the alley. The distributor waited in the alley for a while before disappearing into the night, preparing to head to the second delivery location. Inside the entertainment venue, Lao Mao was drinking when suddenly his phone rang. He stepped outside to talk for less than 5 minutes before returning to the private room. Damn, I thought you had run off to the bathroom again. Ma Lao, with a flushed face, waved his hand. Come on, let's play a little game. Don't play yet. Lao Mao sat down and pulled Ma Lao aside, saying, did you make any deliveries tonight? We deliver every day. Then hurry up and call down below to stop all the deliveries for tonight. Lao Mao frowned. The police station security team is sweeping the streets tonight. They didn't notify me beforehand, so it's probably going to be strict. You need to arrange things quickly. Don't let anything happen. Ma Lao was taken aback. What street sweeping out of nowhere? It seems the leaders from Feng Bei are coming again. I'm not really sure. Just stop everything. All right. Ma Lao stood up and immediately called Xiao Chu, but the call went unanswered. In the end, he had no choice but to shout to his subordinate, Lu hurry back to the warehouse and tell Xiao Chu to stop distributing the goods. Lock up and go home. Got it, the subordinate nodded. Then, Ma Lao called several drug heads below, specifically no